Introduction may seem superficial. To discern the good and the bad, please read the main text. What did you just ask me? Cultivating immortality is arduous. Are you afraid? The previous question. Do you wish to cultivate immortality? Su Xian pondered for a moment. I can consider cultivating immortality, but I cannot endure hardship. Chapter 1. Cultivating immortality is acceptable. Enduring hardship is not. As the sun sets upon the mountains, the silhouettes of two figures sit on the ground at the rear of Hodao village. What did you just ask me? Cultivating immortality is arduous. Are you afraid? The previous question. Do you wish to cultivate immortality? I do not wish to. Li Qingshan was taken aback, bewildered. Su Xian turned and walked away, as if resolved to a decision, not casting another glance at the immortal. Endure hardship? Not a chance. Su Xian had calculated for himself that in this lifetime, he was destined for prosperity and should avoid hardship at all costs. In his previous life, he had toiled for 16 years, studying diligently to rise from a remote rural area to a bustling metropolis, only to end up working in a factory, ultimately dying young from exhaustion on the assembly line. That was true hardship. In this life, although he had traversed to the ancient era, he still hailed from a rural background. However, the Hodao village where he lived was isolated from the world, exempt from tributes and taxes, living off hunting and farming, free from worries about food and clothing. And most importantly, marrying did not require a dowry. That he felt quite fortunate. In summary, cultivating immortality was permissible, but enduring hardship was absolutely out of the question. This immortal dog is relentless. Li Qingshan heard this and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. With a flick of his sleeve, a wind rose. The wind swept up Su Xian, who was preparing to descend the mountain, lifting him into the air. What are you doing? Li Qingshan stepped forward, closing the distance in an instant, hovering beside Su Xian with a stern gaze, gently saying, "You wish to cultivate immortality." "I do not wish to." "You are lying. Are you insane?" The immortal remained silent, taking him away on the wind, leaving behind echoes of cries resonating in the rear mountains of Hodao village. "Let me go. I am afraid of heights. Someone, help me." Fanzhou, Windazong. Beneath the continuous green mountains lay a throng of people stretching for miles, their voices rising and falling in rhythmic harmony, especially pronounced amidst the bustling noise. Bone age 13, mixed elemental roots passed. Next. Bone age 16, too old, come back earlier in the next life. Next. No elemental roots, come back in the next life with better luck. Next. Ice, fire, and earth mixed elemental roots, turn left after 5,000 miles. There's a falling immortal sword academy. Next. Some rejoiced, dancing with delight, while others lamented, striking their chests in sorrow. Today marked the 5-yearly disciple recruitment event of Windazong. Youth aged 10 to 15 were eligible to participate. Those chosen would enter Windazong to cultivate, soaring to great heights. Yet the path of cultivation is one of fierce competition, a mere 10 among 100. As the foremost sect in Fanzhou, Windazong's selection of disciples was exceedingly rigorous. Elemental roots were fundamental. Presently, the first phase of the disciple assessment was in full swing, questioning the roots. Before them, over a dozen questioning formations activated simultaneously, occasionally shimmering with spiritual essence. As the young candidates formed a long line, entering one by one, the disciples in charge of registration announced loudly, "Bone age 12, single attribute, ice elemental root." The announcement was particularly resounding, sparking a wave of discussion among the onlookers. A single attribute elemental root? In the realm of cultivation, elemental roots are classified. Roots with 4 or more attributes are deemed waste roots. 3 attributes are mixed roots. 2 attributes are chaotic roots, and 1 attribute is a single root. The fewer the attributes, the purer and better the root. That a single attribute elemental root signifies that the path of cultivation will be significantly smoother compared to others, whether in comprehending techniques or breaking through bottlenecks. Such roots are exceedingly rare and hold immense potential. From afar, the once drowsy elders instantly awoke, their gazes filled with eagerness. This was the first single attribute elemental root of the day. This young girl is impressive. She seems to be a descendant of a Lin family. No wonder, haha. The kindly elder in charge of registration inquired, "Little girl, what is your name?" In response to the elder, "My name is Lin Qianqian." "From a Yunzi Lin family?" "Indeed." "I'm good." You may rest over there. Feel free to seek me if you need anything. Thank you, Elder. With a single elemental root at 12 years old and being a young member of the Lin family, her admission was practically assured. The future held limitless prospects, and it would not hurt to ingratiate oneself. The questioning of roots continued from dawn until noon. The once long queue before the questioning formation gradually dwindled to just a few people as the evaluating elders engaged in lighthearted conversation. There are more candidates this time than the last. Indeed, there are a few promising ones among them. Among them, the most esteemed elder in black remarked, "It seems there is no one left. Let us prepare and commence the second phase." Suddenly, a long rainbow streaked across the sky, revealing an immortal riding the wind, swiftly approaching and landing before the crowd, drawing the gaze of many. It was a man, exuding righteousness, his sleeves billowing in the breeze, with a cold yet striking countenance, resembling a celestial being in the mortal world, and he held a young boy of about 10 years. Wow, an immortal. So handsome. Why has he returned? Whispers erupted around them, filled with astonished voices. The disciples before the questioning formation recognized him and hurriedly rushed forward, anxious and respectful. "I greet you, sect leader Li Qingshan, the leader of the Sword Peak." Li Qingshan gently placed Su Xian down and calmly stated, "Assess his roots." Certainly. Upon landing, Su Xian's legs felt weak and his stomach churned violently. He pushed aside the obstructing disciple and leaned against a nearby stone, retching. Ugh, like an open dam, it gushed forth uncontrollably. The surrounding disciples instinctively stepped back, pinching their noses, their faces filled with disdain. "Sect leader Li, what is he?" Li Qingshan slightly furrowed his brow, remaining silent, and with a flick of his sleeve, ascended to the high platform, bowing slightly to the gathered elders. "Qingshan, greetings to all esteemed brothers." The crowd hurriedly returned the gesture, showcasing their celestial demeanor. "Qingshan, who is that child?" Li Qingshan maintained his composure, responding with an unruffled tone. "I picked him up casually." The crowd exchanged glances. After Su Xian finished retching, he collapsed onto the ground, his complexion pale. Wiping his mouth, he lowered his gaze, inwardly cursing this beast. "Is there no justice? Is there no law?" The previous disciple stepped forward, saying, "Young man, please enter the formation." Su Xian first glanced at the disciple before him, who had an unremarkable appearance with a somewhat large nose. Then he slowly surveyed the surroundings, the clouds swirling around the mountains, the majestic buildings, and the people flying about. A celestial paradise. Truly impressive. What am I doing here? Finally, he looked toward the questioning formation, his face a mix of disdain and helplessness. Now that he was here, what could he do? Fly back. Just the thought of it sent a shiver down his spine. "Help me up." The disciple frowned, feeling the weight of his arrogance. "What are you staring at?" Reluctantly, the disciple assisted him up. After all, he was brought back by Li Qingshan, and he could not afford to offend him. Thus, Su Xian was supported, striding into the questioning formation like a grand lord, and amidst the watchful eyes of all, the formation activated, the light of spiritual essence. Swirling, the questioning began. The disciple responsible for announcing the results looked at the outcome before him, gulped nervously, and stammered, "Bone age 12, mutation." Slowly turning toward the high platform where the elders sat, he emphasized, "Sword elemental root." Upon hearing of the mutation, the crowd was already stunned. When they heard sword elemental root, the elders could no longer remain seated, their bodies trembling in astonishment, as they recognized the extraordinary nature of the revelation. What? Sword elemental root. A wave of silence swept through the crowd, their gazes fixed on the young boy, their expressions transformed, mouths agape, eyes wide. Su Xian instinctively straightened his posture, stepping down from the questioning formation, and scoffed lightly, "Tis TSK, so rare and astonishing." Chapter 2. Sword Elemental Root. The mutated elemental root is exceedingly rare, and the sword elemental root is a natural sword type, relentlessly sharp and exceptionally offensive. Windazong, renowned for its swordsmanship, dominates Fanzhou with its sword tomb. It can be said that Windazong has long coveted the sword elemental root. Is it truly the sword spirit root? Ha ha! Heaven bless our Windazong. Brother Qingshan, well done. Such an extraordinary talent has come into your hands. Have you struck a stroke of luck? Quickly tell us how you found this child. Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes slightly, cleared his throat, and deliberately proclaimed, "By mere chance, when he saw me, he cried and begged to be my disciple, pleading for me to take him on the path of cultivation. Seeing his sincerity, I, in my great compassion, brought him back." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, their expressions complex. This. Indeed. Li Qingshan remained unperturbed, saying nonchalantly, "We can commence the next challenge." With that, he waved his sleeve and departed, a smirk gracing his lips as he strolled through the deserted path, feeling triumphant. Indeed, I was correct. Serendipitously, the encounter was genuine. His pleas, however, were but a facade. As he traversed the mountains and fields, a fleeting glance revealed an unmistakable sword intent emanating from the boy. A thread of innate sword intent housed within a mortal vessel could only signify two possibilities. Either he was a natural sword embryo or possessed a sword spirit root. This was precisely why Su Xian, despite rejecting him initially, had forcibly brought him along. Although the journey of cultivation is akin to rowing upstream, failure to advance results in retreat. One cannot be overly insistent. After all, he was merely a child. What did he understand? One day, he would inevitably realize that it was all for his own good. With the questioning of spirits concluded, the spiritual formation was deactivated. In a sea of people, only a handful succeeded through the questioning of spirits, with many failing to remain. The young men and women who passed the trial were led to a bamboo grove, awaiting the commencement of the second assessment. Su Xian was naturally among them. At noon, the sun blazed fiercely, and the heat was unbearable, with a cacophony surrounding the bamboo grove. Thanks to awakening his sword spirit root, Su Xian garnered much admiration, followed by a throng of peers who fawned over him, extolling his virtues. The young ladies smiled warmly, their cheeks flushed, while the young men referred to him as Brother Xian, eager to curry favor. Yet, Su Xian remained indifferent, his thoughts drifting miles away. A young boy, burdened with sorrow. Su Xian was not an orphan. He had a family, a father and a mother, an unmarried sister and a brother who had just weaned. That was a haven of happiness. Though he had traversed through time, he had arrived at the age of 1, more akin to a reincarnation with memories intact. 12 years had passed. He had long since integrated into the village, forming deep emotional bonds. Now, without a word, being taken to this wretched place was unbearable for anyone. "Brother Xian, would you like some water? I'm not thirsty." "Brother Xian, are you hot? Shall I fan you?" "No need. Brother Xian, you may not know this, but the Windazong selection of disciples comprises 3 trials. Oh, the questioning of spirits, the questioning of the heart, and the questioning of the sword. We have just passed the first trial, the questioning of spirits. The next is the questioning of the heart, and whether one can remain is still uncertain." Su Xian's eyes brightened with interest as he eagerly queried the chubby boy beside him. "What does that entail?" The chubby boy earnestly explained, "The questioning of spirits is straightforward. The spirit root and bone age are decisive criteria. Those who qualify remain, while those who do not must leave. However, the second trial, the questioning of the heart, is the most challenging and mysterious of the 3. What does that involve?" The chubby boy gestured towards the bamboo grove ahead. "Do you see that grove? It is the heart-questioning grove, where the heart-questioning bamboo grows. Those who enter from one direction and exit standing are deemed successful, while those who are carried out are eliminated. As for what lies within, no one knows. Neither those who are carried out nor those who exit standing ever remember what transpired." Su Xian stroked his chin, skeptical yet intrigued. Is it truly that eerie? The Windazong is the foremost sect beyond the 3 teachings in the mortal realm, a paragon of righteousness. Since its establishment, it has dedicated itself to safeguarding the populace and suppressing evil. Every disciple of the Windazong must wield a sword in the world, vanquishing injustice. A melodious voice unexpectedly interjected. Su Xian turned to see a young girl, quite attractive and of similar age, exuding a hint of ethereal charm. She approached Su Xian, slightly bowed her head in greeting, and continued, "Thus, the Windazong values not only talent and aptitude, but also the character and disposition of its disciples, which is why there is the questioning of the heart. Though no one remembers what occurs inside, some deductions can be made. The essence of questioning the heart is to discern one's true self. As long as one follows their heart and harbors goodwill, they can pass the trial." The chubby boy nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense." Su Xian began to ponder. If he were to harbor ill intentions, would he then be eliminated? The young girl scrutinized Su Xian, smiled gently, and introduced herself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Xianqian, with an ice-type single spirit root. Su Xian, he responded coolly. The chubby boy chimed in, grinning. I am Zhang Yang, with a windfire mixed spirit root. Lin Xianqian offered a polite smile to the latter. Hello. However, she was genuinely intrigued by the former. Su Xian. Yes. I heard you possess a sword spirit root? Yes. You are truly impressive. Su Xian cast her a peculiar glance, thinking to himself, did I need her to tell me that I was impressive? It seems that it is about to begin. As she spoke, she pushed through the crowd and moved forward, leaving Lin Xianqian standing awkwardly behind. Zhang Yang leaned closer, ingratiatingly remarking, Sister Lin, you are quite remarkable too. Among us, counting you and Brother Xian, there are only 4 with single spirit roots. Lin Xianqian merely cast him a cold glance, her expression frosty, and continued forward. Zhang Yang scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Silence, a commanding voice, silenced the crowd, revealing an elder with an ethereal presence who had appeared before them without notice. Clad in flowing green robes, one hand clasped behind his back and the other stroking his long beard, he spoke lightly. The next trial is the questioning of the heart. Young ones, please proceed. As he finished speaking, the radiant formation slowly descended, unveiling the bamboo grove, a gust of wind swirling forth from within, bringing a refreshing coolness amidst the sweltering heat. Yet, those present did not exhibit any signs of relief. Rather, their expressions turned solemn, as though facing a formidable adversary. It felt akin to a chilling breeze, instilling fear and apprehension in that moment. No one dared to step forward, all remaining frozen in place, either glancing around or swallowing nervously. Only Su Xian pushed through the crowd, hands in his pockets, seemingly oblivious, and swaggered past the elder, directly stepping into the bamboo grove. While others trembled, Su Xian felt no fear. He had no desire for immortality, thus he feared not failure. After all, he would not die this moment. In the mountains, a pool manifested illusions. Around it stood the elders of the Windazong, gathered to observe the heart-questioning bamboo in the heart-questioning grove, the heart-questioning water in the heart-questioning pool. Both were sentient entities and rare treasures of the Windazong. Anyone entering the heart-questioning grove would be ensnared in an illusion, where they would forget their identity, their origins, and their destination. Meanwhile, the heart-questioning water in the heart-questioning pool could project each individual's illusion into the pool. Suddenly, a celestial maiden descended gracefully from the mountains, prompting the crowd to hurriedly bow in respect. Greetings, sect leader. Salutations, sect leader. The newcomer waved her hand, smiling. No need for excessive formality. Rise. Yi Xianyu, the sect leader of the Windazong, was also the first-generation ancestor's disciple. Sect leader, why have you come in person? With nothing to occupy my time, I came to join the excitement. Just then, her gaze fell, coincidentally catching sight of Su Xian stepping boldly into the heart-questioning grove ahead of the others. Narrowing her eyes with a smile, she inquired, Little Shan, is this the child with the sword spirit root whom you brought back? Indeed. Master Yi Xianyu's eyes sparkled like autumn waters, her face adorned with a radiant smile as she praised, truly worthy of the sword's spirit root, possessing a courageous heart and the audacity to pave the way for the world. This child appears quite exceptional. Chapter 3. A question of the desolate village, the dry well, to save or not to save when you are a treasure, the patina is but the sediment of time. At this very moment, the elders of Windazong observe Su Xian with great interest. He merely takes a step forward before the others. Yet what they perceive is a young man standing alone, sword in hand, questioning the heavens. Following the words of the sect leader, they echo in agreement, their eyes filled with unreserved admiration. They proclaim him handsome, with remarkable bone structure and a burgeoning brilliance. Li Qingshan, unable to suppress a smile, solemnly states, on the path of immortality, there is no shortage of exceptionally gifted talents. Yet, in the end, how many truly attain the Tao and become immortals? Beyond innate talent, a steadfast and pure heart is equally vital. If he cannot surpass the trial of the heart query array, he will merely be a fleeting flower, a transient splendor, an I shall not accept him. A chorus of murmurs and discontent arises. Who does not know Windazong? This prodigious sword immortal, Li Shan, has three loves: wine, swords, and showing off. The sect leader, a celestial maiden, gracefully strides to the main seat and gazes at the heart-query pool, leisurely speaking. Indeed, Xiao Shan is correct. Our Windazong is a prestigious sect committed to saving the world and protecting the common folk. Many years ago, our revered ancestor risked peril to venture deep into the North Sea, retrieving the bamboos and waters of the heart-query to establish the heart-query array. Within this array, three essential questions are posed, causing any who enter to forget their identities, their trials, and everything else, thereby revealing their truest selves. This aims to eliminate those with ill intentions, leaving only the pure-hearted. What we fear is that one day, a disciple of Windazong may stray from their original intention, causing chaos in the world. The Taoists and Confucians have debated for millennia whether human nature is inherently good or evil, yet no conclusion has been reached. People are inherently different, born into varied circumstances. It is unreasonable to generalize or draw sweeping conclusions. The crowd concurs with the sect leader's sentiments, hoping for further revelations. The celestial maiden, Yi Xinyu, smiles brightly and says, "Let us wait and see." Li Shan sits upright, exuding an air of confidence. He has great faith in Su Xian. Although the lad seems somewhat resistant to cultivating immortality, once he enters the illusionary array, he will have no choice. He will forget those concerns and follow his heart. As the sect leader suggested, he knows that Su Xian hails from a remote mountain village where the people are simple and kind, living in mutual assistance. Isolated from the outside world, Su Xian is well regarded in the village, known for his kindness and willingness to help, even being groomed as a future village chief. The heart-query's three trials should pose little challenge. In front of the heart-query forest, seeing Su Xian leading the way into the bamboo grove. The others also shed their hesitations and followed suit. In a short while they had all entered. With a wave of his sleeve, the elder closed the array's barrier, cheerfully stating, 963 individuals, I wonder how many will emerge. The bamboo grove is eerily silent and cold, the depths shrouded in darkness. Only a few rays of sunlight filter through the gaps, casting a chilling light. Su Xian instinctively shivers, rubbing his arms and murmuring, this cursed place is truly cold. The group explores the surroundings in small clusters. Suddenly, a gust of wind rises, bringing forth a thick fog that envelopes the entire grove, rising like smoke in waves, quickly obscuring everything. What is happening? Where did this fog come from? It is so cold. Do not fear. I can't see anymore. Where are you? This is terrifying. I want to go home. I want to get out. The fog engulfs all, reducing visibility to mere inches. The cacophony of voices, shouting, crying, merges into a singular tumult. The older ones are merely 15, while the youngest are only 10, their minds still developing and unaccustomed to such chaos, leading many to tears. The noise gives Su Xian a headache. He attempts to struggle, but finds himself paralyzed, his limbs weak and heavy as if drained of life. The fog is toxic. In a daze, he falls backward with a thud. His eyes flutter, catching fleeting glimpses of the surroundings. The cries fade until he closes his eyes completely, and silence envelopes him. By the heart-query pool, the celestial maiden twirls a strand of hair, her lips parting gently. It begins. The crowd gazes intently as the pool's waters ripple, revealing a scene cloaked in thick mist that sways gently, transforming into countless dreamlike images before their eyes. Caw, caw, caw. Cold crows circle the desolate village, emitting haunting cries. Where am I? Zhang Yang wonders, bewildered, having forgotten all that transpired moments ago. Help! Help me! Upon hearing the cries for help, he instinctively follows the sound, entering a small courtyard where a dry well stands. The cries emanate from within, leaning over the well's edge. He gazes down to see a beautiful woman thrashing in the water. Child, please save me. I'll find someone for you. Zhang Yang ripply yes. Don't leave. There is no one else here, just me. I'll get a rope to pull you up. My foot is trapped. I can't reach it. Can you come down and help me? Zhang Yang hesitates, staring into the dark abyss of the well. Please, I beg you. After a fierce internal struggle, Zhang Yang grits his teeth and makes a decision. All right. With that, he descends into the well. A similar scene unfolds in Lin Chanqian's illusion. She merely glances at the well before leaving the courtyard and fleeing the desolate village. Hundreds of illusions play out simultaneously. Some choose to save, others do not. In comparison, those who save are few, while the majority refrain. In an unfamiliar environment, surrounded by strangers and unknown dangers, it is almost natural not to intervene. By the Heartquarry pool, the elders deliberate. This little chubby boy is commendable. He shows kindness, although his aptitude is slightly lacking. Nevertheless, he is not beyond teaching. The Lin girl is also impressive. Although she did not save anyone, she was decisive, unlike many who hesitate. Yi Xianyu remains poised and composed, a smile ever present. The first trial of the Heartquarry tests but one question. If someone falls into the well, saving them may cost you your life. Will you save them or not? Both choices are valid. The savior is benevolent, while the non-savior is wise. Our ancestors have long provided the answer. A gentleman does not save, while a sage does not shy away from duty. They are all children. The choice to save or not is within reason. It can only be said that Zhang Yang may become a sage, benefiting the world, while Lin Qianqian may embody the gentleman, safeguarding herself, nothing more. Thus, no one will be eliminated from this inquiry. Those who save may gain points from the elders. After all, who does not wish for their future disciples to become great sages? Yet, she finds herself curious whether Su Xian, with his sword spirit roots, will choose to save or not. Glancing at Li Qingshan, who is brimming with confidence, she muses, why haven't we seen that sword spirit-rooted child? Everyone else has finished. Why is he still inside? Let us wait a bit longer. He looks sturdy and, being of sword spirit roots, he should recover from the fainting spell more gradually. That makes sense. Look, it's Su Xian's illusion. Chapter 4. Whom to save? The choice of Su Xian. The skies darken over the desolate village, the crows caw, and Su Xian groggily awakens to a chilling scene. The air carries a faint odor of decay. Bewildered, he thinks, what have I gotten myself into? Wait, why do I say again? Help! Help! Hearing the increasingly frantic cries for help, Su Xian snaps back to reality, following the others to the small courtyard where the old well stands. The courtyard walls are weathered, the doors and windows decrepit, and the ground is littered with dead branches and leaves, indicating long neglect. Approaching the well, he peers inside and sees a woman submerged in the water. She wears a light veil, her long hair cascading, lips red and teeth white. Although her features are not entirely clear, she retains an enchanting allure that stirs compassion. Child, can you help me up? You can't come up? My leg is trapped by something, and I cannot reach it. Could you come down and help me? I truly cannot move. Yes, I beg you. Su Xian furrowed his brow and waited. Excellent, thank you. Su Xian scanned the small courtyard, his gaze ultimately resting on the collapsed wall beside the well. He jogged over, picked up a stone, and approached the well, casting a cold glance downwards. Adjusting his grip on the stone, he let it slip from his hands, allowing it to fall freely. Thud! What are you doing? Su Xian glanced down once more. Frowning, this person was still alive. He began to run back and forth between the corner of the wall and the well, dropping stones into it. The piercing screams resonating alongside the cawing of crows in the desolate village at the foot of Wenxin Pond. The elders of the One Dao sect watched Su Xian in the illusion, each furrowing their brows, rendered speechless. Caught between the choice to save or not to save, he opted to fill the well. Is this something a 12-year-old child would do? In the illusion, Su Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead, panting, and took a final look into the well, seeing it was now still before he regretfully ceased his actions. You deceiver, attempting to trick me. I shall bury you instead and see how you harm others henceforth. Withered vines, ancient trees, and cawing crows. A desolate village, a dilapidated courtyard, a dry well. All these elements fit together perfectly. However, discovering a person within the well, particularly a beautiful woman, posed a significant problem. Su Xian was no longer a mere child, unable to be deceived by her. This type of water spirit merely sought to drag others into the depths. He possessed some common sense. After a brief rest, Su Xian departed the desolate village in haste, for such a place was ill-suited for prolonged dwelling. Meanwhile, the elders who had witnessed the entire event found themselves at a loss for words, exchanging glances, their silence punctuated by their gaze drifting towards the sect leader. Li Qingshan clenched his fists, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. The sect leader, Yi Xinyu, gently tapped the armrest of his chair, speaking with great interest. To choose to kill rather than save. This must surely make him the first in the history of the One Dao sect. Li Qingshan pressed his brows together, his cheeks twitching persistently. The others relished in the misfortune. Yet, observing Li Qingshan, Yi Xinyu shifted the topic, slowly stating, "This is not entirely a bad thing. At least this child is meticulous and extraordinary, discerning the signs of the illusion and mistaking that person for a malevolent spirit, which prompted him to act decisively. This aligns with the principles of our One Dao sect, courageous, resolute, and astutely aware, a rarity indeed." The elders felt a sense of discomfort, as if they were being forced to praise him. Nevertheless, his words were indeed reasonable, and they quickly echoed their agreement. The sect leader speaks wisely. This child is decisive in his actions and destined for greatness. At such a young age, he dares to suppress evil spirits, fearing that future generations may follow in his footsteps, choosing execution and burial, demonstrating considerable forethought. In the first inquiry of Wenxin, he has created a third answer, making this child truly unprecedented. Indeed, listening to the laughter and chatter, Li Qingshan felt somewhat relieved, clearing his throat and solemnly declaring, "Encountering malevolent spirits and eliminating them. Who else could take on such a role? We as cultivators ought to do so." Yi Xinyu smiled without comment. The elders were entirely contemptuous. However, as a new illusion unfolded in Wenxin Pond, the second inquiry concerning Su Xian was briefly concluded. The first inquiry primarily served as a test, not an elimination round. Even if Su Xian's actions were perplexing and astonishing, the focus of evaluation remained on the second and third inquiries. Just like before, when the second inquiry commenced, all participants once again fell into a trance, finding themselves in an unfamiliar environment. This time, however, they encountered an ancient immortal who could summon clouds and rain at will, presenting yet another illusion. In this vision, a runaway horse-drawn carriage sped forward, with 5 individuals lying on one side of the main road and one person lying on a side path. Whoever the carriage struck would surely perish. The ancient immortal asked, "As an outsider, you can control the direction of the carriage once. Will you choose to run over the 5 individuals or the one?" Zhang Yang inquired, "Who is the good person?" The ancient immortal replied that he did not know. Zhang Yang asked again, "Can I stop the carriage?" The ancient immortal stated that this was impossible. In the end, Zhang Yang made no choice. Lin Qianqian also refrained from making a selection. The galloping carriage continued forward, ultimately dissipating as it neared the intersection. This signified the successful passage of the trial. Those who chose to strike down 1 or even 5 individuals fell into a dream, succumbing to slumber, which also indicated failure in the assessment. At Wenxin Pond, sighs could be heard. Alas, out of over 1,000, only a few hundred remained. Such a pity. It has always been thus. It is regrettable that the young boy with a single fire root has been eliminated, leaving him to be claimed by other sections. In the second inquiry, to abstain from choice meant passing, while making a selection equated to failure. Cultivators, by nature, possess means far exceeding those of ordinary folk, especially when they attain the Yuan-Ying realm. Manipulating weather becomes second nature, and if one cannot restrain oneself, meddling in mortal affairs could spell disaster. To govern oneself strictly and not to intervene in worldly matters driven by personal desires or whims is the first lesson for the cultivators of the One Dao sect. In the second inquiry, regardless of whether it was 5 individuals or 1, deciding who should die without understanding right from wrong or good from evil is inherently flawed. This presents a trap. To abstain is, in fact, a choice. Li Qingshan preached, "It is better to have none than to have too many." Every sage's text conveys a singular principle to the young. At all times, one must hold compassion and reverence for life. To cause another's death due to personal likes or dislikes cannot be deemed a mistake, yet a cultivator should not act thus. The crowd remained silent, wordless. It is indeed so. Although the second inquiry was peculiar, it existed within a time constraint. As long as no answer was provided within the allotted time, it would be considered an abandonment, thus passing the trial. Should one possess respect and compassion for life, hesitation would arise, and within that moment of hesitation, one would inadvertently pass. Those eliminated had chosen too hastily. In their eyes, the lives of others were mere trifles, insignificant. Although, compared to immortals, mortals are akin to ants. The One Dao sect does not share that sentiment. As Li Qingshan stated, it is better to have none than to have too many. Xiaoshan, what do you think Su Xian would choose? Li Qingshan pondered briefly, shaking his head. I do not know. I wonder if he will surprise us. Unlike her expectations, Li Qingshan felt a sense of trepidation. He could only hope that this troublesome boy would refrain from causing any more chaos. Chapter 5. Not acting like a human. Within the Wenxin pool, in Su Xian's illusion, he gazed at the ancient immortal before him and then at the convergence of illusions created by the immortal. His mind racing with thoughts. Something is amiss. Very amiss. He struggled to recall the journey through time, the village of Hodao, going up the mountain to hunt, encountering a banished immortal who asked if he wished to cultivate. Then the ancient immortal asked, "Young man, have you made your choice? Will you choose to run over the 5 on the main road or the 1 on the side path?" The ancient immortal gazed at him with a benevolent expression. Su Xian slowly raised his head. The truck transformed into a horse-drawn carriage. The playful child became the adult lying down. The question remained the same. The backdrop had changed, and thus the tools had shifted as well. Unintentionally, he pinched his thigh hard. Not painful at all, just as I thought. He lifted his head, meeting the gaze of the ancient immortal, a glimmer of cleverness flickering in his eyes as he bared his teeth and declared, "I have made my choice." "What is your answer?" Su Xian replied, "I will not choose yet. Let the carriage continue straight, running over all 5 of them." The ancient immortal appeared perplexed. Su Xian paused, his tone deepening ominously, and said, "Then turn around and crush this last one too. Let us finish him off, ha." The old immortal was taken aback. Su Xian narrowed his eyes, gazing at the dazed old immortal, and inquired, "Is there a problem? You cannot do this." The old immortal replied. Su Xian countered, "Didn't you say that I could control the direction of the carriage? You never said anything about not being able to turn around. Who told them to sleep in the middle of the road? It serves them right to be crushed." The old immortal fell silent. He merely posed a question born from the heart-questioning bamboo, much like a preordained program, incapable of addressing every problem that arose. At this moment, it was akin to an erroneous command, frozen in confusion. As time elapsed, dissipating like smoke, the illusion of the carriage he had conjured vanished as well. "Hey, old dang, don't leave. Can't handle the game? How boring." After a prolonged silence without response, Su Xian clicked his tongue, inwardly thinking, "Little brat, you thought you could trap me. You were just as cunning." By the heart-questioning pool, the atmosphere was thick with silence, so still that even a falling needle could be heard. Elders and the sect leader alike stood frozen in place, much like the old immortal in the illusion, bewildered. The world was enveloped in silence. It was only after Su Xian's illusion faded that they regained their senses. "You look at me, and I look at you." The expressions in their eyes were intriguing. To crush them all to death, was that something a human could accomplish? The flattery and praise from a moment ago transformed into slaps against their own faces in an instant. Li Qingshan lowered his head, his expression grim, feeling murderous intent rising within him. Even the usually calm Yi Xinyu found herself at a loss for words, her face stiffening and trembling at intervals. This was no mere child. He was a little devil. Yet, remarkably, in the second round of the heart questioning, he was still deemed to have passed. Because the carriage could not turn around. Because the rule stated that one could not crush them all to death. Thus, his choice was invalidated, and, as time ran out, it equated to an automatic forfeit. It was as if he had exploited a loophole. Consequently, the members of the Taoist sect fell into silence. He had passed. But could such a person truly be accepted? One individual, summoning courage, tentatively asked the sect leader, "Do you think we can still take this child?" Yi Xinyu did not answer but countered, "What do you all think? The intent to kill is too heavy. He must not be allowed to remain," someone asserted. "Yet he has passed. Moreover, he possesses a sword spirit root," another added. Some argued against retaining him, citing moral grounds, while others suggested adhering to the rules out of reluctance to lose talent. Yi Xinyu inquired, "Xiaoshan, you brought him back. What do you think?" Li Qingshan's gaze flickered, sensing the scrutiny of those around him, and he steeled himself to speak. Is it possible that he did so intentionally? "Oh, Li Qingshan cleared his throat and stated, "I believe we must respect the heart-questioning array's choice. A gentleman judges the heart, not the actions, even if he spoke some nonsense." The heart-questioning array deemed him to have passed, indicating that his heart cannot be so simple. A wave of hushed murmurs followed, yet no one challenged him. for the rules were established by their ancestors. Yi Xinyu shook her head with a smile, lending support. Xiao Shan has a point. The rules were set by our forebears. If we were to reject someone who passed the heart-questioning array, rumors would spread, tarnishing the reputation of our Taoist sect. Let's first observe the third question. She thought to herself that it was unlikely that anything unexpected would occur in the third question. The others nodded in agreement, expressing their approval. The third question of the heart questioning was set by a river, with a bridge spanning its waters. Su Xian stood in the center of the bridge, holding an axe. However, unlike the previous two instances, Su Xian was no longer confused. He clearly remembered what had transpired. The illusion of the heart-questioning array was a deceptive trick. Once one recognized it as an illusion, they would not be ensnared within it. Even while immersed in the illusion, one's heart could remain as clear as a mirror. Su Xian, being a time traveler, possessed a maturity of mind beyond that of ordinary individuals. As a time traveler, he had an even greater mental and spiritual capacity, and the familiarity with the previous question allowed him to gain insight. It was an accident, yet also within reason. Su Xian glanced around at the unfamiliar surroundings and muttered, "Here we go again." With a sudden plop, the axe in his hand fell into the water, leaving Su Xian feeling perplexed. He had not released it. What is happening? Instinctively, he looked down at the bridge, only to see bubbles rising from where the axe had fallen. The bubbles increased in number and height until a refined man dressed in white and wearing a green hat appeared above the river, standing in midair. Before him floated 3 axes, lined up in a row. He squinted, smiling gently, his voice elongated. "Young lad, did you just drop this worn-out iron axe? This spirit tool axe? Or perhaps this celestial axe? The ordinary, dilapidated axe. The axe glowing with spiritual energy. And the golden, resplendent celestial axe." Even someone entirely ignorant of cultivation could discern that the golden one was extraordinary. The third question of the heart questioning was about honesty. It examined whether one could maintain their true self in the face of desire, for desires are like ravines, difficult to fill, akin to rolling stones from high mountains that once set in motion cannot be stopped. As long as one answers honestly, they can pass. Yet, faced with such temptation, how many children of this age could remain unaffected? At this moment, within the illusion of the heart-questioning pool, some declared outright that they had dropped the celestial axe. Others chose to settle for the spirit tool axe. Naturally, a portion adamantly claimed that all 3 were theirs. The outcomes were predictable. They all failed. However, the elders fixated their gazes on Su Xian's illusion, more curious about his choice than anyone else's. After all, based on his previous performance, the situation did not look promising. At this moment, everyone held their breath, particularly Li Qingshan, who repeatedly swallowed hard, his palms drenched in sweat, silently praying for something. He had never felt so tense in his life. In the illusion, Su Xian could no longer hold back. His cheeks trembled irregularly. The river spirit had even manifested. He was genuinely impressed. He glanced up at the river spirit, perceiving it as if it were a fool, with hands in his pockets. He turned and walked towards the opposite bank. What a nerve! The river spirit was stunned. Li Qingshan was also bewildered. Everyone was left in shock. He just walked away. Chapter 6. Teasing the river god Li Qingshan was the first to react, his eyes rolling as he glanced at his dazed fellow disciples. He maintained a serious tone and repeatedly exclaimed, "Not bad, not bad, not bad." The crowd was even more confused, staring at Li Qingshan as if he were a fool. Ignoring their bewilderment, Li Qingshan earnestly praised, to stand before the river spirit without flinching, to disdain the celestial axe presented before him. Not only refusing to take it, but not even casting a glance. One must ask, even we as immortals might not achieve such a feat. A child with such a disposition is rare, truly worth my effort in bringing him back. We practitioners ought to. His words were abruptly cut off as he furrowed his brow tightly. This was because the illusion of Su Xian underwent another change. The youth's figure unexpectedly returned. Why did he come back? Who knows? Naturally, everyone was too engrossed in the unfolding illusion to pay attention to Li Qingshan's boasting. At this moment, the river spirit wore a perplexed expression, gazing at the boy who had returned, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. "Why are you back?" Su Xian looked up and met the river spirit's gaze, saying, "I just remembered, I did drop an axe." The river spirit was momentarily stunned, but did not dwell on it. He repeated his lines. "Young lad, did you drop this worn-out iron axe, this spirit tool axe?" Or perhaps this celestial axe? Su Xian shook his head without a moment's thought, saying, none of those. He Ling tilted her head, puzzled. Su Xian continued. I lost an ancient artifact, the Pangu axe. He Ling's small eyes widened in surprise. What are you standing there for? Quickly, retrieve it for me. Her smile remained gentle, yet her words seemed to be forced through gritted teeth. I do not possess the Pangu axe. You must be mistaken, young man. Su Xian, unfazed, boldly accused. You're lying, He Ling. You wish to keep my Pangu axe for yourself. I do not. You do. I do not. You definitely do. Enraged, He Ling summoned torrents of water that surged around her, transforming into colossal waves that obscured the sky, darkening the bright day. With the fury of the world's waters, she declared, I said I do not. Yet Su Xian remained unperturbed, his demeanor unchanged as he squinted defiantly and provocatively retorted, you do. Shall I end your life? Su Xian mockingly replied, so you wish to silence me, do you? Go ahead, kill me. He Ling could no longer contain her wrath. Seizing 3 axes and charging at Su Xian on the bridge amidst the deluge. The winds howled and the waves crashed, but Su Xian stood firm, unyielding. The tempest and the furious He Ling dissipated like a fleeting breeze, leaving the bridge unchanged. The river remained the same, and Su Xian still stood at the bridge's edge, completely unharmed. Only 3 axes, black, white, and gold, remained on the bridge. Standing in the center, Su Xian began to voice his complaints towards the river below. Don't leave. Why don't you come and finish me off? Come out for a duel. You should change your name from He Ling to Turtle, hiding like a timid turtle. Yet beneath the river's surface, nothing stirred. Su Xian soon grew bored. Looking at the 3 axes on the bridge, he kicked each one into the river. Initially, he intended to leave, for he realized this was merely an illusion. However, as he discerned the fantasy, the memories sealed by the Wenxin bamboo began to resurface. Naturally, he recalled he was participating in the assessment of the Wen Dao sect. He was keenly aware of what this stage required. Honesty. He had learned this in elementary school. Thus, he returned to engage in some mischief. Not only did he lie, but he also falsely accused He Ling, confident that despite his antics, he could still pass. He clapped his hands and strode away. In the Wenxin pool, the onlookers were utterly bewildered, their minds blank and their thoughts chaotic. Li Qingshan, much like He Ling, was completely flustered, disregarding his usual composure as he rolled up his sleeves, pointing at the illusions in the Wenxin pool, and exclaimed, he did it on purpose. He is definitely doing this on purpose. This boy must not be allowed to remain. I will end him. Do not stop me. Yi Xinyu took the lead, and a group simply watched him in silence. Do not stop me. Even if I am punished, I will end him. Yi Xinyu replied, go ahead. Li Qingshan asked. Go. Take him down. We will not stop you. Li Qingshan weakly responded, I really will go. Yi Xinyu squinted. Go ahead. I promise not to punish you. Li Qingshan's gaze faltered, and he instantly lost his anger. Only a teacher knows a student well. He retreated, mumbling, he is definitely doing this on purpose. This boy surely knows this is an illusion. The others, observing Li Qingshan's humiliation, did not mock him, but instead shook their heads, bemused. Even though it was unbelievable, they cannot deny the truth. Su Xian was indeed acting with intent. His actions had transcended the realm of normalcy. It was evident that he recognized this as an illusion. Hence, from beginning to end, they had all been played. This explained why his behavior was so peculiar. A group of elders had been outwitted by a mere 12-year-old boy. Who would believe such a tale? Upon recalling their earlier reactions and remarks, they felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing they could vanish into the ground. You were meant to pass the assessment, not break the illusion. What can we say about that? Were they even human? Meanwhile, at Wenxin Forest, the mist that had lingered for an hour gradually dissipated, and the successful boys and girls emerged one after another from the other end of the bamboo grove. They looked at each other, bewildered. But upon glancing back at Zhu Ling, joy filled their hearts. No one remembered what had transpired, feeling as though they had merely taken a nap. Aside from a slight heaviness in their heads, everything seemed normal. However, they understood the outcome. They had emerged, signifying they had passed the assessment. In the Wenxin pool, countless small illusions faded as the thick fog lifted, replaced by a clear projection of bamboo groves. The elders remained, their gazes fixed on the grove. Aside from those who had exited, many participants of the assessment lay sprawled on the ground, motionless. Su Xian was among them. Observing the fainted boy, they were truly perplexed. They could not comprehend Su Xian's actions, the mockery within the illusion, and the farce beyond it. What was he aiming for? While others were eager to join the One Dao sect, Su Xian seemed intent on disqualifying himself through reckless behavior. They could not fathom his motives. The One Dao sect was the foremost sect in the entire Fanzhou, second only to the three teachings. Did he not wish to cultivate immortality? Yet that made no sense. How could anyone not want to cultivate? Aside from Li Qingshan, every one of them was left in confusion. What did he truly desire? They did not know. Did that mean he had passed? He had shattered the formation, yet he was being eliminated. If word got out, they would bear the shame. Yi Xinyu looked at Li Qingshan with an intriguing expression. Little mountain, the one you brought back, could you make a trip? Li Qingshan retorted, Master, should I keep him? Yi Xinyu narrowed her eyes, smiling, sword spirit root, breaking the illusion formation. What do you think? Yi Xinyu's smile faded, and she said seriously, speak to him properly. Li Qingshan replied solemnly, I understand. Chapter 7. Stop acting. Li Qingshan departed. Yi Xinyu followed suit, and the elders hastily left the Wenxin pool, heading straight to the One Dao Square on the main peak. The first trial was Wen Ling, the second was Wen Xian, and the third was Wen Jian. Once Wen Jian concluded, the final step of the disciples' recruitment ceremony would commence. The third trial, Wen Jian, was not particularly noteworthy. It resembled a mere formalities before initiation. Essentially, those who had passed the second trial were already considered disciples of the One Dao sect. Their gathering at the Wenxin pool to glimpse the illusion was simply to observe the children's performance in the Wen Xian trial, in addition to assessing their talent data from Wen Ling, allowing them to select suitable candidates when the time came. Nothing more. In the square, the 7 peak masters and the elders, arriving at their leisure, took advantage of the new disciples' absence to engage in idle chatter, discussing their opinions on the newcomers in pairs or small groups. Whether in admiration or in critique, the young girl from the Lin family is indeed remarkable. Possessing an ice attribute single spiritual root, she appears intelligent, and her future prospects are boundless. Interestingly, the head of the Lin family once trained at my Jian peak, which seems to be a twist of fate. Among this group, she truly stands out in various aspects. However, her complex disposition and strong utilitarian mindset may lead to counterproductive outcomes, necessitating further guidance. The child with a single earth attribute spiritual root is also commendable. Though his performance during the 3 inquiries was rather unremarkable, and he seems quite ordinary, the earth attribute is inherently grounded and stable, which is not without its merits. Zhang Yang, the chubby boy, possesses a pure heart. He was the only one to pass the first inquiry of rescuing someone from a well, which is commendable. Regrettably, his spiritual root is somewhat lacking, and to achieve greatness, he must put in considerable effort. As for Su Xian, his name evokes a palpable silence among the group, eliciting furrowed brows and wrinkled noses, accompanied by various expressions of discontent. Only one venerable swordsman, revered for his wisdom, offered a measured comment. This child, Su Xian, possesses undeniable talent. Setting aside his character, he is the best prospect I have encountered in my time. However, should he remain, I fear that our Taoist sect will be thrown into chaos. The group shared a rare consensus, fully aware of the implications. Given his temperament, it is indeed challenging for the Taoist sect to maintain tranquility. Anyone who becomes his mentor would likely suffer greatly. Fortunately, this concern does not rest on their shoulders, as he was brought back by Li Qingshan, who had already decided his fate. Initially, as the inquiry concluded, they felt envious. After all, who wouldn't desire a mutated sword's spiritual root? However, now, one could only feel a fleeting sympathy for Li Qingshan. No weighties, no weighties. Every illustrious sect has its share of highly talented disciples who indulge in mischief while neglecting their duties, exhibiting eccentric personalities. We must trust in the capabilities of our junior, brother Qingshan. At that moment, within the heart of Wenxin Lin, Su Xian, who had been feigning sleep, felt an encroaching darkness, as if overshadowed by a figure. A familiar voice broke the silence. Stop pretending. Rise. Su Xian remained motionless. Li Qingshan, his expression grim, lowered his voice. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, you best get up. Su Xian slowly opened his eyes and sat up, feigning surprise and confusion. Where am I? How did I end up here? Li Qingshan's lips twitched with irritation as he replied, Are you addicted to acting? Su Xian gazed at him with wide eyes. seemingly oblivious. Taking a deep breath, Li Qingshan cut to the chase. Su Xian, I know you did this on purpose. I will not waste time beating around the bush. You have caused a significant problem. You breached the Wenxin formation, and before you lies but two paths. The first, suppress your little schemes and follow me diligently in your training, and I assure you, you shall not be wronged. The second, I cast you into the wild wolf valley, where the ferocious wolves shall devour you, taking the secrets of Wenxin Lin with you. Choose wisely. Su Xian was indignant, retorting, no, wait a moment, that wasn't my intention. It was your ill-crafted illusion array that had too many flaws. How is that my fault? Besides, I've stated I have no desire to pursue immortality. Yet you insisted on bringing me back. And now it's somehow my fault? Li Qingshan remained unfazed, stating coolly, that is your concern, not mine. You need only provide me with an answer. Choose one, or choose two. Su Xian, no longer a child, recognized that Li Qingshan was intentionally trying to intimidate him. Moreover, the secret of Wenxin Lin was of no consequence. Those who entered would forget regardless. He understood that Li Qingshan had gone through great lengths to bring him back. Clearly valuing his spiritual root, he felt akin to a precious gem. Whoever found him would be reluctant to discard him. Upon emerging from the sword spiritual root, leaving was not an option. Understanding his own temperament, he knew that if he could not obtain something, he would rather destroy it. Remaining was his only choice. At least with the sword's spiritual root, he would not fare poorly. As the old adage goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Regarding the earlier antics with the celestial and river deity within the Wenxin formation, he considered them merely a means to irk Li Qingshan. Upsharbing Li Qingshan's damiano. Su Xian realized he had accomplished his aim. After indulging in their playful banter, they stood up, dusted off their clothes, and nonchalantly remarked, let us consider this settled. If it's about cultivation, I shall comply with you. With that, he crossed his arms behind his head and hummed a tune, leisurely making his way out of the bamboo grove. It would be better to renounce worldly ties and sever all emotions. It is better not to meet, better not to encounter. Li Qingshan watched the youth's retreating figure fade into the bamboo forest, letting out a melancholic sigh. What sin have I committed? With that, he hurried after Su Xian. As for the third challenge, Wenjian, he had already informed the sect that he would oversee it, ensuring Su Xian would not cause further disturbances. His day had already been filled with embarrassment and shame. No sooner had Li Qingshan departed than a throng of disciples from the Deacon Hall emerged from the bamboo grove, tasked with carrying those who had failed. The unsuccessful candidates would briefly lose consciousness and would only awaken after being removed from Wenxin Lin. This is also why the narrative around the second inquiry spoke of those who passed walking out, while those who were eliminated were taken away. Who was that lad? Quite the presence. Su Xian, you don't know? He is the one who awakened the sword spiritual root. Indeed, he was personally brought back by the Peak Master. With a sword spiritual root, he certainly looks promising. Enough chatter. Let us get to work. Once we finish, we can head to the Dao Square for the spectacle. What is so interesting? You know nothing. Last time, several elders and the Peak Master nearly came to blows over a disciple. It was brutal. They went all out. Is that true? Elders fighting? We must go see. Chapter 8. The path to longevity is that Su Xian? I thought he had been eliminated. Why has he taken so long? Su Xian leisurely emerged from the bamboo grove, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He was the first to enter, but the last to exit. Lin Qianqian appeared thoughtful, while others whispered among themselves. A chubby boy in the crowd stretched on tiptoes, waving his hand. Xiange, over here. Zhang Yang, a few months older than Su Xian, left a deep impression. The affable chubby boy ambled over, grinning. Fatty, you made it through too. Zhang Yang scratched his head modestly. Just lucky, haha. Su Xian's gaze swept across the remaining crowd. Originally thousands had entered the bamboo grove, yet now fewer than 100 remained, revealing a 10-to-1 elimination rate. He couldn't help but marvel. The one Dao sect truly selects its disciples from a sea of candidates. Every 5 years they recruit, and they only take a handful each time. Clearly, they are on an elite path. What does this prove? It signifies the competitive nature of the disciples here. Zhang Yang asked, Xiange, why did you come out so late? Su Xian replied nonchalantly, I was tired, so I took a nap. Oh, nope. Zhang Yang was taken aback. Su Xian retorted, every 5 years they recruit, and with so few taken, the one Dao sword sect is bound to falter. Not quite 100, though, Zhang Yang countered. Su Xian casually remarked, isn't there another challenge? Zhang Yang beamed, revealing his white teeth. Yes, the one Jian challenge. but it's just a formality. Just relax, Xian Yi. A formality? Just as Su Xian was about to inquire further, Li Qingshan emerged from the bamboo grove. And, at his appearance, the surroundings fell silent. The crowd ceased their chatter and instinctively straightened their postures. Li Qingshan. They of course did not know him personally, but they had seen him. He had arrived swiftly as the inquiry was concluding, and the disciples in the mountains referred to him as the Peak Master, suggesting he was indeed a significant figure within the One Dao sect. Dressed in azure robes with flowing sleeves and hair tied back, Li Qingshan moved at a measured pace, yet covered the distance of 100 meters in mere steps. In the brief moment it takes to blink, he appeared from another direction behind the crowd, like a breeze drifting by. The youth were awestruck. Li Qingshan spoke calmly. The third trial is the sword inquiry, and I shall guide you there. Follow me. After saying this, he led the way, deliberately slowing his pace, while the 100 or so individuals hurriedly followed. Cautious not to lag behind or rush forward and disturb the celestial being, accompanied by the sound of wrestling. A naive young girl exclaimed how beautiful the celestial being was. A young lad, still innocent, proclaimed his ambition to become such a celestial being in the future. Brother Xian, who is he? He looks quite formidable, Zhang Yang whispered, stifling his voice. Not familiar, replied Su Xian, glancing at Li Qingshan's retreating figure. Oh, it's nothing. We just happened to cross paths. He insisted on taking me as his disciple, claiming I possess extraordinary potential. So I decided to give him a chance and came along. Zhang Yang remarqued. It's true that he insisted, but the part about giving him a chance is a stretch. You were practically dragged here. Two youths nearby looked on with disdain, tilting their heads skyward, engaging in playful banter. Brother, why does it seem darker? Oh, why is it dark? Because there are cows flying in the sky. How can cows fly? Because someone is blowing air. Su Xian glanced over, his gaze playful. You two don't believe me? The two remained silent, yet their attitudes spoke volumes. Su Xian waved dismissively, believe it or not. This provoked laughter from the surrounding crowd. Li Qingshan walked ahead, his head lowered. A dark line stretching from his forehead to his chin, his fists instinctively clenched, his facial muscles twitching irregularly, gritting his teeth as if he had been wronged. They climbed long steps and traversed narrow paths until reaching a mountain peak, where they beheld a cliff that seemed to touch the heavens. The gorge below was unfathomably deep, shrouded in mist, with the sound of wind echoing like the roars of abyssal beasts. A long bridge, with menacing iron chains, spanned the chasm, ascending gradually to the peak on the opposite side, where it vanished into the clouds. The bridge loomed there, unsupported below, with iron chains cascading from the sky, wide enough for several horse-drawn carriages to pass side by side. Upon first sight of this bridge, the crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with wonder. Even Su Xian could not help but exclaim, such craftsmanship! The celestial beings truly possess remarkable abilities. Such engineering, even in modern infrastructure, would be rare. This must be the Chongqing Bridge. It's grander than I imagined. The Wenjian Peak must be right across. The majestic Chongqing Bridge and the path of the sword inquiry beckoned them forward, promising that crossing it would make them disciples of the Wen Dao sect. A path to true success in life, haha. Li Qingshan halted, turned around, and with an intentional gaze towards Su Xian, said softly, cross this bridge, and upon reaching the other side, you shall become disciples of the Wen Dao sect. After speaking, he vanished in a blur. The group of young men and women exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered. Su Xian was momentarily dazed. Is that it? A somewhat eccentric youth in the crowd raised his arm and called out, fellow Taoists, what are we waiting for? Cross the celestial bridge, ascend to the other side, inquire about the path to immortality, charge. They too moved forward. As they spoke, a throng surged onto the long bridge, rushing toward the other side. Some running eagerly while others walked, gazing about. Zhang Yang sniffed excitedly and said, Brother Xian, let's go too. Su Xian cast a cool glance at the clouds above and replied, let us go. With purposeful strides, he stepped onto the Chongqing Bridge. The bridge was wide, the gorge deep, the iron chains and stones intertwined, with a strong wind blowing, and the altitude brought a chill. The group of youths seemed like Lu Lao Lao stepping into the Grandview Garden, exploring every nook and cranny with incessant chatter. As they proceeded, Su Xian felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw a figure bounding toward him, tilting her head, hands clasped behind her back, beaming. We meet again. Su Xian raised an eyebrow. Haven't we always been together? Lin Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, her brows smoothing out. True enough. The chubby boy waved his hand, greeting them. Hey, Lin Ye. Lin Qianqian, somewhat surprised, replied, Oh, you passed too, fatty. Zhang Yang scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. Just lucky, just lucky. Lin Qianqian rolled her eyes and said mildly, Luck favors the foolish. Zhang Yang responded with a confused Lin Qianqian sneakily glanced at Su Xian and smiled. Su Xian, let us walk together. Su Xian replied, As you wish. You come from the mountains, don't you? Is it that obvious? Only those from the mountains would wear clothes made entirely of animal hide. Good eye. Chapter 9. Indeed, there is something foul. Halfway through their journey, with no wind or waves, Su Xian mumbled that this was truly a mere formality. Nothing was happening. You don't know? Lin Qianqian inquired. Su Xian, puzzled, asked, No what? Lin Qianqian, with a hint of mystery, replied, Why is it called the Sword Inquiry? What does it mean? Su Xian shook his head. Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment before also shaking his head. Lin Qianqian smiled gently, saying, This bridge is named Chongqing Bridge, and this gorge is called Yijian Gorge. The mountain on the other side is Wenjian Mountain, the foremost peak of the Wendao sect, the true entrance of her sect. After a pause, she asked Su Xian, Do you know why this bridge is called Chongqing Bridge? Su Xian shook his head again. Lin Qianqian answered her own question. The magnificent Chongqing Bridge leads to the Sword Inquiry and the path of immortality. Crossing this bridge and reaching Wenjian Peak symbolizes stepping into the Wendao sect, embarking on a path to immortality, hence the name Chongqing Bridge, which implies that crossing it grants you eternal life. Zhang Yang exclaimed in realization, Oh, Su Xian silentis cop superstito. Lin Qianqian continued, Do you know why this gorge is called Yijian Gorge? Su Xian shook his head once more, completely oblivious. Zhang Yang leaned forward, chiming in. Yijian Gorge was not naturally formed. It was cleaved by a single sword strike, hence its name. Su Xian was taken aback, instinctively glancing around. The gorge was unfathomably deep, wide without bounds, and long enough that its ends faded into the horizon. To think a single sword could achieve such a feat. Just the thought of it sent chills down his spine. Wow, how fierce. Lin Qianqian, hands behind her back, head held high, her cheeks dimpled, recounted with enthusiasm. 10,000 years ago, this realm was plagued by demons and monsters, with fierce beasts ravaging the land. Yet, a sword immortal emerged, wielding a sword to restore balance, vanquishing demons and saving humanity. With just one person and one sword, he commanded respect, his name echoing throughout the lands, causing creatures to retreat and evil to flee. The world revered him as the Sword Ancestor. This Sword Ancestor is the founding figure of the Wendao sect. After driving away the evils, to ensure they would not return to wreak havoc, he used his unparalleled powers to move mountains and seas and employed geomancy to seal the fates of the three tribes here. He built a sect gate, recruited disciples, and spread teachings to the world, establishing a protective barrier. At the gate, he struck a sword, hence the name Yijian Gorge, using 3 celestial swords to ward off demons, creating a grand protective formation within this gorge. The formation is concealed in the depths. Demons and monsters dare not stir, and if they do, the sword shall be drawn to ensure their demise. Only disciples of the Wendao sect may traverse Yijian Gorge via this Chongqing Bridge. Otherwise, the sect's protective formation will activate, cutting down any intruders. Pausing here, Lin Qianqian turned around, walking backward, gazing at the captivated Su Xian, and smiled brightly. What is the Sword Inquiry? Simply put, it is about asking whether you can enter the Wendao sect by inquiring about slaying demons, suppressing evil, and dispelling darkness, in order to prevent those malevolent entities from employing extraordinary means to obscure heavenly secrets and infiltrate the Wendazong. This measure may seem superfluous, yet it is a precautionary step against unforeseen dangers. We merely need to walk forward and gain the recognition of the 3 swords, which will allow us to receive a trace of sword essence planted in our dantians from the sword steel. In the future, when traversing the Wendazong's grand formation, we need not cross this bridge again. This is the origin of the 3rd trial, known as the Inquiry of the Sword. Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled with clarity as he grasped the situation. Ah, I understand now. They fear that some unsavory entities might infiltrate our ranks, he remarked. Lin Qianqian nodded in agreement. Su Xian stroked his chin, deep in thought, murmuring, "Is it not said that those who are not of our kin must possess different hearts?" While there is some truth to that, the Windoxian sect appears excessively exclusive. It may find it challenging to thrive, perhaps contenting itself with a small territory, but not aspiring to dominate the world. Su Xian's knowledge of this realm was limited. Yet he was aware that celestial beings traversed the skies and that mystical creatures resided in the deep mountains. He often listened to the village elders recount tales of ghosts and monsters, feeling as though he were experiencing those adventures firsthand. However, Su Xian was no longer a child. As a traveler from another realm, he understood that whether they be ghosts, monsters, spirits, demons, or humans, all could possess both benevolent and malevolent traits. Of course, without knowing the full context, one should refrain from hasty conclusions. Perhaps there exist secrets unknown to most. "What did you say?" Lin Qianqian inquired, leaning in with curiosity. Su Xian, snapping back to reality, dismissed it nonchalantly. Nothing important. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang cast a vigilant glance around them, lowering his voice. "Hey, Xiange, do you think there might actually be some foul entity among us?" Lin Qianqian simply smiled and remained silent. Su Xian chuckled. "What are you worried about? Such coincidences are exceedingly rare." Lin Qianqian chimed in. "Indeed, perhaps there were those who dared in the past, but they are long gone. It has merely been said that we are going through the motions." Zhang Yang felt reassured by their discussion, his earlier wariness dissipating. However, the next moment, Su Xian froze, his gaze fixed intently on a figure ahead, swallowing hard. "Why have we stopped?" The two inquired, puzzled by a sudden halt. Su Xian, Gomlai. Could it really be such a coincidence? Their confusion deepened. "What are you talking about?" As they spoke, they instinctively followed Su Xian's line of sight and were instantly struck with dread. "What the?" Zhang Yang pointed ahead, about to shout, but Su Xian swiftly covered his mouth, signaling him to remain quiet. Zhang Yang understood and nodded, swallowing the words he had nearly blurted out. Before them stood a youth, walking forward with an eerie gait, as if he had lost his soul. Most unsettling was the trail of footprints behind him, resembling melted black wax, exuding an almost imperceptible black mist. As he continued onward, it appeared as if he were gradually dissolving. Lin Qianqian, feeling anxious, instinctively shrank back behind Su Xian. After all, she was merely 12, a child at heart. Faced with this sudden unknown, fear was inevitable. Zhang Yang, covering his mouth, felt his legs begin to tremble. Lin Qianqian instinctively grasped Su Xian's sleeve, her voice trembling. "Su Xian, what should we do?" Su Xian rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that he had no idea either. This was his first encounter with such a scenario. Nevertheless, he was certain that this entity was not something benign. His thoughts raced, and he whispered urgently, "Run? Run where?" "Shoo! Keep your voice down and step back." Chapter 10. The sword name slays demons. The three of them stared intently at that ominous figure, quietly retreating, before turning to huddle together, crouching like thieves. Those around them looked on in confusion, but fortunately, their pace was slow, and there were not many behind them, making little noise. Zhang Yang whispered, "Xiange, let us just dash away." Su Xian feigned calmness. "Stay composed." Lin Qianqian timidly observed. "That person seems to be of the earth attribute called Ao Dai. He looks so honest. How could he be a malevolent spirit? Is that so? Don't look back. Such a dubious name suggests he has no good." Exactly. As they conversed, the peculiar figure exhibited an even stranger transformation, dissolving completely like ice cream under the blazing sun. His body slumped to the ground, emitting a series of low, muffled moans, yet he continued to writhe forward. Roar! This bizarre scene soon caught the attention of the crowd, eliciting gasps and murmurs of shock. "Look, what is wrong with him? What is that thing? Brother, what happened to you? A monster, a monster!" Simultaneously, beneath the long bridge, from the depths of the chasm, a sound akin to a dragon's roar echoed, a sword's cry. Zung! Oh! Then, a sword surged forth from the depths of the chasm, enveloped in boundless sword intent, hurtling towards the youth. "Evil spirit, begone! Celestial sword, arise!" The grand formation is activated. In an instant, the entire long bridge trembled violently. The boy, Ao Dai, suddenly lifted his head. His face, now utterly unrecognizable, was contorted in rage as his blood-red eyes locked onto the approaching sword, bellowing in fury. Roar! He tore apart his own flesh, countless tendrils of black mist erupting from within, enveloping the area in an instant, revealing a grotesque creature, neither human nor ghost, that leapt forth to confront the celestial sword. The surrounding youths and maidens were struck dumb by the sudden turn of events. Some collapsed to the ground, others crawled or rolled away, and some even wet themselves in fright. The cacophony of their screams drowned out the sword's cry and the beast's roar. Su Xian swiftly turned back, and in that fleeting glance, his mind reeled as he beheld a monstrous beast, towering like a small mountain, shrouded in swirling black mist. Its form obscured, adorned with thick scales and fearsome claws. Its visage was repugnant. He could not discern its species, but it was evident that this creature was a malevolent beast. "What the hell?" Su Xian exclaimed, his throat tightening as he grabbed the other two and bolted. "Run!" Chaos erupted, some sprinting forward while others retreated. The celestial sword cleaved through the air, its momentum akin to a waterfall cascading down in a mere moment. The mountain-like demon beast was severed at the arms, letting out a piercing scream. Its body was ensnared in an invisible sword intent, rendered immobile despite its desperate struggles. "You damn beast!" it roared, speaking human words in a fit of rage. A celestial sword hung above it, trembling ominously, emitting a sharp cry, as if it were desperately restraining itself, poised to annihilate the creature with a single blow. Li Qingshan, appearing on the scene, stood atop the long bridge, a cold demeanor masking any hint of emotion, his sword-like eyes surveying the world. He calmly chided, "Wretched creature, do you not recognize your errors?" The monstrous beast, realizing its fate was sealed, glared at Li Qingshan with blood-red eyes, mocking, "What a splendid sword for slaying demons. What an impressive sword formation. I underestimated your Wendazon. Since it has come to this, I shall take a scapegoat." As it spoke, it slowly turned its gaze towards Su Xian, who was retreating. "Sword spirit root. You shall do." Though Su Xian was in the midst of fleeing, he heard every word distinctly. "Oh no, it's coming for me." Panic surged within him, questioning whom he had offended. Is having a sword spirit root a crime? As his feet quickened, he called out, "Celestial beings, protect me." Just as those words left his mouth, the demon beast, in a fit of fury, sacrificed its own flesh to aid a remnant of its consciousness in breaking free from the Grand Formation's constraints, charging directly at Su Xian. A chill ran down Su Xian's spine, a wave of dread washing over him as he felt the icy grip of death looming. Instinctively shoving Lin Qianqian and Zhang Yang aside, "Get out of the way," the remnant of the malevolent spirit declared. "Young man, if you seek to place blame, you should not have come to the Wendazong, nor should you possess a sword spirit root. If I do not slay you today, your blade will surely stain my clan's hands with blood in the future. Prepare to meet your end." In that moment, Su Xian felt the chilling breath of death drawing near for the second time. However, just as the sinister intent of the beast was about to pierce through him, a fluctuation in space occurred before his eyes. Suddenly, a celestial sword tore through the fabric of reality, swiftly slicing past his ear and shattering the malevolent remnant in an instant. The speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, even the hair stirred by the sword's passage had not yet settled, and the remnant had vanished without a trace. Su Xian was left in a daze, unable to comprehend what had transpired. He merely sensed the killing aura that had locked onto him dissipate, his pace slowing as he turned to find tranquility restored. The beast was gone, the black mist had vanished, and only a celestial sword remained, suspended before him. The sword, measuring 3 feet in length, glimmered with a crystalline radiance, emanating a chilling light. The hilt appeared to be entwined with profound essence. Despite having slain a beast, the blade remained unstained by blood, as cold as frost. At that moment, the sword was a mere 0.01 meter from his eyes. Su Xian, for reasons unknown, did not flinch or evade his gaze. He beheld the sword and felt a peculiar sensation, as if it were not merely a weapon, but a person before him. It was akin to a quest through a vast sea of humanity, only to suddenly turn and find the one he sought amidst the flickering lanterns. It was an indescribable feeling, strangely devoid of fear. The entire experience lasted but 3 breaths. With a flick of the sword, it transformed into a fleeting firefly, soaring toward the heavens, then descending like a silken thread into the abyss. The sword disappeared, the formation dissolved, and the beast was slain. On Chongqing Bridge, all returned to normal, as if nothing had occurred. Even the traces of the black wax left by the earlier figure were nowhere to be found. Su Xian, still in a daze, looked toward Li Qingshan standing atop the iron chain, who was also gazing back at him. Throughout it all, he had remained motionless, as if he had known all along that Su Xian would be unharmed. Finally, he simply uttered, "Continue to inquire about the sword," and then vanished, leaving a group of young men and women rooted in place, dumbfounded. Su Xian was among them. He let out a long breath, the tension in his heart gradually easing. This celestial being truly did not seem to cultivate diligently. Setting aside the hardships, one could easily meet their demise any day. Chongqing Bridge? How could one attain immortality if they were dead? Su Xian, are you all right? Lin Qianqian approached, her concern evident. Su Xian feigned calmness and replied nonchalantly, "I'm fine." Zhang Yang patted his chest, looking as if he had narrowly escaped death. "You scare me to death, I thought you." Su Xian, with a sidelong glance, mocked. "Look at you, so easily startled by a mere small matter. Were you afraid just now?" "Not afraid. You are truly brave. Stay humble." Lin Qianqian inquired, "Shall we depart?" Su Xian pondered briefly before responding with composure, "No rush. Let them pass first before we leave." Lin Qianqian was taken aback. "Su Xian, are you afraid?" Su Xiang, feigning mystery, replied, "You wouldn't understand. This is called prudence." Lin Qianqian uttered an "oh" in realization. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, it's better to be prudent." Chapter 11. The two misguided individuals. The sword formation stirred. The celestial sword awakened, unsheathing to slay the beast. The elders waiting at the Wendaeguan square appeared unfazed, as if they were accustomed to such occurrences. Inquiry of the spirit, inquiry of the heart, inquiry of the sword. Only by passing through all three trials could one become a disciple of the Wendazong. The inquiry of the sword, as the final test, undoubtedly held its significance. In the past, after the sword ancestor established the Wendazong, rumors spread throughout the realm that the Wendazong suppressed the essence of spirits and demons. Consequently, the lower realms saw a decline in foreign races, with the human race reigning supreme. Spirits retreated from the world, and demons vanished for thousands of years. However, as the sword ancestor traveled the world, he did not return, and the spirits and demons began to stir, seeking to return and wreak havoc upon humanity. Time and again, they besieged the Wendazong, only to be thwarted at the gates, a sword tomb anchoring the northern border of the realm, preventing foreign races from raising their heads for millennia. Thus, the demons concocted other schemes. Unable to breach the gates, they sought to infiltrate the Wendazong from within, aiming to unravel the suppressed essence of the sword ancestor. They resorted to all manner of tactics, seizing the bodies of mortals, transforming into humans to cultivate anew, and even risking reincarnation, all to blend in during the recruitment of disciples at the Wendazong. However, for thousands of years, all such attempts have been thwarted, with each infiltrator being discovered by the sword formation and slain upon Chongqing Bridge. What transpired today was not unprecedented. Such events had occurred frequently in the past. It was not uncommon to see 6 or 7 intruders at once. However, after repeated failures, the demons had come to realize the futility of their efforts and had not attempted an incursion in a long time. Today's events were unexpected yet anticipated. It was regrettable that a promising Earth-type single-spirit root had been lost in the process. Alas, only 2 promising candidates remained. That child appeared so earnest. Who would have thought he was actually a transformed demon? Even the sect master could not discern the truth. His true form must be remarkable. Observing its appearance, it bore a resemblance to the golden turtle in the Northern Sea. Could it be? The demons of the Northern Sea have never interfered with the affairs of the realm, harboring no enmity or grievances. Why would they go to such lengths? Who knows? Regardless, those who dare to come shall meet their demise. The sect master would slay them without hesitation, especially for a mere spirit body. On Chongqing Bridge, following this minor interlude, the inquiry of the sword continued. One by one, young men and women began to cross the long bridge, ascending to the Wendaejian peak. This signified that from this moment onward, they would be the true disciples of the Wendazong. At the end of Chongqing Bridge stood the grand gates of the Wendazong, a stone door towering majestically, seemingly a natural formation, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, vividly lifelike. The words Wendazong were etched upon it, the characters robust, flowing like dragons and serpents, exuding a hidden sword intent that seemed ready to leap forth from the script. At this moment, many had already gathered before the mountain gate. Among them were not only the fresh faces who had just passed the trials, but also many original disciples of the Wendazong. Most had come specifically to witness the ceremony, eager to observe their new junior brothers and sisters. Some were drawn by the recent display of the slaying sword, wishing to glimpse the celestial sword's majesty. Unfortunately, they arrived too late. The sword had returned to its sheath, leaving them with nothing but emptiness. They chose to remain and watch the upcoming disciple recruitment ceremony. For the 5-yearly recruitment event was indeed a significant occasion at the Wendazong. Cultivation is inherently tedious and devoid of pleasure, and especially for the disciples of the Wendazong. Their lives consist of meditative practice or executing missions. Exhausted, they seize this opportunity to unwind. The new disciples gathered in the open space before the mountain gate, occasionally glancing around, their eyes clear and full of yearning. Resembling fresh university students, their minds filled with dreams, entirely oblivious to the recent events. Even at this moment, they were surrounded by a throng of senior disciples, resembling monkeys in a zoo, completely unconcerned. Whispers filled the air as the disciples engaged in hushed conversations. These new disciples do not appear particularly remarkable. Their looks are quite ordinary, and their talents are mediocre. Yet they seem quite cheerful. Look at their innocent and foolish little eyes. I was once like that. Indeed, full of vigor. Being young is wonderful. No worries within 2 months. They will realize the hardships of cultivation, and then they will not be laughing anymore. I heard from my senior brother about the assessment that among this batch, there is a mutated sword spirit root, but I do not know which one it is. It seems that it has not yet arrived. Surely it hasn't fallen into the gorge, has it? This jest is hardly amusing. Everyone is waiting to enter the mountain gate, waiting to take a master and embark on a brand new life, a life of immortality. Li Qingshan is also waiting, his expression as stern as ever, with brows furrowed in gloom, simply because 3 individuals have yet to arrive, one of whom is Su Xian. His gaze pierces through the long bridge, and the scene before him makes his teeth grind in frustration. Were it not for the many disciples watching, he would have genuinely wanted to rush over and give that young man a kick. They are actually eating. Yes, you heard correctly. They are indeed feasting. Just moments ago, after a brief interruption, Su Xian suggested they take it easy and wait for others to pass before proceeding. The two complied, waiting in place, while a chubby boy produced an entire roast goose from who knows where. He asked if they wanted some. Su Xian, feeling quite hungry, immediately began to indulge. Lin Qianqian, unable to resist for more than 3 seconds, joined in as well. Thus, the 3 sat on the ground, sharing a goose, leisurely feasting with grease dripping from their mouths. To those in the know, they were there to participate in the disciple selection of the Wendazong. To those unaware, they might have thought the trio had come merely for a spring outing. One occasion. What a time. How could they still have an appetite? Their hearts are unusually large. They have been completely led astray by Su Xian. He somewhat regrets bringing Su Xian along. With such a personality, who knows how many disciples of the Wendazong he will mislead. Anxiety mounts. As time passed, many disciples grew impatient, restlessly stirring. What are we waiting for? Why aren't we being taken inside? Is it not yet time? It seems like someone is still missing. Who? Su Xian. Again, it's him? And Lin Qianqian as well. Just then, Su Xian and his companions finished the roast goose, wiped the grease from their mouths, and stood up, satisfied, glancing at the now empty long bridge. He remarked, "It's about time. Let us go." The two hurriedly stood up and nodded in agreement. All right. Unbeknownst to them, Su Xian had already become the leader of the trio, at least in Zhang Yang's eyes. He believed Su Xian not only possessed exceptional talent, but also carried himself with great charm, earning his admiration. As for Lin Qianqian, she initially approached Su Xian merely because he was a sword spirit root, as her father had advised her to foster good relations with those of exceptional talent, particularly poor boys without family backgrounds. Previously, she had only 4 single attribute spirit roots herself. Su Xian appeared to be impoverished and was indeed a sword spirit root. Thus, she took the initiative to befriend him. However, when that monster had lunged at them, Su Xian had pushed her aside, and her perspective shifted. It was a feeling of being protected. There was no talk of being moved, but it made her feel very comfortable. Moreover, through their brief interactions, she found Su Xian's words engaging and amusing. Even though he seemed to be unaware of many matters, he displayed a steady demeanor, allowing her to relax when around him. Therefore, she was willing to spend time with them. Sister Lin, Brother Xian, our bond can be considered one of life and death. Right? You must look out for me in the future. Su Xian burped contentedly, squinting his eyes. Of course, we are brothers. Lin Qianqian smiled brightly. In light of the roast goose, I will grant you a favor. Zhang Yang, with his endearing innocence, grinned. Then I will bring you treats in the future. You are quite considerate. The three shared laughter, leisurely disregarding the feelings of the crowd waiting under the scorching sun. After a short while, three figures appeared in succession at the bridge's head, stepping onto the Wanjian peak. The crowd's gaze turned in unison. The once jovial Su Xian and company felt a shudder run through them, as if facing a formidable foe. Su Xian lowered his voice. This is bad. There is a murderous aura. Lin Qianqian and Zhang Yang, standing to either side, instinctively shielded Su Xian. The new and old disciples of the Windazong regarded them with intriguing expressions, and the chatter grew denser. Look, they have finally arrived. The one in the middle is Su Xian? Yes, he is the sword's spirit root. He looks quite arrogant. Li Qingshan's gaze seemed lethal as he observed the trio hesitating at the bridge's edge. His voice, tinged with restrained fury, commanded, "Why are you not coming over?" The trio snapped back to reality, jogging forward and feigning nonchalance as they joined the line before them. "Brothers, please make way, thank you." Li Qingshan took a deep breath. Exhaling slowly, his brows relaxing, he turned and stepped in the mountain gate, saying, "Everyone come in." The towering mountain gate, standing 10 zhang high, exuded an imposing grandeur. Behind it lay the Wendaeguan Square, with a sword monument standing in between. The monument was pitch black, weathered by the passage of time. Inscribed upon the monument were large characters, and beneath it lay a fragmented chess set. The crowd followed Li Qingshan into the mountain gate, first captivated by the vast square. Then their gazes shifted to the sword monument. Li Qingshan halted before the sword monument, turned around, one hand resting behind his back and the other held at his chest, and spoke slowly. "From this day forth, you shall be disciples of my Windazong. As for the rules of the Windazong, after taking a master, you will return to your respective peaks and halls, where someone will inform you. I will refrain from being verbose here. Behind me stands the sword monument, a relic left by our ancestor, the sword ancestor. It is said that all who enter the Windazong must pay their respects to this monument. You have passed the third test, the sword inquiry. Simply place your palm against this monument to receive a wisp of sword essence, which will be imprinted in your dantian. Thereafter, once you learn to wield a sword, you need not traverse this long bridge to enter or exit the mountain gate. You may simply cross the linear gorge. However, do not rejoice too early. The path of cultivation is fraught with obstacles and cannot be accomplished overnight. To learn swordsmanship and ride the winds, you must at least break through to the foundation establishment stage. Refining the body and energy will be the two hurdles you must overcome next." At this juncture, he deliberately paused, his tone growing heavier as his gaze fixated intently on Su Xian, continuing, "Though you are rare talents, born with extraordinary gifts, do not let pride swell in your hearts. Stay grounded and proceed step by step. Do not slacken, unlike certain individuals who dawdle and are tardy, making everyone wait. In your future cultivation journey, if you lag behind, no one will wait for you." Once again, all eyes turned to Su Xian and his companions. Lin Qianqian bowed her head. Zhang Yang wore a folis grin. It was evident to all that he was intentionally singling out the trio. Yet Su Xian remained unfazed, his expression calm, as though he had not heard, his skin remarkably thick. He even turned to the crowd and said, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before?" This elicited a chorus of jeers. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow and said, "No problem. Now step forward to touch the stone monument, and then report over there. For the 7 peaks and 13 halls, simply go to the corresponding position you wish to join, and the elders will receive you." At that moment, a square-faced disciple raised his hand and asked, "Immortal, I have a question. Speak. May I inquire if the chess set in front of the sword monument is the unfinished game left by the sword ancestor?" Li Qingshan glanced at the remnants of the chess game beneath the monument and nodded. Indeed. The disciple, slightly excited, said, "It is rumored in the martial world that within this sword monument lies a supreme opportunity. When the sword ancestor established this monument, he intentionally left this unfinished game for all to solve. Whoever can unravel this chess game shall claim the opportunity hidden within the sword monument. I wonder if this is true." Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in the eyes of many new disciples, brimming with curiosity. This rumor was familiar to many, including Lin Qianqian. Meanwhile, the Windazong disciples, observing from the periphery, revealed expressions of schadenfreude, as if they were watching an intriguing performance. More like spectators to a group of fools. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment before countering. "Do you understand the game of chess?" The disciple humbly replied, "I know a little." Li Qingshan instinctively nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor. That is indeed true. However, as he began to speak further, he hesitated, falling into silence. Leaving everyone perplexed, the disciple inquired again, "May I attempt it?" Observing the eager anticipation in the eyes of the crowd, Li Qingshan gently replied, "Please do." "Thank you." With the immortal's permission, a throng of young men and women surged toward the stone tablet. Some touched the stone, receiving a wisp of sword essence that settled in their dantian. Others gathered around the unfinished game, craning their necks and standing on tiptoe, some furrowing their brows in contemplation. Others gazing intently, and discussions began to arise. "Can it be solved? Don't rush. Let me take a closer look." The disciples from the 4 states stifled their voices, occasionally erupting in ridicule. Li Qingshan stood aside, watching the new disciples fervently debate over a game of unfinished chess, and could not help but shake his head and smile. "Ah, this game is unsolvable. If it could be resolved, after 10,000 years, would there still be no solution found?" In the distance, a group of elders observed from afar, unhurried and instead smiling at the scene. Their interest piqued, their laughter accompanied by wrinkles around their eyes like craggy mountains. Youth is wonderful, daring to dream and act, unaware of the vastness of the world. It is no surprise, each year, a handful of ambitious children believe they can unravel this conundrum, but once they grasp the reality, they will be humbled. This is also beneficial, as it tempers their youthful exuberance, aiding their cultivation. One elder muttered in confusion, "What do you think the sword ancestor was thinking when he left this game? Could there truly be a way to break it?" Another elder waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of that. Even if the saint of chess rose from his grave, he could not solve it. I believe the sword ancestor left this unsolved game to temper the hearts of future generations." The others nodded in agreement. The cycles of life and death span thousands of years, and the unsolvable game is an undeniable fact, well known to all. Yet compared to the game, Su Xian seemed more intrigued by the inscriptions on the stone tablet. He gazed up at the towering stone, nudging Zhang Yang beside him, asking, "What does it say?" Zhang Yang also craned his neck to look at the stone, if he had a neck. "You don't know?" Su Xian replied nonchalantly, "I cannot read." Zhang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Heavens! Brother Xian, you can't read?" Su Xian was at a loss for words. "What?" Zhang Yang opened his mouth, shifted his gaze back to the stone tablet, and matter-of-factly said, "I can't read either." Su Xian's lips twitched uncontrollably. "Are you jesting with me? You can't read, yet you shouted so loudly?" Zhang Yang, feeling guilty, averted his gaze. Lin Qianqian, returning after examining the stone tablet, interjected between the two, "What are you two looking at?" The two exchanged glances, their eyes landing on Lin Qianqian in unison as they asked, "What is written on the stone tablet?" Lin Qianqian replied, "Astonished you don't know?" "We can't read," they said. Lin Qianqian's mouth dropped open in disbelief. "Heavens! You two can't read?" Su Xian, Zhang Yang, chapter 13 sur tablet. An unfinished game, Su Xian felt speechless. What was so surprising about not being able to read? He wished he could, but circumstances did not allow it. In the entire Hodao village, not a single person could read, except for the village's shamanic old woman, who could only scribble a few cryptic symbols. The language of this realm was not even in Han characters. When he learned to speak the language of this world, it took considerable effort, and literacy remained an unattainable luxury. Moreover, in Hodao village, literacy was of little use. Hunting, fishing, farming, and climbing trees for fruit did not require education. Su Xian remained silent. Zhang Yang timidly asked, "Sister Lin, you can't read either, can you?" Lin Qianqian looked at the two with sympathy, sighing, her eyes filled with compassion. Not being able to read would indeed cause them suffering during their cultivation, as they could not comprehend the manuals. Their path to longevity would be fraught with obstacles. Well, she thought, at least she could help translate for them later. Not being able to read was no issue if they could understand spoken words. Noticing her sigh and the way she looked at him, Su Xian tentatively asked, "You can't truly be illiterate, can you?" "It shouldn't be the case." Your speech and attire suggest you come from a distinguished background. Lin Xianxian gave them both a deep look, gazing up at the stone tablet, and pointed at the inscriptions. Reading aloud, chess moves are perilous. Swords take unconventional paths, break, and then stand, heralding a new beginning. Zhang Yang counted on his fingers. Brother Xian, it matches perfectly. 16 characters, just like those on the stone. Su Xian looked at him as if he were a fool. Lin Xianxian rolled her eyes with a hint of youthful playfulness. Su Xian stroked his chin, subconsciously reciting in his mind. Chess moves are perilous. Swords take unconventional paths, break, and then stand, heralding a new beginning. Zhang Yang imitated him, feigning deep thought, furrowing his brow and pouting. He felt it made him look cool. Do you know what this means? Lin Xianxian asked. Zhang Yang shook his head without a second thought. What about you, Su Xian? Su Xian glanced at Lin Xianxian before turning to Zhang Yang and said, Let's go. We should touch the stone tablet first. Oh, Lin Xianxian pouted, thinking her guess was indeed correct. They clearly did not understand, so there was no point in asking. Meanwhile, the two of them, shoulder to shoulder, approached the stone tablet. Fatty, are you also from the village? No, I'm from Lihua City, where there are many people. Su Xian admitted he had never heard of it and continued to ask, Is your family poor? Not poor. My family is quite well off. Then why can't you read? Did you not go to school? Zhang Yang replied with disdain. I didn't read books. They're too difficult. Su Xian was at a loss for words and did not wish to engage further. Zhang Yang countered, What about you, Brother Xian? Why didn't you study? Su Xian answered evasively, My family is quite well off too. Zhang Yang? He reached out to touch the stone tablet. It seemed to connect with the heavens and earth, a wisp of sword essence imperceptibly entering his palm and plunging deep into his dantian. Although Su Xian could not see it, he could feel the change within him. His brows slightly raised. He clicked his tongue in admiration. Ah, this is more wondrous than science. Quite intriguing. He then walked toward the crowd, curious to glimpse the unfinished game, with the chubby boy cleverly forging a path for him through the throng. Make way, make way. Can't you see Brother Xian is here? Can't you show some awareness? There was a hint of arrogance, but given that the other party possessed a sword spirit root, and that Su Xian seemed to have some connection with the immortal, the disciples, whether willingly or unwillingly, parted to create a path. Su Xian strode confidently into the crowd, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a sidelong glance and reproaching, Fatty, that's rather rude. We are all fellow disciples. How can you be so impolite? His demeanor was impeccably poised. Zhang Yang repeatedly agreed, promising to be more mindful next time, and many disciples around them cast friendly glances. Young boys and girls, what could they be thinking? They found Su Xian to be quite decent, albeit a bit eccentric. In reality, he was quite amiable. This scene left Li Qingshan, observing from a distance, both amused and exasperated, muttering to himself, This brat is even better at putting on airs than I am. It seems I have met my match on the path of pretense. Su Xian and Zhang Yang exchanged glances, both nodding in mutual understanding. It was quite amusing. Lin Xianxian, standing beside them, watched the two feigning seriousness, pouting her lips. Can you two understand anything? All this nonsense. Su Xian and Zhang Yang shook their heads in unison. Not really. Not quite. The surrounding disciples erupted in hisses and murmurs. What is going on? Is this a joke? Do not feign such profound understanding and an air of an otherworldly sage. Lin Xianxian smacked her forehead, rendered speechless. Su Xian stroked his chin. His head tilted slightly as he surveyed the chessboard, aged and marked by time, and inquired, May I be so bold as to ask, is the one who breaks the deadlock playing with black pieces or white? Lin Xianxian was immediately left in a state of bemusement. This was not mere ignorance, but a complete lack of understanding. Initially, she thought he was being modest, but now appeared that he was merely displaying a subtle arrogance. Black pieces. Oh, the gazes of the surrounding disciples shifted towards Su Xian, now tinged with a peculiar disdain. At first, when they witnessed Su Xian awakening his sword spirit root, he resembled a star in the firmament, dazzling and radiant, someone they could only aspire to glimpse closely. Their eyes filled with envy and admiration. Later, Su Xian remained silent amidst the crowd but boldly ventured into the Wuxin forest, resembling a solitary swordsman, aloof, courageous, when unsheathed. His sword could cleave a path through the heavens. They regarded him with approval and longing. Eventually, they perceived Su Xian as an ordinary person, somewhat lackadaisical, yet possessing an aura befitting a leader. Until this moment, observing the youth before them, all favorable impressions crumbled, and disdain and contempt flourished unabated. They understood the essence of unfamiliarity and the beauty of distance. Lin Qianqian spoke up, Su Xian, there is no need to look any further. You cannot break this game. Not even the sage of chess could do so. Upon hearing Lin Qianqian's assertive declaration, the crowd instinctively turned their eyes towards her, expressions of confusion intermingled with curiosity. What do you mean? Lin Qianqian pondered briefly before responding with depth, because this is not a mere endgame. It is a deadlock. A deadlock? The crowd was even more bewildered, each lost in thought. What constitutes a deadlock? Those who understood and those who did not could grasp the concept. Yet they feigned shock and whispered among themselves. Lin Qianqian, with an air of maturity, affirmed, indeed, it is a deadlock. In this game, the black pieces have already lost. While an endgame can still be resolved, a deadlock has no solution. Otherwise, why would this chess setup remain unchanged for nearly 10,000 years? Would no one able to break it? So, let us not exert ourselves. Let us go. Upon hearing this, the crowd experienced an epiphany, followed by a wave of complaints erupting around them. What does this mean? So, we've already lost? Is that true? I could not unravel it after staring for so long, but it turns out to be a deadlock. Thankfully, my chess skills are intact. What a joke. We've already lost, and yet we're expected to break it. Are they trying to jest with us? Grumbling, they scattered like birds and beasts. Once a throng before the sword monument and the remnants of the chess game. But in the blink of an eye, they had dispersed almost entirely. Zhang Yang and Lin Qianqian also began to leave, but upon turning back, they noticed Su Xian still standing there, showing no intention of departing. The two were perplexed and urged him, Xiangu, let us go. Su Xian, what are you dawdling for? Yet, Su Xian remained oblivious, fixated on the chessboard, lost in thought, murmuring softly, chess demands risky moves, and swords must strike at unconventional angles. Pausing for a moment, he slowly lifted his gaze. Once again fixating on the sword monument, break and then establish anew. It signifies rebirth. Chapter 14. Su Xian breaks the endgame. Su Xian's expression was grave as he alternated his gaze between the stone tablet and the endgame, his mind racing with thoughts. Lin Qianqian and Zhang Yang returned, positioning themselves on either side of him, observing the seemingly entranced Su Xian as he muttered to himself, asking weakly, what are you mumbling about? Xiangu, are you okay? Don't frighten me. I'm rather timid. Su Xian paid them no heed, continuing his soliloquy. No breaking, no establishing. Break and then establish. Just like the phoenix reborn from the flames. The game must have an answer, since it exists here. The pieces are in the game, while I am outside of it. Remnants of the game, the deadlock, breaking the game, risky moves, unconventional angles. Does it imply that one should not play by conventional rules? Breaking and then establishing anew, signifying rebirth. While engrossed in his thoughts, Su Qingshou reached out, touching the chessboard, his fingers curving as he lightly tapped the empty spaces. Thud! Indeed, it was empty. The stone tablet and pedestal were remnants left by the sword ancestor. The chessboard was surprisingly made of wood. Had it not been preserved in this immortal realm, it would have likely rotted long ago. Su Xian's heart now held an answer. At this moment, Lin Qianqian and Zhang Yang displayed concern, anxiously inquiring, Su Xian, please don't frighten us. What is wrong with you? Why are you talking nonsense? Su Xian, pulling himself from his reverie, turned his gaze to the two, a slight smile gracing his lips as he said, I think I may have found a way to break the deadlock. Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback. Confusion etched on his face. Lin Qianqian blinked in surprise, realizing that Su Xian had truly lost his senses. Oh no, this child has gone mad. Su Xian, my nun jialen. Offering no response, and amidst their bewilderment, he leapt onto the stone platform, his eyes sparkling with determination. There is but one truth. Tear it down and start anew. If you want to allow me to win, I shall smash it instead. With that, he leaped into the air, legs suspended, slightly bent, channeling power into his waist before suddenly glaring down, and, using the force of gravity, he stomped fiercely onto the chessboard. Boom! Crack! The chessboard shattered with a resounding noise, pieces scattering in all directions. Countless gazes converged in an instant. The world seemed to freeze at that moment, the vast square silent as a grave. Zhang Yang stood dumbfounded. Lin Qianqian was in shock. The surrounding disciples were all paralyzed. Even the distant elders were utterly bewildered. Each stood frozen in place, as if turned to stone, mouths agape, eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the youth upon the chessboard. After what felt like an eternity, they slowly regained their senses. Su Xian, the one with the sword's spirit root, had directly crushed the remnants left by the sword ancestor? Who would dare believe such a thing? Compared to what they had just witnessed, they would sooner believe in the existence of love in this world. Hiss, gulp. The sound of sharp intakes of breath and the swallowing of saliva quietly masked the sound of the wind. Li Qingshan, truly astonished, swiftly approached the stone tablet, incredulously glancing at the already shattered chessboard, then stiffly raising his head, his gaze lifting, eyes bulging. "What are you doing?" Su Xian replied boldly. "I am breaking the deadlock." Li Qingshan fixed his steely gaze on Su Xian, his stern face visibly contorting in disbelief. The temperature around them plummeted. Zhang Yang and Lin Qianqian silently stepped back. Zhang Yang was aware of Su Xian's courage, but never anticipated he would be so ruthless, daring to smash what the sword ancestor had left behind in broad daylight. Lin Qianqian, however, retracted her previous statements. This child was not merely foolish. He had truly lost his mind. All around, whether new disciples or seasoned ones, or the elders who caught sight of this scene from afar, they all watched in stunned silence, collectively holding their breath. For them, Su Xian's actions were utterly insane. You were told to break the endgame, not to smash the chess. Such a complete upheaval of understanding, such absurdity. Was this truly an act of humanity? Particularly among the elders. They could only conclude that Su Xian was courting death, escalating recklessly. They could hardly fathom the consequences that awaited him. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet, and Su Xian, feeling the murderous gaze from Li Qingshan, felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, especially with the stone tablet behind him remaining unresponsive. Anxiety crept into his heart. Had he guessed wrong? This was not a riddle. With a nervous gulp, he averted his gaze from Li Qingshan, stammering, I just felt like I might have been possessed by something vile. Do you believe me?" Li Qingshan's words emerged from gritted teeth, laced with a chilling edge. "Would you prefer to die standing or lying down? Choose one." Su Xian, feeling guilty, replied, "I want to cultivate immortality." Time and again, Li Qingshan could no longer restrain himself. He knew Su Xian was being deliberate, that he did not wish to cultivate immortality, which was why he acted so recklessly. It was evident even to a fool that the relics left by their ancestors were not to be trampled upon and destroyed. Previously, he had tolerated it. For who could blame himself for binding him back? Initially, he thought that being young, with a somewhat unruly temperament, was merely the nature of a genius, and that it was up to him to teach and guide slowly. Yet, who could have anticipated his audacity? After his mischief, he questioned his own conscience thrice, only to turn around and trample upon the chessboard left by the sword ancestor. In his many years at the Windazong, he had never witnessed anyone causing such a calamity. He could not absolve himself of responsibility, and his patience had worn thin. A lesson must be imparted. Otherwise, keeping him around would surely lead to the unraveling of the Windazong. Just as he prepared to confront Su Xian, a cacophony of noise erupted in his ears. "Look, what is that?" The sword monument is glowing. The elders in the distance sprang into action, their jaws dropping in astonishment. This aura, could it be that the sword monument has awakened? Instantly, all gazes were drawn to it, including Li Qingshan, who looked up in bewilderment. To his astonishment, the once ancient monument shimmered with a milky white mist, akin to chaos itself. Surrounding the monument, ripples spread through the air, reminiscent of a gentle breeze over a tranquil lake. This sudden spectacle momentarily stunned him, causing his grip on Su Xian's collar to slacken. Su Xian, filled with exhilaration, laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, old deng. Did you see? I told you I was breaking the game. Yet you didn't believe me. What a blind fool you are." Before Li Qingshan could recover from his shock, a surge of sword intent erupted from the monument, resembling a torrent cascading upwards. A colossal beam of light pierced the heavens, and the overwhelming sword intent rippled outward. In an instant, a tempest arose. Except for Su Xian, everyone within 1,000 meters was swept away by this force, including Li Qingshan. The brilliance of the white light blazed forth, obliterating everything in its path and eclipsing the daylight. The fierce winds ravaged the surroundings, sweeping everything away. At the Wendagian sect, amidst the 1,000-mile green mountains, 7 peaks, and 13 halls, countless disciples stood frozen in awe, gazing towards the direction of the Wendagian peak. What is this? Such domineering sword intent. It seems to be emanating from the Winda Square. Yi Xinyu stood atop the mountain, her eyes shimmering with light. The sword monument can truly break. As everyone remained bewildered by the unfolding events, clouds gathered ominously at the peak of Wendagian, dark mists churned, and thunder rumbled above as terrifying figures descended from the ancestor peak. The oppressive aura swept across the land, causing the mountains and rivers to shift in color, the very heavens quaking in fear. Then, a long sword descended from the sky, standing tall in the center of the square. In the void, a voice resonated heavily yet ethereally, reverberating like thunder through the heart, each word devoid of emotion. Retreat. As the echoes faded, the gathered disciples at the Winda Square hesitated not for a moment, swiftly summoning their spiritual swords. In an instant, a myriad of swords fled into the sky, creating a scene of startling beauty. The elders, with a wave of their hands, employed their celestial powers to envelop the new disciples and assist their escape. Go! Li Qingshan cast one last incredulous glance at the youth beneath the sword monument, his eyes filled with astonishment. Without lingering, he hoisted Lin Qianqian and Zhang Yang, who lay on the ground, and with a swift step, they vanished, appearing 10 miles away in the blink of an eye. The new disciples, utterly bewildered, could hardly comprehend the transformation of their surroundings in mere moments. In the distance, the sword light persisted, overshadowed by dark clouds, the terrifying aura continuing to spread outward, creating ripples across the vast expanse. Witnessing such a spectacle upon their entrance, their eyes reflected not only shock, but also a fervent yearning. This was the essence of cultivating immortality, where a single thought could alter the course of fate and shake the very mountains. The elders, their gazes deep and contemplative, stood with hands clasped behind their backs, peering into the heavens, their eyes flickering with varying degrees of light. The disciples within the mountains erupted into a flurry of speculation. Could it be that the ancestors have emerged from seclusion? Indeed, the ancestors are formidable, unseen yet felt, truly terrifying. What has transpired? Has the beast emperor of the great wilderness arrived? No, it was a newcomer who shattered the sword monument's stalemate. How is that possible? Was it a deadlock? How could it be broken? I witnessed it with my own eyes. How was it done? He merely stepped on it. The crowd collectively gasped, their jaws dropping in disbelief. The sword monument's game had been broken by a newcomer, no less, simply by stepping on it. This revelation caused an uproar, even attracting the attention of the ancestors. Unbelievable, unfathomable. This became a shared realization among the astonished faces. Who would dare believe that the so-called breaking of the game was indeed genuine? At this moment, the Winda Square stood empty, save for the fleeting silhouette of a young lad beneath the sword monument. Gradually, the overwhelming sword intent, resembling a torrent that had burst its dam, began to wane until it vanished entirely. Atop the heavens, 5-colored auroras descended in sequence, like divine soldiers descending to the mortal realm. 5 figures emerged. Encircling the sword monument, a young man in green, a woman clad in red, a youth in dark armor, a silver-haired giant, and an elderly man draped in fiery robes. Before them stood the imposing sword monument, beneath which sat a small boy with long hair, clad in beast skins, meditating with hands clasped, his eyes closed and enveloped in a shimmering mist. The 5 gazed at him with expressions of kindness, filled with both surprise and admiration. Sword Spirit Root, breaking the stalemate. Comprehending the sword monument. What a remarkable youth. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. At such a tender age, already displaying such brilliance. A prodigy. I beseech the heavens to be more generous, recognizing talent in all forms. So, he is indeed the one master has been seeking? As they examined Su Xian with approval, Yi Xinyu also arrived, bowing respectfully before the 5. I have come to greet the 5th senior brother, 6th senior brother, 7th senior sister, 8th senior brother, and the youngest senior brother. The young man in green smiled gently, saying, Little 10 has also arrived. Yi Xinyu replied with a smile. How could I not come when all my seniors are here? The woman in red inquired. What is this child's background? Do you know? Ye ian furuit had silaiti. Responding, he is a disciple brought back by Li Shan. He mentioned the child is from a village in the northern mountains. What village? The youth in dark armor asked. Hodao village, Yi Xinyu answered. The expressions of the five subtly shifted at the name, acknowledging its significance. The silver-haired giant, crossing his arms, revealed his muscular build, and mused. I have never heard of it, but anyone from a village with such a name must possess a good character. This child has thick brows and large eyes, and he looks friendly. Clearly, he is an honest person. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, one's appearance reflects their inner nature. This visage cannot be malevolent. Since he has approached the sword monument, he must have already passed the 3 inquiries of the heart. His character speaks for itself. Yi Xinyu's brow furrowed slightly at the thought of Su Xian's actions during those inquiries, feeling a pang of guilt. If he were truly an honest person, it would seem there are no dishonest individuals in this world. By the way, what is his name? One of them suddenly asked. Yi Xinyu replied without hesitation. His surname is Su, and his given name is Xian. Su Xian, the young man in green, said softly, Very well, little Ten, since you are here, I shall leave this in your hands. Su Xian's comprehension of the sword monument may take anywhere from a few days to several years, until he awakens. Ensure that none approach or disturb him. Understood. And when he awakens, you shall take him as your disciple, and from henceforth, you will be his mentor. Yi Xinyu pouted slightly, replying with an O. Observing the scene, one might not perceive much joy. However, the matter of taking on disciples was hardly surprising. They departed abruptly, 5 individuals leaving as swiftly as they arrived. The ominous clouds and silent thunder dissipated, the mountain winds stilled, and tranquility returned, revealing the sun through the clearing mist. It was as though nothing had transpired. Yi Xinyu lifted her gaze towards the ancestral peak, where the once majestic and solemn female sect leader now exhibited a hint of girlish nature, rolling her eyes and lamenting. Every time we venture out, it's either dark clouds, blood lightning, or howling winds. If one were unaware, they might mistake Windazong for a demonic sect. Truly, I am at a loss. As she grumbled, she drew closer to Su Xian, not intending to intrude, yet her gaze remained fixed on the dilapidated chessboard, scrutinizing it intently. Who could have imagined the situation could deteriorate to such an extent? The sword often deviates from the expected path, heralding a new dawn. This feat seems to be one only you could accomplish. Indeed, fools may possess unexpected fortunes. Suddenly furrowing her brow, she focused on Su Xian, secretly disheartened. However, it appears that Windazong may not enjoy peace in the future. The thought of taking on disciples and instructing Su Xian left her feeling overwhelmed. Setting aside his innate talent, it was clear that his actions would lead to future disturbances. Yet, the realization that she would no longer be the last in line brought her some solace. Little 11. Haha. Once I nurture you into a capable individual, I could relinquish the position of sect leader to you, which seems quite appealing. Chapter 16. The conclusion of the disciple selection ceremony at a certain location on Windafing. The elders and peak masters of the 7 peaks and 13 halls gathered with a group of newly initiated disciples in an open area beyond the Winda Square. Although the atmosphere was calm, the shock within their hearts surged like the relentless waters of a river, crashing against the shore. Especially for Li Shan. His feelings were complex and somewhat dazed. Initially, he believed Su Xian had caused him great trouble, but unexpectedly, Su had unraveled the intricate situation, attained enlightenment at the sword steel, and astonished the 5 senior uncles in the mountain. It was a mixture of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from having discovered a significant talent for the sect, while the sorrow arose from the realization that he might end up making someone else's fortune. He was already a rare sword spirit root, and had now comprehended the sword steel. Clearly, this young man's master would no longer be him, for he was unworthy. The surrounding elders gradually regained their senses, discussing the matter with their opinions, which were ultimately predictable. Unexpected, isn't it? I had long perceived his extraordinary nature. This young man is indeed a talent. Heaven bless Windazong, for the legacy of the sword ancestor continues. One elder stepped forward, complimenting Brother Shan. You have truly rendered great service to the sect this time. You have added another entry to the Xian Pavilion ledger. Congratulations. Typically one to maintain a facade of profundity. Li Shan responded to the praise with a bitter smile, devoid of any pretense. How is it that you're not pleased with the person you brought back who attained enlightenment at the sword steel? Li Qingshan shot a cold glance at the individual, waved his sleeve, and abruptly departed. Where are you going? Li Qingshan remained silent, not responding. No longer selecting disciples? He continued to ignore the inquiries, vanishing from view. Well, it seems you ought not to provoke him. He is likely feeling quite melancholic at present. What is there to be melancholy about? This is not a bad thing. That child may not be something Qingshan can manage. Enough, enough. Let's return to the task at hand. As the sun dipped in the west, casting a golden hue across the sky, the brief interlude came to an end. Under the organization of the elders, the disciple selection ceremony was hastily conducted in the open space before them. Today, as protagonist was destined to be Su Xian. The others were merely supporting characters. Time was of the essence. Young friends, please settle down. First, let me congratulate you on becoming members of Wendazong. Our sect comprises 7 peaks and 13 halls, and today, the elders from each peak and hall are present. The power of choice is now in your hands. You may choose any peak or hall to join. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. The new disciples began to chatter, inquiring about the 13 halls, the 7 peaks, and who is who, as well as their respective functions. The elders unfurled banners inscribed with the names of each peak and hall, prompting the disciples to shift their attention from Su Xian's affairs to the challenging decision before them. Su Xian's accomplishments were his own. They were merely spectators, enjoying the spectacle, as these matters bore no direct consequence on them. Yet, the current choice was undeniably personal. Selecting which peak and hall to join was akin to choosing a major in college, as they would live with the ramifications of today's decision for the rest of their lives. Therefore, they dared not be negligent. Some already had their preferred peaks in mind and chose without hesitation. Others hesitated, weighing their options before settling on a peak they found relatively satisfactory. Zhang Yang and Lin Qianqian were among them. However, neither appeared in a hurry, still gazing towards the direction of Wenda Square, intent on discerning how Su Xian was faring in the center of the square. The events of the day resonated deeply with them. Having journeyed together for half a day, they had transitioned from camaraderie to a stark realization of their disparities. Initially standing at the same starting line, they had inadvertently dozed off, only to discover that Su Xian had already sprinted far ahead. Upon glancing up, it seemed he was already at the finish line, while they felt as though they could no longer reach him. They had originally intended to join Zhijian Peak, as Su Xian was brought back by its master. Alas, with Li Qingshan's departure, they were left with no choice but to settle for a selection among the other peaks and halls. Within the Wenda Square, Lin Qianqian naturally became the most radiant presence. Upon learning that she had yet to decide on a peak, the elders displayed their diverse talents, employing flattery, promises of benefits, and grandiose claims, vying passionately for her favor. The scene was nothing short of spectacular, as 2 irritable elders nearly clashed in a confrontation. On this day, perhaps the ancestors of the mountain had awakened, as the elders managed to restrain themselves. In previous years, they would have already started a duel in front of the new disciples. In the end, Lin Qianqian chose to join Tianjian Peak, becoming a 3rd-generation disciple under its master. Within Wendazong, the hierarchy was as follows: Sword Ancestor, the disciples of the Sword Ancestor, and the disciples of those disciples, constituting the 2nd generation. Below them were the 3rd generation. In the realm of cultivation, there has always been a tradition of respecting elders, where age is not the sole factor. Lineage also holds significant weight. By comparison, Zhang Yang paled in comparison. After all, the initial standard for disciples at Wendazong was the mixed spirit root. While such individuals might be deemed rare in other sects, they were relatively unremarkable in Wendazong, where thousands of such talents existed. Here, a mixed spirit root was merely the starting point. Single attribute spirit roots, mutated spirit roots, and innate sacred bodies were the truly scarce resources. And only such individuals had the opportunity to become 3rd-generation disciples. Others, after being taken back by the elders of various peaks, would be assigned to suitable juniors within the mountain, ultimately becoming 4th, 5th, or 6th-generation disciples. Zhang Yang benefited from his brave act of rescuing someone during the first trial at Wenkong, earning considerable favor among the elders. Though not whisked away by the crowd, he was fortunate enough to join Zhujian Peak as a 3rd-generation disciple. As for the others, it is best not to mention them. As all individuals made the choice to conclude their journeys, The various elders of the mountain gates sequentially departed from Wenjian Peak, embarking on their own paths of cultivation. At this moment, their journey into the realm of immortality officially commenced. With hearts full of aspirations and youthful vigor, they vowed to attain enlightenment and achieve eternal life. They aspired to become great cultivators, renowned throughout the world like the legendary sword ancestor, aiming to dominate the vast expanse of the universe. Truly lofty ambitions. As for Xu Xian, they could not resist inquiring with their respective elders. The elders responded, advising them not to worry unnecessarily, for Xu Xian was no longer one of their kind. Some elders even remarked that for a considerable period, Xu Xian would become the object of their pursuit along their paths of cultivation. Chapter 17. The Sword Tower and Shuling, a beam of light burst forth, and the sword intent surged across the square. In the moment when others were sent flying, Xu Xian was first dazzled by a blinding radiance that rendered him unable to open his eyes. Then, the world turned pitch black. Subsequently, the world became bright again. All of this transpired in an instant, akin to the flickering of lights in a room. As he gradually adjusted to the illumination, the world before him transformed once more. What now? Everything had already been turned upside down, as if he had experienced yet another dream. Before him lay a celestial realm of clouds, with gentle white clouds drifting in an expanse of azure sky above, where ethereal lights danced in myriad colors. Was this a cave of wonders? A blessed land? The fabled miniature world? Or perhaps it was still an illusion? Numerous speculations flooded his mind, yet Xu Xian's attention was swiftly captivated by a towering white edifice before him. The building emerged from the sea of clouds, standing tall against the heavens, constructed entirely of white jade, exuding an air of mystery and sanctity. Intricate patterns, symbols, and characters adorned its surface. Counting from the bottom upwards, the tower consisted of 12 stories, with doors and windows tightly shut. Etched upon the facade were 5 grand characters, their strokes resembling the movements of dragons and snakes, exuding a magnificent aura. At first glance, it was akin to peering into the heavenly gates. Upon closer observation, the profound essence of the Tao subtly revealed itself, and the sword intent ran rampant. Xu Xian furrowed his brows, pondering the meaning of the inscription. At that moment, a long sigh echoed from above the clouds, followed by an ancient and profound resonance, reverberating through the air. Intermingled within was the sound of a voice reciting, "In the heavenly realm of white jade, there are 12 towers and 5 cities. An immortal caresses my crown, granting me the gift of longevity." Upon hearing this, Xu Xian looked up, seeking the source of the voice, yet found no person or entity in sight. He only felt the sun's rays beating down, dazzling his eyes, and a gentle breeze caressing his cheeks like a tender veil. When he regained his focus, he beheld a book materializing out of thin air, suspended between the tower and the clouds. The book bore no words, yet the gentle breeze turned its pages, producing a rustling sound. In that instant, the 12-story sword tower suddenly dispersed into an array of sword intent, rushing forth and converging into the small book. One sword lay horizontally, another vertically. One transformed into a stroke, another formed a dot. Each stroke, each movement, and every sword converged into the book, filling its pages with a blend of black and white ink. The howling swords, the sharp winds, the vast white clouds, all merged into the book. The young man witnessed the entire spectacle, utterly astonished, as waves of emotion surged within his mind, tumultuous and unyielding, until the tower vanished from sight, until the sword aura dissipated, until the thick book was filled to the brim, and the gentle breeze faded away, refusing to turn another page. The book closed, as if a celestial being had emerged from the void to inscribe 5 grand characters upon its black cover. At that moment, the world fell silent. The sea of clouds was hushed, and the scene was frozen in time, leaving only Xu Xian's heart beating with fervor. In a state of shock, Xu Xian reached out, grasping the book in his hands. As it settled into his grasp, his consciousness expanded, and he felt a jolt coursing through him, leaving him in a daze. A flicker of light glimmered in his eyes, and he whispered softly, "The sword tower of white jade in the heavens." The young man, who was illiterate, found that the book recognized him. It revealed to him that it was called Tianshang by Yu Jing, a sword tower and an unparalleled weapon, along with a supreme sword technique. As he turned the pages, one after another, the world around him fell silent. The words within transformed into a myriad of sword intents. Flooding into his mind, countless images and information flashed before him. Suddenly, he understood. He stood there, as if centuries, millennia, or even eons had passed. Stars, sword intent. The realms of heaven and earth, a dream spanning 1,000 years. When he finally regained his senses, Xu Xian closed the book, exhaling a deep breath, and murmured, "Indeed, the world of cultivation is truly extraordinary." In that instant, he became aware of many things, such as the delineation of cultivation realms and the classification of techniques. He realized that he existed in the spiritual sea world of the sword monument. It was not his physical self present here, but rather his consciousness or soul, appearing in this realm. This phenomenon was often referred to as enlightenment. He recognized that this book was titled Tianshang by Yujing. It could serve as a weapon or a manual, yet to Xu Xian, it resembled an architectural blueprint. He could forge a pact with it to awaken the book spirit. The book spirit would assist him in reconstructing Tianshang by Yujing. In summary, this was an extraordinary opportunity, and Xu Xian was incredibly fortunate. Xu Xian calmed his thoughts and began the process of forging a pact, following the sequence laid out in his mind. He had previously stated that while cultivation was acceptable, enduring hardship was not. Clearly, this book would alleviate much of his future suffering. Without hesitation, he proceeded. Time passed, and after a flurry of activity, Xu Xian, seated upon the clouds, slapped his thigh in triumph. It's done. Before him, the book radiated golden light, slowly rising and unfolding. A miraculous scene unfolded as the words within wove together into a cocoon of light, a small figure breaking free from the confines of brilliance. Xu Xian gazed in astonishment at the diminutive figure, no larger than a palm, resembling a porcelain doll, adorable and delicate, with short limbs and skin as pale as frost. Even the hair was white. Dressed like a little scholar, a small hat resembling a book rested atop its head, and it carried a tiny bookcase on its back, from which several swords protruded. Yet upon closer inspection, they were merely ornamental. Bathed in divine light, the little figure's eyes sparkled with kaleidoscopic brilliance. It descended gracefully, lowering its height slightly, and spoke gently, "I have heard your summons and traveled from afar. From this day forth, you shall be my new master." Such politeness was astonishing. Upon hearing its words, Xu Xian grasped the meaning behind the phrase. A heart enriched with literature exudes grace. This was indeed the truth. Cultivation of character emanated from within. "Who are you?" Xu Xian inquired. "I'm the little book spirit from the sword monument. Named Xu Er," it replied. Xu Xian stroked his chin thoughtfully. "S-I-A? Indeed. Sounded cultured. I am Xu Xian. You may call me Xinge." "Understood, master," S-I-A replied respectfully. Xu Xian did not mind, as the little book spirit seemed more like a program in his perception, devoid of emotions. It was indifferent to how it was addressed. He cut to the chase, asking, "Do you know why I summoned you?" "To assist you in reconstructing Tianshang by Yujing," it answered. Xu Xian felt a sense of satisfaction and narrowed his eyes. "Good. Then tell me, how shall I build this tower?" The little book spirit narrowed its eyes as well. Slowly, Xu Xian frowned. How slowly? Like cultivation, encompassing all rivers, accumulating small steps to reach great distances. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Xian posed the most pressing question. "Will it be arduous?" The little book spirit paused. A brief silence following before it seriously replied, "I do not know. I have never experienced it." Xu Xian fell silent, sensing a disconnect between himself and the entity with which he conversed. Chapter 18. 4 years of withering. One day of awakening in the mountains, a peach tree thrived, flourishing and withering over 3 years. At Wenjian Square, 3 years had passed since the last gathering. Weeds sprouted in the stone crevices, and fallen leaves blanketed the long steps, where a clay figure sat beneath the sword monument, its face weathered and worn. Whenever disciples from the mountains pass by, they cannot help but cast their gaze in that direction. Time and again, they engage in idle chatter. It has been 3 years. Could this person have perished? What are you thinking? It has only been 3 years. I have heard tales of a Xu Xian, who attained enlightenment in the Tianshu Ge, sitting in contemplation for a century before becoming an immortal. This is merely 3 years. What is the comparison? The Xu Xian had already reached the golden core stage before his enlightenment and could fast without sustenance. As for Su Xian, he is new to this realm, lacking any cultivation. Why fret? With the ancestors watching over him, can he truly perish? I wonder how much longer he will remain in this state of enlightenment. The longer, the better. Perhaps he will take a century or even more. By then, our Wendao zone might also produce a base Xian, overshadowing the three teachings. Enlightenment is an opportunity that practitioners can encounter but cannot seek. Those who reach enlightenment can grasp principles of the universe that ordinary people cannot comprehend. Although it is not necessarily true that the longer the time spent, the better the result, the extended duration must lead to something significant. In years past, the Jinshan Zi of the Buddhist sect attained enlightenment after a decade, gaining an indestructible golden body. There was a Taoist who realized enlightenment after a full 60 years, slaying his inner demons in dreams and awakening to ascend as a Tian Shi. Of course, the record holder for the longest enlightenment is that venerable gentleman of Howard Academy. After a century of sitting in the Tian Shu Gu, realized the Tao of the heavenly scriptures and became an immortal in a single thought. Since then, his words have wielded power, summoning the winds and rains with a mere stroke of the pen. This record remains unbroken to this day, truly unparalleled in history. The chronicles of history are filled with tales of legends, many of which were attained in dreams. Thus, enlightenment is sought by all but attained by few. Su Xian entered the One Dao zone 3 years ago, bearing the sword spirit root, breaking the remnants of the sword ancestors game, and sitting in contemplation at the sword steel for 3 years. Regardless of the outcome, even if he awakens now, his future accomplishments are bound to be extraordinary. Though he has remained motionless before the sword steel, the rumors about him within the entire Wen Dao zone have never ceased. Even outside, there are whispers regarding him, claiming that the One Dao zone has acquired a genius disciple with a sword spirit root, breaking the remnants and comprehending the sword steel. Great powers have expressed admiration, indicating that the One Dao zone has a promising future, with fortunes flourishing over the past millennium. Whether flattery or mere words, it matters not. However, it has been a hardship for Li Qingshan. While Su Xian has sat for 3 years, he has been here guarding for the same duration. Yi Xinyu stated that since he brought the person back, it is only natural for him to guard over him. To this, Li Qingshan readily accepted, for after all, she is his master. Isn't a disciple meant to be managed? Moreover, as the peak master of the Sword Peak, he has never concerned himself with matters within the mountain, merely holding a title. In the entire Wen Dao zone, besides his master, no one is as idle as he. One day, Yi Xinyu arrived, glancing hurriedly and frowning, asking, still not awake? I hope he hasn't died. Li Qingshan was speechless. This was no laughing matter. Yi Xinyu shot him a glare. You're truly dull. Li Qingshan remained silent, drinking on his own. Yi Xinyu glanced at the numerous wine jars scattered about and frowned. You should drink less. Be careful not to drink yourself to death one day. Li Qingshan chuckled. When have you heard of an immortal getting drunk and dying? Observing the jovial Li Qingshan, Yi Xinyu could not be bothered to engage, casually stating, nonsense about immortals. Enough, I have matters to attend to. You take care of your little master, uncle. With that, Yi Xinyu departed. Li Qingshan looked up at the moonlight, gazing at the river of stars, the stars sparkling lightly, and the crescent moon resembling a hook. He took a deep drink and sighed. Being drunk, one is unaware of the heavens and the water, filled with dreams pressing upon the river of stars. Time flowed like the stars rushing by. In a fleeting moment, spring and autumn changed once more. A year later, in spring, as the grass grows and the oriole flies, it has been precisely 4 years since Su Xian's enlightenment. Among the disciples of the same cohort, Lin Xianxian took the lead, successfully establishing her foundation first and entering the sword tomb to seek her destined sword. Zhang Yang, with mediocre talent, has been practicing diligently at the sword-casting peak. Day after day, he either cultivates or forges iron. During this time, he mustered the courage to sneak into the One Dao Square late at night, hoping to see if Su Xian had truly died. The outcome was predictable. He was dragged back to the sword-casting peak by Li Qingshan as if he were a little chick. It was said that he was punished by his master, forced to forge 1,000 pounds of fine iron before he could eat. Such a pity. It was also that year that Su Xian before the sword steel finally stirred. On that day, Li Qingshan, as usual, drowned his sorrows in wine, idling the time away, when suddenly he heard sound. His ears perked up. Even though it was barely audible, he heard it distinctly. Holding the wine jar, he looked over slowly. Below the sword steel, the clay figure remained unmoving, showing no signs of change. He raised his sword brow slightly. Was it just an auditory illusion? While he pondered, the mud enveloping Su Xian began to shed dust. And then it cracked open, numerous fissures spreading outwards. Li Qingshan stared in astonishment. He has awakened. The thick clay completely collapsed, sliding down from the sword steel, kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough! What the hell? Where did all this dust come from? Su Xian walked in. He stood up, stepped down from the stone seat of the sword steel, and waved his hands repeatedly, trying to disperse the dust in front of him. As the dust settled and sunlight poured down, Su Xian gradually scanned the surroundings. A scene of fallen leaves, wild grass, mottled stone slabs, a ground strewn with wine jars, and a slightly inebriated youth. In a daze, he felt an unsettling illusion. It seemed as if a long, long time had passed. Everything was different. It was even more desolate than the dilapidated village he had seen in the Wuxin forest. He swallowed hard, an ominous premonition flashing through his mind, and the words escaped his lips. Did Wendao's zone collapse? Looking at the scattered wine jars, he could not help but exclaim, how much was drunk? Li Qingshan stood up, single-handedly lifting a wine jar, and strode toward Su Xian. Su Xian instinctively took a step back. What are you doing? Li Qingshan said nothing. Stepping in front of Su Xian, his slightly inebriated face bearing an unprecedented solemnity, his eyes filled with suspicion. He looked left and right, reached out to pinch Su Xian's face, then fiddled with his arm, sometimes frowning, sometimes wrinkling his nose, occasionally clicking his tongue. What are you doing? Don't touch me, it tickles. Are you crazy? Li Qingshan ignored him, one hand holding the wine jar and the other stroking his chin, muttering to himself. How can he be fine? No difference at all? Has his physical body grown a bit, but there's no qi, and the dantians are untouched. How come he hasn't even entered the body refinement stage? This shouldn't be. Su Xian was utterly confused, especially at Li Qingshan's extraordinary reaction, making him even more bewildered. He thought to himself, what kind of shock has this child experienced to become like this? He glanced around again. The vast square was in ruins and desolation, utterly deserted, and his inner anxiety intensified. He quietly muttered to himself, I was in there for just a few days. Could it be the Wendao zone really has been obliterated? Surely not. After a while, Li Qingshan put away the wine jar, gazing deeply at Su Xian, and initiated a question. How do you feel? Although Su Xian was perplexed, he still replied, I feel very good. Li Qingshan inquired further, is there anything uncomfortable? Su Xian shifted slightly, casually stating, no, just feeling a bit constricted and itchy all over. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment, his brow furrowing, and pointed slowly. It must be that your clothes are too small. Huh? Su Xian looked down and saw his toes sticking out from his shoes, the pant legs too short, and the buttons on his chest popped open. He was instantly dumbfounded. What on earth happened? Chapter 19. Meeting someone again, did I cross over again? Su Xian's head was as large as a basin. Li Qingshan, having discerned Su Xian's thoughts, inquired, do you know how long you've been enlightened? How long? Su Xian instinquito vito. Li Qingshan raised his hand, with only his thumb bent, remaining silent. Su Xian swallowed hard. For months? He guessed broadly, considering that in a world of fantasy, where one could cultivate immortality, it was not impossible to have slept for 4 months. Li Qingshan shook his head and softly replied, for years. Su Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. For years? Yet he distinctly remembered that he had only been in this Jianbei for a brief moment. The first sight of the Jianlu, the formation of the text, the awakening of the spirit of the book, all these memories could hardly exceed half a day. But here, half a day in Jianbei translated to 4 years in the mountains. Was this what they referred to as life is but a grand dream? And how many autumns does one witness? No wonder, it all made sense now. He collected his thoughts, gradually accepting this reality. Li Qingshan's brows furuba, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. It is said that a dream could last 1,000 years. Logically, during the time of enlightenment, one would perceive the dream as lengthy, much like the book Immortal, who after a century of enlightenment would awaken to recount having traversed the sea of stars for millennia. Why was it different for Su Xian? It was hardly surprising. For years of enlightenment and upon awakening, aside from his body having grown, his cultivation remained unchanged. still at the level of an uninitiated mortal. A 16-year-old mortal at the Windazong was unprecedented. "Let's go," Su Xian said, looking up in confusion and uttering, "Where to?" Li Qingshan did not explain, just as they had first met. He transformed his spiritual energy into wind, swept Su Xian up, and departed from the Winda Square. Su Xian did not resist, but accepted it willingly. Yet he remained emotionally subdued, even suspended in the air, having forgotten his fear of heights, feeling no anxiety. The more he pondered, the more unsettled he became, until he could not help but lament aloud in the vastness, "My youth. Just like that, it's gone. For years. A full 4 years, and I merely dreamed it away. How many things could I have accomplished? How many meals could I have had in 1,000 days and nights? How many 4-year spans does one have in life?" The thought alone caused him heartache. Cultivating immortality? What was there to cultivate? Before he even began, he had already lost 4 years of life. The bitterness in his heart was profound. Li Qingshan, observing his dismay, wore a look of schadenfreude and felt secretly pleased. "Today, Su Xian, you have your comeuppance." Moments later, Li Qingshan brought Su Xian to the edge of a stream in the mountains, before a deep pool. Su Xian hung his head, scanning the area weakly, and asked, "Why have you brought me here?" "Someone wishes to see you," Li Qingshan replied. "Where?" Li Qingshan flipped his palm, and a subtle spiritual essence flickered from the storage ring on his finger, as if performing a magic trick, revealing a neatly folded set of clothing in his palm. "I see you have grown to my height. This attire should suit you. First, take a bath. Once you are clean, change into these, and I will take you along." Su Xian, not overthinking it, acknowledged the necessity of cleansing himself. He had become quite grimy. Given that his clothing was made from beast hide, it was remarkable that it had not decayed over the 4 years. He took the clothes and grumbled, "Why so formal?" Li Qingshan did not respond, turning to walk toward the shore. Su Xian shouted after him, "Aren't you coming too?" Li Qingshan replied nonchalantly, "I will wait for you over there. Call me when you're done." The youth pouted, muttering to himself as he entered the deep pool, causing splashes of water. After a quarter of an hour, he finally emerged. He changed into the new clothes, casually tied back his long hair, and went in search of Li Qingshan. At that moment, Li Qingshan was drinking again. Upon seeing Su Xian, he paused for a moment, momentarily taken aback, before his gaze lingered on Su Xian for quite some time. "Wow," he remarked. Feeling the intensity of the scrutiny, Su Xian asked, "What is wrong?" Li Qingshan, with an air of indifference, replied, "You look quite presentable." Su Xian raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "Nothing much. I'm just complimenting you." "Let us go." Su Xian was speechless and retorted, "A compliment well given. Please refrain from such flattery next time." Li Qingshan ignored him and led Su Xian directly to the peak of the Windafing, where a grand courtyard resided at the summit, serving as the cultivation abode for the sect masters of the Windazong throughout the ages. This residence was filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, shaded by grand trees, interspersed with streams where koi swam. The air was rich with spiritual energy, suffused with the scent of blossoms. Su Xian followed Li Qingshan, stepping on the bluestone steps, frequently glancing around, his eyes filled with curiosity, temporarily forgetting his earlier displeasure. Life must go on, after all. As for the lost years, reclaiming them was all that mattered. Upon arriving at a side courtyard adorned with flowers and grasses, where butterflies danced among the blooms, he noticed a swing hanging from the only tree, accompanied by a stone table surrounded by stone stools. On that swing sat a young woman, leisurely swaying in the breeze. The wind played with her long hair and skirt, creating a graceful dance, as she hummed an unknown melody that seemed like celestial music. Li Qingshan walked straight to the stone table and casually stated, "Master, I have brought you the person." The woman turned her gaze, their eyes meeting. In that instant, Su Xian was slightly taken aback, as though witnessing a breathtaking apparition, reminiscent of a fairy in a painting. This girl possessed an enviable figure, alabaster skin, and stunning features. In 2 words, strikingly beautiful. She resembled an AI-generated beauty from ancient times. She gracefully descended from the swing, gliding towards Su Xian, her feet barely disturbing the flowers or bending the grass, as if she were weightless. She approached Su Xian, her deep and bright eyes scrutinizing the young man. Her brow slightly furrowed as she pointed at Su Xian and tilted her head toward Li Qingshan, asking, "Who is this?" Li Qingshan shifted slightly, pretending not to see. Su Xian straightened his posture and introduced himself, Su Xian, as in the idol and idle person. Yi Xinyu feigned surprise upon hearing this. Ah, you are Su Xian? Su Xian remained silent. Yi Xinyu narrowed her eyes, a smile gracing her lips as she looked him up and down. It has been 3 days since we last met. One must look anew. I did not expect you to have grown so handsome. Quite impressive. Su Xian felt bemused, devoid of the joy of being praised. Instead, he sensed a feeling of being toyed with. However, one could hardly blame Yi Xinyu. After 4 years of stagnation, Li Qingshan had continuously nourished Su Xian's body with spiritual energy, allowing him to grow. 4 years ago, at the age of 12, Su Xian was already tall and robust. Now he had fully matured, becoming even sturdier. Moreover, the 4-year cocooning had shielded his skin from the sun, rendering it fair and delicate, reminiscent of scholarly youth. His eyebrows were like swords, and his deep-set eyes sparkled like stars. Clad in a white sword robe, he indeed exuded the aura of an exceptional young gentleman. To say he had transformed dramatically would be an understatement. Yi Xinyu brushed past Su Xian and moved toward the courtyard's exit, saying with a smile, "Come with me." Su Xian, bewildered, glanced at Li Qingshan, who offered no response. He frowned but thought little of it and turned to follow her. Chapter 20. Jiangu. Upon exiting the small courtyard, Yi Xinyu led Su Xian once again into the swift winds of flight. Faster than Li Qingshan. Su Xian had scarcely registered the sensation before they landed. Before them stood a grand hall perched on the edge of a steep cliff, resembling an ancient sword standing tall. In front, there was a plaza, flanked by colossal stone statues depicting sword-wielders clad in armor, guarding the entrance. A long corridor led straight to the hall's entrance. The mountain was high and perilous, and thus the winds howled fiercely. Su Xian's hair was tousled, and his thoughts were in disarray. Yi Xinyu remained silent, her steps light and graceful as she walked directly towards the grand hall. Su Xian closely followed her, glancing around with curiosity. Upon reaching the front of the hall, he looked up and saw 2 prominent characters that he softly murmured, Jiangu. If one were to say that Su Xian's greatest achievement after 4 years of dreaming was learning to read, it would be an understatement. He recognized not only one, but various scripts that had ever been documented on this land of Fanzhou, including the incantations of the demon and monster clans. Indeed, he was a literary master, he thought, even if he were to descend the mountain and immerse himself in the mundane world. Finding work as a translator for literature to sustain himself would not be a challenge. As for why he had suddenly acquired such knowledge, the reason was beyond his comprehension. If one were to ask whether it made sense, he would retort that physics had ceased to exist, so what could be deemed reasonable? His mind had expanded, and his perspective had broadened. As Yi Xinyu ascended the final step of the long staircase, the grand hall's door emitted a dull thud, creaking open without being pushed. Su Xian exclaimed in astonishment, quickening his pace. The scene within the hall flooded his senses, lofty, expansive, and grand, imbued with solemnity and dignity. Aside from black and white, no third color could be found. The candlelight, which illuminated the entire hall brightly, was not to be counted as a color. When the wind swept through, the flames of the candles remained unaffected, standing still without flickering. As Su Xian stepped into the hall, the stone door closed behind him with a resounding bang that startled him. He felt inexplicably tense, beads of sweat forming in his palms. The hall was empty, with numerous stone chairs arranged on either side. Further ahead, there were 3 steps leading to 10 stone chairs, and beyond that were another 3 steps, where a single stone chair stood at the very center of the hall, the highest point, resembling a dragon throne, symbolizing absolute authority. Unlike the other empty chairs, this one bore a sword, an ancient blade marred by rust. As Yi Xinyu moved, she slowly inquired, "Do you know how many realms we practitioners possess in our cultivation?" In response to her question, the answer automatically surfaced in Su Xian's mind, and he replied, "There are 9 realms for mortals to cultivate. The first realm is body refinement. The second is chi refinement. The third is foundation establishment. The fourth is golden elixir. The fifth is nascent soul. The sixth is spirit transformation. The seventh is body integration. The eighth is great ascension. And the ninth is tribulation crossing." After a brief pause, the youth raised his gaze to meet hers and emphasized, "Above that is the immortal realm, where one can ascend during the day and achieve immortality." Yi Xinyu's lips curled slightly, indeed. "But do you know how many realms in Fanzhou can be called immortal?" Su Xian was taken aback. shaking his head in confusion. I do not know. In this world, people often refer to themselves as Sword Immortals, Book Immortals, Tao Immortals, and various other peculiar titles. Yet, these titles were merely names, signifying a moment of enlightenment regarding celestial intentions, far from equating to the capabilities of ordinary people. However, from Su Xian's memories, there were no true immortal powerhouses in Fanzhou, nor was there an existence of the 10th realm. At this moment, Yi Xinyu reached the first step, ascended, and gracefully took her seat on the first stone chair on the right. Adjusting her skirt as she looked down from her elevated position with an air of authority akin to that of a female sovereign. Su Xian, recognizing the unspoken cue, paused at the foot of the staircase, gazing up silently. Her voice was gentle yet resonated throughout the vast hall, adding an air of solemnity. She stated the 8th realm. The youth raised an eyebrow slightly. She continued, in Fanzhou, regardless of whether it is the 3 teachings or the myriad sects, anyone who enters the 8th realm of Great Ascension can claim to be an immortal, while those who reach the 9th realm of Tribulation Crossing can be considered ancestors, a formidable presence in their own right. There are no immortals in Fanzhou, and those who cross the Tribulation claim to be revered. It makes sense. Su Xian nodded instinctively. Yi Xinyu paused slightly, her eyes shining with pride as she declared, "And I am a practitioner in the 9th realm of Tribulation Crossing." Su Xian raised his right hand, giving a thumbs up, and earnestly remarked, "Impressive." Yi Xinyu momentarily appeared taken aback, but then laughed joyfully. If it were an ordinary disciple hearing of their own realm, they would be filled with shock or fervent admiration. But Su Xian was different. His gaze was calm and unruffled, as if he had always known she was a practitioner of the 9th realm. Of course, this was not surprising. Her realm was no secret throughout Fanzhou. What puzzled her was Su Xian's nonchalance, as if reaching the 9th realm was a trivial matter. However, he was Su Xian, who was indeed an enigma, whether in the illusion before the sword steel or standing before her now. He was a child that defied easy understanding, always capable of surprising her beyond expectations. She continued, returning to the main topic, and spoke eloquently. "This is Jienge, the most sacred and solemn place of my sect. When Daozong, any significant matters that require deliberation among the sects are conducted here. For countless millennia, every major event and decision of my sect has been finalized within these walls." Su Xian understood immediately. It was akin to a conference hall, similar to a parliament or cabinet. To enter Jienge, one must possess the cultivation to surpass the 8th realm of Great Ascension, which is the prerequisite for joining Jienge. Moreover, no other disciples are permitted to enter at any time. After stating this, Yi Xinyu gazed at Su Xian with an enigmatic expression. Su Xian raised an eyebrow, pointing towards the entrance. "So, can I leave?" Yi Xinyu rested her chin on her hands and responded, "However, there is another way. You need not reach the 8th realm to sit here. Would you be interested?" Su Xian hesitated for a moment, sensing the weight of her gaze, an inexplicable unease bubbling within him. He weakly suggested, "Perhaps I should just leave?" Yi Xinyu was taken aback. "You do not wish to know?" Su Xian shook his head. "I do not wish to. Are you truly not interested?" Su Xian shook his head again. "I truly am not." After a brief silence, Yi Xinyu repeated, "Are you certain you do not wish to know?" Su Xian took a deep breath and firmly asserted, "I am quite certain." Yi Xinyu fluttered her long lashes, briefly closing her eyes before reopening them with a serious demeanor. "No, you do wish to know." Su Xian replied, "I have stated that I do not wish to." Yi Xinyu countered, "You are lying." Su Xian retorted, "Are you unwell?" Chapter 21. Jienge Council. What is meant by lineage? This is it. Just a single utterance reveals her masteress identity. Su Xian sighed, resigned his fate. "Fine. I am interested. Please go ahead." Yi Xinyu's lips curled into a slight smirk, basking in her moment of triumph. "See, I told you that you were interested." Su Xian rolled his eyes. Yi Xinyu returned to the subject, pointing behind her, and slowly explained, "Look at this chair. It is the position of the founder of one Daozong, Jianzu. That old sword represents him. The 10 chairs I occupy belong to the first generation of disciples, his direct disciples. The master had 10 disciples, and I am ranked the 10th, hence I sit on the far right." Pausing briefly, she gestured towards the audience below, indicating left and right. As for those below, they're not so clearly defined. They include second and third generation disciples, but even after 10,000 years, they have never been fully occupied. Su Xian listened quietly, not understanding what her words had to do with being able to sit here. Yi Xinyu cleared her throat and continued, in my sect, there is an unwritten rule. Any direct disciple of Jian Zhu has the right to directly enter Jiango and become a council elder. So, do you understand? Su Xiang, feigning ignorance, shook his head. I do not understand. Yi Xinyu naturally perceived his subtle intentions, but remained indifferent. With a delicate flick of her fingertip, a stone chair soared across the grand hall, landing steadily beside her with a dull thud, startling Su Xian momentarily. Ye Yanyu, with a smile that danced on the edge of her lips, remarked, it is nothing. You will understand shortly. As the youth stood in bewilderment, Yi Xinyu cast her gaze beyond the hall, a glimmer of divine light shimmering in her eyes. Although she did not vocalize her thoughts, her voice resonated beyond the Jiango, echoing like a resounding bell, reverberating through the mountains. Jiango is convening. I implore all esteemed elders to arrive promptly. The message traveled across thousands of miles, reaching the secluded elders of the One Dao sect, who turned their eyes toward one Jian Peak, the majestic Jiango. Their expressions shifted from astonishment to a shared urgency as they hastened towards the gathering. Convene? Disciple, I have matters to attend to. I shall return shortly. As the words fell, beams of sword energy shot forth from every peak and hall, resembling shooting stars against the daylight. Numerous disciples speculated aloud. Is it the voice of the sect leader? Could it be that something significant has occurred in Jiange? Perhaps the wild beasts from the wilderness have launched an assault. Do close your crow's mouth, a female disciple inquired. Senior brother, where is Jiange? I've been in the sect for 10 years and remain unaware. 10 years? Jiange has not convened for a century. It is natural that you are oblivious, as only those who have reached the great ascension realm may participate, or if you're a disciple of the Sword Ancestor. Frankly, given your qualifications, merely achieving the Golden Core would be commendable. Ah, senior brother, I shall strive harder. She replied, efforts are commendable, but how will that help those prodigies? Fear not, keep an open mind. Though your talent may be average, your appearance is likewise unremarkable. Outside Jiangu, the esteemed elders arrived in succession and entered the Jiangu together. The stone doors swung wide, revealing their figures, followed by the murmur of voices. What a number of years it has been. Why has the sect leader suddenly called for a meeting at Jiangu? Does anyone know what has transpired? I do not know. I have not heard of any significant events occurring in the world. Old Neo, isn't your shadow hall responsible for intelligence? Have you not caught wind of anything? The elder known as Old Neo cast a fleeting glance at Li Qingshan walking ahead of him. Ask him. Ah, junior brother Qingshan. Long time no see. Li Qingshan remained his usual aloof self, strolling leisurely and feigning ignorance. Not acknowledging others? This lad is growing increasingly arrogant. Haha. Enough. Let us enter and discover the matter at hand. There is no need for inquiries. Figures continuously entered the grand hall, making their way to the center, gently cupping their fists in greeting to Yi Xinyu before taking their seats on either side. Men and women, old and older, a total of over 20 individuals gathered. At this moment, aside from Li Qingshan, all eyes were fixed upon Su Xian, filled with scrutiny and evaluation. A cacophony of whispers ensued. Who is this young man? How did he come to be here? I am unsure. He seems unfamiliar. Why does he appear so familiar? I feel like I have seen him somewhere, but cannot recall. To be fair, he possesses a handsome demeanor, reminiscent of my youth. Enough, you have lived for thousands of years, yet remain so shameless. Do you not feel any embarrassment? To speak such truth is a crime. Do not converse with me. You are bothersome. Under the weight of so many scrutinizing gazes, Su Xian felt a surge of pressure. Inexplicably nervous. Although he was a time traveler who had witnessed countless scenes, the individuals before him were all formidable beings at the Great Ascension stage. Each a monstrous entity with thousands of years of existence, capable of moving mountains with ease. This was the One Dao sect. In any other sect or family, any one of these individuals would be considered ancestral-level beings, absolute powerhouses capable of annihilating nations and cities in an instant. This speaks volumes of the One Dao sect's profound heritage, standing tall for 10,000 years, a colossal entity in the realm of mortals. Moreover, these were merely the individuals present. Su Xian surmised that many elders were still traveling and had not yet returned. At least 9 chairs remained vacant in front of Yi Xinyu, implying that those esteemed figures were likely even more formidable. He retracted his previous complaints made at the mountain gate. With such a lineup, it would be a daunting task for the One Dao sect to falter. Instinctively straightening his posture, he feigned nonchalance, striving to appear as normal as possible. Yi Xinyu surveyed the assembled crowd and, upon confirming their presence, spoke. "Now that everyone is here, let us commence." Silence enveloped the hall as everyone took their seats, redirecting their gazes away from the youth and toward the front. Yi Xinyu addressed Su Xian. "Please introduce yourself to everyone." Su Xian hesitated, pointing to himself. "Me?" Yi Xinyu nodded slightly, and the crowd's gaze returned to Su Xian, filled with curiosity and scrutiny, but more so with anticipation. Upon entering the hall and noticing the extra chair beside Yi Xinyu on the second step of Jianguo, they had already begun to speculate the nature of the discussion. However, they hesitated to confirm, as the young man appeared rather ordinary apart from his striking looks. Though he seemed to be around 16 or 17, he was merely immortal in terms of cultivation, due to Su Xian's considerably altered appearance. They momentarily failed to recognize him as the mischievous youth from 4 years prior. Of course, only a few among them had encountered Su Xian back then. There existed a significant disparity between elders and esteemed elders. In One Dao sect, one could become an elder upon entering the nascent soul stage, while participation in Jiangu required the Great Ascension stage. Typically, they resided in hidden realms, seldom concerning themselves with affairs within the sect, let alone an ordinary disciple initiation ceremony. Thus, their lack of recognition was entirely reasonable. Gathering his courage, Su Xian clasped his fists, bowing respectfully in all directions, humbly stating, "My name is Su Xian. I have the honor of meeting the esteemed predecessors." Su Xian? Is he truly Su Xian? The one who disrupted the Master Ancestors game? The child with the sword spirit? When did he awaken? I wondered why he seemed familiar. Wait, did he not achieve enlightenment 4 years ago? Why does he appear unchanged? As the youth's voice faded, a wave of murmurs erupted from both sides of the hall, a renewed clamor. For years prior, the game was disrupted, and the sword monument stirred, unleashing an ancient sword intent that ascended into the heavens, awakening all present on the mountain, even rousing the 5 beings atop the ancestral peak. It was precisely because those 5 awakened that a sword fell, sealing the entire Wen Dao Plaza. Consequently, they had only heard of Su Xian's deeds, unable to glean any details. To say he disrupted the game was an understatement. He shattered the board entirely. When they first heard this, disbelief had gripped them. Could there truly be such a bold child in existence? Yet now, upon seeing him, their skepticism lingered. The youth's demeanor and actions did not resemble that of a mere hot-headed youth. Their scrutiny intensified, and some elders seemed eager to fix their gaze upon Su Xian. Su Xian sighed inwardly. At times, being too exceptional could indeed become a burden. Before the crowd could fully comprehend, Yi Xinyu spoke again. "Su Xian, please come forward." Without further thought, Su Xian ascended the steps, reaching the top in 3 strides. At this juncture, even a fool could comprehend Yi Xinyu's intentions. Moreover, Su Xian was no fool. He did not resist. On the contrary, he felt a sense of anticipation. Yi Xinyu rose from her seat and approached Su Xian, offering him a gentle smile. With her hands clasped behind her back, she stood tall, gazing down at the assembly below, and stated directly, "In the past, when a sword ancestor established the sword steel and left behind a fragmented game of chess, he remarked that the end game could be deciphered by anyone in the world. The sword steel stands there, and its mysteries are available for future generations to uncover. He also mentioned that if any descendant of the Dao sect could unravel the endgame and comprehend the sword steel, they would be worthy to inherit his legacy and wield the sword to protect the world as populace." Su Xian, possessing a sword spirit root, had passed 3 trials 4 years prior, deciphering the endgame and understanding the sword steel subsequently. According to custom, he should naturally become a disciple under my master. However, my master is currently traveling abroad, elusive as a divine dragon, and has not been heard from, thus he cannot personally accept disciples. With a slight pause, her tone intensified as she continued, "Today, I have gathered you all here to serve as witnesses as I, in my master's name, shall accept a disciple on his behalf." As her words settled, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, as if this moment was universally accepted, and indeed, it was. Regarding the acceptance of a disciple, the elders present exhibited no resistance. Whether it was due to habit or an inherent fear of authority, it was uncertain. Their gazes were fixed upon the elevated platform. Observing the interaction between the young man and Yi Xianyu withdrew her gaze, turning to Su Xian, and asked solemnly, Su Xian, I am here. I must inquire. Do you wish to become a disciple of the Sword Ancestor? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xian promptly replied, I am willing. Li Qingshan furrowed his brow, slightly taken aback. Ye Yanyu posit, had curiosity pijuit. It was simply because Su Xian's response was exceedingly swift. The others remained unfazed, as it was widely acknowledged that being accepted as a disciple of the Sword Ancestor was an unparalleled honor, a fortune unattainable in a lifetime. Only a fool would refuse such an opportunity. Who is the Sword Ancestor? Before his birth, the world was unaware of the path to the sword's other shore. After his arrival, he became the embodiment of that path in the eyes of the world. It is said, if heaven had not birthed Li Taibai, the sword's path would remain shrouded in eternal night. All sword practitioners revered him, looked up to him, and aspired to become like him. However, Li Qingshan and Yi Xianyu differed from the others present. They had a deeper understanding of Su Xian, having interacted with him more frequently. Su Xian was not the type to seize every opportunity that came his way. How should one describe it? He possessed a peculiar mindset, even more peculiar than his thoughts. For instance, while others yearned for immortality upon encountering an immortal being, Su Xian did not seek to cultivate immortality. Moreover, prior to these individuals' arrival, it could be said that Su Xian exhibited a certain eccentricity. In summary, Su Xian was rather peculiar. His prompt agreement bewildered both Yi Xianyu and Li Qingshan. Ye Yanyu, with a hint of mischief, asked, Have you not considered it further? The elders were left in a haze, feeling rather perplexed. Su Xian resolutely stated, No need. If heaven offers and one does not accept, it becomes a calamity. I am willing. Yi Xianyu was taken aback. Li Qingshan was stunned. Is this truly happening? As for the elders, admiration gleamed in their eyes, thoroughly impressed. To comprehend such a principle at such a young age is indeed rare. Yi Xianyu suspected Su Xian was merely putting on an act, much like her own disciple, yet she could not help but let him continue, choosing not to dwell on it. Very well, it is settled then. All right, proceed with the 3 bows. Yi Xianyu turned, pointing to the soul stone chair and the ancient sword on the steps behind her, and said casually, Since my master is absent, you shall bow 3 times before this old sword of his, and that shall suffice for your apprenticeship. Su Xian stared at the ancient sword, his throat tightening. Although a man should not kneel except to heaven, emperor, parents, or ancestors, one must kneel to a teacher once accepted as a disciple. He immediately knelt down. Master above, I bow 3 times as your disciple. Bang, bang, bang. He completed 3 bows and looked up at Yi Xianyu, asking, Is that sufficient? If not, I can bow 2 more. Yi Xianyu smiled and replied, Rise. Su Xian hu di den stut. Yi Xianyu paced back to her seat, elegantly settling down, and gestured to the stone chair beside her, saying, You may sit here. Su Xian glanced back at the assembly of elders, feeling somewhat hesitant. However, it was a fleeting moment. He strode forward, nervously taking his seat, his body tense as he surveyed the hall from this angle. It felt liberating, a rare clarity washing over him. Yi Xianyu remarked, Under my master, you shall be the 11th. Su Xian held himself upright, deliberately steadying his demeanor, and replied, Understood. Yi Xianyu directed her gaze toward the assembly, her voice authoritative. Gentlemen, commence. The group of elders rose from their seats, facing Su Xian with utmost respect, bowing deeply and unisonly proclaiming, We greet you, little martial uncle. We greet you, little ancestor. Only Li Qingshan appeared reluctant. His lips moved, yet no sound emerged. His head lowered, but his waist unbent. Witnessing this scene, Su Xian felt a jolt of exhilaration, his eyes sparkling, his blood surging within him. In that moment, he felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his existence. Power, dominion, and beauty lay within his grasp. A collective of esteemed elders, masters of the 8th realm, bowed before him, calling him uncle and ancestor. One might ponder how many in this world could ever experience such a thing. He mused that he had not brought shame to the traversers. Delight enveloped him. He pondered that perhaps cultivating immortality was not so bad after all, momentarily lost in thought. Grinning foolishly, Yi Xianyu, observing his demeanor, could not help but chuckle and shake her head, subtly indicating him to lower his voice. What are you grinning about? Quickly, let them rise. Su Xian snapped back to reality, suppressing his smile, adjusting his expression, and cleared his throat, declaring with authority, all esteemed officials, rise. Ye Yanyu, He Mei Mei, Li Qingshan, Ake Maima? The elders, Countless gazes turned toward him, their expressions rich with complexity, unspoken emotions swirling within. Su Xian covered his face, utterly mortified. A wave of embarrassment washed over him. What a disgrace. Chapter 23. The relative fairness of the Tao sect. Su Xian awkwardly grasped his sword, feeling utterly defeated. Yi Xianyu was at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. Li Qingshan wore a grim expression, pondering what kind of individual he had brought back. The elders exchanged glances in the solemn hall, the atmosphere tinged with an inexplicable strangeness. Yi Xianyu waved her sleeve, easing the tension. Well then, the matters have been discussed. Let's disperse. The elders bowed once more, gradually withdrawing, conversing quietly amongst themselves, with Li Qingshan among them. Exiting the hall, they returned to their respective mountains. Before long, the grand hall stood empty once more, with Su Xian still nestled in his chair, his face buried in his chest, oblivious to Yi Xianyu having already risen and descended the long stairs. Su Xian. Yi Xianyu's brows knitted slightly, her gaze landing on the stone chair. What is this? Are you truly reluctant to rise? Su Xian, feeling doubly awkward, hastily stood. I'm leaving. Oh. He hurriedly followed her, keeping half a step behind, mirroring her pace. Hesitatingly asking, is that all? Yi Xianyu replied blandly. What else could there be? Do you truly wish to don the dragon robe? How casual. Su Xian muttered under his breath. He thought that such a solemn occasion, with such grand proceedings, could conclude with merely 3 bows. It felt somewhat too casual. Ye Yanyu, seemingly indifferent, remarked, should I summon all the disciples of the sect to bow to you together? Would that satisfy your desire? That would be completely unnecessary. You dreamer. Su Xian maintained a bright smile, inching closer, saying, well. Yi Xianyu interrupted, assertively stating, what well? Call me senior sister. Senior sister, I was just wondering. Isn't there a customary apprenticeship ceremony when our master accepts a disciple? I noticed that others have such rituals. I have bowed my head as well, Su Xian said, somewhat shamelessly. What does cultivating immortality emphasize? It emphasizes lineage, heritage, treasures, celestial techniques, and elixirs. Otherwise, one must endure hardship. He did not wish to suffer. Hence he needed to seize opportunities for himself. Yi Xianyu, feigning ignorance. You wish for a meeting gift? Su Xian denied. No, I was merely asking casually. Indeed, there exists a novice's gift package, one for each individual. It is widely acknowledged that the disciples of Windazong enjoy the finest treatment and benefits from the sect, which you are entitled to as well. You know I'm not referring to that, right? Yi Xianyu languidly remarked. So, it is the master-disciple gift then? You must request it from the venerable master yourself. Su Xian fell silent. Where could he find such a venerable master? He did not even know what the individual looked like, only that he was named Li Tai-Bai, the sword ancestor of Fanzhou, incredibly formidable. The issue was, he was not present. He scoffed, senior sister, you truly have a knack for humor. You were the first to jest, Yi Xianyu countered. Seeing that his attempt at banter was futile, Su Xian decided to relax, reverting to his usual carefree demeanor, with his hands clasped behind his head, swaggering as he drawled. Fine, if I don't get it, then so be it. After all, I currently possess nothing. No cultivation techniques, no magical artifacts, and no cultivation level. Don't blame me for embarrassing him in the future. He deliberately spoke loudly. Unfortunately, Yi Xianyu seemed unfazed by this. The benefits of Windazong were intangible. Spiritual swords from the Sword Tomb, cultivation methods from the Tao Pavilion, and so forth. However, these items were available to everyone, not a privilege exclusive to anyone. She did not elaborate, but softly inquired, Little 11, do you believe that being the disciple of the master entitles you to easily obtain what others cannot, such as celestial swords, celestial techniques, power, status, or other things? Su Xian looked at her, bewildered. Was it not so? As they exited the grand hall and traversed the plaza towards the cliff's edge, Yi Xianyu began to impart wisdom to Su Xian. Since you are being accepted as a disciple, let me remind you of 3 phrases on behalf of the master. which you must remember. Su Xian remained silent, all ears. The first was, justice brings clarity, partiality breeds ignorance. Matters of right and wrong must be judged without bias. Su Xian paused, a flicker of light passing through his eyes, momentarily astonished. Yi Xinyu asked, "Do you understand what this means?" After a brief contemplation, Su Xian instinctively nodded. Yi Xinyu was somewhat surprised. Su Xian hailed from a remote village, isolated from the world, with hundreds of illiterate villagers, yet he could comprehend such concepts. This was unexpected. She probed, "Care to explain?" Su Xian candidly summarized in simple terms. What senior sister means are two statements. The first 6 characters, justice brings clarity. Partiality breeds ignorance, imply that fairness and justice lead to understanding, while bias and hearsay lead to confusion. Justice fosters wisdom, while favoritism results in folly, serving as a warning to future generations. Those in power should act with justice and not be biased, lest they harm themselves and others. The second part, matters of right and wrong must be judged without bias, conveys a similar meaning. The correctness of a situation should be assessed based on its inherent truth, not one's personal preferences or prejudices. A just and impartial individual does not favor based on proximity or distance. Ultimately, both statements distill into 4 words, fairness and justice. Yi Xinyu paused, turning back to the youth, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, little 11, I initially thought you were a simpleton, yet it seems you are quite knowledgeable." Su Xian shot her a look, as if to say, "What a fuss." Then he shifted the conversation, adopting a languid tone, and scoffed, "However, where in this world is there true fairness and justice? From the moment people are born, they're destined to be different. Poverty and wealth, nobility and lowliness are predestined. In the words of practitioners like you, everything is fated, nothing is under human control. Each person has their own destiny, which is beyond our influence. Thus, fairness and justice are a mere joke." Su Xian's pessimistic discourse garnered a new level of respect from Yi Xinyu. She was not surprised by the reasoning he expressed. Having lived for so long, such simple truths were not lost on her. What puzzled her was how Su Xian, at such a young age, could see through it all. Could it be the sword tablet? It must be the sword tablet. She refrained from countering Su Xian's assertions, continuing forward until they reached the cliffside of the sword pavilion. Standing against the wind, she gazed down at the entire Windazong, while Su Xian, who had a slight fear of heights, stepped back, peering into the distance, his view suddenly opening up. Yi Xinyu's voice broke the silence again, flowing gently and melodiously. "You are correct. There has never been absolute fairness and justice in this world. Nature selects the strong, and the weak are devoured. Humans are born with selfish inclinations. However," she turned to Su Xian, casting a deep glance that does not imply it is right. Su Xian felt slightly confused. Yi Xinyu continued, "You just said everything is fated. Nothing is under human control. But do not forget, we are not ordinary people. We are practitioners. What does it mean to cultivate immortality? It is to seize the forces of heaven and earth for oneself, to seek longevity, to contend with heaven and earth. This itself is an act of defying fate." Su Xian remained silent. "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven." This was a common saying among practitioners. Yi Xinyu's words took on a profound significance. Of course, absolute fairness does not exist in the world, yet relative fairness does. Windazong pursues relative fairness. Within Windazong, regardless of whose disciple you are, be it the sword ancestors or mine, or even if your master is merely an ordinary steward, it is all the same. Merit determines reward, and opportunities must be seized. If you seek cultivation techniques, you must choose from the Tao Pavilion. If you seek weapons, go to the Sword Tomb. If you acquire them, it is your ability. No one will envy you. If you cannot, then that is your inadequacy, and you cannot blame others. As for pills, celestial plants, and so forth, they can be exchanged for points." At this point, she turned to Su Xian, her tone growing more serious. "As for others, I cannot concern myself. I have stated that humans are inherently selfish. If they choose to take care of their own disciples, that is their business. However, I am different, and so are you. You and I are disciples of the sword ancestor, and we must adhere to the rules. Do you understand?" Su Xian was taken aback for quite some time. In that moment, he suddenly felt that Yi Xinyu radiated light, his respect for her difficult to hide. It was not due to her cultivation level, but rather her words. He swallowed hard and instinctively replied, "Understood." Whether he truly understood or merely pretended to, Su Xian rolled his eyes and awkwardly added, "Be strict with oneself and lenient with others, right?" After saying this, he gave a thumbs up, feigning approval. "You are so noble." Chapter 24. The Path of Reason. Ye Yanyu, however, was unfazed, merely smiling knowingly. Returning to the main topic, she said, "The second phrase is, in poverty, cultivate oneself. In prosperity, benefit the world. In ignorance, remain complacent. In strength, guard a territory." Senior sister summarizes it for you in 8 words. With great power comes great responsibility. Upon hearing this, Su Xian chuckled, "Well, that is fortunate. As an ordinary person, my responsibilities are minimal." Yi Xinyu pointed a finger, poking him between the eyebrows, and feigned seriousness. "Thus, you must strive to grow stronger. As a master's disciple, there are no weaklings." Su Xian rubbed his stomach, grumbling silently. The principles of Windazong were indeed profound, embodying the essence of great wisdom. "What is the third phrase?" Su Xian inquired eagerly, wanting to finish quickly so he could eat, as he felt a bit hungry. "The third phrase." Yi Xinyu hesitated, teasing him before sitting on the cliff's edge, her long legs dangling over the abyss, swaying gently like a breeze. She gazed at the boundless sea of clouds and the bright blue sky, her expression radiant as she softly recited, "Is also 8 words. Su Xian listen aten TV." Yi Xinyu's tone intensified as she stated, "Do good deeds without concern for the future." Su Xian lowered his brows, silently reflecting. He then raised his gaze towards the horizon, where the blue sky and drifting clouds met the verdant mountains, with peaks stretching endlessly. He pondered, what kind of person was the sword ancestor? Surely, he must live with great clarity and possess a profound sense of reason. This time, Su Xian did not respond. This time, Yi Xinyu did not ask whether he understood. The former felt that the sentiment of the phrase was too deep. Could anyone truly embody it? As for the latter, it was because she herself was uncertain if she could live up to it. Since she could not, she should not impose such expectations on Su Xian. As the saying goes, do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. She conveyed this to him, simply because it was her duty to do so. He is Xiao Shi, destined to inherit his position in the future. In any case, remember this well and strive diligently. Only through enduring hardship can one ascend to greatness. Hardship? Su Xian particularly detests hardship, yet he refrained from voicing this sentiment this time, for there was no choice. Now that he has arrived, he cannot let this opportunity slip away. Enduring hardship is certainly better than suffering losses. A gentle breeze wafted by as Su Xian took a seat beside Yi Xinyu, initiating a conversation. Senior sister. Do you know which 2 types of people I despise the most in this life? I do not know. Su Xian replied calmly. One type is those who use connections to circumvent the rules. And the other? Su Xian earnestly stated, those who do not allow me to use connections to circumvent the rules. Yi Xinyu couldn't help but chuckle. I was just like you back then. Su Xian was not surprised and casually inquired. Oh, so you didn't have to present a greeting gift either? Yi Xinyu pouted and said, at that time, the little senior brother also asked me to seek the master, and he said those same 3 sentences to me. Su Xian was bewildered, his face reflecting confusion as he exclaimed, what does that mean? Yi Xinyu laughed lightly. Yes, it means exactly what you think it means. Su Xian was rendered speechless. Yi Xinyu continued. The little senior brother was accepted by the 8th senior brother. Su Xian. Yi Xinyu. The 8th senior brother was accepted by the 7th senior sister. Su Xian's mouth opened slightly. Yi Xinyu. The 7th senior sister was accepted by the 6th senior brother. Su Xian swallowed hard. Yi Xinyu further remarked. The 6th senior brother was accepted by the 5th senior brother. Gundens, Su Xian et Galim. Are you playing a nested-doll game with me? It seems the sword ancestor himself is unaware of how many disciples he has. They are all accepted by their juniors. What filial piety, he muttered under his breath. It feels akin to a pyramid scheme. Yi Xinyu, having keenly overheard, curiously asked, what do you mean by a pyramid scheme? Su Xian deflected the topic, dismissively responding, it's nothing. So, if I am not mistaken, the 5th senior brother was accepted by the 4th senior brother, right? Yi Xinyu shook her head. Oh, then it must be the 4th senior sister, Su Xian said. Yi Xinyu continued shaking her head, explaining, the 5th senior brother was accepted directly by the master. He is the only one among us who has met the master. Su Xian's heart sank, and he timidly asked, "So, the first, second, third, and fourth are all deceased?" Yi Xinyu shot him a disapproving glance, exasperatedly replying, "You are the one who is dead." "Ah," Yi Xinyu clarified, "the first senior brother, second senior sister, third senior brother, and fourth senior sister accompanied the master on a distant journey, but I do not know where they went, and no one knows. They have yet to return." Su Xian pondered thoughtfully, speculating, "Is it possible that you understand?" Ye Yanyu, Sipikis, pointed to a towering building on a distant peak. "Do you see that building?" "So, that is the Chaming Tower. Once a human cultivator reaches the Yuan Ying realm, they can separate their own soul. For those of us in the Windazong, once we break through to Yuan Ying, we will separate a fragment of our soul and place it in the Chaming lantern, which is kept in the Chaming Tower. When a person lives, the lantern burns. When a person dies, the lantern extinguishes. The topmost level houses the Changming lanterns of our master and several senior brothers. I regret to inform you, but they're all still brightly lit." Su Xian immediately replied, "That statement implies I wish for their demise. I would be delighted if they were alive." Yi Xinyu tilted her head, asking, "Is that so? If you are happy, then why do you wear a troubled expression?" Su Xian rubbed his stomach and complained, "I am hungry. By the way, when are we going to eat?" "Eat? Yes, there was no welcome feast. But there must be a simple meal, right? It is getting late." Su Xian asked. Yi Xinyu looked at him as if he were foolish, nonchalantly saying, "I do not eat." "Huh, I have long since stopped eating, but I must eat," Yi Xinyu lazily remarked. "Then you shall figure it out for yourself." Su Xian was rendered speechless, indignantly stating, "I am truly at a loss. As a junior uncle of the Windazong, must I really cook for myself?" Ye Yanyu, relishing his plight, said, "Then focus on your cultivation. Enduring the hardship of training now will spare you the suffering of hunger later. Let me set a small goal for you." Su Xian was not particularly inclined to converse. Yi Xinyu declared, "Establish your foundation within a year, given your aptitude. It should not be too demanding, correct?" Su Xian's mind was elsewhere, and he vaguely agreed. All right. You are the senior sister. Your word is final. By the way, are you coming or not? If not, I shall leave first." Yi Xinyu, "There is no rush." Su Xian, "I am in a hurry." Yi Xinyu, "Just wait a moment." Su Xian, "What else is there to do?" Yi Xinyu, "You will find out shortly." With nothing to do, the wind continued to blow. As the sun began to set, the sound of gurgling echoed in the evening breeze. Su Xian had long since lost all interest. The sunset painted the sky with shades of crimson, a captivating scene that he was unwilling to appreciate, while Yi Xinyu appeared entranced by it. Suddenly, the young woman spoke. "They have arrived." Su Xian looked up to see a woman dressed in white, descending on a sword, and upon landing, she clasped her hands in greeting. "Zhongzhu, you summon me?" Chapter 25. When Qingxue in her white attire, with black hair and long legs, her demeanor was cool, and her eyes seemed to harbor a glimmer of sword light. She exuded an aura that clearly conveyed, "Do not approach." Su Xian's first impression of the woman before him was that she was formidable. Yi Xinyu introduced, "Allow me to present Wen Qingxue, a steward of the Jinjian Hall and a prized disciple of Hall Master Li Lao, a seventh-stage sword cultivator." Su Xian nodded slightly, offering a smile to the latter. "This is Su Xian." Wen Qingxue's clear eyes flickered with a glint. Yi Xinyu emphasized, "He is also your junior uncle." Wen Qingxue was taken aback, visibly startled. Ye Yanyu, Unfazit, slowly rose and casually remarked, "Your junior uncle has just joined the sect and is unfamiliar with many matters. You should help him get acquainted." Wen Qingxue frowned slightly and replied with a nonchalant "Oh." Yi Xinyu turned to Su Xian with a smile. "Xiao Shi, do not forget our agreement. If you do not establish your foundation within a year, I shall impose a penalty on you." He. Exchanging glances, Su Xian felt a shiver run down his spine. Yi Xinyu smiled charmingly and departed, soaring away on the wind. Su Xian remained seated at the cliff's edge, feeling overwhelmed, for he had never agreed to this. Establishing a foundation within a year, breaking through 3 realms, and not being allowed to take shortcuts. Wasn't this a bit excessive? After Yi Xinyu left, Wen Qingxue fell silent, summoning a flying sword. When the sword was unsheathed, it was only 3 feet long, a common width. Yet, as it soared through the air, it instantly expanded. Wen Qingxue stepped onto the long sword and suddenly turned to Su Xian, saying, "Junior uncle, let us go." Su Xian did not hesitate. quickly rising and brushing off his bottom before stepping onto the long sword. Although he had a fear of heights, flying was not a new experience for him, and it felt manageable, especially now that he held a certain status. He could not lose face in front of his disciples, adopting the demeanor of an immortal. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, raising his chin and solemnly inquiring, "Disciple, where are we headed?" Wen Qingxue seemed unaccustomed to the title of disciple. A flicker of distaste crossing her features as she retorted, "Are you stable on your feet?" Su Xian replied with an air of indifference, "Just let us go." Wen Qingxue did not respond, and, with a thought, initiated the flight. The sword whistled through the air, accelerating to 100 kilometers per hour. And in the blink of an eye, Su Xian lost his balance and fell backward off the cliff. Disciple, save me." Wen Qingxue shook her head in exasperation as the sword plummeted straight down, howling like the wind, and soon the young man was on the blade. Su Xian clung tightly to Wen Qingxue's waist, disregarding the so-called ancestral dignity and the propriety of male-female interactions. His legs trembled, and he dared not look up. Wen Qingxue frowned, remaining silent as she concentrated on controlling the sword. The sword traversed through a myriad of peaks under the setting sun, passing by a hill where a disciple happened to glance up, stealing a quick look. His throat tightened as he murmured, "Dare to embrace Senior Sister Wen? This fellow is truly brave. He is a model for us all." Entrusted by Yi Xinyu, Wen Qingxue escorted Su Xian away from the Wendafing and arrived at the Xinjian Hall's main stronghold located at the Zhijian Peak, which was also under the jurisdiction of Li Qingshan. As the celestial sword touched the ground, Su Xian remained with his eyes tightly shut, clutching Wen Qingxue with a firm grip. The latter gently reminded him, "Little Master Ancestor, we have arrived." Su Xian opened his eyes. He let out a sigh of relief. "Can I let go now?" Wen Qingxue prompted. Su Xian, with a face full of embarrassment, hastily released his hold, leaped off the celestial sword, and sheepishly explained, I apologize, that was quite presumptuous of me." Wen Qingxue remained unfazed. She stowed away the celestial sword, adjusted her attire, and proceeded forward. Su Xian followed suit, his eyes darting about. The stone-paved path meandered, flanked by pavilions and buildings that stood tall, occasionally revealing celestial cranes soaring through the clouds, chasing the evening glow. He curiously inquired, "Where is this?" "Zhijian Feng," she replied. Su Xian nodded thoughtfully and further asked, "Where are you taking me?" At that moment, Su Xian's stomach audibly grumbled, betraying his hunger. Wen Qingxue, as succinct as ever, stated to eat. Su Xian's eyes brightened, confusion and intrigue dissipating as if his waning vitality had been rejuvenated. He exclaimed, "Eating sounds splendid." His steps quickened, overtaking Wen Qingxue, taking the lead, "This way. Let us hurry." Wen Qingxue said nothing, simply quickening her pace. As they approached a building, the warm glow of candlelight illuminated the interior. Wisps of smoke curled upward, and disciples hurriedly moved about. As they neared, the sound of lively chatter filled the air, accompanied by the enticing aroma of food, causing Su Xian to involuntarily swallow. Coming to a halt before the entrance, he looked up and read aloud, Ling Shifeng. Wen Qingxue brushed past him, stepping inside, and Su Xian quickly followed, hastening his steps. Inside, tables were neatly arranged, chopsticks neatly placed. Numerous disciples were engrossed in their meals, relishing their food. Wen Qingxue selected a long table by the window and gracefully took a seat, while Su Xian hurriedly sat opposite her, his gaze still scanning the surroundings, his impatience palpable. Suddenly, a portly figure approached, his round face gleaming, sparse hair atop his head, an apron tied around his waist, a large ladle slung over his shoulder, and a collection of knives hanging from his belt. With a hearty laugh, he exclaimed, "Ah, rare guests. Today, Senior Sister Wen has deigned to dine in my humble establishment. What an honor. I had a feeling something good was about to happen, and here you are, ha ha ha." In response to the flattery, Wen Qingxue merely gazed at him and inquired, "So, is it complimentary?" The man's laughter abruptly ceased, his demeanor turning serious. With a feigned unfamiliarity, he asked solemnly, "What would you two guests like to eat?" The swift change of tone caught everyone off guard. He emphasized, "We operate on a small scale, no credit allowed." Wen Qingxue, her eyes cold as mountains, tossed a palm-sized emerald token onto the table and said, "One bowl of Ling Zhou." The portly man's expression brightened instantly, his smile returning. "Certainly, After retrieving the token, he surveyed Su Xian and Wen Qingxue, asking, "Is one bowl enough?" Wen Qingxue slightly furrowed her brow. The hefty man seemed to understood. "Please wait a moment." He hurried off with his ladle, and Su Xian quickly called out, "Make it a large bowl." The man glanced back at Su Xian. Merely a fleeting look, scratching his sparse hair, appearing lost in thought. When Qingxue remained silent, initially expecting a grand feast, Su Xian found himself facing a bowl of porridge. Nevertheless, he was not one to be picky. Having food was sufficient, he reasoned, as no one owed him anything. Eagerly, he produced chopsticks, tapping them on the table, his gaze fixed on the kitchen. "Dao Yu," when Qingxue uttered 2 words. Su Xian was taken aback. When Qingxue continued softly, "That token just now is called Dao Yu." "Oh," Su Xian responded, his gaze wandering restlessly towards the kitchen, eagerly anticipating what was to come. Clearly, his thoughts were elsewhere. When Qingxue furrowed her brows momentarily, exhaling a sigh, her expression relaxing as she explained, "Dao Yu is the identity token of the One Dao sect. Each individual possesses one. It records your name, realm, mountain peak, and position, and it updates automatically. More importantly," she paused for emphasis, raising her voice slightly, "it can store task points, which can be used like mundane currency within the One Dao sect for transactions. Purchasing spiritual resources, elixirs, talismans, exchanging for spiritual stones, materials, techniques, and weapons. It can also be used for meals." Su Xian nonchalantly replied, "Yes, meals. Eating is good. Eating is good. A person is made of iron, and rice is steel. One meal skipped can leave one feeling famished." When Qingxue widened her eyes, silence. Soon, a steaming bowl of ling zhou was placed before Su Xian by a bustling disciple, who respectfully handed the token back to Wen Qingxue, his eyes darting between the two with a mix of admiration and curiosity. "Master Uncle, your Dao Yu. Enjoy your meal. Call for me if you need anything." Su Xian paid no heed to the formalities. As the ling zhou was set before him, he eagerly grasped it. The creamy porridge, adorned with vibrant ingredients, shimmered with a luminous sheen, resembling stars in the night sky. Famished, Su Xian's fingers twitched, and licking his lips, he feigned politeness. "Aren't you eating?" Wen Qingxue shook her head slightly. Su Xian grinned, "Then I shan't hold back." With the first spoonful of porridge, it felt as refreshing as a cool spring in the heart of summer, an indescribable pleasure. In no time, the bowl was emptied, and Su Xian leaned back in his chair, patting his stomach, contentment radiating from his demeanor. There is no greater delight on earth than this. Surrounding disciples occasionally cast bewildered glances at him. Though he appeared refined, his voracious eating habits were indeed shocking. Moreover, was it really so delicious? Just a bowl of ling zhou, the cheapest dish at Ling Shifeng? They couldn't help but glance into their own bowls, questioning if they were indeed consuming the same dish. Had the chef added something extra? One of the disciples in attendance scratched his head, muttering to himself, "But it's just ordinary ling zhou, right? What if he served it himself?" Suddenly, a shadow loomed behind him, the portly figure nudging him forward. Turning around, the hefty man from afar remarked, "Look at how hungry that child is. Life at the Zhenjian Hall must be tough, unlike our comfortable lives in the Shangtang. You, young man, better not take your blessings for granted." The disciple nodded vigorously, affirming, "What the master uncle says is true. Rest assured, I will work diligently." The portly man squinted with satisfaction, patting the disciple's shoulder with such force that it nearly lifted him off the ground. "You are the one I have the most faith in. You are truly talented. Now go, get to work." "All right, watch me shine." At the long table, Su Xian gazed at the seemingly ordinary empty bowl before him and smiled. "You know, this food at the Wen Dao sect is truly remarkable. Just this small bowl is enough to fill me up. Back home, I could eat 10 bowls of this size." At the age of 12, Su Xian was indeed at a growing stage, and, as the saying goes, a half-grown boy can eat his father out of house and home. When Qingxue, with an expression as calm as a still lake, explained, "Ling food is prepared with ingredients nurtured by spiritual water, imbued with the essence of heaven and earth. Consuming it grants strength and longevity for mortals, while celestial beings can satiate their hunger and recover some spiritual energy. Since you lack cultivation for now, that is why it affects you so much." Su Xian instinctively nodded, summarizing simplistically that this food was beneficial to the body and nutritious. His gaze shifted to the token at Wen Qingxue's waist, prompting him to ask, "By the way, You mentioned earlier that this thing is called Daoyu? Hmm. Where's mine? One Qingxue remarked. The hour is late today. I shall accompany you to handle it tomorrow. She then inquired about the points for exchanging items, asking how one might acquire them. Su Xian proactively questioned, sensing her intent, and patiently explained, points can be earned by completing tasks assigned by the sect, or through trading with others. Of course, one may also work for the sect to earn rewards. Work? Wen Qingxue nodded, affirming, indeed. For instance, I am an elder of the Jinjin Hall, and each month, a fixed number of points are distributed to Daoyu. Consider the disciple who just served you porridge. He assists at the Ling Shifang while also training daily, earning corresponding points as compensation. There are similar tasks such as sweeping, weeding, and night patrols. Su Xian Su, isn't this just a job? You could say that, when Qingxue replied nonchalantly. Su Xian touched the tip of his nose and chuckled lightly. I have no intention of working. Having embarked on the path of immortality, the prospect of labor seems rather trivial. In simple terms, Daoyu serves as a combination of identification card, bank card, and salary card. He couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of the sect that has thrived for millennia, noting its remarkably structured system. Understood, he acknowledged. When Qingxue continued, this is the Ling Shifang, the only place our Jian Peak provides sustenance. Whenever you feel hungry, you may come here dine, though it will be a bit pricier. Su Xian, unconcerned, replied, one must not speak so. What if it is expensive? The food is delicious. Dining is a significant matter, not to be skimped on. When Qingxue remained silent, rising to depart. Where are we going? Su Xian asked. Home, she answered. As they exited the Ling Shifang, when Qingxue chose not to ride her sword but instead followed a winding path, basking in the last rays of the sunset as they headed towards a certain location within the mountains. Along the way, when Qingxue, like a programmed automaton, methodically informed Su Xian about the Windasong, its structure, its current state, and the rules governing Jian Peak. The Windasong consists of 7 peaks and 13 halls. The 7 peaks are 1 Jian Peak, Zhong Jian Peak, Ji Jian Peak, Tian Jian Peak, Luo Yin Peak, Zhu Jian Peak, and Zhu Peak. Apart from our Zhenjian Hall, the 13 halls include Lingdan Hall, Shan Hall, Ning Hall, Fa Hall, Zhujian Hall, Rinshi Hall, and Renwu Hall, among others. Each hall operates across the 7 peaks, possessing its own branches and industries, each with distinct responsibilities and functions. The 13 halls complement one another, ensuring the stable operation of the Windasong. For instance, our Jinjin Hall is responsible for external affairs, overseeing the world with a sword in hand. The Renwu Hall issues tasks, the Ing Hall collects intelligence, and the Gfa Hall maintains internal order. The Shan Hall engages in business, spearheaded by the sect, with Ling Shifang being just one of its enterprises alongside auctions and shops. Outside, in the world, their business ventures thrive. Su Xian followed closely behind when Qingxue, attentively absorbing this newfound knowledge about the Windasong, which resembled a miniature nation. It is self-sufficient internally while employing both soft and hard power externally, engaging in economic exchanges and maintaining its own military force, with the Zhenjian Hall comprising all sword-bearers. In the face of external threats, the Zhenjian Hall stands ready to conquer and defend. The Windasong boasts a comprehensive system and structure with a legacy spanning millennia, undeniably a colossal entity in the mortal realm. Furthermore, the Windasong differs from the 3 teachings and other sections. The 3 teachings aim to enlighten the populace without seeking dominion, merely to conquer hearts and minds. They desire the world to embrace their doctrines. Their followers are widespread, and while their power and influence surpass those of secular dynasties, they rely on these dynasties for sustenance within their respective spheres of influence. The royal families benefit from the protection of the 3 teachings. As for other sects, they either remain aloof from worldly affairs or are intertwined with dynasties, to varying degrees. Only the Windasong stands firm, with the northern wasteland of 5,000 li remaining impervious to imperial authority. The sword stands tall, with secular dynasties wary to advance even a step. Even the 3 teachings, though seemingly more powerful than the Windasong, have consistently opted to spread their beliefs rather than employ force to conquer. The Windasong resembles a sword. It does not unsheathe lightly, but when it does, it strikes with lethal intent. Wen Qingxue provided a general overview and remarked to Su Xian, I may have shared too much information. You might not remember it all. However, it matters not, as you will become familiar with it over time. If you're interested, you may also visit the library. The history of our sect's rise and fall is inscribed within. Su Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed, he had retained all the information and could effortlessly recite what Wen Qingxue had conveyed. After comprehending the sword monument, he not only grasped the common knowledge of this world, but also recognized all written characters and understood every language. His memory had remarkably improved. He could remember what he read and retain what he heard with ease. Impressed, Su Xian mused that had he possessed such abilities earlier, he would have undoubtedly excelled academically and likely avoided an untimely demise on the assembly line. The stars twinkled lightly, and the crescent moon hung like a hook. The mountain breeze at night was refreshingly cool, as when Qingxue guided Su Xian to a small courtyard within the mountains. She handed him a palm-sized pouch, saying, "This is a unique spiritual pouch of the Wendasong, with a space of 3 feet square. You need only drip a drop of blood on it, and it will recognize its master. Thereafter, you may store and retrieve items at will. As for the contents, every new disciple receives one. You may take a look." Su Xian accepted it without hesitation, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Wen Qingxue continued, "The sect leader entrusted me with your care. Until you achieve foundation establishment, you shall share this courtyard with me." Su Xian raised an eyebrow. "That is acceptable." Wen Qingxue pointed to the west wing and inquired, "Shall you reside in the west wing room? This one?" "Yes," he affirmed. "It is getting late. You should rest early. Tomorrow, I will take you to the Renshi Hall for registration." "All right," Su Xian replied, making his way toward the west wing. A bowl of spiritual porridge costs 10 points. Su Xian paused and turned back, confusion etched on his face. Wen Qingxue, with an expression of calm detachment, reminded him, "Do remember to repay me." Su Xian was taken aback. After saying this, Wen Qingxue turned and entered the room. Su Xian stood in place for quite some time, a smile breaking out on his face. Being a sect leader isn't worth a bowl of porridge. This is quite absurd. In the Wendasong, there is no sense of humanity. Everything is transactional. He weighed the pouch in his hand before returning indoors. The oil lamp in the room ignited as soon as he opened the door, illuminating the space. The room was spacious and comfortable, devoid of any furnishings except for a meditation mat, and a draft whistled through a hole in the window, making it quite chilly. Su Xian stood frozen for a moment, finally regaining his senses and uttering a single word: "Impressive." Initially, he believed Wen Qingxue's comments about enduring hardship to be mere pleasantries. However, it became clear that while she might be somewhat stingy, she was genuinely sincere. This marked the first day of his formal entry into the sect, and Su Xian found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. As the newly appointed sect leader, he had gained nothing substantial. There was no possibility of taking shortcuts, and even his living conditions left much to be desired. After a day filled with turmoil, he was left with a deficit of 10 points, and he could already foresee the arduous days ahead. "Well then, I shall take each day as it comes." Closing the door, he approached the window, sitting on the mat with one hand supporting his chin, gazing at the moon outside. Someone once said that the moon is a compassionate deity, illuminating the lonely souls of the night. At this moment, it could not be more fitting. A myriad of thoughts flooded his mind, and for the first time, Su Xian experienced what it meant to feel as if he were worlds apart. He sat in silence, lost in reverie, contemplating the passage of 4 years in this mortal realm. As he gazed at the moon in the sky, a deep longing for home surged within him, his brow furrowing and his gaze growing heavy. 4 years have elapsed. My younger brother must surely be able to chase pigs up the mountain by now. As for my elder sister, it is high time she married. I wonder to which of those rascals she will be wed. I hope our parents are in good health. The village chief is so old. I hope he doesn't pass away, for I am not yet able to return and take over the family affairs. I find myself longing for home. No matter how bright the moon shines in a foreign land, it cannot compare to the warmth of a single lamp in my hometown." He let out a long sigh, his brows furrowed in melancholy, as he cast his gaze upon the storage pouch in his hand, secretly resolving, "I must endure these hardships in my cultivation. Once I can soar through the skies, I shall return to my village for a family visit. Await my return. When I attain enlightenment, I shall grant the chickens and dogs of Hodao village the ability to ascend to the heavens." As the saying goes, the realms of immortals and mortals are distinct, transcending the separation of yin and yang. Once one enters the immortal gates, the mortal world becomes but a desolate grave. Su Xian comprehended this principle, yet he pondered that since he could cultivate immortality, he ought to do something for his family. At the very least, he wished to ensure their well-being, to grant them longevity. Ideally, he would wish for them to live forever. After all, if he could not achieve even this, then what joy was there in cultivating immortality? He slowly raised his right hand, extending his index finger, and with a determined bite, a drop of his essence blood fell into the spirit pouch, causing it to shimmer with a pale light, surpassing even the moonlight for a fleeting moment. Then, as if sensing his intent, Su Xian merely focused his thoughts, and the contents within the pouch were instantly scattered before him. Ah, this is delightful. 3 fist-sized spirit stones. A new thin book, a new thick book, and a sword. That is all. After his initial astonishment, Su Xian's brows knitted in dissatisfaction, his eyes revealing unmistakable disdain. Is this novice gift truly so meager? A cursory glance revealed a surge of pale, white characters emerging from several items. Inferior Spirit Stone. Purity of Spiritual Energy 30 Inferior Spirit Stone. Purity of Spiritual Energy 31 Inferior Spirit Stone. Purity of Spiritual Energy 29 Cold Iron Sword. Mundane Item Physical Cultivation Technique. Profound Grade Upper Tier 1 Dao Sect. Away Su Xian was momentarily stunned, forgetting the pain in his fingertip, as he rubbed his eyes vigorously and confirmed thrice, incredulously exclaiming, "Am I experiencing a cheat?" It is not a cheat, but a visual share. A voice devoid of emotion resonated in his ears, as though spoken directly into his mind. Su Xian instinctively looked up. With the flickering candlelight and the moon's soft glow, the ceiling was bare, with a few dark beams. "Little book, where are you? Please lower your gaze, master." Su Xian shifted his sight downward and found the little book spirit standing on the ground, arms crossed, cheeks puffed out, staring intently at him. So elusive, Su Xian thought to himself. The little book spirit tilted its head, a glimmer of clarity appearing in its deep-set eyes. It felt that its master was somewhat lacking in intelligence, rather dim-witted. "Why are you looking at me with that expression?" The little book spirit sighed. "Well, if being a bit foolish is part of the deal, I suppose I must accept it." Su Xian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't shake the sensation of being looked down upon by this entity. The little book spirit, bound by a dream pact, became his master and resided within his consciousness. It claimed it would lead Su Xian to the pinnacle of existence, standing atop the sword path, dominating the ages. As for how to accomplish this, the little spirit remained enigmatic, stating that the time had not yet come, and the secrets of heaven should not be disclosed. Regardless, it created an air of mystery that left Su Xian in a state of bewilderment. However, after awakening, he spent the entire day trying to summon it, yet received no response, leading him to suspect the little spirit had vanished. Its sudden reappearance was indeed unexpected. The youth lazily remarked, "Where have you been all day? I've been calling for you, thinking you had perished. I have just awakened from the sword steel. I am still unaccustomed to the laws and constraints of this realm. Thus I needed to sleep for a while." The little book spirit replied earnestly. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was attentive. Su Xian fixed his piercing gaze upon the little book spirit and inquired, "You do not belong to this world either?" The little book spirit was momentarily puzzled. "What do you mean by also?" Yet, it did not dwell on the matter, for its master was not particularly bright, so it was reasonable for him to utter nonsensical words. Some secrets cannot be revealed. Su Xian pondered. The little spirit had withheld its answer, yet the truth was evident. Indeed, the intellect of this book spirit matched its appearance, rather low. He muttered to himself, "It shouldn't be. Could it be that the sword ancestor is also not from this world, just like me?" The little book spirit, confused, looked up and asked, "Who is the sword ancestor?" Su Xian frowned and called out the name of his master, Li Tai Bai. The little book spirit was doubly bewildered, blinking its eyes and asking, "Who is Li Tai Bai?" Su Xian responded with a hum, countering with a question, "You do not know?" The little spirit thought carefully for a moment, then shook its head, sighing, "I have not heard of him. I have been asleep for a very long time, and there are many things I do not know." The little book spirit's eyes reflected solitude. Its petite frame exuded an indescribable sense of sorrow and melancholy. Su Xian understood. It must be an exceedingly long tale. Without doubt, he shared what he knew. Li Tai Bai, the founder of the One Dao sect, is known as the Sword Ancestor. He is the one who placed you in that square. And the remnants of the game were left by him. I encountered you while solving the remnants. The little book's spirit grasped the information, stroking its chin, and spoke with an air of wisdom. Oh, then perhaps I was brought back by him. As for that remnant game, it was left by me, not him. It is of no consequence. Su Xian chose not to press the matter further. Indeed, it was of little importance, since the person was no longer present. Discussing it was meaningless. Pointing to the items before him adorned with lines of text, he asked, "Tell me, what is this visual sharing? Is a divine ability?" A divine ability? Yes, a great divine ability. The eye of insight, capable of perceiving all things, comprehending everything, foreseeing the future, and tracing the past. However, your current body is too weak to endure it. You can only see these inanimate objects, not living beings. But as your cultivation progresses and your spiritual power increases, you will gradually unlock this ability. As she spoke, she raised her hand, bending her index and middle fingers toward her eyes, then turned her palm to face Su Xian. Speaking in an enigmatic manner, at that time, with your eyes, you will be able to see through others. Impressive. Isn't it? Su Xian curled his lip, reluctantly giving a thumbs up and saying, impressive. The ability to kill with a glance is indeed quite something. However, the prerequisite is that he must grow stronger. Once he becomes powerful, there would be no need for stealthy killings. It would be pointless. Nevertheless, the ability to perceive everything, to foresee the future and trace the past, sounded quite appealing. In the world of cultivation, fighting among cultivators is not forbidden. If one could see through their opponent, they could seize their weakness and strike decisively. Aside from identifying treasures, this would also be an essential skill for one-on-one duels. The little book's spirit, filled with pride, proclaimed, "This is nothing. Once we build the white jade capital in the heavens, with the 12 towers opened, even the gods shall fall." Su Xian rubbed his nose, remaining silent. Such grandiose claims were made. The vision of grandeur was indeed lofty. Yet, one must be grounded and take steady steps. That is the wise approach. He set the little book's spirit aside and gathered all the items on the ground back into the spirit pouch, leaving behind only a physical cultivation method. Suddenly remembering something, he asked with a serious expression, "By the way, I have a question for you." "What is it?" "I recall that I had only been in the sword steel for a few days, yet how has 4 whole years passed outside?" The little book spirit first wiggled its index finger from side to side, then shifted to 4 fingers and shook them, denying, "It has not been a few days. To be precise, it has only been 4 hours." "Only 4 hours?" Su Xian felt even more at a loss. He continued to inquire, "So, what is going on?" Xiao Shu Ling shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly and said, "It's nothing much. I merely accelerated the flow of time within the Jianbei space. 1 hour here equates to a year in the mortal realm. After you entered, I simply forgot to revert it, thus 4 years have passed." Su Xian widened his eyes in surprise. Xiao Shu Ling continued indifferently, "You see, the days of waiting can be quite unbearable. If I hadn't sped up time, I would have been bored to death." Her reasoning was so compelling that Su Xian found himself unable to refute it. "Is it reasonable? One mistake on your part, and I've lost 4 precious years of my youth. What a pitfall." Su Xian rolled his eyes. "You truly have a talent for this." He then asked with a hint of anticipation, "Do you possess any other abilities that you could share with me? Others cannot see me. Only you can. Does that count?" Su Xian remained silent, giving her a look. Xiao Shu Ling plopped down on the ground and replied calmly, "For now, that is all I have." Chapter 29, Body Refinement Technique. Setting Xiao Shu Ling aside, Su Xian opened the Ling Tiju and began to study it by lantern light. In the Tsangming realm, there are levels of cultivation: Huangjia, Xianjia, Dijia, Tianjia, Xianjia, and Shunjia, each further divided into lower, middle, and upper grades. The Ling Tiju in his hand belongs to the upper grade of Xianjia. In Fanzhou, a cultivator's journey consists of 2 stages: refining the body and refining qi. The first stage focuses on tempering the physical form, breaking through the limitations of the flesh. The methods recorded involve 2 approaches. One relies on external forces such as elixirs, spiritual herbs, and celestial liquids to forcibly expel impurities from within. The other depends on the techniques of the body refinement realm, which requires gradual cultivation and refinement. In simple terms, one approach utilizes external forces to hasten growth, while the other relies on self-discipline and gradual honing. Regardless of the method chosen, one must undergo body tempering, bone forging, and blood condensation, ultimately breaking through 10 locks that confine the body. Upon achieving mastery in body refinement, one can then draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, creating an internal sea of qi, thus allowing for the cultivation of qi refinement techniques. In Fanzhou, the highest-ranked body refinement technique is the Vajra Sutra practiced by the ascetic monks of the Buddhist sect, classified as a lower-grade Dijia technique. Beyond this, whether orthodox or demonic, Confucian or Taoist body refinement arts do not exceed Xianjia in rank. Indeed, the Ling Tiju from the One Dao sect stands as a superior technique among the body refinement methods in Fanzhou. Unlike other sects, One Dao treats all disciples equally, regardless of their innate talents. Whether one is a direct disciple of an elder or an ordinary disciple, everyone has access to the same teachings. Furthermore, the One Dao sect does not differentiate between inner and outer disciples. The sect upholds the principle of relying on the sword, embodying fearlessness and steadfastness, with a preference for grounded progress over shortcuts through external aids. Therefore, all disciples of the One Dao sect are expected to undertake arduous paths, viewing any shortcuts as disgraceful. Of course, there is an exception for those with innate celestial or holy physiques blessed by the heavens, who require no training and can naturally grow to break through the body refinement realm, akin to many powerful bloodline beasts. Su Xian turned to the first page of the Ling Tiju, where 2 sentences succinctly encapsulated the essence of this cultivation method, without enduring the frigid chill. How can one expect the plum blossoms to exude their fragrance? As he continued reading, Su Xian felt overwhelmed, closing the book and pinching the bridge of his nose. He lamented, "This is not cultivation. This is risking one's life. Breathing exercises, meditation, these are merely the basics. Climbing mountains, standing in place, enduring the torrent of waterfalls, anything imaginable that could temper the body is detailed within, and it presents an extreme version of exercise. It could be said that aside from the sophisticated mental practices of breathing and meditation, the rest is merely a rigorous fitness regimen." Sighing, he lay back on the ground, gazing at the moonlight outside. "I truly do not wish to cultivate immortality." Xiao Shuling hopped onto the book and asked, "Master, do you not understand? I can teach you." Su Xian turned his gaze towards the little creature, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. "By the way, Xiao Shu, do you have any methods that could allow me to instantly refine my body without enduring the hardships detailed in this book?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Shu Ling placed one hand on her hip and adjusted her hat, declaring confidently, "Of course, there are multiple ways." Su Xian's eyes lit up, sitting up eagerly and asking, "Really? Please, tell me more." Xiao Shu Ling replied with an air of nonchalance, "The simplest way is to take some pills." "What kind of pills?" Xiao Shu Ling began counting off on her fingers, listing a series of names. Jiu Shi Shun Su Chao, Jin Wu Fu Sang Yi, Dai Su Iwe Su Guo, Hun Jun Zhang Shen Hu. Su Xian stared wide-eyed, having never heard of any of these. However, even a fool knows that these items are not something an ordinary person could easily acquire. "Let's consider alternatives," he suggested. Xiao Shu Ling paced back and forth on the book, saying, "All right, those are indeed hard to find. This continent's laws are too weak to produce such items. I should have considered that. Let's go with drinking blood instead." "Drinking blood? Whose blood?" Xiao Shu Ling replied casually, "Any blood will do, as long as it comes from ancient divine beasts or formidable creatures. The older and purer, the better. Dragon blood is particularly potent. Just a drop, once refined, would allow for a day of qi cultivation without issue." Su Xian was rendered speechless, unable to suppress his inner thoughts. "Do you realize how unrealistic that is? Where am I supposed to acquire such things? Can't you be a bit more practical?" Xiao Shuling rolled her eyes and retorted, "Please, you're the one who started this unrealistic conversation." Su Xian fell silent, tentatively asking, "Is there not a simpler, easier method?" "There is, indeed, a very simple one," she said. "Just take out that sword from earlier, and then just give yourself a little cut." Xiao Shu Ling said, "Die early and be reborn, perhaps in your next life. You'll have a better start. If you can be born into an imperial family, a divine lineage, or inherit the blood of a divine beast, wouldn't that be splendid?" Su Xian remained silent, confirming that he had been played. Xiao Shu Ling, however, was unperturbed, explaining, "Why do you look at me like that? What I said is quite reasonable. You have 3 paths. Either work hard and strive for a favorable rebirth, or if you have wealth, take pills. Otherwise, she lightly tapped the Ling Ti Ju with her foot, stating calmly, you will have to endure hardships. Su Xian was a loss for words. Some are born into Rome, while others are born as cattle or horses. Clearly, he belonged to the latter group. Through a sleepless night, he suddenly heard the crowing of roosters, followed by the dawn's light breaking. As the morning sun bathed the world in warmth, the disciples of Wendao sect discovered that the Wendao Square, sealed for 4 years, had reopened. Disciples from Jianfeng were busy within, sweeping, weeding, trimming, and renovating. Passers-by stopped to catch a glimpse, and soon the news spread like wildfire throughout the Wendao sect. Su Xian had awakened. It became common knowledge. Many came to witness the commotion, and in the Wendao Square, the Jian Bei remained, yet the aftermath had vanished, and the young man had also disappeared. As for Su Xian, he was awakened early in the morning by Wen Qing, barely having washed his face before being dragged to the Human Affairs Hall on Jian Peak. Wen Qing explained, the Human Affairs Hall is one of the 13 halls of Wendao sect, responsible for the registration and management of all personnel within the sect, as well as the distribution of benefits to disciples. Your direct family in the mortal realm receives annual tokens of goodwill from the Human Affairs Hall, be it gold, silver, or provisions, depending on circumstances, ensuring they remain free from worries and allowing disciples to concentrate on their cultivation. Su Xian's eyes brightened at this revelation. Oh, is it really that good? When Qing Xue gently remarked, if you accidentally perish for the sect, your relatives for 3 generations will be supported by the sect. This falls under the purview of the Renshitang. Suddenly halting, when Qing Xue turned to the youth and cautioned, therefore, when you fill out the information shortly, please be as detailed as possible, lest your family becomes untraceable. Xu Xian was momentarily perplexed, pondering the meaning behind her words, yet he nodded in agreement. Very well. Chapter 30. Peculiar regulations at the Zhijian Peak. Within the Renshitang branch, an elderly man lounged in a chair, yawning as he gazed at the young lad before him. His eyes still heavy with sleep. Young man, you arrived quite early. I've just opened the door. What business do you have? Registration. Registration? The old man was slightly taken aback, his gaze flitting over Xu Xian, wondering which family this child belonged to and how he had bypassed the usual protocols. After all, the 5-year recruitment event had yet to commence. Why would there be a need for registration? What is your name? Xu Xian. The old man was startled, instantly alert. You are Xu Xian? Xu Xian offered a faint smile. The elder's demeanor shifted entirely, his face radiating warmth. You have awakened. Indeed, you are a remarkable talent. As he praised, he took out paper and pen, placing them on the table. Let us proceed with the formalities. Whom do you follow as a master? Where do you currently reside, and what is your position? Following Wen Qing Xue's instructions, Xu Xian recounted, I am a disciple of Li Taibai, currently residing at Zhijian Peak, affiliated with the Xinjiantong. Li Taibai, the sword ancestor of Fanzhou, founder of the Wendao sect, a legendary figure in the realm of swords. The elder's gaze fixed on Xu Xian, his throat moving as his expression fluctuated between joy and caution, leaving him momentarily speechless. What is it? The elder regained his composure and said, please hold on a moment. He then rose and entered a back room, seemingly utilizing an ability akin to long-distance communication to confer with someone, confirming certain details, almost as if making a phone call. After a considerable time, the elder reemerged. His demeanor transformed. He stood before the table with a beaming smile, bowing respectfully to Xu Xian. Little Master Ancestor, I apologize for the wait. As he spoke, he produced a brand new jade tablet and began to channel his energy into it. He did not forget to inquire. May I ask where the Little Master Ancestor hails from? Thou Dao, Sun, Xu Xian replied, taking the initiative to add, I must mention, I am the village chief of Thou Dao, Sun. I treat my villagers like my own kin. There are hundreds of us, all family, you understand. The elder's mouth twitched involuntarily, his expression betraying skepticism. Ah, Little Master Ancestor, you are indeed benevolent. I comprehend, but may I ask where this Thou Dao Tsun is located? Xu Xian furrowed his brow, finding himself in a quandary. Southeast, southwest. How would I know? The elder seemed to perceive the youth's embarrassment and quickly reassured him. No worries. I will have someone search for it. It's a trivial matter. Xu Xian smiled, responding, that would be much appreciated. Before long, the old man presented the jade tablet with both hands, bowing respectfully. Little Master Ancestor, please receive this. Xu Xian, feeling satisfied, accepted the tablet and glanced over it. The information within synchronized with his mind, akin to an identification card. Name, Xu Xian. Identity, Master of the Sword, ancestrally Taibai's 11th disciple. Affiliated peak, Zhijian Peak. Position, disciple of Xinjiantong. Points, 0. Current realm, none. What? Xu Xian frowned, inquiring, why are my points 0? Is there an error? The old man chuckled amiably. No error here. Xu Xian pressed further. Was it not said that ordinary disciples of Xinjiantong receive a monthly subsidy of 1,000 points? Is that to be issued next month? Upon entering, he had asked Wen Qingxue about this. She had mentioned that the benefits for Xinjiantong disciples included a base salary of 1,000 points each month, with additional points for completing tasks outside, and that the salary would increase with one's realm and position. Wen Qingxue had also stated that in the Wendao sect, the salaries at Xinjiantong were relatively the highest. No points next month either, the old man replied. Xu Xian immediately protested, slamming the table. What does this mean? Is this directed at me? I am your master ancestor. The old man, maintaining a pleasant demeanor, explained, Little master ancestor, I wouldn't dare. You may not be aware, but in the Wendao sect, first-generation disciples do not receive basic point subsidies. I am merely following the rules. What? Who established these rules? The elder hesitantly replied, Your master, the sword ancestor himself. Xu Xian's gaze flickered as he scrutinized the old man, sensing he was not lying. However, he found the absurdity of such rules truly exasperating. Not even for the sect leader? The old man confirmed no. Resigned, Xu Xian put away the jade tablet, feeling disgruntled. What else could he do? As a senior, he couldn't make things difficult for this junior. Very well, I shall take my leave. Master ancestor, please walk carefully. Xu Xian was left speechless, inwardly cursing, questioning the utility of being a master ancestor who receives no salary. Such peculiar regulations were beyond his comprehension. Feeling discontent, he exited the Renshitang, where Wen Qingxue leaned against a stone pillar, waiting patiently. All done. Yes. Where next? Training. Xu Xian scoffed, hastening to catch up with her. Along the way, he couldn't help but vent his frustrations regarding his lack of salary as a master ancestor, questioning Wen Qingxue about the absurdity of it all. Wen Qingxue remained silent, strict with oneself, lenient with others. These were the words spoken by the sword ancestor long ago, which the Wendao sect has upheld to this day. As a disciple of the sword ancestor and a future leader of the Wendao sect, talent and cultivation are merely aspects. One's character is equally significant. Every action could potentially alter the fate of the sect. The path they tread is inherently distinct from that of others. The sword ancestor's reasoning behind such actions is undoubtedly profound. Noticing Xu Xian's continuous complaints, Wen Qingxue suddenly interjected, expressing concern, Little master ancestor. You have spoken so much. You wouldn't be considering not repaying me, would you? Xu Xian promptly replied, How could that be? I am not that kind of person. I value my reputation above all. Do you know where I come from? Thou De Otsuan. Who doesn't know that? I, Xu Xian, am the most honest. Oh, that's good to hear. Wen Qingxue sighed in relief. Rubbing his hands together, Xu Xian cheerfully said, Disciple, here's my thought. Why not lend me a bit more to make it an even 1,000? It will be easier to remember. Wen Qingxue's expression soured. As expected, Xu Xian continued, I need to eat, you know. My senior sister entrusted me to you. You cannot neglect me. Rest assured, once I am successful, I will certainly repay you. Employing both emotional appeal and logical reasoning, along with prior groundwork, Xu Xian pressed on. Wen Qingxue sighed, quietly retrieving her jade tablet, and inquired, How much do you need? Xu Xian also produced his jade tablet from his waist pouch, grinning. Transfer me 990 points to make it an even 1,000. I will return you 1,100 later. Isn't that fair? Wen Qingxue shot him a glance, but said nothing, proceeding to transfer 990 points. Glancing at the balance on his jade tablet, Xu Xian raised an eyebrow, approvingly stating, Very generous. Remember to collect. Rest assured, I am not one to neglect such matters. Wen Qingxue, somewhat skeptical, replied coolly, Little master ancestor, you should return to your training. If you have any questions, you may ask me or others within the mountain. I must attend to my tasks now. Very well, you may go. Wen Qingxue departed, and Xu Xian felt somewhat buoyant, clutching the jade tablet and humming a cheerful tune, making his way to the Lingshi Fong. It is only with a full stomach that one can muster the energy to train. Hey, you there, chubby fellow. One bowl of spiritual porridge, please. Chapter 31. The hardships of cultivation. The bald, plump man at the Lingshi Feng brandished a large ladle, pointing at Xu Xian, and retorted, "Who are you calling chubby? Mind your manners, call me Shu. Do you understand? I am of the same generation as when Shimmy." Xu Xian remained silent, simply tossing the jade tablet onto the table, propping his leg up nonchalantly, and declared, "Why so much chatter? Hurry up and serve the food. I am busy." The hefty man scoffed, taking the jade tablet and scanning it with his mind. "What the?" he exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of shock. Gazing back and forth between Su Xian and Dao Yu several times, he finally came to a realization and hurriedly put away the spoon, uncertainly saying, "You are Su Xian?" The youth squinted slightly and replied nonchalantly, "What a lack of respect. Is it appropriate for you to call me Su Xian? In the Taoist sect, lineage holds utmost importance." The corpulent man quickly changed his demeanor, smiling ingratiatingly. "Little master ancestor, I fail to recognize the esteemed presence of my master ancestor and did not welcome you properly. Please do not take offense. I was wondering why my left eyelid was twitching this morning. It turns out it was a sign of a noble visiting, illuminating my humble abode." Su Xian curled the corner of his mouth. Aside from the title, he hadn't changed a single word, which felt rather perfunctory. "Really? The sun and moon can testify," Su Xian remarked with a hint of amusement. "Then allow me to grant you an opportunity to show your worth." "As you command." "Master ancestor," the man said, "this meal is on you." The plump fellow's face instantly fell, and he earnestly replied, "Master ancestor, you wish for a bowl of spiritual porridge, correct? That will be 10 points. I shall fetch it immediately. Please wait." Without giving Su Xian a chance to respond, he seized Su Xian's Taoist token and hurriedly departed. Su Xian was left speechless. Indeed, he was both genuinely plump and miserly. When the spiritual porridge was served, it cost 10 points. After satisfying his hunger, Su Xian engaged in light conversation with the chubby proprietor, whose name was Zhou Tao, the owner of the Lingshi Feng, and like Wen Xingxue, he was a third-generation disciple. He was rotund and notoriously stingy. "Little master ancestor, just let me know what you wish to eat in the future. As your disciple, I shall prepare it for you." I'm not boasting. Among the disciples of the Taoist sect, while I may not be the strongest, I certainly possess the highest culinary skills. And I assure your satisfaction. Su Xian earnestly inquired, "Is it possible to have credit?" Zhou Tao pondered briefly. I didn't say anything. They parted on unfriendly terms. Upon returning to his courtyard, Su Xian began his cultivation. The first step was body tempering. The heavens and the earth are vigorous. A gentleman must strive unceasingly, he resolved. Without enduring the hardships of cultivation, he would soon find himself without food. Even though he was reluctant to pursue immortality, Su Xian had to hasten to establish his foundation. Only by doing so could he accept tasks from the Taoist sect's mission hall to earn points. Only by establishing his foundation could he fly, granting him the freedom to go wherever he wished. In the following days, Su Xian's life was quite mundane. He rose early, bathed in the morning mist, had meals, returned to temper his body, climbed mountains, jumped long stairs, meditated beneath waterfalls, had meals again, meditated once more, and then slept, living in a cycle of monotony. His self-discipline was formidable, yet it left him utterly exhausted. Fortunately, having grown up in the mountains, he had a solid foundation and could endure it. However, the tales about him in the mountain only grew more exaggerated. Su Xian had awakened. The sect leader had taken him as a disciple, making him the youngest disciple of the Sword Ancestor. Su Xian became the youngest ancestor of the Taoist sect, and the rumor spread. "Did you know? The little master ancestor loves porridge the most. Is that true? Could I deceive you? My buddy is from the Zhijian Peak, and everyone there knows he drinks 2 bowls a day." Su Xian, overhearing this once, chuckled disdainfully. Was it love for porridge? No, it was merely a necessity for survival. Thus, he earned the moniker Porridge Ancestor. The Lingshi Feng at Zhijian Peak began selling porridge at an increasing rate, attracting many disciples who traveled from afar to taste its delicacies. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Tao raised the prices. The porridge that cost 10 points was suddenly sold for 15 points. Rather than diminishing in popularity, it became even more sought after. Upon discovering this, Su Xian sought out Zhou Tao, claiming credit for the surge in sales and demanding a share. Zhou Tao refused, stating he could only continue providing it at the original price. Furious, Su Xian reported him, restoring the porridge prices to normal. Zhou Tao lost considerable weight as a result. A month passed. Su Xian had successfully completed the body tempering phase and began the second stage of bone forging. His appetite increased, and with a balance of less than 300 points, he was on the verge of being unable to afford porridge, which left him quite distressed. During this time, Yi Xinyu visited, inquiring about how Su Xian was faring with Wen Qingxue. She honestly evaluated that Su Xian was the most diligent disciple she had ever seen, devoting himself entirely to cultivation without a moment's rest. Yi Xinyu found this hard to believe, given Su Xian's previous demeanor, and realized she had misjudged him. One must judge actions, not intentions, she thought, feeling somewhat relieved. As she departed, she asked Wen Qingxue, "I heard Su Xian loves porridge?" "Yes, he drinks it daily." Wen Qingxue confirmed. Yi Xinyu then asked, "If he cultivates all day and does nothing else, how does he earn point for food?" Wen Qingxue explained the borrowing of points. Yi Xinyu frowned and specifically instructed Wen Qingxue not to allow any more borrowing. Though Wen Qingxue did not understand, she agreed. After Yi Xinyu left, feeling somewhat discontent, she muttered to herself, "Why didn't I think of borrowing money back then? It seems one should not be overly proud." Su Xian's experiences mirrored her own. In the past, she had been cast into the Zhenjian Hall by her senior brother, lacking points, and having to work multiple jobs to eat while cultivating. Life was indeed hard. To quote her senior brother, "Only through enduring hardship can one rise above others." This was a tradition she had followed, and she had unconsciously imposed it on Su Xian. To her surprise, Su Xian had resorted to borrowing money for sustenance, and from the typically aloof Wen Qingxue, no less. Another half-month passed. Su Xian completed the bone forging phase. His strength significantly increased, yet his appetite doubled, leaving his balance at 0. He approached Wen Qingxue again for a loan, offering a 20 return on investment. She declined, suggesting she could introduce him to some work opportunities such as sweeping or weeding in the spiritual herb fields. Su Xian refused, having already endured the hardships of cultivation. He had no intention of suffering through labor as well. "Let me be clear, working is out of the question. It will never happen in this lifetime. Even if I starve to death in my home, I refuse to work." Respecting Su Xian's stubbornness, Wen Qingxue chose to honor his decision. Su Xian began borrowing from others. But regrettably, he knew few people, and none were willing to lend him anything. Not even Zhou Tao would allow him to run a tab. Frustrated, he pawned 3 spirit stones and barely managed to scrape by for 2 more days. He felt that as a master ancestor, he was certainly the most destitute in history. The Taoist sect was hardly humane. Just as he was about to exhaust his resources, someone knocked on his door. Su Xian opened it and found a person standing there. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in unison, "Who are you?" Chapter 32. Reuniting with an old friend. Outside stood a figure clad in azure. Untainted by dust, with bright brows and pearly teeth, their long black hair, cascading like a waterfall, captivatingly beautiful. Inside, a youth clad in white, slightly yellowed, humble and graceful, tied his hair back, brimming with youthful vigor. After 4 years apart, neither recognized the other at first. Su Xian, Lin Qianqian, they recognized each other, and joy filled the moment of reunion. As dusk approached, the young man asked, "Are you hungry? Allow me to treat you to porridge." The latter happily accepted. They walked together to the dining hall. Su Xian stated, "I will treat you. You can pay the bill." Lin Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, a string of question marks hovering above her head, but she agreed, albeit in a daze. "All right, sound good." When the food arrived, Su Xian devoured it with great speed, leaving nothing behind. Lin Qianqian was left in awe, frozen in place, unable to pick up her chopsticks. "Why are you staring at me? Eat." Su Xian, get. After a small taste, Lin Qianqian remarked, "I heard from my senior sisters that you love porridge. I initially didn't believe it, but now I do." Su Xian, offering no explanation. "They all call you the porridge ancestor," Lin Qianqian added. Su Xian replied nonchalantly, "Such worldly titles are inconsequential." The two conversed for quite some time, reminiscing about the past and sharing old stories. Lin Qianqian mentioned that she had joined Tianjian Feng and had become a disciple under an elder of the sect, thus becoming a third-generation disciple. Zhang Yang also joined and went to Zhujian Feng to forge swords. She recounted that when Su Xian awoke, she had already spent over a month in the sword tomb, and upon hearing about him, she came to visit. As she spoke, she took out her sword and placed it on the long table, beaming with joy as she said, "Look, this is the sword I obtained. What do you think?" The sword was entirely white, imbued with spiritual essence, and though it remained sheathed, its sharpness was palpable. Su Xian's perspective revealed a line of text floating above it. Qing Shuang, a low-grade heavenly weapon. In the world of weapons, there are common weapons, spiritual weapons, earthly weapons, heavenly weapons, immortal weapons, and divine weapons. The sword he had seen by the Changsheng Bridge was an immortal weapon, while the sword in the novice gift pack was a common weapon. Qing Shuang, however, was a heavenly weapon, albeit of the lower grade. In the Windazong and even the entire Fan Prefecture, it was a rare treasure worth its weight in gold. The sight of the sword drew Zhou Tao's attention, who approached with sparkling eyes, utterly astonished. "Wow, it's actually a heavenly weapon. Junior Sister Lin, at such a young age, you've acquired this formidable artifact. Your future is limitless." Lin Xianqian smiled and replied, "Senior Brother Zhou, you flatter me." Su Xian, unreserved in his praise, added, "It truly is remarkable. I recall you possess the ice spirit root. This sword, named Qing Shuang, suits you perfectly." Lin Xianqian gasped, "Wow, you recognize this sword?" Zhou Tao also directed a look of surprise at him. Su Xian cleared his throat and replied with an air of age, "Of course I recognize it. Don't forget, I am a disciple of the sword ancestor." The two looked at him with odd expressions, but Su Xian paid no heed and urged Lin Xianqian to eat. After taking a few more bites, she frowned and said, "I'm full." She stole a glance at the bald, plump man and whispered, "It's not that tasty." Su Xian observed the untouched bowl of spiritual porridge and, in a tone befitting an elder, admonished, "I must say, how can you waste food?" "But I can't eat any more," Lin Xianqian replied, feeling aggrieved. Su Xian sighed, clearly in a quandary, and said, "Fine, I'll help you finish it. Who told me I'm your grandmaster?" Before Lin Xianqian could refuse, he took the bowl and began to feast heartily. To be honest, his appetite had indeed increased recently. In the past, one bowl would suffice, but now 2 bowls were just right. Lin Xianqian widened her big eyes and said, "No, I've already eaten. If you're still hungry, I can buy you another bowl." Su Xian shrugged nonchalantly. "So what if you've eaten? I don't mind." Lin Xianqian's eyes widened even more, her cheeks slightly flushed. "All right then." After finishing another bowl, Su Xian felt satisfied, let out a contented burp, and beckoned Lin Xianqian to leave. Along the way, they encountered numerous fellow disciples, all of whom bowed and greeted them. "Greetings, little grandmaster." "Greetings, little grandmaster." Su Xian held his head high, striding confidently, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement and responding with a smile, accustomed to such attention. As for his status, Su Xian needed no elaboration. He relished it, especially when feeling down, as he would intentionally walk through crowded areas to hear others address him as grandmaster, instantly lifting his spirits. He couldn't help but boast to Lin Xianqian, "It's bothersome. You see my current status. It's impossible to maintain a low profile. It's quite troubling." Lin Xianqian chuckled, retorting, "Then should I call you little grandmaster as well?" Su Xian replied cheerfully, "No need. We're close. You can still call me brother. But your master should address me as Uncle Master. Each has their own title, haha." Lin Xianqian squinted her eyes into crescent moons, happily agreeing, "All right, I'll follow your lead." As they walked, they discussed other matters related to cultivation. Lin Xianqian shared some insights, and Su Xian listened attentively. She also advised him to focus on his training, as once he reached the foundation establishment stage, he too would be able to select a sword from the sword tomb. That night, under the tranquil expanse of stars and the Milky Way, Lin Xianqian remarked, "It's getting late. I must return." Su Xian zponde ap fi mai si. Lin Xianqian extended her delicate, jade-like hand and requested, "Give me your Dao Jade." "For what?" "Just give it to me." Without much thought, Su Xian handed over his Dao Jade. Lin Xianqian scanned it with her spiritual sense, her brow slightly furrowing. She then took out her own Dao Jade and gently tapped it against Su Xian's, surprising him as she returned it with a smile, reminding, "Make sure to eat well. I'm leaving now. I'll visit you again another day." With that, she unsheathed Qing Shuang, stepped forward, and beneath the stars and moonlight, waved goodbye, vanishing into the vast night. Su Xian looked down at the Dao Jade in his hand, noticing a faint trace of fluctuating points. "Lin Xianqian from Tianjian Feng is trading you 3,000 points. Initially taken aback, Su Xian fell silent for a moment, then smiled broadly, muttering, "I didn't expect her to be a little wealthy lady. Wealth can lend 1,000 gold pieces, but poverty cannot borrow half a dough of rice. Su Xian acknowledged, feeling somewhat touched. Their brief encounter 4 years ago had led to this moment, where she voluntarily transferred 3,000 points to him. Whether this amount was significant or not for Lin Xianxian, Su Xian was uncertain, but for him, it felt like a timely assistance. Initially intending to only have her cover a meal, he found himself relieved of an urgent need. This gesture of friendship was quietly noted by Su Xian. He felt that Lin Xianxian was a worthy friend. After putting away the jade tablet, he returned to his small courtyard, resolutely vowing to complete his physical training before spending these points. The following morning, Su Xian, as usual, stepped out to the mountain peak to absorb the purifying energy of dawn, only to find Wen Qingxue already seated in the courtyard. Upon seeing him, she inquired, "Little Grandmaster, have you decided about the weeding job in the spiritual herb field? 1,000 points per month." Su Xian, with hands behind his back, strolled outside and declined. "I want to go." Wen Qingxue frowned. "Do you even have points to eat?" Su Xian chuckled, boasting, "As your grandmaster, I may lack many things, but I have plenty of friends, so I want to go hungry." "What a joke." Wen Qingxue responded. Chapter 33, Tao Pavilion. 1 month to refine the body, 1 month to temper the bones, 10 days to coagulate blood, and 20 days to break 10 shackles. Su Xian achieved great success in body refinement, and that night, after meditating and awakening, he expelled a breath of stagnant air. Phew! The youth smiled, finally succeeded. After 3 months of arduous body refinement, he broke through in one night. Feeling a surge of relief, he took out the jade tablet, connecting his spirit, and the realm within the Tao Jade updated automatically. Su Xian, current realm, Qi refinement stage. In the Windazong, the realms of body refinement, Qi refinement, and foundation establishment are merely foundational. Anyone chosen, as long as they do not perish prematurely, can successfully establish their foundation. Golden core is merely the average benchmark, while nascent soul is the passing mark. Thus, below the golden core, body refinement is body refinement. Qi refinement is Qi refinement, and foundation establishment is foundation establishment, with no distinction of early, mid, or late stages. Henceforth, he could finally endure less suffering. The Qi refinement realm focuses on Qi, unlike the self-tempering of body refinement, which relies on enlightenment, comprehending the heart method, sensing the laws, drawing upon the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to nourish the body and cultivate the sea of Qi. At the very least, Su Xian no longer needed to venture outside to face the wind and sun. Moreover, in the Qi refinement realm, he could convert some spiritual energy into nourishment, allowing him to eat less. As he caught a whiff of a foul odor, he looked down to see his skin covered in dark impurities. Su Xian had washed himself by the creek in the middle of the night, causing the fish and shrimp to suffer unnecessarily. The following morning, Su Xian exited his small courtyard and casually approached a disciple from the Sword Peak. "Little disciple, would you like a chance to show your worth?" "What do you mean?" "Master, take me to the Tao Pavilion at Wenjian Peak." "What do you want to go there for?" Su Xian replied nonchalantly, "If you won't take me, I'll find someone else." "No, master, I'll take you." The young disciple summoned his sword and swiftly carried Su Xian to the main peak. Before long, they arrived at the Tao Pavilion. "Master, we've arrived. Thank you for your hard work. Should I wait for you?" "No need. You can return." "Understood, master." At the Tao Pavilion, the library of Windazong, known as the Tao Pavilion, houses all the martial arts manuals, mystical techniques, ancient formations, and alchemical texts of the sect. Every disciple of Windazong, upon reaching the Qi refinement stage, is granted the opportunity to enter the pavilion once, allowing them to select any cultivation method for their practice. However, should one feel this is insufficient, they may later utilize points to exchange for additional access. Although the hour was early, many disciples were already seen entering and exiting the Tao Pavilion. Su Xian's arrival immediately attracted the attention of numerous onlookers, with those nearby willingly parting the way, bowing respectfully as they greeted him. Whispers filled the air, speculating on his presence. "Look, there goes the little master ancestor. Why is he here?" Obviously, he has entered the Qi refinement stage to select a cultivation method. He refined Qi in just 3 months. Truly impressive. Indeed, with a sword spirit root. He must have gained great fortune after comprehending the sword steel for 4 years. As Su Xian approached the pavilion, the registering disciples greeted him with utmost reverence. "Greetings, little master ancestor." Su Xian maintained his composure and presented his Dao Jade, saying, "I wish to enter the pavilion. Please register me." "Of course, Master Ancestor. Please wait a moment." The disciple swiftly completed the registration, handing Su Xian the Dao Jade along with a pavilion token, reminding him, "Master Ancestor, this is your pavilion token. You may stay within for 3 hours. Once the time is up, the rules will compel you to exit. During your time, you may select one cultivation method for imprinting." Su Xian nodded slightly, casting a look of approval. "Thank you for your hard work. Keep it up. I have faith in you." "Understood." Upon storing the Dao token, Su Xian entered the pavilion directly, fully aware of the rules as he had inquired beforehand. The principle of Windazong is that opportunities are presented before one, to be seized by merit. Whether selecting techniques in the Dao Pavilion or seeking immortal swords in the Sword Tomb is all about fate. In the face of opportunities, all are equal, and fairness prevails. Were it not for Su Xian being the disciple of the Sword Ancestor, he might not have believed in such fairness, suspecting that it was merely a facade maintained by the higher-ups to disguise their favoritism. Yet, he genuinely had no special privileges. The disciples within the mountain respected him. But this respect was not something he was compensated for. Who else could claim to be the sole disciple of the sect leader and yet struggle as he did? Even for a meal? Complaints aside, Su Xian found no grounds for grievance within Windazong. In his previous life, he had encountered cunning women and arrogant disciples in various sects, who mocked others in public while plotting behind their backs, but such behavior was non-existent in Windazong. Could one pretend to be superior here? It was simply impossible. The law enforcement hall would have one questioning their life choices. It must be said that although disciples were recruited once every 5 years, with fewer than 100 accepted, the quality was indeed high, especially with the 3 inquiries of the heart, which effectively eliminated those with ulterior motives. It is no wonder that even prominent families and royal lineages in Fanzhou were willing to go to great lengths to secure a place for their offspring in Windazong. Unfortunately, the sect does not entertain favoritism. Even the special recruits must pass through 3 trials: inquiry of spirit, inquiry of heart, and inquiry of sword. Whether royal or from esteemed families, only the truly talented and virtuous may enter Windazong. Su Xian had heard of a royal descendant who, upon entering Windazong, refused to return to inherit the throne, wholly dedicated to exterminating demons and protecting the path, much to his father's dismay, who was left with no choice but to practice on a lesser scale. The moment Su Xian stepped through the doors of the Dao Pavilion, he felt an unfamiliar power descend upon him, sealing his consciousness. The Dao token in his hand emanated a golden light, enveloping him within its protective aura. This was the celestial restriction left by the Sword Ancestor. All who entered the pavilion would have their spiritual awareness sealed. Before him lay a vast array of interwoven bookshelves, laden with martial arts manuals stacked densely. What is the essence of fate? It means that one may only select based on the names of the techniques. Unable to open them, touching a manual counts as a selection, and the Dao token will automatically record it. However, as when Qingxue had stated in Cultivating Techniques, strength matters not. Suitability is paramount. A high-tier technique may not be manageable, while mastering a lower-tier method to perfection can yield unexpected rewards. Su Xian held no great aspirations in this regard. The little book spirit had informed him that as long as he established his foundation, he could practice the Sword Tower's divine technique obtained from the sword steel. For now, this was merely a transitional phase. Initially intending to select a random manual, he was astonished to find rows of enticing titles before him. Silent Extinction Sword Song, Earth Tier, Upper Grade, Alchemical Essentials, Mysterious Tier, Lower Grade. Massacre Great Formation, Earth Tier, Lower Grade. Dragon Seeking Technique, Earth Tier, Middle Grade. Su Xian was taken aback, realizing that the restrictions could not hinder the insights shared by the little book's spirit. A sly smile crept across his face. Well, I cannot be blamed for this. After browsing through the first floor, he ascended to the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th floors before returning to the 3rd floor. Retrieving one manual and holding in his hand, squinting with a smile. This is the one for me. Qinglian Sword Song. The only celestial tier sword technique in the Dao Pavilion. As he began to imprint the technique, he did not opt for the traditional method, but instead utilized the little book spirit's photographic memory to engrave it into his consciousness. Thus, he departed after merely half an hour. Upon returning the pavilion token, He engaged in some pleasantries with the registering disciple. Master Ancestor, you are done so quickly. Want you take a longer look? No need, I'm leaving. As Su Xian stepped away, the disciple could not contain his curiosity and began to inspect the information on the pavilion token, gasping upon discovering that Su Xian had chosen the Qing Lian sword song. Looking back at Su Xian, he saw him already departing on a flying sword with another disciple. Scratching his head, he murmured, "The little master ancestor truly lives up to his reputation, immediately selecting such a powerful technique. Can he handle it?" The pursuit of speed often leads to failure. Cultivation requires a grounded approach, steadily laying the foundations. Although the techniques in the Dao Pavilion cannot be casually browsed, the names are not concealed. Any third-generation disciple could elucidate the names of top-tier techniques. However, it is rare for disciples to select such celestial tier techniques from the outset. Most begin with earth tier or even mysterious tier methods. The higher the rank, the rarer and more formidable it is, a truth understood even by a child. Yet, cultivators must possess self-awareness. The higher the technique's grade, the more challenging it is to master and comprehend its principles. Failure to learn is akin to a flower in a mirror or the moon in water, merely an illusion, visible but unattainable. Even if one possesses remarkable talent and manages to learn, attempting to wield celestial tier techniques at the Qi refinement or foundation establishment stage is inherently perilous. A slight misstep can lead to catastrophic consequences, resulting in one succumbing to madness or having their path to enlightenment obliterated, a common occurrence in the cultivation world, particularly within Wendazong. The celestial tier sword techniques are renowned for their overwhelming might. In the past, many proud and ambitious individuals have perished due to their inability to withstand the backlash of high-tier sword techniques, with instances of madness not being uncommon. He vividly recalls the time when he first embarked on the path of refining Qi, journeying to Dao Gu to select a cultivation method. His master had deliberately cautioned him to act according to his abilities, emphasizing that his constitution was not comparable to that of ordinary individuals. Being a blend of water and wind spiritual roots, relatively gentle in nature. Prior to forming the golden core, his master advised against practicing techniques of lower tier mid-grade or above. It is likely that the other disciples were in a similar situation, all adhering to the same principles. How in Dao Zone, everyone initially selects an appropriate method for cultivation, and upon forming the golden core and even entering the nascent soul stage, they may then use points to access higher-level techniques at Dao Ge. After all, the cultivation philosophy of Wendao Zone has consistently emphasized that moving swiftly is inferior to progressing steadily, and steadiness is overshadowed by longevity in practice. Unlike others, Su Xian made an unusual choice upon entering the Qi refinement stage by selecting a high-tier technique. He was the first to do so in decades. Particularly, he chose the Qing Lian Jiangu, the highest tier sword technique in the entire Dao Ge. Renowned as the signature technique of the sword ancestor and one of the 10 most formidable sword techniques in Fanzhou. It is said that since the sword ancestor's time, no disciple of Wendao Zong has ever mastered this technique, which is not only domineering but also exceedingly difficult. Were it not for his identity as Su Xian, one might have scoffed at such audacity. However, he is indeed Su Xian, possessing a sword spirit root, an epiphany at the sword steel, and 3 months of Qi refinement. Being the little disciple of the sword ancestor, it is only natural for him to be somewhat exceptional. As he pondered, he erased the mark on the Dao Ge and prepared to utilize it again. Upon lifting his head, a graceful figure came into view. The disciple paused momentarily. Master Wen? One Qing Xue, with an expressionless demeanor, inquired, "What technique did the little master select?" The disciple hesitated, feeling it inappropriate to divulge matters concerning the master. One Qing Xue furrowed her brow and stated firmly, "The sect leader instructed me to watch over the little master. You must answer my questions. It is not against the rules." The disciple swallowed hard, avoiding her gaze, and replied, "Qing Lian Jiange." One Qing Xue was clearly taken aback, her eyes shimmering with a mix of emotions as she questioned, "Is that true?" "Absolutely. If you don't believe me, you may ask the master," he responded. "Thank you." When Qing Xue expressed her gratitude and departed, walking away with her head lowered, deeply concerned. The answer of Qing Lian Jiange was beyond her expectations, despite having already warned him of the pros and cons. Why did he still disregard her advice? Choosing a high-tier technique was one thing, but to select the Qing Lian Jiangu was another matter entirely. She contemplated urging Su Xian once more, but then recalled the sect leader's recent instructions to her and immediately dismissed the thought. Perhaps it was better to allow the little master to settle down. Not long after when Qingxue left, another individual approached Dao Ge. The disciple had barely closed his eyes when a shadow loomed over him. As he squinted to see the newcomer, he hurriedly rose, filled with trepidation, and greeted, "Greetings, Peak Masterly." When Dao's zone consists of 13 halls and 7 peaks. Aside from a main peak, there are 6 peak masters and a total of 13 hall masters. The individual before him was the peak master of the Zhijian Peak and the hall master of the Zhijian Hall, as well as the only direct disciple of the sect leader, renowned as the youngest elder of the Sword Hall, a figure of legendary status within Wen Dao's zone. He seldom appeared before others. "May I ask you something?" The peak master commanded. "What technique did Su Xian select?" The disciple was momentarily stunned, but did not hesitate in his response. "Qing Lian Jiange." Unlike before, Peak Master Li did not question the disciple's words. Upon receiving the answer, he turned and left. He understood Su Xian well. For this young man, what ordinary individuals do, he never pursued. It is his abnormality that defines his normality. After Peak Master Li departed, the disciple took a deep breath and exhaled, wondering what was happening, as so many esteemed individuals had come early in the morning. Subsequently, Peak Master Li, concerned for Su Xian, made a special visit to Wen Qingxue's courtyard, secretly observing Su Xian for a day and a night. After all, it was the only immortal-grade sword technique of Wen Dao's zone, one of the 10 greatest sword techniques in Fanzhou. He was not worried that Su Xian would be unable to master it. Rather, he feared that if Su Xian did succeed, it might lead to his own demise. Fortunately, after a day and night of tranquility, he felt reassured enough to leave, reflecting on his own concerns with a shake of his head and a self-deprecating smile. What was I worried about? Even if he is a genius, it is impossible for him to master the Qing Lian Jiangu during the Qi refinement stage. Inside the room, after a day and night of effort, Su Xian appeared despondent, clutching the sword technique while gazing at the ceiling, lamenting in despair. Cultivating immortality is exceedingly arduous. Despite a day and night of fruitless effort, he felt on the brink of madness. The physical refinement was too grueling, and Qi refinement was incredibly challenging. The path of immortality was indeed suffocating. I refuse to believe that as a young man of the 21st century, well-rounded in virtue, intellect, physique, aesthetics, and labor, I cannot master this mere Qing Lian Jiange. In the mountains, as the months passed, Su Xian awakened in early spring, just as the mountain flowers began to bloom. He had commenced his Qi refinement in April, during the peak bloom of peach blossoms. In the blink of an eye, the peach blossoms had fallen, and fruit now hung from the branches, large and sweet. Su Xian remained stationary, making no progress. He had recited the sword technique countless times, committing it to memory, spending countless days in seclusion within a small room. He ventured out only once every few days for a meal, an effort that was nothing short of terrifying. He was stubbornly immersed in the Qing Lian Jiange. Wen Qingxue once thought that Su Xian had fallen into madness. Initially, she did not pay much attention, believing he would not last long. However, as months passed, she could not help but regard Su Xian with newfound respect. Some rumors about Su Xian had also been dispelled in her mind. Time was of the essence. When Su Xian first entered the Zhijian Peak, she had overheard several elders discussing him privately, remarking that he was not one to be underestimated and would inevitably cause trouble. She had also heard about his antics during the 3 inquiries of Wen Xian, particularly that he had enraged the river spirit during the 3rd inquiry. Initially skeptical, she now found it hard to believe that such a diligent little master could engage in such absurd behavior. She wanted to proclaim that rumors cease with the wise. During Su Xian's seclusion, Lin Qianqian visited him once. Upon seeing Su Xian's dejected expression, she was taken aback and, after understanding the reason, simply advised him not to rush. Su Xian brushed her off with a few casual words. Lin Qianqian then said her goodbyes, explaining that she would be accompanying her senior brothers on a sect mission and wouldn't return for several months. Hence, she had intentionally brought points for Su Xian, worried he might go hungry. Su Xian decolin, stating that he had not yet spent the last amount given to him, and that with his breakthrough into the Qi refinement realm, he needed little sustenance. He could manage with a meal every 3 days due to his qi refinement body's resilience to hunger. Lin Qianqian, however, was not inclined to negotiate and forcibly transferred 2,000 points to him. Su Xian couldn't help but admire this assertive young woman, feeling an unexpected sense of being pampered. In less than 6 months, he had borrowed 5,000 points, a significant sum for a disciple in the mountains. He silently noted this down, lowering his gaze in contemplation. If I cannot comprehend this, I may truly have to find work to repay my debts. Master, you must believe in yourself. Repeatedly studying will reveal the meaning. And the principle is the same. As long as you persist, you will eventually witness the clouds parting to reveal the moon, the little book's spirit encouraged. Su Xiang, with a sullen expression, shot a glare at the spirit. It has been nearly 3 months. Do you think I haven't been persistent enough? The little book's spirit replied. Cultivation is not achieved overnight. Some individuals may take years to enter qi refinement, while others may take years to sense spiritual energy. You have already progressed faster than many. Su Xian responded lightly, I am not like them. I am a genius. The little book's spirit exclaimed, truly self-absorbed. Time continued its march. As the seasons changed, at the summit of Jijian Peak, within the sect leader's residence, Li Qingshan arrived uninvited. Yi Xianyu was idly swinging on a swing, casually asking, what brings you here? I came to see you, he replied. Yi Xianyu lectured, if you find yourself with nothing to do, go find me a disciple. Being aimless is truly disgraceful. Li Qingshan rolled his eyes in response and lamented, I wish to teach, but there isn't anyone worthy in my eyes. The only one I fancied was snatched away by your master. Yi Xianyu gently reprimanded him. What do you mean your master? That is your grandmaster. Show some respect. Li Qingshan shrugged nonchalantly. What's there to fear? He can't hear me anyway. Casually bringing up the topic, Yi Xianyu inquired, by the way, how is your junior uncle faring? Li Qingshan replied lazily, why are you asking me? Didn't you send that girl Qingxue to keep an eye on him? Detecting Li Qingshan's sarcasm. Yi Xianyu felt speechless and retorted, is it my fault? I suggested you take him under your wing, but you refused adamantly. Li Qingshan, feigning indifference, said fine, it's my fault. What I stated is merely the truth. He fell silent, pondering how he could follow that young lad, calling him junior uncle, which would be utterly humiliating. After all, it was he who had brought him back, only to end up as his uncle, especially when he recalled the times he encountered Su Xian at the Jijian Peak, who would call out to him from afar, come here, little Shanzi, to your uncle. It left him both amused and exasperated. If it weren't for his swift flight, everything would be hard to explain. Yi Xianyu leaped off the swing and approached Li Qingshan, kicking him and indignantly saying, I'm asking you a question. Li Qingshan pouted like a chastised boy and replied, honestly, not much to say. He locks himself in the courtyard all day, obsessed with comprehending his sword technique. As if possessed, Yi Xianyu's interest peaked. She gracefully settled down, resting her chin on her hands, and pressed, oh, what sword technique? Li Qingshan glansa sidawais. You don't know? Yi Xianyu replied candidly. How would I know? I just instructed that girl to keep him from causing trouble. Besides, I'm quite busy every day. Do you think I have a luxury of time like you? Li Qingshan skeptically revealed. It's called Qinglian Sword Song. Yi Xianyu's eyes widened at the mention. Li Qingshan shukulat. I had the same expression when I first heard it. Yi Xianyu swallowed hard, her gaze wavering as she murmured, is it really that fierce? To start off with such a formidable sword technique, even the seniors don't know it. Li Qingshan remained unfazed. You still don't know who he is? Su Xiang. The one brave enough to smash your grandmaster's chessboard. What does that matter? Yi Xianyu pondered, recalling Su Xian's previous antics, and agreed, true. He certainly does not follow the conventional path. Pausing momentarily, she couldn't help but exclaim, but your junior uncle is indeed remarkable. He has truly earned respect. I never expected he would be so diligent and dedicated in his cultivation. I was worried he might cause trouble, yet it's been nearly half a year without incident. He is quite reliable. Li Qingshan straightened up, a smirk on his lips. I told you, in the illusion, that lad was merely acting. His true nature isn't bad. Yi Xianyu pointed at him, poking his forehead with a flourish, and scolded. What do you mean, that lad? He is my junior brother, a junior uncle. Show some respect. Li Qingshan remained silent, feeling that being called Su Xian's uncle was more unbearable than death itself. The two bantered back and forth, occasionally discussing Su Xian's recent circumstances, even wagering on whether he could comprehend the Qinglian sword technique. Yi Xinyu made her choice first, betting against it. As usual, the stakes were set at 1,000,000 points. A routine for Li Qingshan, accustomed to his master's trickery. But what could he do when this was his only master? How do you know I've just saved 1,000,000 points? Yi Xinyu asserted confidently, because I am your master. Li Qingshan conceded, you win. 3 months. What 3 months? Yi Xinyu smiled. If he cannot master the first sword within 3 months, consider it my victory. Li Qingshan's expression suddenly shifted. I heard someone say your junior uncle enjoys drinking porridge. Yi Xinyu laughed. What is so funny about that? Li Qingshan, with a sardonic smile, replied, when I first entered, I also liked porridge. Yi Xinyu beamed. What a coincidence. So did I, especially after being caught in the rain. I wouldn't let anyone else use an umbrella. Chapter 36. The Emergence of Qinglian Autumn. The mountains were adorned in crimson leaves. In the morning, the autumn breeze blew gently, and the sun began to rise. A young man sat atop the mountain peak, an iron sword resting on his knees. As the first rays of sunlight fell, the youth slowly opened his eyes, revealing a flicker of purple energy within. He drew his sword, rising into a half-crouch, one hand gripping the sheath, the other the hilt. The youth took a deep breath, channeling his energy to his dantian, then exhaled slowly. With a flourish, the Qinglian appeared. As the youth unsheathed his sword, a blue lotus materialized beneath his feet, manifesting from the void. As the sword was drawn, azure light surged into the sheath, following the sword as it slashed forward. The sound of the sword echoed, the long wind cutting through the air with a whistle. The impact resonated as a massive stone, standing 3 meters away, shattered into fragments. The sword's energy rippled through the air, creating a deep chasm in the ground. In a moment of utter devastation, dust and leaves danced in the air. As the wind swept by, settling the dust, the blue lotus dissipated. The young man stood with his sword, gazing at the heavens, his eyes ablaze with fervor, and suddenly burst into a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded. His voice echoed, filled with a mix of despair and madness. The first form of the Qinglian sword song was Qinglian's emergence. After 5 exhausting months, Su Xian had devoted himself to understanding the essence of the Qinglian sword technique, finally achieving the sword strike. Congratulations, master. Congratulations, master. You have attained mastery in the sword path. The little spirit flew around joyfully. Su Xian smiled seasonally, sheathing his sword and casually remarking, what a fuss, it's merely standard practice. With a flick of his wrist, he descended the mountain, heading straight for the Ling Shifang. Having achieved his sword path today, a celebration was in order. Taozi, Zhou Tao, bearing a large ladle, peeked out with a grin. Ah, little master, you've come. Same as always? Drinking spirit porridge? Su Xian shook his sleeve, his spirits high. Who do you look down upon? Su Xian proclaimed grandly, add an egg for me. Zhou Tao replied, is that all? Just as Su Xian departed, Li Qingshan arrived, standing before the shattered stone. One hand propping his elbow, the other stroking his chin, occasionally frowning or squinting, his expression shifting dramatically. He muttered to himself, he really managed to master it? Initially, he had little faith in Su Xian, considering him youthful and naive. However, he was gradually convinced by Su Xian as perseverance. Now, he found his astonishment beyond words. Could it be that only those who comprehend the stone tablet could master the Qinglian sword song? The world hailed him as a prodigy of the sword path, a once-in-a-millennium genius of Fanzhou, and he never shied away from this fact, acknowledging it himself, as none among his peers could compete. Invincible yet lonely. Yet today, he had to concede that Su Xian's insight into the sword exceeded his own. He had practiced the Qinglian sword technique and understood its difficulty. Back then, with his golden core cultivation, he spent 3 whole months just managing to perform Qinglian's emergence. Even now, he could only utilize 7 forms, lacking true substance. Now Su Xian, within 5 months, had forged the first sword from the realm of Qi. Moreover, judging by the trace left by this strike, it was remarkably pure. He thought Su Xian might genuinely grasp the legendary last 4 swords within the 13 forms of the Qinglian sword song. The first sword, everlasting life. The second sword, a lotus withers. The third sword, infinite lotus ring. The fourth sword, 10,000 lotuses blooming together. According to the annals of the Tao sect, it was recorded that the sword ancestor had once unleashed the final sword, 10,000 lotuses blooming together, transforming into an ocean, with thousands of lotus flowers blooming, manifesting countless sword intents that soared skyward, defeating the current lord of the great wilderness, the beast god Baizé. Just imagining that scene could stir one's blood. Li Qingshan turned and returned, followed by Wen Qingxue. After standing in a daze for a considerable time, she finally departed, heading straight for the main peak. Yi Xinyu learned that Su Xian had comprehended the first sword of the Qinglian sword song, and she could not contain her delight, praising him with the words, "Blue comes from indigo, yet surpasses it." Following the revelation of the Qinglian, Su Xian devoted 3 days to solidifying his understanding, reducing a small hill to fragments with his strikes. Once he had mastered this, he shifted his focus to the cultivation of his mental techniques, utilizing a wisp of Qinglian sword intent to fill his energy sea, nurturing that sword intent with the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. This process resembled farming. The Qinglian sword intent served as the seed, the energy sea as the soil where the sword intent would be planted, absorbing spiritual energy to take root, sprout, and branch out. The day the lotus blossoms would signify a breakthrough in realm. Since it was akin to cultivation, fertile ground would yield rapid growth, and external forces could be employed, most commonly by absorbing the spiritual energy from spiritual stones, which would hasten progress compared to meditative practices. However, Su Xian found himself thwarted by his own limitations, having 3 spiritual stones blocked from use. He had visited the spiritual stone shop operated by the merchant hall, where a low-grade spiritual stone cost 100 points, a mid-grade stone 200 points, and a high-grade stone a staggering 500 points. It felt akin to robbery. In the past, Su Xian had earned only 120 points for his 3 spiritual stones, clearly having been overcharged by Zhou Tao, a truly unscrupulous individual. Indeed, Su Xian could not afford such fertilizer, and thus had to cultivate diligently. Nevertheless, his journey was not in vain. He discovered that the merchant hall offered a buyback service for items such as forged swords, refined pills, and mined spiritual stones, as well as cultivated spiritual herbs. He resolved that once he established his foundation, he would retrieve swords from the sword tomb and begin earning money through farming or alchemy. After all, he still had a lingering famine of 6,000 points. Time flew by during his cultivation days. Su Xian, who had no desire for immortality, worked tirelessly. Aside from occasionally venturing out to meet basic needs and taking short naps to avoid sudden collapse, he remained absorbed in meditative practices and the pursuit of enlightenment. Gradually, his energy sea expanded. Thanks to the foundation provided by the sword's spirit root, guidance from the small book spirit, and the enhancement of the Qinglian sword song, Su Xian's realm grew rapidly. However, the Qinglian sword intent was quite violent, constantly attempting to seize control and shatter his energy sea. Fortunately, the book's spirit assured him that within him lay a sword embryo left by the sword tower, sufficient to suppress the turmoil, allowing Su Xian to cultivate freely. Otherwise, he might have already been ruined by the rampant sword intent. Fate seemed preordained. After 2 months, Su Xian's energy sea was full, having reached the peak of qi refinement, just 1 step away from establishing his foundation. One day, he knocked on the door of Wen Qingxue for the first time. "Little Shizuzu, what is it?" Su Xian asked somewhat hesitantly. "Could you lend me some points?" Chapter 37. Foundation Establishment Pill. When Qingxue's gaze swept over Su Xian, and unlike before, she did not refuse but instead inquired, "Shizuzu, what do you intend to do?" Su Xian replied candidly, "I wish to create a foundation establishment pill." Wen Qingxue regarded him calmly, her silence punctuated by an odd look. The clarity of her gaze was as cold as ice, exemplifying her demeanor. Su Xian felt somewhat awkward under her scrutiny, smirking, "If not, then forget it. A gentleman does not impose upon others." As he turned to leave, Wen Qingxue called after him, "The foundation establishment pill does not require payment." Su Xian halted, turning back in disbelief. "What? It costs nothing?" Wen Qingxue nodded. Su Xian remained skeptical. "Is this truly the case?" "This is not the style of the Wendazong." Wen Qingxue explained. "Disciples of the sect can directly receive foundation establishment pills from the pill hall, but before doing so, you need to obtain a certificate from the task hall and fill out an application. Once you break through to establish your foundation, you will repay the debt through completed tasks. 1 foundation establishment pill equates to 1 Class A task or 3 Class B tasks. Upon hearing this, Su Xian's eyes brightened. It can be done that way? Wen Qingxue affirmed. Indeed, foundation establishment pills are very expensive, costing 10,000 points each. While a regular class, a task typically rewards around 3,000 points. The sect naturally hopes for its disciples to establish their foundations promptly. Thus, they do not impose hardships on them in this regard. The method serves to prevent waste and motivate the disciples. Once you accrue a debt, you must repay it. Of course, if you prefer not to complete the tasks, you may purchase it, though it will be pricier. Su Xian grasped the concept immediately. Aware that the Windazong governed a vast territory of 5,000 miles, nestled deep within the northern frontier, bordered by the North Sea to the north, the Great Wasteland to the east, and the Demon Abyss to the west. Except for the south, it was beset on 3 sides by enemies, inhabited by various alien races. Although the Sword Ancestor had driven these races away in the past, over time, some would inevitably slip across the borders, sowing chaos. The Windazong, dedicated to exterminating demons and safeguarding the realm, took its responsibilities seriously. Within the sect, Class A and B tasks primarily involved slaying demons and eliminating evil. This was indeed a fitting arrangement. All right, I understand now. Thank you, Shaowen. I shall take my leave. Shizuzu, is there anything else? Wen Qingxue asked softly. Although the foundation establishment pill can be put on credit, it still requires task completion for repayment. It is advisable to solidify your foundation to minimize failures. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Su Xian flashed a bright smile, brimming with confidence. Rest assured, who am I? A prodigy destined for greatness. I shall succeed with one pill. Just watch. Wen Qingxue furrowed her brow, seemingly hearing a boast, yet she did not counter him. This little Shizuzu, despite often appearing somewhat scatterbrained, was indeed dependable, especially in terms of his cultivation talent. In just 10 months, he had progressed from body refinement to chi refinement, and now he was beginning to establish his foundation. This speed was rare even within the Windazong, let alone in Fanzhou. Considering he had not relied on any external aids, not even a half piece of spiritual stone, even his meals consisted solely of spiritual porridge. Were it not for their constant companionship, sharing the same courtyard, she might have suspected Su Xian of secretly consuming some elixir to enhance his growth. Otherwise, how could he progress so rapidly? Once Su Xian exited the small courtyard, she finally withdrew her gaze, lowering her eyes and silently wishing, "I hope so." After returning to her room and closing the wooden door, she found herself often perplexed. Despite the little Shizuzu's hard work and exceptional talent, why did the sect leader and peak master treat him with such severity, withholding resources from him? Especially given that it was she who had been chosen to look after Su Xian and had been specifically instructed not to intervene in his cultivation unless he asked. Other disciples, even her past self, had not lacked guidance from their masters during their training, receiving support behind the scenes. Yet in the case of this little Shizu, there was nothing at all, only the provision of techniques, truly a self-taught prodigy. To be honest, although the little Shizu's realm was beneath hers and he was much younger, she genuinely admired him from the bottom of her heart. Of course, she could not comprehend the reasoning, yet she understood that the sect leader must have his own motives. Su Xian stepped outside and casually stopped a passing disciple. "Shizuzu, what is it? Take me to the task hall," he requested. "Oh." The disciple summoned his sword, and Su Xian leapt onto it, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. "Be careful," the disciple cautioned. "My sword control can be a bit wild. You might want to hold on to me." Su Xian glanced at the male disciple before ultimately declining, cheerfully replying, "How wild can it be? Just lead the way." A moment later, in front of the task hall on One Jian Peak, Su Xian jumped off the sword, taking a deep look at the disciple, imprinting his appearance in his memory. Truly wild. He almost sent him flying. "Young man, you need to practice your sword control. This isn't safe." He understood. "Shizuzu, you go ahead and get busy." The disciple, with a foolish grin, said, "Little Shizuzu, I'm not busy. I'll wait for you here. Aren't you going to the Dan Hall shortly?" Su Xian shuddered slightly. There is no need for that. After expressing his gratitude, he hurriedly fled. The disciple scratched his head and chuckled. Little Shizuzu is quite courteous. He then took to the skies on his sword. 3 breaths later, outside the One Jian Peak, a loud curse echoed. "Hey, are you blind? You bumped into someone." Su Xian happened to overhear this and glanced back, feeling a bit apprehensive. TSK. What a bold child. The task hall was the sole establishment of the entire Wendao sect. It was expansive, serving as the sole venue for the issuance and acceptance of all tasks. Disciples at the foundation building stage and above could accept external tasks here. The tasks were classified into two categories: those initiated by the sect and those proposed by individuals within the sect, the latter requiring not only a reward payment, but also a 10% commission to the sect. The tasks were clearly priced according to their difficulty. At noon, a multitude of disciples traversed the hall, some walking alone, others in small groups, creating a lively and harmonious atmosphere. Su Xian did not push into the crowd. Instead, after making inquiries, he went directly to the foundation building pill registration desk. In the Wendao sect, new disciples were scarce. They accepted apprentices once every 5 years, typically around 100 at a time. Coupled with a few exceptional recruits by the elders, the average number of new disciples each year did not exceed 50. Thus, any matters concerning new disciples were usually quite leisurely. At this moment, when Su Xian arrived, the female disciple handling the tasks was fast asleep. It was indeed rare to see a girl snoring. After completing the necessary procedures and filling out the forms, Su Xian was warmly seen off by the female disciple as he left the task hall. Just as he was about to randomly pick a fortunate soul, a snow-white hand patted his shoulder. Little Shizuzu. Chapter 38. Yao Xiao. Su Xian turned around abruptly to find a stranger, a girl with long silver hair tied into 2 long ponytails cascading down her waist. With verdant mountains as her backdrop, her beauty was akin to a painting. She wore a light blue long dress, a small green bag slung over her shoulder, adding a touch of youthful vivacity. Her large, crystal-clear eyes sparkled like the waters of a stream on a summer day. A line of words hung above her forehead, mid-stage of the golden core realm. With her hands behind her back, slightly on tiptoe, she smiled brightly and said, "You truly are little Shizuzu. I thought I had mistaken you." Her voice was ethereal, reminiscent of a songbird in a tranquil valley. Su Xian was taken aback and asked, "Who are you?" The silver-haired girl bowed to Su Xian and sweetly replied, "Greetings, little Shizuzu. My name is Yao Xiao, a disciple from the Dan Hall of the Luo Yun Peak." Su Xian pondered for a moment and said, "Oh." Yao Xiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she asked, "Do you know me?" Su Xian shook his head, "No." "Oh." Yao Xiao felt slightly embarrassed but quickly smiled. "That might be because little Shizuzu doesn't go out much. I'm actually quite famous." Su Xian ziplit, "Oh, Yao Xiao paused and continued, "Of course, I'm a bit less famous than you, little Shizu." Not intending to linger, Su Xian inquired, "Did you need something?" Yao Xiao waved her hands repeatedly, smiling, "Nothing at all. Just wanted to greet you, little Shizu." Su Xian, adopting a demeanor of someone far older than his years, said, "All right, I'll remember you. However, I must take my leave now. Enjoy yourself." Yao Xiao, however, leaped in front of Su Xian, cheerfully exclaiming, "Where are you going, Shizuzu? Let me escort you." Su Xian raised an eyebrow. "All right. I also need to go to the Dan Hall." "What a coincidence." Yao Xiao was elated, twirling her fingers in the air, causing fireflies to swirl around before conjuring a large jade gourd from thin air. "Little Shizuzu, please," she beckoned. Su Xian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Although not every disciple in the mountains wielded a sword, he had often seen them using various magical implements such as boats, wish-granting rods, compasses, staffs, and even leaves, but he had never seen one up close. He couldn't help but examine it closely, reaching out to pat it, and complimented, "This gourd is quite remarkable. It has an ethereal quality." Yao Xiao squinted her crescent-shaped eyes and gleefully explained, "This is a jade gourd, a gift from my grandfather. It flies very fast and is quite stable." Su Xian replied solemnly, "Stability is important. Safety is paramount. Yes, little Shizuzu, let us go." As she spoke, Yao Xiao glanced around and chuckled. "Otherwise, we'll be seen as monkeys." Su Xian cast a sidelong glance and noticed several passing disciples staring at them, engaged in discussions. He was unperturbed and accustomed to such attention. "All right, let us go." Unlike a sword, the jade gourd was rideable, and it had a cushion on it, making it soft and comfortable to sit on, instilling a sense of security that Su Xian greatly appreciated. He thought to himself that once he learned to fly, he too would acquire such a magical implement. Riding a sword posed too much risk. One had to stand the entire time, which could be exhausting. Under Yao Xiao's guidance, the jade gourd ascended into the clouds, drifting away from the cacophony below. Yet the murmurs behind them only grew louder. That girl seems to be Yao Xiao Xiao, the granddaughter of old Yao. Yes, only descendants of the Yao family have white hair and a jade gourd. It's unmistakable. Huh. She is adorable. I advise you to keep her distance. Old Yao might just capture you and turn you into a specimen. TSK, TSK. Such a shame. A fine cabbage being pushed by a pig. Who is the pig? Who is the cabbage? Obviously, the guy over there. He looked about 18 and is still in the chi refinement stage. That person is little Shizuzu, Su Xian. Cough, cough. Truly a match made in heaven. Above the verdant mountains, as the jade gourd glided steadily, Yao Xiao Xiao boasted, little Shizuzu. Do you know how I recognized you? You've seen me? Su Xian, Vobet? Not all. Then how did you? I guessed. Your guess was remarkably accurate. It's not difficult to guess. Disciples in the chi refinement stage either joined 10 years ago or 5 years ago. There aren't many, and you're so handsome. You must be little Shizuzu. Su Xian, upon hearing this, felt a tremor of admiration and remarked, I must say, you have quite the discerning eye. He found this girl quite endearing. Yao Xiao Xiao beamed even brighter, resembling a pure-hearted young girl. Indeed, a young girl. Thank you for the compliment, little Shizuzu. Shifting the topic, she asked, by the way, little Shizuzu, what brings you to our Dan Hall? Su Xian replied candidly, oh, I'm about to advance to foundation building. So I'm here to obtain a foundation building pill. Suddenly, Yao Xiao Xiao came to an abrupt halt, nearly sending Su Xian flying. Why have you stopped? Yao Xiao Xiao turned to look at Su Xian, her expression innocent. I have foundation building pills. Huh? As she spoke, Yao Xiao Xiao rummaged through a small bag and produced a small vial, shaking in her hand, and proudly declared, look, foundation building pills. Then, without hesitation, she generously offered it to Su Xian. Here you go. Su Xian was taken aback. For me? Yes. Before Su Xian could refuse, she grasped his hand and forcefully placed the vial in it, cheerfully adding, there are 10 inside. If that is not enough, I can get you more. At the moment of contact, Su Xian felt a jolt and instinctively glanced at Yao Xiao Xiao's hands, a fleeting daze washing over him. It was not due to the gift of the pills, but rather the chill of Yao Xiao Xiao's hands, which felt like plunging one's hands into a pile of snow on a wintry day. He was momentarily lost in thought. Little Shizuzu. Su Xian snapped back to reality, glancing at the vial in his hand, and then at the girl before him, swallowing hard and muttering, I don't have any points. Yao Xiao Xiao burst into laughter. I don't want points. Su Xian was taken aback. Is it really free? Yes. This doesn't seem right. Su Xian hesitated. Yao Xiao Xiao, with a playful gesture that barely accentuated her modest bosom, graciously declared, these are all cultivated by myself. It won't cost many points, so please accept them, little Shizuzu. Do not stand on ceremony. Consider it my filial tribute to you as a junior. Upon witnessing her generosity, Su Xian hesitated no longer and chuckled. Very well. Since the young lady offers with sincerity, I shall not refuse. I accept. He paused, poured a single pill from the elixir bottle, and returned the remainder, continuing, however, one is sufficient. There is no need for so many. I shall return the rest to you. Chapter 39. The Youth Foundation. Yao Xiao Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had just heard something remarkable. Su Xian smiled gently, affirming, indeed, just one. Little Shizuzu? Yes. Yao Xiao Xiao responded earnestly. I feel you might be boasting. She spread her palm, but I have no evidence. Su Xian chuckled, finding her somewhat endearing, yet genuinely delightful. Put away, he urged, extending the elixir bottle once more. Yao Xiao Xiao pushed it away, insisting, keep it for emergencies. My Dan Hall lacks everything, except for pills. Heh. Su Xian declined again. No, truly, this is sufficient. One must not be overly greedy. Enough is enough. Seeing Su Xian persist in his refusal, Yao Xiao Xiao relented, warily accepting the pill bottle back, unable to resist asking, is one truly enough? Of course. All right. She paused momentarily, then inexplicably added, actually I also succeeded in forming my foundation with just one. Su Xian was taken aback. Observing her with intrigue and pondering, I didn't even inquire about that. Yao Xiao Xiao felt her cheeks warm under his gaze, her eyes flickering as she insisted. I'm speaking the truth. Su Xian nodded earnestly. I believe you. There is something fishy about this. Yao Xiao Xiao appeared relieved, beaming, hee. Shall we still head to the Dan Hall? No need. Just turn around and take me back to Ji Jianfeng. All right. Yao Xiao Xiao readily agreed. On their return journey, the young girl chattered incessantly, like a lark, filled with endless questions and remarks. Little Shizuzu, did you really smash the remnants left by the sword ancestor to gain insight from the sword steel? Susian smiled indeed. Little Shizuzu, I heard you enjoy drinking porridge? Susian lazily replied, that's a falsehood. Little Shizuzu, I heard you encountered Master Li and begged him to take you back? Susian retorted indignantly, that is slander. What is slander? Which rascal is spreading such nonsense? Moments later, they arrived at Ji Jianfeng, where Susian gracefully leaped down. Thank you today, Xiao Xiao. You're too kind. This foundation pill, once I achieve success, I shall repay you doubly. Wonderful. Susian's gaze instinctively fell upon Xiao Xiao's palm, yet he hesitated to speak, instead smiling. All right. You may return now. Travel slowly on your way. Okay. I shall visit Ancestor another day. Very well. And I shall treat you to porridge then, haha. Yao Xiao nodded obediently. Yes, it's a promise. Afterward, she manipulated the jade gourd and soared away. Little Shizuzu, farewell. Susian gazed up at the azure sky, waving his hand, warmth filling his features. This child is truly delightful. Yet, he ultimately refrained from asking why Yao Xiao's palm felt so cold. Perhaps it was merely her constitution. He raised an eyebrow, dismissing the thought, and after watching her disappear from view, hurried back to his courtyard. Eager to commence his foundation building and initiate his plans for wealth. He craved riches. He yearned for abundance. Daily feasts of exquisite delicacies, and then, let us see who dares to claim they enjoy porridge. In the midst of clouds, Yao Xiao rested her chin on her hand, her brows arching like verdant hills. Tinged with a hint of melancholy, she murmured to herself, Little Shizuzu is truly a genius. One is indeed enough, whereas I am left heartbroken. Upon Susian's return, Wen Qingxiu sat in the courtyard, one hand cradling a jade cup, the other caressing the gentle breeze, gazing skyward. Occasionally, golden leaves from the parasol trees drifted down, dancing gracefully in the wind. The scene, people, scenery, leaves, and breeze, crafted a poignant image of youthful longing, awaiting a beloved's return. The youth hesitated, reluctant to disrupt the serene ambience. When Qingxiu cast a glance from afar, her cool eyes reflecting a hint of fragility, and curiously inquired, Little Shizuzu, why have you returned? Susian Godin Bodao. Having obtained the foundation pill, naturally I returned. When Qingxiu was momentarily taken aback. So soon? Susian smiled without a word. Stepping through the courtyard door and heading straight to the west wing, enjoy your tea. I shall return to my room first. When Qingxiu furrowed her brows, glancing over with concern, taking a sip from her cup, and murmuring, it seems little Shizuzu is in a good mood today. Back in his room, as dusk approached, Susian sat cross-legged on a mat, holding the foundation pill in his palm. He summoned the book's spirit, saying, Little Shu, are you ready? The book's spirit replied brightly, always prepared. Then let us begin. Understood. Without further hesitation, Susian, filled with anticipation, swallowed the foundation pill. As it rolled down his throat and settled in his dantian, he slowly closed his eyes, bringing his hands together in unity, circulating his dantian and drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Thus, he commenced the foundation building process. The little book's spirit floated above Susian's head, sitting cross-legged like him, emanating a white glow that resonated with the boy's inner energy, assisting in the foundation building endeavor. Susian's confidence in succeeding with just one foundation pill stemmed from the little book's spirit. Outside, when Qingxiu finished her tea, her gaze drifting towards the west wing. She understood. Susian had begun to build his foundation. 3 months of body refinement, 5 months of chi refinement. How long would the foundation building take? Could it truly succeed on the first attempt? The answer remained uncertain. However, even within the realm of cultivation, particularly among the disciples of the One Dao sect, those who could successfully establish their foundation in one go were not few. Given Susian's extraordinary talent, there was no reason to doubt his success. Of course, talent did not always guarantee success. Achieving foundation building on the first attempt required a touch of luck. For ordinary cultivators, the first attempt was merely exploration. The second was experimentation. And by the third, they could grasp the essence of it. When she built her foundation, it was on the 4th attempt that she succeeded. In the Wen Dao sect, foundation building was a rite of passage for all. This process could be fraught with challenges and setbacks, yet the outcome remained consistent. After all, the techniques provided by the One Tao sect, combined with the rare mixed spiritual roots, ensured that failure in reaching the foundation stage was an impossibility. Time trickled by day, as mountains and rivers transitioned from dusk to dawn. The stars shifted, and the morning light broke through the darkness, the sun blazing overhead. Foundation building was a lengthy process. Su Xian remained in seclusion. Wan Qingxue remained seated in the courtyard, unwavering in her vigil. Knowing Su Xian was building his foundation, she had taken a leave of absence to guard him closely, afraid of unforeseen incidents. Fortunately, all was well without any incidents. On the morning of the third day, a strange yet familiar aura radiated from the west wing, causing a rare expression of astonishment to grace when Qingshue's usually aloof countenance. He truly succeeded. Chapter 40. Visiting old friends after 3 days of enlightenment. The foundational roots took hold within the Dantian, granting a glimpse of the laws of heaven and earth. Foundation building was complete. Su Xian opened his eyes, brimming with vitality, barely concealing his excitement. With a thought, he summoned the Tao Jade to his hand, gazing at it, discerning his newfound realm. Foundation stage. At last, he had succeeded. With a clench of his fingers, the Tao Jade vanished, and the youth rose, pushing open the door, autumn light streaming in. Su Xian stretched lazily, his joints cracking in a satisfying manner. Wan Qingxue stood, her gaze directed towards the courtyard. Congratulations, little Shizuzu, on your successful foundation building. Su Xian came back to his senses, smiling. Yes, is little one at home? Yes. Su Xian, hands clasped behind his back, strolled leisurely. As if floating on a gentle breeze, remarked, building my foundation in October is hardly noteworthy. Wan Qingshue's brows furrowed slightly, finding his tone peculiar. Su Xian seated himself at the stone table, adopting an air of nonchalance, beckoning Wan Qingxue to join him. Come sit. Wan Qingxue remained silent, quietly taking a seat beside him. Su Xian poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, found it lukewarm, and set it down. He turned to Wan Qingxue and inquired, Little one, do you recall mentioning that as long as I establish my foundation, I could apply for residence, correct? Wan Qingxue softly replied, Indeed. In the One Tao sect, everyone has their own designated residence, depending on circumstances. Anyone who has established their foundation may apply. However, it is not free. One must pay points annually. The residences are categorized into various grades. The higher the elevation, the steeper the price. If one possesses spiritual fields, medicinal herbs, and other amenities, the costs rise significantly. Yet, evidently, Su Xian seemed unaware of these details. With an air of wisdom beyond his years, Su Xian remarked, You should accompany the master ancestor tomorrow to secure a place for me. It is quite inconvenient for me to remain here all day. As a young lady, it would be unseemly for you to be the subject of gossip. Wan Qingxue hesitated to respond, but ultimately agreed, saying, Very well. However, I must remind you, little master ancestor, that you ought to retrieve your sword from the sword tomb first before we discuss this further. Su Xian raised an eyebrow and nodded. That works. A brief delay is of no consequence. When do you plan to go? Wan Qingxue asked. Su Xian glanced at the sky and then at his own stomach. Tomorrow. I've just broken through and need some time to consolidate. All right. Then I shall accompany you first thing in the morning, Wan Qingxue confirmed. After setting a time, Wan Qingxue collected the tea set from the table and departed. Su Xian took a moment to rest before retrieving the iron sword from his beginner's package. Attempting to fly using the wind, his natural talent proved adequate, and with guidance from the spirit within, he found that every hour he could communicate with the sword through his thoughts, directing it with ease. However, it could only fly without a rider. 2 points emerged. The sword was inadequate, and he himself was unfit. He did not dwell on this. Though the iron sword was forged from meteorite iron, it was ultimately a mere first-tier, mundane weapon. To carry a person aloft, one needed a spiritual weapon. Of course, mastering a technique called lifting the heavy as light could achieve that. Su Xian, slightly disgruntled, stowed away the iron sword and left the small courtyard, setting off with purpose. Having successfully established his foundation filled him with joy, which he believed should not be hoarded selfishly. Thus, he intended to visit Lin Qianqian. On his way out, he encountered a disciple. Those from the Jianji Peak were already accustomed to this. It was not Su Xian's first time using a flying sword, and it was merely a trivial matter that no one would refuse. Tianjian Peak, renowned for its peril, boasted hundreds of towering mountains and numerous cliffs, often adorned with bizarre rock formations, surpassing even the main peak, Wendao Peak, in height. Thus it earned its name. That day, outside the Sword Pavilion, Yi Xinyu pointed towards the Changming Pavilion, which was situated atop Tianjin Peak. The Jian ancestors' Changming lantern still burned brightly to this day. Wandering through the mountains and inquiring of the residents, Su Xian finally located Lin Qianqian's abode, a secluded little courtyard. While it was somewhat inferior to Wen Qingshu's, it offered a breathtaking view, allowing one to behold the surrounding mountains from outside the courtyard. Lin Qianqian was in seclusion, but upon sensing a visitor, she concluded her meditation, opened the door, and was overjoyed to see Su Xian rushing toward him in delight. Su Xian, what brings you here? Standing at the threshold, Su Xian pondered for a moment before replying, I came to see you. His gaze swept across the surroundings, and he complimented, your environment is quite pleasant indeed. Lin Qianqian approached Su Xian, tilting her chin slightly upward. At 17, Su Xian stood over 8 feet tall, towering half a head above her. Wow, you truly have established your foundation. Feigning modesty, Su Xian replied, did you really notice? Lin Qianqian playfully glared at him. Please, I'm not blind. Moreover, I visited you the day before yesterday, and senior sister when mentioned you were attempting to establish your foundation. I did not expect you to succeed so quickly. Su Xian was momentarily taken aback. Little one? Lin Qianqian casually remarked, yes, senior sister Wen has been watching over you, providing you protection. She then winked at Su Xian teasingly. Your social connections are impressive. Senior sister Wen is quite beautiful. After all, Su Xian rolled his eyes. What are you talking about? I don't understand. You're blushing. Su Xian zito, belusing. Nonsense. By the way, are you not going to invite me in for a sit? You expect me to stand out here? Lin Qianqian burst into laughter, quickly stepping aside and smiling. Little master ancestor, welcome to my humble abode. Su Xian stood with arms behind his back, his demeanor solemn. Now, that is more appropriate. Lin Qianqian guided Su Xian through a tour of the small courtyard. There was little to see. A few leafless dead trees, a yellowed flower bed, and a single house with 3 rooms. Nothing more. She invited Su Xian to sit down and poured him a cup of spring water, saying, I rarely have visitors, so there is not much here. Just enjoy the spring water. As fellow cultivators, Su Xian was indifferent to such trivialities. Lin Qianqian asked Brother Xian, how many foundation establishment pills did it take for you to succeed? Su Xian feigned humility, but pride seeped through as he answered, just one. One? Su Xian responded as if it were the most natural thing. Isn't it always one? Lin Qianqian pouted, visibly frustrated. No way. I used 5 when I established mine. Oh, perhaps I am simply exceptionally gifted. Lin Qianqian gasped in disbelief, a mix of envy and annoyance on her face. I truly envy you. You established your foundation in a year with just 1 pill, while it took me 4 years and 5 pills. I still owe 3 Class A tasks to the task hall. Su Xian reassured her, do not worry. Now that I have established my foundation, once I solidify my progress, I can help you repay it. Lin Qianqian cheerfully declined. No need, I'll take my time. There's no rush. Su Xian remained silent. Whether or not she accepted his help was her decision, but the act of doing or not doing was his own. As the saying goes, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. There was little more to discuss. By the way, when do you plan to go to the sword tomb to retrieve your sword? I'll go tomorrow, Lin Qianqian replied. That sounds good. Zhang Yang went recently as well. Perhaps the 2 of you might cross paths. Su Xian frowned and remarked, how is it that he only just established his foundation? Lin Qianqian clicked her tongue. Come on. Brother Xian, do you think everyone is as extraordinary as you? You established your foundation in a year. Out of those who came with us, 8 out of 10 have yet to do so. Chapter 41. The porridge of Tianjin Peak is not without its charm, a saying circulated within the One Dao sect. 3 years for body refinement, 5 years for qi refining, 10 years for foundation establishment. 10 years for foundation establishment is merely the passing mark. This is the standard of the One Dao sect. In the mundane world, among small sects, many disciples with inferior talents spend their entire lives seeking to establish their foundation without success. In the vast expanse of the human realm, those who successfully establish their foundation are truly rare. It is not to be compared. At 18, Su Xian establishing his foundation might seem unremarkable within the realm of the mundane. However, having broken through from being an ordinary person to establishing his foundation in just 10 months. Su Xian's feat is nothing short of explosive within the realm of cultivation. Whether in the three teachings or the One Tao sect, his talent borders on the monstrous, destined to leave a significant mark in the annals of cultivation history. Alas, he is Su Xian, the 11th disciple of the Sword Ancestor, the youngest ancestor of the One Tao sect. Thus, the people within the One Tao sect regard his accomplishments as a matter of course. Much like Lin Qianqian, upon learning of Su Xian's foundation establishment, she was pleasantly surprised. It was far from astonishing. Su Xian took a sip of spring water, his eyes narrowing slightly. Indeed, not everyone possesses the same extraordinary talents as he. Lin Qianqian, with a drooping expression, exclaimed, "Enough already." Su Xian sheepishly chuckled and changed the subject. "Ha, I intended to check on this fellow. But I didn't expect him to go to the Sword Tomb. He had said he wanted to hang out with me. Yet he hasn't visited even once. At least my dear Qianqian is better." Lin Qianqian smiled and said, "All right, you need not blame him. It was his master who forbade him from going out. 2 years ago, he secretly slipped into Wendaiguang Square and was caught by Li Fengzhu, who sent him back and gave him quite a beating. His master even threatened to break his legs if he didn't reach the foundation establishment stage before descending the mountain." Su Xian, intrigued, replied, "Oh, is that so? Why would I deceive you? That's quite all right." Although Su Xian took a certain delight in this, he felt a warmth in his heart and casually inquired, "Do you know how many foundation establishment pills he used?" Lin Qianqian pondered for a moment. "Counting on her fingers, I'm not sure, but it should be around 7 or 8. He has been slowly establishing his foundation for half a year now." Upon hearing this, Su Xian clicked his tongue and remarked, TSK, this little fat fellow isn't bad, but his talent is slightly inferior to mine. I only used one." Lin Qianqian sighed in exasperation. She realized that Su Xian had come today simply to show off and thought to herself that even at his age, he still acted like a child. Not wanting to dwell on it, she casually said, "That's not too many. I heard from my senior brothers that there was someone in our sect who consumed over 100 foundation establishment pills before successfully breaking through. That would be a lot." Su Xian became intrigued and asked, "Over 100? Is that true? Who is it? That's more than a pig could eat." Lin Qianqian thought for a moment and replied, "From Luoyan Peakdan Hall, I can't recall the name, but I think it was a girl with white hair. Su Xian Suden Li Fil the Yao Xiao Xiao." Lin Qianqian's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Yes, that's right. You know her?" Su Xian couldn't help but chuckle, but still responded, "Not very well. But she's a nice girl." Lin Qianqian stared wide-eyed into Su Xian's eyes and questioned, "Really not well?" Su Xian was unsure how to respond. If he said he didn't know her well, it would be a lie, as she had gifted him her foundation establishment pills. If he claimed to know her well, he had only spent less than an hour with her. He deflected, "It doesn't matter. After all, they're all juniors. Let's go, it's getting late. Shall I treat you to a meal?" Lin Qianqian suspiciously replied, "Am I paying the bill?" Su Xian shook his head and smiled, "I'll treat. I'll pay." Lin Qianqian stood up and firmly refused. "No way. This is my territory. I make the rules." Lin Qianqian suddenly smiled and playfully said, "I'll treat. And you pay." Su Xian was momentarily dumbfounded and retorted, "Isn't that the same?" Lin Qianqian insisted, "It's different. Fine, suit yourself." The two exited the small courtyard, and Lin Qianqian summoned Qing Shuang, carrying Su Xian directly to the Ling Shifeng of Tianjin Peak. They arrived at noon when there were few people, and the shop appeared rather deserted. The head of the Ling Shifeng was a woman who had both charm and grace, still retaining her allure. Upon seeing Lin Qianqian, she greeted her warmly. "Ah, Qianqian, you're here. Hello, senior sister." It was evident they were quite familiar. "Here for a meal?" Lin Qianqian replied earnestly, "Yes. I'll have a signature dish." The woman was slightly surprised. "Not having porridge today?" Lin Qianqian squinted at Su Xian and said, "I'm treating. He pays." The woman had already noticed Su Xian and inquired, "And who is this young brother?" Su Xian smiled slightly and introduced himself. "I am Su Xian." The woman paused for a moment, her eyes flickering as she looked at Lin Qianqian. "Which Su Xian?" Lin Qianqian grinned and said, "Just that Su Xian." The woman understood and exclaimed, "The little master ancestor?" She quickly tidied up her disheveled hair, still maintaining her grace, and clasped her hands in respect, revealing her streaked hair. "Lu Ru has met the little master ancestor." Su Xian quickly waved his hand. No need for such formality. Lu Ru stood up, welcoming him with a smile. Master Ancestor. Actually, our Tianjin Peaks porridge is also quite good. I've heard you enjoy porridge. Would you like a bowl? Su Xian's lips twitched slightly as he declined. No. Let's stick to what Qianqian suggested. Today she calls the shots. Lin Qianqian looked at Su Xian, her eyes filled with a sense of pride. Lu Ru understood and smiled. Very well, please wait a moment. Su Xian handed over his jade token, and the two found a table to sit at. While waiting, Lin Qianqian continuously shared amusing stories about Tianjin Peak, while Su Xian listened quietly, his gaze particularly gentle. He clearly remembered that Lin Qianqian didn't enjoy porridge. Her 5,000 points weren't accumulated out of thin air, but rather saved bite by bite by the girl before him. Although cultivators in the foundation establishment stage could fast for a short time, they still required spiritual food to replenish their energy during cultivation. After finishing their meal and settling the bill, Lin Qianqian specifically checked his token balance, which still showed over 1,000 points. She frowned and asked, "Why is there still so much left?" Su Xian simply replied, "I'm not a pig. How could I eat so much?" She advised Su Xian, "You should eat and drink well, don't skimp. My mother always said, girls bloom at 18, while boys take their time until 30. You're only 18 and still growing? The world's spiritual energy won't fill you up." Su Xian just smiled and repeatedly agreed. He wished to share these thoughts with Lin Qianqian, but he could only express them verbally. Su Xian didn't want to be this way. He now only thought of quickly retrieving the sword from the sword tomb and earning points to make up for this girl. Before parting, Su Xian took a favorable wind sword. Lin Qianqian reminded Su Xian to eat well before entering the mountain, saying that nothing could be taken into the sword tomb. She also said she awaited good news from him. Su Xian responded to each of her remarks and finally gently reminded her, "You also remember to eat well. I'll earn points soon, and once I come out, I'll take care of you." The latter smiled knowingly, narrowing her eyes, and graciously replied, "That's a promise you made." Meanwhile, the disciple felt as though he had just consumed a hefty serving of dog food, feeling quite sour. On the way back, he knowingly asked, "Little Master Ancestor, what is your relationship with Lin Shishu?" Su Xian lazily replied, "She is my sister." The disciple pressed on, "Same mother, different father?" Su Xian answered, "Different mother, different father." The disciple was left bewildered. Su Xian grew anxious, thinking, "Oh no, it's going to crash." After a moment, he said, "Master Ancestor, could you please not speak of that matter?" All right. Chapter 42. The Sword Tomb. The next morning, when Qing Xue rose early and waited for Su Xian, who arrived sheepishly late. His belly was round and full, his mouth stuffed with food, and he clutched several spiritual steamed buns. He mumbled, "Little one, good morning." When Qing Xue frowned, puzzled, "Master Ancestor, where have you been?" Su Xian swallowed his food, patted his chest, and burped. "I was eating. One must be well fed to have the strength to draw a sword, right?" He offered her a bun, asking, "Want one?" When Qing Xue instinctively took a step back and waved her hands, refusing, "No, thank you." Su Xian wrinkled his nose. "All right, let us go." When Qing Xue summoned her sword, and Su Xian stepped aboard. "Little Master Ancestor, are you stable?" "I'm walking." They took off from the ground, soaring through the air like immortals, heading straight toward the Sword Tomb. The Sword Tomb, located deep within the forged sword peak, is the foundation of Windazong and the most mysterious and sacred place in the sect. The tomb was left behind by Li Taibai, and the exact number of swords within remains unknown to this day. Every disciple of Windazong is allowed to enter the Sword Tomb to select a sword on their foundation establishment day. Spiritual weapons, earthly weapons, heavenly weapons, and immortal weapons are all present, with each disciple able to obtain what their abilities allow. It is said that the 3 immortal swords in the canyon beneath the Chongqing Bridge were acquired by the Sword Ancestor from the Sword Tomb. The swords in the Sword Tomb, regardless of their grade, are all sentient and choose only one master in their lifetime. When a master dies, the sword seals itself and returns to the Sword Tomb. For millennia, disciples of Windazong have entered the mountain to choose swords. Those who acquire spiritual swords are unremarkable, while those who obtain heavenly swords are remarkable, and very few have been fortunate enough to claim immortal swords. Lin Qianqian, having obtained the heavenly weapon Qing was already quite accomplished. Upon reaching the Sword Tomb, when Qing Xue landed in advance at a square before the mountain, gazing at the long staircase leading to the summit, she said, "Little Master Ancestor, the Sword Tomb is surrounded by a magnetic field, so we cannot use our swords to fly. Let us walk up." Su Xian munched on his bun, surveying the surroundings. The square was small, paved with blue stones, and the long staircase stretched upward into the clouds. At the foot of the steps stood a colossal stone, inscribed with two characters in vermilion, Jinzhong. Looking up the long staircase, wisps of cloud and mist enveloped the mountainside, adding an air of mystery. Wen Qingxue led the way, while Xu Xian followed closely behind, beginning their ascent. Only those who had established a foundation could claim a sword, as this was the rule and inherent law of the Jinzhong. Anyone attempting to breach the threshold without this foundation would be torn apart by errant swords, leaving no trace of their existence. The Jinzhong resembled a hidden realm, harboring boundless opportunities that had long captivated the world, particularly the foreign tribes who had yearned for it for ages. Thus, it was said that a Jinzhong had suppressed the northern borders of Fanzhou for millennia. At this moment, aside from the two of them, no other souls were present on the lengthy staircase. During their journey, when Qingxue took the opportunity to recount the origin, rules, and laws of the Jinzhong to Xu Xian, particularly emphasizing the sword retrieval regulations, she explained that within the Jinzhong there were 5 sword pools: the Lingjian Pool, Dijin Pool, Tianjin Pool, Xianjin Pool, and Shinjin Pool. Retrieving a sword was akin to ascending the steps they were currently climbing. Each pool was associated with a corresponding tier of sword heaven, with the first tier requiring the climber to ascend 99 stone steps to reach the Lingjian Pool, where swords numbered in the millions awaited. To proceed further, one would need to ascend 999 steps to reach the second tier and encounter the Dijin Pool, which contained 100,000 swords. Ascending to the third tier required climbing 999 steps to access the Tianjin Pool, which held thousands of swords. The fourth tier demanded an ascent of 999 steps, leading to the Shinjin Pool. At this point, a passionate yearning flickered in Wen Qingxue's cold eyes as she expressed a hint of regret, recounting her own experience. In my past, I reached the third tier, but within 100 steps of the fourth, I found myself unable to withstand the sword intent, and thus took a Tianjin sword and returned. At that time, I could not even glimpse the shadow of the Shinjin Pool. I have heard that within the fourth tier's Tianjin Pool, there are 100 unparalleled swords, but few have ever witnessed them. Turning to Xu Xian, she solemnly declared, throughout the millennia, aside from the sword ancestor, only 5 individuals have been recorded as having retrieved swords from the Shinjin Pool, each a prodigy of swordsmanship. 5. Xu Xian murmured, captivated. The fourth tier, just 1 step away, involves climbing 100,000 steps. 5 is quite a number. Would you like to know who those 5 are? When Qingxue inquired eagerly. Indeed, Xu Xian admitted candidly. When Qingxue listed them, the 6th ancestor, the 7th ancestor, the 8th ancestor, the 9th ancestor, and our sect master, Xu Xian responded, "Oh, what a coincidence. They're all my senior brothers and sisters." When Qingxue cryptically remarked, "In fact, our sect has an unwritten rule that few are aware of." Xu Xian's curiosity piqued. "What is it?" Looking towards the mountain peak, when Qingxue replied solemnly, "Anyone who ascends to the 4th tier and returns with a sword from the Shinjin Pool may become a direct disciple of the sword ancestor." After a pause, she glanced at the youth and added with a gentle smile, "However, you already are one, whether or not you retrieve Shinjin's sword." Upon hearing this, Xu Xian suddenly understood. It all made sense now. No wonder, starting from his 5th senior brother, they all took on apprentices. The reason was clear. From that point on, when Qingxue fell silent, continuing her climb, Xu Xian felt something amiss and asked, "You haven't mentioned the 5th tier yet. 1,000,000 steps? How many swords are in the Shinjin Pool?" With a sidelong glance, when Qingxue shook her head, "I do not know." When Qingxue appeared lost in thought. "No one knows. No one has ever ascended that high. Perhaps you could ask the sect master. She might know." Xu Xian understood, realizing that only 5 individuals had reached the Shinjin Pool, while the rest had never even seen it, let alone the Shinjin Pool in the final tier. He couldn't help but smirk and mutter, "Where am I supposed to ask that? Surely, I can't return now and come back later." "No need. The sect master is waiting for you at the mountain summit." Xu Xian was taken aback. "Oh, my senior sister has arrived?" When Qingxue replied evasively, "Li Fengzhu is also here." Xu Xian took a bite of his steam bun, chuckling, Is it really that grand? You've made me a bit nervous." When Qingxue shrugged her shoulders, lapsing into silence, the two instinctively quickened their pace. The mountain was indeed high, with hundreds of stone steps. However, these were merely ordinary stairs, and for cultivators like them, The ascent felt effortless. By the time they reached the mountain peak, they were hardly out of breath, their foreheads devoid of even a drop of sweat. Were they truly unburdened, or was it merely the chill of early winter that kept them invigorated? Upon reaching the summit, they beheld a majestic gate, hovering amidst the clouds, flanked by two familiar figures, a man and a woman. Xu Xian did not rush to admire the grandeur of the gate, but waved to greet them. Senior sister. Qing Shan, dear disciple, you have kept us waiting. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes sparkled with joy, while the young man's expression darkened. Chapter 43. Ling Liang Dan, a sword gate stood tall at the mountainous peak, 100 feet high, with clouds swirling around it, wide enough to span several paces, grand and imposing, resembling a gateway to the heavens, nestled between the clouds and the verdant mountains. Gazing up, it seemed as if a celestial palace had descended, illuminated by a sacred radiance. It appeared less like a tangible object and more akin to an ethereal illusion, akin to a holographic projection in modern terms, or mirage in this era. Inscribed upon the gate were three prominent characters, Jian Wai Tian. Xu Xian admired the gate and softly recited the characters above, Jian Wai Tian. The three beside him were momentarily taken aback, their gazes fixated on the youth in bewilderment. Yes, Xinyu inquired with astonishment. Do you recognize these characters? Xu Xian met their puzzled stares and casually remarked, I guessed. The script on the sword gate was not a Fanzhou, yet Xu Xian recognized it. Li Qingshan's lips curled in disbelief. Was he kidding? He was blatantly fabricating a story without the slightest hint of shame. When Qing Xue remained silent. However, Ye Xinyu questioned, can you really guess? Xu Xian concocted an excuse to deflect. I heard someone say it. Jian Wai Tian. It just happens to fit. Ye Xinyu clicked her tongue and, with a downward glance, chose not to pursue the matter further. When Qing Xue and Li Qingshan exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their mutual skepticism. This gate was the entrance to the Jinzhong, which is why it was referred to as the Sword Gate within the sect. The three characters Jian Wai Tian were known to fewer than 5 individuals within the entire sect. Even Li Qingshan was unaware of their meaning. To claim he had merely guessed was surely false. The truth was singular. He recognized the characters, a bewildering fact that was not entirely incomprehensible. They speculated that it must relate to Xu Xian's 4 years of enlightenment at the Sword Steel. However, since Xu Xian was unwilling to divulge more, they decided against pressing him further, opting instead to address the matter at hand. Ye Xinyu cut to the chase, stating, all right, let's discuss the main issue. I trust one has already informed you of the Jinzhong circumstances? Xu Xian nodded in affirmation. Ye Xinyu gazed upon the sword gate, standing with her hands clasped behind her back, and spoke gravely. The Jinzhong is the very foundation of our Wendao sect. The outside world has long coveted it. Any disciple of our sect who establishes a foundation may enter through this gate to seek a Xinjian. Since one has briefed you, I shall refrain from further elaboration. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. If not, proceed to retrieve a sword. Xu Xian indeed had a question and promptly asked, Senior sister, do you know how many swords are in the Xinjian pool? As if anticipating Xu Xian's inquiry, Ye Xinyu was unperturbed, while when Qing Xue cast a look of eager curiosity. Ye Xinyu smiled, I do not know. I have never ascended there. She paused for a moment and confidently declared, however, what I can tell you is that beyond the fourfold sword celestial pool, the stone steps remain unbroken, extending continuously upwards. Therefore, there must indeed be another level of sword heaven above. As for how many steps there are and how many swords exist above the 5th sword heaven, no one knows. Not even our esteemed master. The reason it is called the divine sword pool is simply because above the immortals are the deities, hence the name. That is all. Su Xian instinctively nodded, coming to an understanding. Thus, the so-called 5th sword heaven was merely a fabrication. In truth, no one had ever witnessed it. Ye Xinyu suddenly patted Su Xian's shoulder, laughing softly. Perhaps you could provide us with the answer. Huh? Su Xian was taken aback. Ye Yanyu nodded in affirmation. Su Xian pursed his lips, clicking his tongue. Senior sister, you hold me in too high regard. I do possess some talent, but I do not believe myself to be superior to the legendary sword ancestor. Perhaps I could manage with intellect. But this ascent of the sword steps relies on physical prowess, willpower, and perseverance. I am well aware that I am not adept in this domain. Ye Xinyu said nothing further. Opportunities must be seized by oneself. Fate had its course, and Su Xian would forge his own path without her interference. She merely glanced at Li Qingshan, signaling him, "Little mountain." Li Qingshan understood immediately and stepped forward, retrieving a white elixir the size of 2 fists from his storage ring and presenting it before Su Xian. Su Xian instinctively recoiled and, not forgetting to take a bite of the bun in his hand, asked indistinctly, "What is this?" Li Qingshan remained silent. Wen Qingxue took the initiative to explain, "This is the Lingliang Dan, meant for consumption." Su Xian was taken aback. Yi Xinyu gazed at Su Xian's round belly, delighting in his predicament within the sword tomb. There are specific rules. Upon passing through the sword gate, no external items can be used. The process of obtaining swords within the sword tomb can take anywhere from a few days to several dozen days, leading to immense consumption. Thus, the Dan Hall has specially crafted this Lingliang Dan for disciples. Consuming one will ensure that you feel no hunger for 2 months, regardless of how much energy you expend. Every disciple entering the sword tomb consumes this. She concluded with a deliberate emphasis, and it's free. Su Xian was bewildered, staring wide-eyed at the football-sized elixir. The bun in his hand suddenly lost its appeal, and the food in his mouth felt like it was lodged in his throat. Li Qingshan's eyes sparkled with mischief as he remarked, "This is freshly made. Eat it while it's hot." Su Xian turned to Wen Qingxue, his expression darkening. "Little one, care to explain?" Wen Qingxue, puzzled, replied, "What is there to explain? I don't understand what the little master ancestor said." Su Xian pointed at the Lingliang Dan. "With this, why didn't you mention it earlier?" When Qingxue retorted, "You didn't ask." Li Qingshan forcefully shoved the Lingliang Dan into Su Xian's hands, wearing an enigmatic smile. "Ye ian suintit herius, egerli anticipating." When Qingxue's gaze wandered disinterested, Su Xian held the Lingliang Dan, feeling an urge to weep without tears. He sensed he had been played, yet he had no evidence. He indeed hadn't asked. Just the day before, he had mentioned it to Lin Xianxian, who had informed him that before entering the sword tomb, she had consumed a large elixir and had gestured to demonstrate its size. At that time, Su Xian had thought Lin Xianxian was exaggerating. How can elixir be that large? It was absurd. She had specifically emphasized that it was given to her by her master. Su Xian had thought to himself that he had no master, and given the requirements and standards set by the Wendazong for the ancestors, he could only rely on himself. Thus, he had risen early, waking Zhou Tao before dawn, consuming 4 large bowls of spiritual porridge, 10 boiled spiritual bird eggs, and 10 large buns. Now, his stomach had reached its limit, and he could not eat another bite. Gazing at the elixir in his hand, Su Xian instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at the 3 of them, mumbling, "Well, I think I'll come back tomorrow. I need to reflect on this." Yi Xinyu suddenly appeared behind him, just as Su Xian turned around, their eyes meeting. With a bright smile, she said, "That is not allowed." Su Xian stood his ground, stating defiantly, "If I refuse, can you really force me?" Yi Xinyu counted on her fingers, her smile turning mischievous. "Little junior brother, if you don't listen, I might just have to spank you." Su Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Wen Qingxue stepped aside, while Li Qingshan crossed his arms, enjoying the spectacle. Su Xian swallowed hard, staring at the elixir in his hand. After a difficult deliberation, he sighed, childish. "I'll eat it." Chapter 44. The million spiritual swords resound a quarter of an hour later. Su Xian's face contorted, his eyes reddening. One hand covering his mouth while the other supported him against the wall as he stepped through the sword gate. Li Qingshan, Bem Qingxue, and Yi Xinyu stifled their laughter as they watched him leave. Li Qingshan clicked his tongue. "He really can eat." Yi Xinyu commented, "Little one, you're too cruel." Wen Qingxue replied earnestly, "He truly didn't ask." Yi Xinyu gazed towards the heavenly gate and asked, "Do you think he can draw the celestial sword?" Li Qingshan stroked his chin, analyzing seriously. Though Su Xian appears unconventional, his talent and character are extraordinary, a rarity in a millennium. I believe he will manage. Yi Xinyu turned to Wen Qingxue. "Little one, what do you think?" Wen Qingxue shook her head suddenly. "I don't know." Yi Xinyu smiled faintly, squinting her eyes, then, "Little mountain, shall we place a bet?" Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. "You still owe me 1,000,000 from our last bet." Yi Xinyu spoke as if she hadn't heard. 2,000,000 points. Let us wager on whether your little master uncle can draw the celestial sword. If he succeeds, you win, and if he fails, I win. If you win, I'll give you 3,000,000 at once. If you lose, just give me 1,000,000. Li Jingsan flatly said, "No bet." Yi Xinyu seemed undeterred. Then it settled. Li Qingshan glared at her. "Enough already. Yi Xinyu. Are you threatening me? I am not. Will you bet or not? A 1T bet. You are threatening me. Fine, I'll bet. Last chance. Deal. Wen Qingxue stood to the side, listening to their argument, casting a silent glance at the 5-figure points in the jade tablet, her gaze lowering as she murmured to herself, they are truly wealthy. Seeing Li Qingshan agree, Yi Xinyu was elated, grinning at Wen Qingxue. Little Shui, will you bet? I have no money, Wen Qingxue replied directly. Yi Xinyu nonchalantly remarked, that's fine. You can bet 5,000 points. Wen Qingxue shuddered, incredulously staring at Yi Xinyu. Sec Master, how did you know? I just happen to have 5,000 points. Guess. Wen Qingxue. Meanwhile, after stepping through the sword gate, Su Xian found himself within the sword tomb, just as he had hoped. Before him lay a vast expanse of white clouds beneath a cerulean sky. The path he had taken was nowhere to be seen, and beneath his feet was a broad stone platform, floating amidst the sea of clouds like a celestial pavilion. At the far end, a stone staircase stretched upwards, disappearing into a sea of clouds, unseen. Looking up, he could feel the sword intent swirling in the clouds. Su Xian suppressed the discomfort in his stomach, sensing the changing laws of this new world, and began to observe his surroundings, murmuring, is that the first sword heaven? The first sword heaven consists of 99 steps. Since the establishment of the Windazong, no one has ever returned empty-handed. The Lingjian pool serves as a minimum guarantee. Su Xian did not linger too long. He crossed the cloud platform beneath his feet and set foot on the sword steps. As soon as he placed one foot on the first step, he could distinctly feel the weight of his body increasing. His shoulders naturally drooped. However, after just a moment, Su Xian took the second step, beginning to ascend against the force of gravity. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step he took, the weight upon him increased, and this process was exceedingly gradual. Yet it compelled the ascender's body to adapt anew at every moment. Su Xian was not surprised by this. He had anticipated it long before entering the sword gate. He had already done his homework. In the small world behind Jianmen, one's cultivation would be restricted, confined solely to the internal circulation of one's body, rendering flight impossible. Utilizing qi to protect the body was even more unattainable. Climbing this long staircase, the only reliance could be on one's physical condition and willpower. This also elucidates why the One Dao Zone repeatedly emphasizes the importance of body refinement during the foundational cultivation stage. It must not be aided by external forces. Because when retrieving swords from the Jianzhong, the significance of refining the body is paramount, as long as one diligently practices according to the body refinement techniques. The first level of sword heaven, as visible above, is within easy reach. Ascending to the second level of sword heaven poses little challenge. With a bit of grit, most individuals can manage it. However, to reach the third level of sword domain, one must possess not only talent, but also an extraordinary resolve and perseverance. Yet, Su Xian was struggling painfully. It was not due to excessive weight. Rather, he felt an overwhelming pressure, as if his stomach were about to burst. And this discomfort only intensified with the passage of time. The Lingliang Dan was akin to a compressed biscuit for cultivators. Those in the know would understand. As he ascended the stone steps, he muttered complaints. How wicked they were, each one of them. It must have been intentional. Soon, Su Xian reached the first level of sword heaven and arrived at the Lingjian pool. As he slowly raised his gaze, he beheld an endless expanse of cloud sea, densely populated with countless swords. The spiritual swords possessed sentience, radiating a lustrous glow. Red, white, blue, green, millions of spiritual swords, each with its unique form. Some were long, others short, some heavy, others wide. Some stood suspended in mid-air, some swayed with the wind, some were embedded in the sword pool, and others lingered above the cloud sea. A sword pool? Its scale seemed too small. It ought to be called a sea of swords. To Su Xian, it seemed there were no less than 1,000,000. Among them, there were even broken and severed swords. It is well known that every disciple of the One Dao Zone possesses a sword of destiny, which recognizes only one master throughout its lifetime. If the master perishes, the sword will return to the One Dao Zone, re-entering the Jinzhong to await a new master. This sword of destiny is obtained from the Jinzhong. This is a tale often recounted in the cultivation circles of Fanzhou. Su Xian pondered that behind each severed sword lay a poignant and heroic story. A lifetime devoted to one sword, serving a single sword throughout one's existence. Once the covenant is established, as long as the master lives, the sword shall not forsake. Su Xian's arrival stirred the once tranquil Lingjian sea into a frenzy. Countless spiritual swords vibrated wildly as he drew near, some even soaring from afar to hover beside him. They fervently greeted him, responding with fervor, as if welcoming their king. Millions of celestial swords resonated in unison within the sword pool. Such a scene, if witnessed by an ordinary person, would surely astonish them. The selection of swords and the search for a master is a reciprocal process. Retrieving swords from the Jinzhong does not mean one can simply take any sword from the pool. One must earn the sword's recognition and receive a response to carry it away. This process generally requires one to actively touch the sword and resonate with it to comprehend its essence. Yet, in this instance, the million swords responded eagerly, vying to flaunt themselves. Such occurrences may have happened before, but only with a few swords. The entirety of them together was unprecedented. Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, contemplating that no one had ever mentioned such a situation to him. Were they truly this enthusiastic? Was he truly in such high demand? Chapter 45. Encounter with an old friend on the sword steps amidst the throng of swords. Not a single blade touched him. The swords were sentient, but alas, Su Xian's aspirations lay elsewhere. He passed through the sword pool and ascended the long staircase to the second level of sword domain, where gravity doubled. Su Xian's dantian sank once more, expelling a breath of turbid air. He gazed upward at the staircase's end and stepped forward. Behind him, in the Lingjian pool, the million spiritual swords fell into a daze, quietly returning to tranquility, as if heartbroken. As time passed, Su Xian once again set foot in the sword pool, and a similar scene unfolded. The 10,000 earthly swords rained down, their presence more potent than that of the spiritual swords, and their reactions even more fervent. Not only did the sword bodies tremble, but one could even hear the cacophony of sword cries. Being too excellent can also be a burden. Su Xian, undeto, passed through the sword pool and climbed to the third level of sword heaven. Meanwhile, at a certain point along the long staircase leading to the Tianjian pool, a figure struggled to ascend, drenched in sweat. Hearing the commotion from the sword pool below, he turned back, his expression dazed. What was that sound? However, as Su Xian departed, the sword pool fell silent once more, and he merely wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering, "It seems it was just my imagination." Lifting his gaze to the path ahead, the long staircase stretched endlessly, devoid of an end. Could he truly not ascend? He refused to believe it. If Lin Jie could, so could he. He was no less than anyone else, and he could climb. Gritting his teeth, he took one step after another. Yet each step felt as if it drained all his strength. Although there was nothing behind him, it felt as heavy as carrying a mountain. Behind him, Su Xian, the latecomer, gradually closed the distance. The third level of sword heaven boasted 9,999 steps, nearly 10,000. After climbing 1,000 steps, Su Xian began to feel the strain. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his breath grew rapid. Yet, there was a silver lining. As the exertion increased, his digestive system rapidly worked to adapt, alleviating the discomfort in his overstuffed stomach. Indeed, it was effective. Su Xian felt a flicker of joy, and his pace quickened. The reason for his haste was not only to retrieve the sword and leave sooner, but also to expend energy to aid in digesting the food in his belly, particularly that Lingliang Dan, which felt as if it would burst him at any moment. Soon, a figure came into view. The person was also ascending the stairs, but instead of walking, he was crawling, inching upward like a caterpillar. Su Xian quickly overtook him, stopping to look down. The latter, straining to lift his head, managed a weak smile amidst his struggle. The figure sprawled on the steps was a muscular man with bronze skin, thick brows, and large eyes. Su Xian had not seen him before, yet he attempted to call out, "Zhang Yang?" The latter, swallowing hard, exclaimed in surprise, "Senior brother recognizes me?" Su Xian scrutinized him, gasping in astonishment. They say that women change dramatically every 18 years. The same could be said for men. Who would have expected that the chubby little boy with a round face had transformed into a robust giant? It was truly unbelievable. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, who would dare to believe it? It really is you. Exhausted, Zhang Yang was already somewhat dazed, and upon hearing the other's words, he became even more bewildered, staring at that face, trying to recall, yet he could not remember who it was. "Do we know each other?" Su Xian stepped back 2 stairs and plopped down beside Zhang Yang, flashing a bright smile and saying, "How could you not recognize me?" Xian Yi. Zhang Yang was dumbfounded, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Su Xian? Xian Yi. Indeed. Zhang Yang snapped back to reality, joy illuminating his features as he weakly replied, "Oh heavens, it really is you. Xiangu, how did you change so much? I hardly recognized you." Su Xian narrowed his eyes, teasingly remarking, "Who could rival your transformation?" Zhang Yang struggled to lift himself, panting heavily, and grinned, "Don't mention it. After you comprehended the sword steel, I went to the Zhujian Peak, forging iron day in and day out." He spread his large hands, revealing thick calluses, and lamented, "Look at these old calluses. My master really put me through it. Several times I nearly didn't make it. It was tough. If one were to speak of which hall within the one Dao zone posed the highest risk of death, it would undoubtedly be the Jinjin Hall. If one were to speak of which hall within the Shursan Tong is the most arduous and laborious, the Zhujian Tong would humbly claim the second position, while no one dares to assert the first. A group of brawny men, akin to scavengers, experience not only physical exhaustion, but also lament the absence of female disciples. Just envisioning a cadre of muscle-bound men engaged in their daily grind is quite unsettling. The work of sword forging is truly something even dogs would shy away from. However, it is said that the Zhujian Tong is the only hall within the One Dao zone that provides meals. Xu Xian consoled, "Enough of your complaints. Can your suffering truly compare to mine? I can hardly afford a meal." Zhang Yang was skeptical. After all, Xu Xian was a junior ancestor, a close disciple of the sect leader, and who wouldn't envy his position atop the Zhujian Peak? Yet at present, he lacked the energy to argue with Xu Xian. He merely smiled foolishly, nothing more. "Brother Xian, do you know what tier this is?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Xian replied, "I estimate it to be around 2,000. Hearing this, Zhang Yang's face fell, and he collapsed onto the long stairs, exhausted, muttering, "Brother Xian, you go on ahead. Once I get out, I'll come and visit you at the Zhijian Peak." "Not together?" Xu Xian invited. Zhang Yang waved his hand weakly. "You go on. I can't take it anymore." Xu Xian scoffed. "You have all that muscle, yet you can't make it up? Aren't you ashamed?" Zhang Yang was on the verge of tears. He had been here for nearly a month. The very next day, he had managed to reach the Dijian pool. It took him several days to climb just 2,000 steps, with over 7,000 still ahead. He couldn't deny fate. "It's all destiny. I can't endure any longer. Don't mind me. I'll just jump down from here and go to the Dijian pool to select a weapon. I refuse to perish here." With a slight smile, he couldn't resist boasting to Xu Xian, "Besides, I am a swordsmith. Once I succeed, what kind of sword won't I be able to forge?" Xu Xian remained silent. In today's world, even the most formidable swordsmith cannot forge a divine weapon. Those who can craft spiritual arms are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It was mere talk. While he spoke lightly, he caught the glimmer of unyielding determination in Zhang Yang's eyes. Yet, some matters are indeed beyond one's control. Observing Zhang Yang's state, it was evident he had reached his limit. He glanced back at the long stairs. Unlike the previous Jian pool and Ling Jian pool, upon lifting his gaze, he could see the other end of the long stairs. The Sanzhong Jianyu was a daunting 10,000 steps, an unfathomable expanse. After some contemplation, he stood, squatted down, and patted his shoulder. "Come on, climb on. I'll carry you up." Chapter 46. Ascending the Tianjian pool. "Ah, hurry up, don't dawdle." No, no, this absolutely cannot be done." Zhang Yang repeatedly declined. He thought Xu Xian's idea was utterly absurd. Carry him up? How could that be possible? The gravity within the sword tomb acts on individual objects. To put it simply, carrying Zhang Yang would feel like bearing an additional 1,000 pounds. Moreover, at this point, the gravitational force was already far beyond 1,000 pounds and would continue to increase as they ascended, making it not merely a matter of carrying a person, but rather lifting an entire mountain and bearing double the gravity. This was to prevent any form of cheating. Xu Xian, fully aware of Zhang Yang's thoughts, replied, "Enough. I am a man destined for the Xizhong Jiantian. The Tianjian pool is beneath my notice. I can withstand double the gravity. Besides, if it truly becomes unmanageable, I can always toss you down, and you can keep me company. It would be quite dull otherwise." Zhang Yang remained resolute. "Brother Xian, I appreciate your kindness, but this is truly inappropriate. Just ascend on your own and ignore me." Xu Xian, with a serious expression, retorted, "Am I not still your brother?" "Yes." "Then listen to me." Yet, Xu Xian threatened, "If you keep talking back, don't call me brother anymore." With no choice, Zhang Yang acquiesced. Xu Xian hoisted him onto his back, and the weight immediately doubled, causing Xu Xian to bend at the waist. "Brother Xian, can you manage?" Xu Xian gritted his teeth, gazing forward, and jested, "Remember, a man should never admit defeat. Even if one is faltering, one must press on." Zhang Yang, bewildered, nodded. Xu Xian began to ascend the stairs. As time passed, each step felt increasingly laborious, with Xu Xian's clothes gradually becoming drenched in sweat that dripped rhythmically. "Brother Xian, can you endure?" "I can. Perhaps you should take a break." "No need." Ultimately, Zhang Yang, overwhelmed by the persistent pressure of gravity, fainted on Xu Xian's back. This startled Xu Xian, nearly causing him to drop him. Within the sword tomb, there exists a rule. When one is incapable of climbing further, one may simply leap down the long stairs without fear of death, as they will return to the nearest sword pool. Fortunately, the spirit book appeared just in time to inform him of the situation, reassuring him that as long as he reached the Tianjin pool, Zhang Yang would naturally awaken. With a momentary sigh of relief, Xu Xian rested briefly before continuing to ascend with Zhang Yang on his back, encouraging himself with each labored breath. "Fainting is fine. At least it saves you from nagging me, as it is often said that chubby people are prone to chatter. You're not even chubby anymore. Yet you still have so much to say. Who on earth created this wretched stone staircase? Why make it so long? This is absurd." The 9,000+ steps felt especially daunting. Ascending the 100,000 steps of the Xizhong Jiantian was an endeavor beyond human capability. By extension, the Wuzhong Jiantian would require 1,000,000 steps, an undertaking that could truly claim one's life. It is no wonder that for millennia, no one has ever witnessed the so-called divine sword pool. Xu Xian mused that if he could forge a celestial sword, that would suffice. Finally, as the daylight waned, Xu Xian reached the final stone step, and a vista of clarity opened before him. Upon entering the Tianjin pool, the burdens upon him vanished in an instant. Xu Xian felt a lightness akin to being unshackled, with a clear sense of relief. The weight of thousands of pounds lifted suddenly, causing him to feel as though he were floating, leading to an inadvertent misstep that sent both him and Zhang Yang tumbling into the Tianjin pool. "Ouch! Ouch!" Zhang Yang, groggily waking, gazed in disbelief at the nearby cluster of celestial swords, his mind reeling. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I meant to do? What has transpired?" It felt as though he were dreaming, and in his daze he caught sight of Xu Xian sprawled on the ground, still incredulous. "Brother Xian, you actually carried me up here. This can't be a dream, right?" Xu Xian lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and with a smirk replied, "Try slapping yourself." "Huh? If it hurts, then it's not a dream. If it doesn't, then it is." Sitting on the ground, without a second thought, Zhang Yang slapped himself hard. The force of a swordsmith's full strength. Pain surged, causing tears to well up in his eyes, and he inhaled sharply. Yet, instead of misery, he felt elated, like a child, crawling excitedly to Xu Xian, stammering in exhilaration, "Brother Xian, it hurts. It really hurts. It's not a dream." Xu Xian was both amused and exasperated. What a fool. He hadn't anticipated that Zhang Yang would actually slap himself with such fervor, revealing a genuine sincerity, oblivious to everything else. Zhang Yang was so moved he felt tears welling up. He quickly declared, "Brother Xian, I'm truly touched. If you don't mind that I'm a man, I dedicate myself to you. Get lost." Xu Xian sat up, scolding him in jest. "What kind of gratitude is this? You're repaying kindness with enmity." Zhang Yang scratched his head, grinning foolishly. Hee, I was just too excited." Xu Xian paused for a moment, then rose to his feet and declared, "All right, go seek your sword. And what about you, Xiange?" Xu Xian's gaze pierced through the Tianjin Qi, settling on the long steps that vanished into the clouds. He replied confidently, "As for me, I shall continue my ascent. I will not return without obtaining the celestial sword." Meanwhile, outside the sword tomb, as the sun began to set, casting a crimson glow across the horizon, Yi Xianyu, Li Qingshan, and Wen Qingxue remained, patiently awaiting. Suddenly, in the dusk, two streaks of blue light swept across the sword gate, akin to shooting stars in the night sky. Though their brilliance was fleeting, the trio observed it clearly. Drawn to the sight, their eyes filled with wonder. Yi Xianyu furrowed her brow in puzzlement and exclaimed, "Why are there two streaks? Li Qingshan shook his head, uncertain. Perhaps there were other disciples who ascended together. After a brief silence, when Qingxue spoke up, revealing, I discovered that Zhang Yang from the Zhujian Peak entered the Sword Gate 30 days ago and has yet to emerge. Yi Xinyu responded with an O, stroking her chin as she mused, Zhang Yang. Why does that name sound familiar? Li Qingshan explained. He is the chubby boy who ascended with Su Xian. Still can't recall? Yi Xinyu admitted. Li Qingshan fell silent, as did Wen Qingxue. Yi Xinyu cheerfully remarked, but it's impressive. Climbing up to the Tian Jianqi is no small feat. I remember that among this group, only that girl from the Lin family made it to the Tian Jianqi. Li Qingshan chuckled. Now, there are 3. In the past, it was also these 3 who traversed the Changshan Bridge together. He pondered that perhaps this was the work of fate. When Qingxue spoke in hushed admiration, the little master ancestor ascended to the 3rd tier of the sword domain in just 1 day. That is truly remarkable. Whenever someone ascends to the Jian Qi, the sword gate response. A flash of white light indicates the spirit sword pool, while a flash of green signifies the earth sword pool. The blue Tian Jian Qi and the golden Xian Jian pool all shimmered simultaneously today, signifying that Su Xian had reached the 3rd tier of the sword domain in half a day. Yi Xinyu inquired, Xiao Shan, how long did it take you back then? Li Qingshan replied, 3 days. After a brief pause, he countered, and you, master? Yi Xinyu smiled. I took about the same time as your little master uncle. Less than a day. Li Qingshan, upon hearing this, estimated that it must have taken him somewhat longer, which meant Su Xian likely had a high probability of drawing the celestial sword. The success of Su Xian in retrieving the celestial sword would confirm his victory, yielding a reward of 200,000 points. Instantly, his spirits lifted. Chapter 47. The 3 chimes of the bell Xian Ge. This is simply incredible. All these swords seem eager to recognize you as their master. Astonishing indeed. All right, I shall continue my ascent. You should finish up and head out promptly. Understood. Su Xian left the astonished Zhang Yang behind and ascended to the 4th tier of the sword domain. Instantly, gravity bore down upon him, making each step arduous. Su Xian furrowed his brows and let out a cold laugh. The 4th tier of the sword domain is nothing extraordinary. He ascended the steps, treading the path to the heavens. Zhang Yang gazed up in awe, admiration spilling from his eyes. After a lengthy moment, the pool of Tian Jian fell into tranquility, and Zhang Yang eventually withdrew his gaze, beginning his quest among the thousands of swords for his destined sword. A sleepless night passed in silence, and the following morning, at the entrance of the Windazong Sword Gate, ripples began to form. The 3 waiting there suddenly felt a collective awareness and lifted their gazes, witnessing a figure emerge from behind the sword gate. Zhang Yang stepped out, a broadsword slung across his back. Upon seeing the 3 figures in the square, he initially froze, then recognized Li Qingshan and quickly understood the situation. He hurriedly bowed, Zhang Yang from Zhujian Peak, greetings to the 3 esteemed seniors. Yi Xinyu nodded slightly and asked, Are you Zhang Yang? The honest man hurriedly replied, Yes, indeed. Yi Xinyu pointed to the heavy sword on his back and inquired, Is this your sword? Yes. What is it called? Wufeng. Yi Xinyu squinted her eyes slightly. A sword without a blade? Interesting. To obtain the Tian Jian. You are indeed fortunate. Zhang Yang scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Li Qingshan perched on a tree branch and asked across the distance, Zhang Yang, have you encountered Su Xian? I have. To which tier has he ascended? Zhang Yang answered honestly, Little Master Ancestor is climbing the long steps of the 4th tier. He began last night, and by the time I woke, I could no longer see his figure. Li Qingshan nodded approvingly. Good, you may return now. Zhang Yang responded with an O, shouldering his heavy sword, preparing to descend the mountain. As he approached the stone steps, he turned back 3 times, instinctively glancing at Li Qingshan, appearing as if he had something to say, yet hesitating. Li Qingshan, observing this, casually remarked, If you have something to say, just say it. A man should not hesitate. Zhang Yang, somewhat shy, stammered, Masterly, I didn't actually climb up to the Tian Jianqi by myself. The 3 exchanged glances, their expressions varying, their attention drawn back to him involuntarily. What do you mean? Zhang Yang candidly explained. I couldn't ascend past the 2000th step. It was the little master ancestor who carried me up, but it was my request for him to do so. The trio was taken aback, their eyes widened in disbelief. first exchanging glances before fixating on Zhang Yang. He carried you? Yi Xianyu, in a flash, stood directly before Zhang Yang, her feet suspended in midair, pressing for clarity. What? You mean he carried you up? Zhang Yang, startled, instinctively recoiled, nearly losing his balance, and stammered. Yes. Ye ian furuit herburol in contemplation, filing silent. Zhang Yang sensed he may have misspoken and cast a pleading glance at Li Qingshan perched above. Master Li, this isn't illegal, is it? Li Qingshan remained silent, regarding him as if he were foolish. Zhang Yang, flustered, quickly added, this matter has nothing to do with the little master ancestor. I insisted he carry me. Yi Xianyu fixed her gaze on the boy before her, questioning, are you trying to deceive us? You forced him. What did you use to compel him? Zhang Yang's eyes darted around, racking his brain for an answer. Kidnapping. Kidnapping? Zhang Yang feigned a menacing demeanor. Yes, kidnapping. I morally kidnapped him. I told him if he didn't carry me up, I would sever our friendship. Yi Xianyu rolled her eyes at him, exclaiming, that's not funny at all. She then turned and walked away. Zhang Yang remained rooted in place, hesitant to move. Li Qingshan urged him, what are you dawdling for? Return. Oh? Zhang Yang replied, regaining his senses, just to confirm, this isn't illegal, right? Li Qingshan cast a sidelong glance, but said nothing. Zhang Yang understood and hurriedly descended the mountain with his heavy sword. After Zhang Yang departed, Yi Xianyu sat down, stroking her chin, occasionally raising an eyebrow or frowning, revealing no trace of emotion. In contrast, Li Qingshan was in high spirits, deliberately sauntering in front of Yi Xianyu, adopting a serious tone and jesting. I just calculated. Within 10 days, the celestial sword will surely be revealed. Yi Xianyu did not lift her gaze, remaining still as if she heard nothing. Day passed, then another. The trio continued to guard the sword gate, awaiting the moment. Li Qingshan, bored, lay on a tree branch, sleeping soundly. Wen Qingxue sat cross-legged on the ground, meditating with closed eyes. As for Yi Xianyu, she found the time dragging on, indulging in snacks now and then, while brewing tea from the spring to pass the time. Suddenly, after a prolonged silence, a golden light abruptly illuminated the Tian men, only to extinguish in an instant. Though it was but a fleeting moment, many keen observers captured the scene, including Yi Xianyu, Li Qingshan, and Wen Qingxue. Additionally, several elders from the mountain fortuitously glanced in this direction. Not to mention, on an opposite peak, an old man who had long awaited this moment also witnessed the occurrence with his own eyes. He rose swiftly, the air of despondency that once enveloped him vanished entirely, and in a near-manic state exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, gold, it is gold. Someone has ascended to the Xianjian pool. Someone has indeed ascended." As he spoke, he approached an ancient bell in the pavilion of stopping and struck it with vigor. Zong, zong, zong. The sound of the ancient bell resonated through the mountains, echoing in the verdant hills, attracting numerous disciples who paused to listen, their voices soon filled with jest and speculation. What madness is this at Zhujian Peak, ringing the ancient bell in broad daylight? Who knows, but it is rare to hear the bell toll from Zhujian Peak. An elder disciple, seasoned and long in experience, spoke cryptically. When the bell at Jian Peak tolls thrice, it signifies the assembly of the elders. When the bell at Zhijian Peak tolls 9 times, it heralds war. When the bell at Tianjian Peak tolls 12 times, it indicates that a lamp has extinguished, signifying the loss of a great cultivator in our sect. If it tolls 6 times, it means someone has entered the Great Ascension. Have you finished? Have you finished? The bell at Zhujian Peak tolled thrice, and you haven't said anything yet? The elder disciple replied confidently, I do not know. Damn, I do not know what I am anticipating either, came the chorus of complaints. Yet within the sect, the hidden powerhouses, elders, and peak masters were well aware of the significance. The tolling of the ancient bell at Zhujian Peak bore 2 special meanings, both related to the Xianjian. Yet few in the sect knew. Firstly, 3 tolls signify the emergence of the Xianjian. Secondly, 6 tolls denote the return of the Xianjian. Today, with 3 tolls, an old fisherman in the mountain raised his gaze, his eyes deep with contemplation, murmuring after 2,000 years. Our Wendao sect finally has a new generation ascending to the Xianjian pool. Chapter 48. Ascending to the Xianjian pool, the bell tolled gently, resonating through the wilderness, startling the cold birds from the trees. Just as the majority of the sect's disciples were engrossed in conjecturing the meaning of the bell's sound, figures began to descend from the foot of Jianmen Mountain, riding the wind, landing amidst the mountains, and then commencing their ascent up the long steps towards the summit. Since its establishment, the One Dao sect has recorded a total of 14 Xianjian. Among these, 9 were crafted solely by the Sword Ancestor, including 3 from Jinxia, Zhanyao, Zhu Mo, and Shixia. The remaining 6 swords are divided, with 1 in the hands of the Sword Ancestor and 5 with his 5 direct disciples. The names of these swords, alas, remain unknown. As for the last 5, they reside with the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th ancestors, as well as the current sect leader, Yi Yanyu. Counting carefully, throughout the millennia since the sect's founding, the sword tomb has stood there, with countless disciples bravely entering the tomb to retrieve swords. Yet only 5 have ever ascended to the Xianjian pool to obtain a Xianjian, aside from the Sword Ancestor. Today, after a millennium, another has emerged. They're already aware, and naturally, they cannot resist coming to witness this event, eager to glimpse the new sword and showcase the talents of the next generation. Some traveled in pairs, while others journeyed in threes, discussing amongst themselves and speculating on the identity of the one who would draw the sword. Opinions varied widely, and although they had their suspicions, they dared not be certain without seeing the person. Their arrival was hasty, yet their ascent was deliberate, ascending the 4 levels of the sword domain, reaching the Xianjian pool. And retrieving the sword was no trivial matter. Searching for the sword, recognizing its master, drawing the sword. This process could take several hours at the least, or up to a day at most. If one attempted to climb to the 5th level of the sword domain, it would take even longer. Time was still on their side. There was no need to rush. Who could it be among the younger generation, so talented and unassuming, stepping quietly into the Xianjian pool? I can only think of my little martial uncle, said one. You old ghost, you're sharp as a tack. Surely you've received some intel. Do tell. I just managed to inquire. The intelligence hall indeed has news. 2 days ago, my little martial uncle entered the Jianmen. Today, the golden light of Jianmen has appeared, and the bell tolled thrice. Need I say more? Not necessarily. Perhaps another has ascended as well. If it truly took just 2 days to reach the Xianjian pool, then my little martial uncle is truly remarkable. When I ascended to Tianjian pool, it took me 10 days, and another 20 to reach the 4th level of the sword domain, only to ascend 1,000 steps before exhausting my strength. I spent 4 years comprehending the sword steel, and when I awoke, it took me 10 months to break through 3 realms in foundational training. My little martial uncle is indeed extraordinary, far beyond our comparison. A debate ensued, opinions exchanged in rapid succession, as they reached the peak and caught sight of Jianmen, where they beheld the sect leader, Yi Xinyu, waiting. In their hearts, they had arrived at a definitive conclusion. Old man pays respects to the sect leader. Old woman pays respects to the sect leader. They approached the heavenly gate and bowed first. Yi Xinyu responded with a nod. Engaging in light banter, you esteemed elders have truly arrived at an impressive speed. The elders complimented, we were but a tad slower than the sect leader. The 3 tolls of the ancient bell heralding the emergence of the Xianjian is a momentous occasion for our One Dao sect, one we have not encountered in a millennium. Naturally, upon hearing, we must come to witness the splendor of the Xianjian. Heaven bless our sect, and may the Sword Ancestor's grace allow for the emergence of another Xianjian and a prodigious talent. Yi Xinyu squinted slightly. Enough of the pleasantries. At this age, such flattering words are unnecessary and come across as insincere. Since you are here, let us witness together the unveiling of a Xianjian. Excellent, splendid. Before long, the majority of the elders had arrived, along with peak masters, hall masters, and several senior elders, gathering in this place. In the blink of an eye, there were already over 100 present. At this moment, someone feigned ignorance and asked, "May I inquire, sect leader, who is the one retrieving the sword from the tomb?" Yi Xinyu candidly replied, "It is your little martial uncle, Su Xian." Although many already suspected the answer, hearing it directly from Yi Xinyu felt different, and an instant wave of gasps filled the air. One person hurriedly exclaimed, "I heard that the little martial uncle entered the sword tomb the day before yesterday, and within just 2 days, he has ascended to the Xianjian pool. The fortune of our little martial uncle is unprecedented." Yi Xinyu pursed her lips, casting a slow glance. "You seem well informed, knowing such intricate details." "I dare not claim such, merely fortunate to have overheard." Yi Xinyu did not pursue further, her gaze fixed on Jianmen. Recalling the words of Zhang Yang, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, while others toil their entire lives without success, he has scaled the heights in just 2 days. Your little martial uncle is truly an extraordinary talent, destined to be one of our One Dao sect." Reflecting on her own past, she recalled her own ascent: 2 days to reach Tianjian Pool, 15 days to scale the Xianjian Pool, and 20 days to attempt the Divine Sword Pool, ultimately taking a day to retrieve her sword. Back then, just like today, all the elders had come to congratulate her. Her master had declared that she was the fastest disciple of the One Dao sect to ever ascend the Xianjian Pool. She was praised as an unparalleled prodigy, destined to become a great sword immortal. Thus, her master took her as a disciple, placing her on equal footing, and she became the junior sister to her master. 300 years passed, and she cultivated to the Great Ascension Realm. 500 years later, she reached the pinnacle of the Great Ascension Realm. 1,000 years later, she broke through and transcended, becoming the youngest transcender in the entirety of Fanzhou. Her senior brother retired, and she became the new leader of the One Dao sect, managing sect affairs for a millennium. Throughout these 1,000 years, the One Dao sect has never lacked talented cultivators, just like Li Qingshan, who has made a name for himself in the cultivation world as a great ascension cultivator over 500 years old. Yet, even he could not draw the Xianjian. Merely considered a genius, but not a prodigy, Su Xian was different. Ascending the Xianjian Pool in 2 days far surpassed her own achievements, especially considering he had carried that child while ascending several thousand steps. Had it not been for that, he would have likely climbed even faster. However, this event clearly demonstrated Su Xian's exceptional nature. He was fit for great responsibilities, provided there were no unforeseen circumstances and he was nurtured diligently. He would undoubtedly shoulder significant burdens in the future, even leading the One Dao sect to greater heights. At this moment, within Yi Xinyu's heart, she harbored immense expectations for her little martial brother, as if fate had intertwined their destinies. However, this was not necessarily a favorable development for Su Xian. At least in Yi Xinyu's vision, her future expectations for him had inevitably become more stringent. Whispers filled the air as elders, hall masters, and cabinet members exchanged hushed conversations, predominantly filled with admiration and praise. When Qingshu had nestled herself in a corner, feeling as if she were sitting on pins and needles, surrounded by these second-generation veterans. Her status as a third-generation member made her feel out of place, yet she hesitated to leave. Eager to witness Xu Xian's success and behold the splendor of the Xianjian, Li Qingshan, having approached Xinyu at some point, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Master, how do you find my performance this time? I hope I haven't brought you shame." Xinyu suddenly inquired, "What does it have to do with you?" It was I who brought the person back. With keen interest, Xinyu countered, and so, at a loss for words, Li Qingshan extended his hand, demanding, "All right, then return me the 2 million. "What 2 million? Xinyu feigned ignorance. Li Qingshan glanced around and lowered his voice, saying, "If you refuse to acknowledge it, I might have to shout it out. You wouldn't want everyone to know that the esteemed head of the One Dao zone cannot afford to lose, would you?" Xinyu shot him a glance, exasperated. "Fine, I concede. Is that enough?" Li Qingshan produced a jade token, insisting, "Then pay up. Jisin Ismail, no rus. Let us have a wager." Xinyu continued, "This time, let us bet on whether your little master uncle can ascend to the 5th level of the sword heaven and draw forth the legendary divine sword. If he succeeds, you win. If not, I win. Let us wager 3 million points." Li Qingshan's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? You're at it again?" Xinyu decisively proclaimed. "It's settled then." Li Qingshan stammered, "What did you say?" Xinyu teased. "I said, you're truly stunning." Li Qingshan replied, "Hee, everyone knows that." Chapter 49. 3 months without return. The sect remains calm on the first day after the ancient bell of the sword forging peak rang. All was tranquil. On the second day, the atmosphere remained undisturbed. By the third day, a sense of boredom began to settle among the crowd. They did not find it peculiar, reasoning that since Xu Xian managed to ascend to the Xianjian Pool within 2 days, he would undoubtedly challenge the Divine Sword Pool atop the 5th level of the Sword Heaven. However, the Divine Sword Pool was suspended high in the sky, its ascent proving more arduous than reaching the heavens. Historically, no one had ever succeeded, with records failing to indicate the number of steps involved. Yet, based on the first 4 levels of the Sword Heaven, It was not difficult to surmise that there were likely a million steps. Attempts to ascend were not uncommon. However, no one present truly believed Xu Xian could achieve it. After all, that was the 5th level of the sword domain. The 4th level was akin to carrying 10,000 jin while climbing. The 5th level would surely be even more daunting. Yes, Xianyu recounted that when she ascended to the 5th level, she felt as if she bore nearly 20,000 jin after reaching only 1,000 steps. Having reached the limit of what her foundational body could withstand, it was imperative to remember that the gravitational force increased continuously, compounded by the necessity to climb. During their discussions, the senior brothers had boldly speculated that to reach the divine sword pool, one might ultimately need to endure a gravitational weight exceeding 100,000 jin. To carry such a burden while ascending those million stone steps was beyond human capability. Even the most extraordinary of ancient beings or the offspring of ancient beasts could not achieve this during their foundational period. Xu Xian was exceptional. With enlightenment from the sword monument preceding his foundational establishment in October and possessing an extraordinarily rare sword spirit root, he was adorned with countless halos. Yet, even this was insufficient to support his entry into the divine sword pool. They speculated that within a month, Xu Xian would surely recognize the difficulty and choose to exit the Xianjian. As time passed, the wait became interminable. A month elapsed, marked by 30 cycles of sunrises and sunsets, a duration that was neither long nor short for an ordinary person, but for those waiting here, it felt but a fleeting moment. In the realm of cultivation, one could live for 200 years upon entering the foundational period, 500 years in the golden core stage, and 1,000 years in the nascent soul stage. Thus, the term old monster of the nascent soul arose. Continuing upwards, longevity compounded. Upon successfully transcending tribulations, one's lifespan could reach a terrifying 10,000 years. Some ancient beings on Earth, through various means, could even extend their lifespans. Among those present, with the exception of Wenqing Xue, all possessed realms above the 7th stage. For them, a month was merely a fleeting moment, hardly worth noting. Yet, as time progressed, they gradually grew restless. Another fortnight passed without change at the sword gate. Another month waned, yet the sword gate remained silent. As the 2-month mark approached, the cabinet members began to display signs of impatience, pacing back and forth, gazing at the heavenly gate, then lowering their heads to consult omens. Unease and worry taking root in their hearts. 2 months have passed. Why has he not emerged? Could something have gone awry? One exclaimed, "Keep your ominous words to yourself." Even Li Qingshan could no longer sit still, frequently inquiring of Ye. "Surely nothing serious has happened?" Ye calmly replied, "Do not fret. Let's wait a bit longer." Yet, this wait stretched into another full month. As spring arrived, the world thawed, and life began anew. Xu Xian still had not returned. No one knew what transpired within the sword pavilion, nor what Xu Xian was doing, or why he delayed his return. Speculations and discussions intensified, and concern escalated. Many cabinet members could no longer remain composed, resorting to their origins under the stars and moon, employing divination techniques to glimpse the heavenly mysteries and ascertain life or death. "Brother, what do you see? Is it auspicious or ominous?" "I cannot discern." "What do you mean you cannot see?" "Your little master, uncle, bears a restriction left by the sword monument, and our divination techniques cannot perceive even a fraction of it. Just tell me if he is alive." The elder, renowned for his stargazing and fate assessment, could only shake his head in resignation, expressing bitterly, "I do not know. It cannot be deduced." A collective sigh resonated through the group as they lamented, "How can this be? It seems ominous." It had been 3 months. Even if he had not ascended to the divine sword pool, he should have emerged by now. Is heaven truly seeking to extinguish our Wendao Zong's millennia of fortune? Let's not be overly pessimistic. Perhaps a chance remains. The sorrowful were many, while the optimistic were few. After all, the situation was exceedingly abnormal. 3 months without emergence had never occurred in the history of Wendao Zone. The longest previous wait was merely 2 months. They had all been to the sword tomb to retrieve swords, and thus understood the conditions within. In there, one could not rely on their physical form to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nor could they depend on food for sustenance. Even with spiritual grains and pills, an ordinary foundational practitioner could only endure 2 months at most under normal circumstances. In the sword tomb, where one constantly had to bear the ravages of gravity, this was significantly reduced. To ascend the heavenly steps required immense energy. 2 months at most was already the limit. 3 months could be deemed miraculous. Yet now, with 3 months elapsed and Xu Xian still unreturned, genuine concern gripped them. They feared he might have encountered unforeseen circumstances within. While historically no one had perished in the sword tomb, cultivators adhered to a fundamental truth. Nothing in this world is absolute. Just because such events had not occurred in the past does not preclude their possibility in the future. They could only hope that this was a false alarm and that Xu Xian would swiftly return. Li Qingshan, anxious, paced back and forth before the gate. He had brought Xu Xian back. If anything were to happen, he would find it difficult to reconcile within himself. When Qing Xue, equally anxious, attempted to comfort Li Qingshan, saying, "Peak Master, do not worry too much. Little Master Ancestor consumes more, so he may simply remain longer than others." Such reassurances held little persuasive power, yet at this juncture, Li Qingshan had no choice but to cling to such hopes, wishing that Xu Xian was an exception, different from the ordinary, albeit he was inherently unlike the ordinary. All they could do was hope. Ye Xianyu observed everything with unwavering composure, her expression as tranquil as a still pond. However, the entire Wendao zone understood that when the sect master assumed a serious demeanor, it signified that the matter at hand was of great significance. Thus, half a month passed without any developments. "Sect master, we must devise a plan. We can no longer afford to wait," came a voice. "Indeed, sect master, please take action." Yixinyu felt helpless. If she had a solution, she would not be idly waiting. This was the Sword Tomb, where the laws within far surpassed those of the mortal realm of Fanzhou. Not even she, nor any immortal for that matter, could hope to unlock it or intervene in its affairs. Yet, they were correct. She had to take some initiative. Xu Xian, the child who comprehended the sword steel, had exhibited extraordinary brilliance within a mere year, his talents truly remarkable. Although she allowed him a certain degree of freedom, it was merely an educational approach intended to foster his independence, enabling him to grasp the myriad experiences of life and to lead the Wendao zone more effectively in the future. It cannot be overstated that if Xu Xian were to retrieve the immortal sword and return safely, the sect's millennia of fortune would rest upon him. If he were to falter, it would be an immeasurable loss for the Wendao zone, one that Yixinyu could scarcely bear. She turned to Li Qingshan and said hoarsely, "You keep watch. I shall make a trip to the ancestral peak." Chapter 50. The ascending youth Xinyu's round trip to the peak consumed an entire day. Facing the eager anticipation of the crowd, she could only shake her head, eliciting a chorus of sighs around her. After waiting several more days, 2 figures descended from the mountain, an elder and a youth, the former being the master and the latter his disciple. "Master, this pill is too large. I truly cannot consume it," the disciple protested. "Eat it. If you cannot, force it down. Once you enter, there will be no more for you," the elder insisted. "Very well, disciple. Remember, protect the earthly soldiers and strive for the celestial soldiers. 10 years ago, among your peers, you were the slowest in establishing your foundation. This time, you must climb to the earth sword pool, even if it requires crawling. Otherwise, I will have nowhere to show my face. Master, I will certainly work hard." "Good. Let us proceed." As the master and disciple made their way to the summit, they were rooted to the spot by the scene before them. Countless gazes turned towards them. The elder's face turned ashen as he beheld over 100 people, recognizing only 5 or 6, while the aura radiating from the others was clearly superior to his own. Were it not for the towering heavenly gate, he would have thought himself in the wrong place. The disciple swallowed the pill in a hurry and timidly said, "Master, shall we not return?" The elder, usually vain, did not hesitate to agree. "Very well." Just as they prepared to turn back down the mountain, Yixinyu called out to them. The 2, feeling both fear and surprise, hurriedly bowed to the sect master. Yixinyu regarded the young man and inquired, "What is your name?" The youth respectfully responded, in reply to the sect master, "I am Yangwei." Yixinyu remarked, "A fine name. Do you wish to enter the sword tomb to retrieve a sword?" The youth glanced at his master, uncertainly nodded yes. Yixinyu smiled kindly and waved her hand, prompting the elders to part, allowing a path to open. She stepped aside and said, "Go ahead." The young man nervously looked at his master, who urged him in a hushed voice, "Why do you look at me? If the sect master permits you, then go. Do not bring disgrace to our sect." Summoning his courage, Yang Wei traversed the throng of onlookers, an indescribable sensation enveloping him. Yes, Xinyu followed closely behind as they neared the sword gate. She inexplicably imparted a final piece of advice. Yang Wei, disciple is here. If you ascend to the immortal sword pool and encounter a particular individual, please convey my message and urge him to come out swiftly. Is that acceptable? The disciple was momentarily taken aback, standing there in a daze. Yes, Xinyu tilted her head. Is that not possible? Yang Wei replied, Sect Master, I will do my utmost. Yes, Xinyu nodded with approval. Very well, I have faith in you. Go. Yang Wei clasped his hands in salute and stepped boldly through the sword gate. Within the depths of the sword tomb, gazing up at the stone steps above, reflecting on the recent events and the sect master's request, he gritted his teeth, determined to press on. Outside the sword gate, the elders exchanged glances, perceiving the sect master's thoughts as irrational. How could one simply ascend to the immortal sword pool? Especially Li Qingshan, who sighed deeply. Master, you truly seem unwell. Xinyu pouted. What other options do we have? We must treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Do my few senior brothers have no solutions? Xinyu lamented. Please, this is the sword tomb. What could they possibly do? The world was filled with concerns, yet only Yang Wei's master was elated. The thought of his disciple receiving the sect master's favor left him in a state of euphoria. This boy truly brings me pride. Meanwhile, on the seemingly endless stone staircase of the fivefold sword heaven, a figure was gradually making its ascent, each step seemingly demanding every ounce of strength. Xu Xian, at this moment, had lost all traces of his previous elegance, now embodying the weariness of a long journey. His visage gaunt, hair disheveled, back hunched, lips cracked, and eyes vacant, resembling a mere shell of a person as he climbed. Raising his gaze through the haze, he finally glimpsed the summit of the staircase. A sea of clouds glimmering with vibrant colors. There lay the pinnacle of the fivefold sword heaven, the fabled sword pool. He was so close, just a hair's breadth away. The encouraging voice of his small companion, the book spirit, persisted in his ears. Master, keep going. Just 300 more steps to the top. Upon hearing 300 steps, Xu Xian felt numb. 1,000,000 stone steps, 1,000,000. He had spent 4 months scaling them. Initially burdened with 20,000 pounds, he now bore a weight of 100,000 pounds, far exceeding the limits of his body's endurance. Every bone in his body had long been broken and shattered, yet time and again, under the nurturing power of the sword embryo left by the sword steel, they healed. Fractures, shattered bones, only to heal anew. With each cycle, he endured suffocating pain, fainting multiple times. Yet, the moment he lost consciousness, the pain jolted him awake. This torment was akin to the gravest of sins, as if he were perpetually cast into a boiling pot, squeezed dry, and subjected to electric shocks, unable to escape life or death. Most crucially, he remained ever alert, painfully aware, yet finding a twisted form of enjoyment in it. Time and again, the thought crossed his mind, to leap from this place, return to the sword pool, and select one of the 86 immortal swords to leave with. Why must he endure such suffering? Yet he persisted. At first, he managed only 2,000 steps. Realizing early on that the path ahead was fraught with hardship, he thought merely securing a single immortal sword would suffice. There was no need to push further, and considered giving up. But at that moment, the book spirit appeared before him. You have always asked me when you could cultivate in the heavenly white jade capital, have you not? You have always questioned why you cannot cultivate there, have you not? The answer lies within this sword tomb. It explained that the sword steel and the sword tomb were intrinsically linked. To cultivate in the heavenly white jade capital, one must not only gain the sword steel's acknowledgement, but also that of the sword tomb. Climb up, and you will commence your cultivation in the heavenly white jade capital, forging your own sword tower. It also assured him that with the protection of the sword embryo within the sword steel, as long as he persevered, he would undoubtedly reach the summit, though the process would come with some minor discomfort. Upon hearing this, Xu Xian cursed, feeling deceived, lamenting that 4 years of youth had been squandered, and dismissing the notion of minor discomfort as nonsensical. Yet the book spirit had spoken a truth. Having come this far, why not give it a try? Enduring some hardship to ascend and attain success, only to retreat now, would render those 4 years utterly wasted. Thus, he gritted his teeth and began to climb, not for any other reason than to ensure that his 4 years would not be in vain. However, as he crawled onwards. Regret washed over him. The pain was not merely discomforting, but excruciating, a torment that rendered the desire for survival futile and the wish for death unattainable. He contemplated giving up once more. Xiao Shuling urged him again, reminding him that surrendering now would render all his previous suffering in vain. After pondering her words, Su Xian gritted his teeth and persevered. Thus, he found himself in an endless cycle of giving up, struggling, and continuing. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, feeling increasingly cheated. He resolved to endure until the end. At this point, Xiao Shuling had grown weary of persuading him. As he gazed at the nearby divine sword pool, the thought of giving up was utterly alien to him. To abandon his quest now would be akin to reaching the final participant in a game of Pinduoduo on the brink of cashing out. To halt at this juncture would be more painful than death itself. Gritting his teeth, he bore the burden, defiantly exclaiming, "Rest assured, today, even if I must perish, I shall do so atop that altar." Chapter 51. The sword cocoon emerges. The sword body is born in the clear sky, amidst the starry sea. And under the morning breeze and setting sun, the sword tomb mirrored the world outside. Day and night alternated, allowing one suffering in anguish to still perceive the slow passage of time. In his final ascent of the last 300 steps, Su Xian crawled for an entire day and night. The white sword shirt gifted to him by Li Qingshan a year ago was now tattered at the knees and cuffs. His palms drenched in blood, fingers a gruesome mess. The world before Su Xian was blurred in the dim silence. Only the sound of his labored breaths and heavy heartbeat remained. His mind buzzed incessantly. His body and will had reached their utmost limits, relying solely on a single thought to muster the last vestiges of his strength to ascend the final sword step. In an instant, the nearly 100,000-pound weight on him dissipated, and Su Xian felt as though he were floating like a balloon. The suffocating pain that had accompanied him due to the weight vanished, leaving only the remnants of old ailments that were now almost negligible. With great effort, he turned his head and lifted his gaze, and in a daze, he beheld a sword pool, cold locks, iron chains, divine swords, and a crimson hue. Only when his vision extended to infinity, confirming the existence of the endless staircase, did he retract his gaze, exhaling a long breath of stale air. His lips curved involuntarily, murmuring softly, "This little divine sword pool, I shall master it." Following this, his leaden eyes closed, and he fell into unconsciousness. In a haze between dreams and wakefulness, he heard Xiao Shuling's calls. "Master! Master! Master!" He dreamt of standing beneath the blazing sun, basking in the spring breeze, utterly at ease. He reveled in it, reluctant to awaken. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the divine sword pool, countless sword intents resonated with the sword embryo within Su Xian, whirling from above and below, from all directions, transforming into strands that penetrated the youth's flesh. Su Xian's body, cradled by myriad strands of sword intent, floated into the air. Ultimately, the sword intent coalesced into a cocoon, transforming the youth into a sword embryo. In the mortal realm, silkworms spin silk to bind themselves, while in the sword tomb, sword intent weaves threads that encase a living being in a cocoon. Xiao Shuling stood before the sword embryo, her eyes narrowed, her small hand resting on her chin. Admiring the sight as if it were a work of art, she proclaimed with satisfaction, "This is a natural sword spirit root, nurtured into existence." Now, having ascended to the pinnacle of the sword tomb to harness the sword intent and give birth to a sword embryo, once it breaks free, it will manifest as a postnatal sword body. Sword spirit, sword embryo, sword body. Tut tut, you are a living sword, the sword of the great path, destined to become the mightiest, most resilient, and fastest man in the entire Salming realm. Ha ha, indeed, I did not expect to find such a treasure beneath the heavens. Time passed, and Su Xian dreamt of becoming a sword. He struggled fiercely, finally tearing free from the constraints of his sword body, and then he awoke. Emerging from the divine sword pool, the sword embryo had transformed into a fully formed being, and he felt perfectly intact. The pain had vanished. Even his previously injured knees and fingers had returned to their pristine state. His formerly disheveled hair now fell straight and fine, swaying gently in the wind. Had it not been for the bloodstains on his tattered white robe, one might have thought nothing had ever transpired. He slowly opened his eyes, and within them, a sword light flickered, cold and sharp, profound beyond the vast expanse of stars. Su Xian felt a bit dazed. Looking up, he beheld the night sky. The starry river stretching infinitely, with shooting stars trailing luminous tails across the silent void. Lowering his gaze, he saw a sword pool filled with colossal swords, each bound by countless iron chains, tightly shackling them to the pool. Upon closer inspection, there were 12 swords in total, entangled by myriad chains. Under the starlit sky, the chains glimmered with a chilling light. These swords, dark as ink, imbued with the weight of time, appeared ancient and somber, yet they were enveloped in a crimson mist, emanating a menacing aura that suggested they were no ordinary swords. In the same sword tomb, yet with an entirely different vista, Su Xian found himself perplexed. What in the world? His mind was blank as he scrambled to recall what had transpired, piecing together the information before him. He had ascended to the divine sword pool and then dreamt of becoming a sword. Upon awakening, he found himself surrounded by fallen sword embryos, facing 10 ancient and fierce swords. Dismissing the details, he remarked, "This is not the divine sword pool. It's more like a demon sword pool." Unlike the pools of Ling, Di, Tian, and Xian, the swords within this pool had not responded to Su Xian in the slightest. He could not ascertain whether they were locked away or if they had always been so. However, he was acutely aware that the notion of extracting a divine sword from this place had been thoroughly shattered. Just as he was lost in thought, Xiao Shuling appeared as promised, floating beside him, her face aglow with delight as she congratulated him. "Congratulations, Master, on reaching the pinnacle of the sword tomb." Su Xian shot her a glance, gesturing towards the 12 swords and the multitude of chilling chains, and retorted, "What is there to congratulate? How am I supposed to take those swords?" Xiao Shuling circled around him, finally hovering between his eyes, extending a finger with a smile, and said, "The first piece of good news is that you have broken free from your cocoon and attained a remarkable sword body." Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the term sword body. Xiao Shuling patiently explained, "In this world, sword bodies are divided into 2 types, innate and acquired. As the name suggests, an innate sword body is born with it, while an acquired sword body is forged through later refinement, much like your current state. Originally, you comprehended the stone tablet and obtained a thread of sword embryo born in your dantian. Now, having ascended the 5 layers of the sword heaven and traversed 1,000,000 steps, through repeated refinement with the sword embryo, your physical form has reached its zenith, nourished by the primordial sword intent in the sword tomb, thus resulting in this postnatal sword body." Upon hearing this, Su Xian cast aside his previously tumultuous thoughts, focusing his attention on his body. To his astonishment, he discovered that his wounds had healed, and his skin appeared more delicate than ever. When he resonated with the energy in his dantian, he felt an overwhelming strength coursing through him, akin to the sensation of an ordinary mortal possessing the power to crush an elephant with a single punch. I had seen noticed until now. But is my sword body truly impressive? Su Xian Inguit? Xiao Shuling nodded earnestly. "Indeed, it is exceptionally formidable." Su Xian leaned forward, eager for more information. "Care to elaborate?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Shuling replied, "Let me put it this way. This acquired sword body is only slightly inferior to an innate sword body." Su Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. "And what of the innate sword body?" She thought hard again before saying, "To put it simply, the innate sword body is only marginally superior to the acquired sword body." Su Xian fell silent, taking a deep breath. The words seemed to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth. "Are you messing with me?" Chapter 52. The New Master of the Sword Tomb. The little book spirit smiled mischievously and flattered. "Master, please do not be angry. The sword body is formidable, possessing a keen perception of any sword intent. Its comprehension of the sword way is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, allowing one to master ancient sword techniques in a remarkably short time. When one cultivates to the utmost realm, they can turn all things into swords, even their own self, unleashing sword energy that can devastate the heavens and the earth. Indeed, in terms of cultivation, it possesses unparalleled advantages. In this mortal realm of Fanzhou, your acquired sword body surpasses even celestial and sacred physiques, standing shoulder to shoulder with divine bodies. Among those of the same realm, no one can hope to breach your physical defenses. To say you're invincible in the same realm is not an exaggeration. Upon hearing this, Su Xian still found the concept of the acquired sword body somewhat vague. However, it mattered little. He merely needed to understand that possessing a sword body would widen his path to greatness. The little book spirit paused before continuing. However, this is not the most important aspect. The most significant thing is that your sword body can become even more powerful and refined as your realm increases. In the future, it may even surpass the 10 innate sword bodies. This was a tantalizing prospect, yet Su Xian was not interested in such promises. He disliked the notion of empty dreams. He scoffed dismissively. The little book spirit raised her second finger and wiggled it, cheerfully saying, "The second piece of good news is to congratulate you on gaining the recognition of Jian Tian and becoming the new master of this entire sword tomb." Su Xian's curiosity shifted from his own physical form as he blankly looked up. Master? Indeed. According to the rules of Jian Tian, whoever could ascend to the 5th level of the sword heaven and reach this divine sword pool would become the new master of the sword tomb, commanding all the swords within, regardless of their rank, to obey only him. What was said sounded mystical, and Su Xian found it even more enigmatic. He questioned, "Is that true?" The little book spirit affirmed confidently, "Of course it is true." Su Xian felt elated, asking excitedly, "So, does that mean I can take as many swords as I want from here?" The little book spirit reiterated, "Yes, all the swords here belong to you." Su Xian's head buzzed with excitement as he rubbed his palms together, grinning foolishly. "I've struck it rich, struck it rich." From Su Xian's understanding, in Fanzhou, a spirit sword could be valued at around 1,000 to 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. A terrestrial sword could range from 10,000 to 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, while a heavenly sword was almost priceless, fetching millions when brought to market. Not to mention the celestial swords. Celestial weapons in Fanzhou were irreplaceable resources, only found in ancient relics and celestial tombs. Each was a genuine treasure beyond measure. This sword tomb contained 1,000,000 spirit swords, 100,000 terrestrial swords, thousands of heavenly swords, and 86 celestial swords. It could be said without a hint of modesty that Su Xian was but a step away from being the wealthiest in Fanzhou. That step was simply to walk out of here. The little book spirit seemed to anticipate Su Xian's thoughts, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she poured cold water over his excitement. "Master, the swords here cannot be sold." "Huh?" Su Xian was taken aback. The little book spirit explained, "The swords of Jian Tian are sentient. They choose a master for life. If you take a sword from here, it acknowledges you as its master, and others cannot wield it. After your demise, the sword returns to the pool. The only difference is that others can only take one sword in their lifetime, while you may take many, even all, provided you can bear the weight." It was as if a heavy blow had struck Su Xian, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, after a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand dismissively. "It doesn't matter. If I can't sell the swords, I can't even sell tickets. I can just let others come in and take them for themselves. It's a win-win business." The little book spirit stared at him as if he were a fool. "Why are you looking at me like that? Am I wrong?" The little book spirit candidly said, "Your idea is indeed good and feasible, but have you considered the feelings of the Taoist sect?" Su Xian raised an eyebrow. The little book spirit shrugged her shoulders. "If you do that, they might tear you apart." Su Xian was momentarily dazed, then scratched his head, realizing the truth of her words. This was like guarding a mountain of gold, but being unable to take any with him. Yet, Su Xian did not feel disheartened. Instead, he optimistically clicked his tongue. "It's fine. I won't say anything for now and quietly develop. When I reach the tribulation realm one day, I won't fear them. I can sell then just the same." The little book spirit smiled gently, recognizing the wisdom in his approach. "Master is indeed clever. You must strive even harder in your cultivation." "So fake." Su Xian rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Now I have yet another reason to endure hardship." He chose to sit on the ground, shaking his head left and right, his neck cracking lazily, and said, "One good news leads to another. What else do you have to share?" The little book spirit lowered herself slightly and smiled. "The third piece of good news, and the last one, is that starting today, Master can begin cultivating in Tianshan by Yujing." Su Xian rested his chin on one hand, casually asking, "What's the method of cultivation?" The little book spirit's eyes gleamed with intensity. "Using your body as a foundation to construct a high tower." "Oh," Su Xian replied, Do you see these 12 divine swords? Of course, I'm not blind, he retorted. The little book spirit continued. Do you know why these 12 swords are locked by chains? Su Xian gazed calmly at her. What do you think? The little book spirit hesitated for a moment, then answered her own question. Tianshan by Yu Jing has a total of 12 levels. One sword corresponds to one level, and 12 swords correspond to 12 levels. Su Xian remained silent. The little book spirit elaborated. In ancient times, Tianshan by Yu Jing stood tall in the Chaos Sea. The 12 swords on the first level guarded against the chaos, the foreign evil spirits, and dark beings. Anyone daring to cross the Chaos Sea would find the sword tower manifesting, with divine swords emerging to slay all enemies. Countless strong foes were vanquished in its wake. Later, chaos erupted beyond the chaos, and foreign beings invaded our Tsangming realm. The strong from Tsangming all ventured into the Star Sea to repel the invaders. Our master also brought the sword tower of Baiyu Jing to battle, fighting amidst the fragments of stars until the skies darkened. In the end, though Tsangming achieved a bitter victory, our master was exhausted and on the brink of passing. The sword tower collapsed, leaving the 12 divine swords as unclaimed objects. However, these 12 divine swords, having spent their lives in the tower, were imbued with an overwhelming killing intent. Without the suppressive power of the sword tower, they generated immense malice. Fearing that the 12 divine swords would become tainted by dark blood and gain sentience to wreak havoc, our master forged a sword tomb with his own body, sealing the 12 divine swords within the sword pool. He entrusted me with the task that, should a new master arise in the future, they must gain the recognition of this sword tomb to reconstruct the sword tower. For each layer of the tower reconstructed, one sword may be released, allowing the tower to command and suppress the swords. Once all 12 layers are established, the seals will be fully opened. After our master's passing, I crafted a sword monument, leaving behind a fragment of a game, laying to rest in Tsangming while waiting for a fated person to become our new master. By comprehending the sword monument, one can attain the sword body. By ascending the sword heaven, one can forge the sword form. By establishing the sword tower, one can claim the divine swords. And through Tsangming, one can become invincible in the world. This is my tale, as well as the origin of the sword tomb and the sword monument. Regrettably, the little book spirit lowered her gaze and sighed, looking back at the 12 swords with a somber tone. I have slept for far too long, and my memories have faded significantly. I cannot recall many things, even the names they once bore. She glanced back at Su Xian, her eyes darkened. I cannot even remember what my master was called. Chapter 53, Claiming the Sword. She is small, and her eyes are even smaller. Yet within those tiny orbs lies a depth of sorrow and melancholy that even poets could not articulate. Su Xian sensed this and thought that her story must be profound, and her master's story must be even more so. However, stories are ultimately just stories, and the past is the past. He extended a finger to press gently against the little one's hat, applying a light pressure. The latter gazed up in confusion. Su Xian smiled and said, "My name is Su Xian." The little book spirit blinked in surprise, her eyes flickering as she felt a sense of bewilderment. Su Xian gently reminded, "Remember, do not forget." The small book spirit remained a daze for quite some time before finally comprehending, its eyes brightening as sadness dissipated. It nodded and said, "Yes, I have noted it. Su Xian, in the name of my master." Su Xian gazed up at the starry sky, murmuring, "The pleasures of the world are akin to this. Throughout history, all matters flow eastward like a river. Do not dwell on the endless affairs beyond oneself. Instead, savor the limited cup of life before us." Lowering his gaze to the small book spirit, he smiled gently and said, "I offer you 8 words. Let go of the past, live in the present." The small book spirit seemed to understand, yet not fully, but in Su Xian's eyes, it saw a similar melancholy, as if Su Xian had also lived a life anew. His eyes were filled with stories. It responded with a soft hum, nodding earnestly, mimicking a youth gazing at the stars. It asked, "Master, was that poem you just recited your own creation? What is it?" "It was beautifully written." Su Xian replied calmly. "No, it was penned by someone else. I merely pieced them together." The small book spirit suddenly realized, so it was copied. No wonder. Su Xian, who was illiterate, had been aware of this from their first encounter. He rolled his eyes and lectured, "What a scholar does cannot be termed as copying. It is borrowing. Do not speak carelessly." The small book spirit was jolted Intrigued, that makes perfect sense. Su Xian chuckled, asking, so, when I recited it, did it not seem rather sophisticated? What does sophistication mean? Su Xian pondered and explained, it means it sounds cultured, elegant, and carefree. The small book spirit chuckled, teasing, so it means showing off, right? It certainly does come off as pretentious. Su Xian was speechless, finally understanding the meaning of the phrase, not hitting it off. Changing the subject, he said, all right, enough of that. Let's discuss serious matters. From what you implied, I cannot take the 12 divine swords for now, correct? The small book spirit ceased its laughter, nodding obediently. Indeed, these are ancient divine swords, steeped in bloodshed and malevolence. You cannot wield them yet. So the sword tower must first be established to suppress them before the seal can be lifted. The remark about being unable to wield them did not sit well with Su Xian, as it implied his inadequacy. But the truth was undeniable. He had gained the recognition of the sword tomb, becoming its master, forming a tenuous connection with the realm beyond the swords. Through this connection, he could distinctly sense the terrifying nature of the 12 swords before him, even confined by the cold shackles and sealed within the sword tomb. The murderous aura emanating from them could still send shivers down one's spine, making it feel as if one were plunging into an icy abyss. His heart trembled with fear, as if merely touching them would lead to his destruction, let alone wielding them. Shall we go then? All right. Su Xian rose, glancing back at the 12 divine swords, akin to gazing upon 12 ancient behemoths. He asked once more, by the way, Xiao Shu, once I construct the sword tower, I need not return here, right? You must. The small book spirit replied, without a moment's hesitation. Su Xian halted abruptly, fixing a piercing stare on the little creature perched on his shoulder. The little spirit, understanding the unspoken tension, chuckled softly and explained, do not worry, you are the master of the sword tomb. Although your cultivation is currently low and you cannot fully control it, returning here is merely a thought away. Su Xian, somewhat doubtful, inquired, is that true? The small book spirit affirmed confidently, absolutely. Once you build the first level of the sword tower, you will not even need to pass through the sword gate of the realm beyond the swords. You can enter the sword tomb anytime, anywhere. Upon hearing this, Su Xian's anxious heart calmed, and he expressed his excitement. That's wonderful. If that is indeed the case, I could take refuge in the sword tomb during unavoidable dangers, ensuring my safety. Moreover, the sword tomb was vast and could serve as a storage space. The small book spirit reminded him, however, this is contingent upon constructing the sword tower. Su Xian replied nonchalantly, all right, let's build it. We shall start immediately. I understand how to construct a tower. Su Xian wanted to emphasize that no one understood building better than a graduate in civil engineering. The small book spirit raised its tiny fist, cheering. Then let us commence the first step. Break through to the Jindan realm. Su Xian was taken aback. Break through to Jindan? The small book spirit explained matter-of-factly, yes. Only by breaking through to Jindan can you withstand the laws of power on the first floor of the Baiyu Jing. Su Xian's smile faltered, and he fell into silence, quietly walking toward the edge of the divine sword pool. The small book spirit continued. You also need to prepare a substantial number of high-quality spirit stones. Spirit stones? For what? Su Xian Gasu Inguit. The small book spirit elucidated. You can think of them as bricks. Su Xian's heart sank. What? The small book spirit counted on its fingers. You will also need to find some rare materials, such as special woods and rare ores. Su Xian felt overwhelmed and hastily interrupted, asking, wait, how many spirit stones are required for the first level of the sword tower? The small book spirit pondered, tapping its lips. I haven't calculated, but based on the spirit stone's strength and spiritual energy content in the Fanzhou, I estimate that the first floor would require at least several 100,000 pieces. Su Xian staggered, nearly collapsing from shock. How much? Several 100,000, possibly more. The small book spirit continued, completely oblivious. Su Xian's expression twitched as turmoil brewed within him. Several 100,000? And these are high-quality spirit stones? Is this a joke? Even robbing a bank would not suffice. Clearly, there is no free lunch in this world, and luck and fortune are merely illusions. All the fortune and opportunities gained through hard work only serve to compel you to endure greater hardships, to strive harder, and to push yourself further. Su Xian had grown weary of this and had come to see through it. What is wrong? I believe there is no rush to build this tower. Before the small book spirit could respond, Su Xian stepped off into the divine sword pool, feeling utterly disillusioned. The wind rushed past his ears as he plummeted rapidly. Moments later, Su Xian stood once more at the edge of the divine sword pool, his gaze sweeping over the rows of celestial swords, grappling with a difficult decision. What tower? What divine swords? They are all but illusions. Possessing a single celestial sword is the most tangible goal at present. He stroked his chin, confirming once again, "Are you certain I can only take one for now? Can I not take two?" As his gaze swept the surroundings, Su Xian could not help but ponder the origin of the Zhan Yao Jian he had seen that day, wondering from which stone platform it had emerged. Given that the sword platforms bore serial numbers, did that imply a ranking? His eyes fell upon the foremost sword, the Yuming Chong Jian. This sword was immense. With a broad blade, entirely obsidian, devoid of embellishments, heavy and weighty, an unequivocal great sword. Unlike the other swords that shimmered with brilliance and vibrancy, this hefty sword appeared somewhat clumsy and even a tad unattractive. Yet, its unadorned nature did not obscure its latent brilliance. However, the name alone caused Su Xian to hesitate. Approaching the sword, he gazed upward, and the heavy sword responded with a thunderous resonance. Su Xian muttered to himself, "This name sounds rather akin to a demonic sword." The spirit residing in his shoulder, aware of her master's concerns, interjected, "I neglected to inform you, master, that while the serial numbers of the swords in the Xianjian Qi remain unchanged, their names can be altered. The name you see now was bestowed by its previous master or perhaps by its creator at the time of its forging. When it finds a new master, its name can be redefined. One day, should its master perish and the sword return, the sword platform will bear its new name." Enlightened, Su Xian understood why the 14 stone platforms displayed only numbers and no names. "Ah, I see. Then it shall be you." No longer hesitating, Su Xian leaped onto the sword platform, grasping the sword hilt with one hand. The heavy sword responded once more, vibrating and resonating. In that fleeting moment, a spark of astonishment flickered in Su Xian's eyes, followed by a cascade of images flooding his mind. He envisioned a colossal sword slicing through the ethereal void, piercing the heavens, shattering stars, severing moons, and rising from turbulent rivers and seas. The Yuming Chong Jian gleamed coldly, a sword that could determine the fate of empires. With a sudden draw, the sword was unsheathed, cleaving through the air, its fierce wind howling, the sword's intent reverberating across the landscape. Su Xian descended from the sword platform, plunging the heavy sword into the ground, regaining his thoughts. He pursed his lips and declared, "What a magnificent heavy sword! From this day forth, you shall be called Jia-man." The heavy sword trembled, and the space rippled in response to Su Xian's words. The small spirit was momentarily taken aback. "Yeman, Su Xian meets Jevo Zima." It sounds pleasant, does it not? The spirit reluctantly acquiesced. Pleasant, not really. Su Xian remained indifferent. After all, it was merely a name, a designation that could yield unexpected effects, which would be delightful. With a flick of his sleeve, he commanded, "Jia-man, return." The heavy sword obeyed, retreating into its sheath, transforming into a glimmering cold light that vanished into his sleeve. While ordinary individuals would have to carry the sword, Su Xian was different. As the newly appointed master of the sword tomb, he possessed certain privileges. "Let us return," he said, buoyed by the acquisition of the sword. With renewed vigor, Su Xian first leaped into the Tian Jianxi, then into the Di Jianxi, and finally into the Ling Jianxi, retracing his steps to where he initially entered. However, unlike before, the previously empty path now revealed a vast, ethereal door, swinging open and closed. Without hesitation, Su Xian stepped inside. The scenery shifted, and he found himself once again before the sword gate, but he felt as if he had been drained of vitality. Collapsing to the ground as an unprecedented hunger gripped him. Leaning against the wall, he staggered forward, his eyes gleaming with hunger. His voice hoarse as he slowly made his way out. Pushing against the wall to enter, he clung to it to exit. "I feel faint." Outside the sword gate, the dawn light began to break, the stars gradually fading, silence enveloping the mountains and fields. Even the morning birds in the mountains were startled into silence. The square before the sword gate was teeming with people. Some perched atop treetops, others seated on stone slabs, while some leaned against trees, standing upright, all with their eyes closed, silent. Closest to the sword gate stood 5 figures before Yi Xianyu, each emanating a terrifying aura, their presence overshadowing even her. They were the 5 ancestors of Zhu Feng, the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th direct disciples of the Sword Ancestor. The mere presence of these 5 individuals rendered the gathered elders and officials mute. Within the sect of Wen Dao, it was widely known that the 5 ancestors had secluded themselves on Zhu Feng, seldom emerging to engage in worldly matters, and never had they appeared before others simultaneously. Yet, within a mere 5 years, they had manifested themselves twice. The first time, they were heard but not seen, prompted by Su Xian. This time, they were seen but remained silent, again due to Su Xian. All this transpired because, yesterday at noon, a 5-colored glow had erupted above the heavenly gate, resembling divine light descending upon the mortal realm. While white, blue, and gold were common, the 5-colored radiance had never before appeared. Even though the event was fleeting, it had been captured by the vigilant members of Wen Dao. During this moment of collective astonishment, the 5 ancestors consecutively materialized before the sword gate, standing in silence until now. Even the elder tasked with guarding the sword tomb left the ancient bell tower to join the gathering before the sword gate. The 5-colored glow was unprecedented. If one were to speculate, it could mean that someone had ascended to the legendary Divine Sword Pool. That was indeed the Divine Sword Pool, where one could ascend 1,000,000 sword tiers. Yet, even with such conjectures, no one dared to confirm or decide whether to strike the ancient bell, leaving them uncertain as they awaited further developments. The others felt similarly. The only one who could have ascended to the Divine Sword Pool was Su Xian. For months had passed, as they began to worry if something had happened to him. The sword gate stirred, reigniting their anxious hearts. They waited once more, enduring another day and night. Suddenly, the sword gate rippled, causing everyone to tense, their gazes fervent and focused. Even the 5 ancestors felt their hearts leap to their throats. Yi Xianyu unconsciously took 2 steps forward, exclaiming, "Senior brother, something's happening." Chapter 55. I am hungry. A figure emerged from the crowd, staggering through the door, slowly raising his gaze. As their eyes met, all held their breath, stunned into silence. Su Xian swallowed hard and took 2 steps forward, as if expending all his strength. He toppled forward like a kite with a severed string. The young man in blue reacted first, catching Su Xian just before he hit the ground. In the blink of an eye, the rest rushed over, encircling him. Little Shirshu, little master, little junior brother. In a haze, Su Xian heard the cacophony around him, straining to lift his eyes, scanning the unfamiliar faces until they landed upon the one familiar visage of Yi Xianyu. Summoning every ounce of strength, he raised his hand. "Senior sister." Yi Xianyu hurriedly knelt before him, grasping his hand with concern, saying, "Little junior brother, I'm here, speak to me." Su Xian's lips parted slightly, hoarsely uttering a single word, "Hungry." Ye Din Yu Froze. The ancestors were taken aback. The elders exchanged confused glances. Su Xian spoke, and then he promptly fainted. The ancestors looked at one another, bewildered, unsure of how to respond. "What should we do, senior brother? Is little junior brother all right?" The young man in blue spoke in a deep voice. "No worries, he is likely just hungry. I have stabilized his spirit with my spiritual energy. Once he awakens, he just needs to eat something." Upon hearing this, the anxious hearts of the onlookers finally settled. After some time, the 5 ancestors personally escorted Su Xian away. While Yi Xianyu left the instruction, "Everyone disperse, do not speak of today's events." She then departed gracefully. Li Qingshan followed closely behind. Now that he knew Su Xian was safe, he was eager to discover whether Su Xian had indeed retrieved the divine sword, for it concerned the substantial matter of 3,000,000 points. As for the others, they shared the same curiosity, but with the ancestors taking Su Xian away, they could only watch helplessly, exchanging glances and speculating. "Thank goodness he is safe. May the heavens bless our sect. Regrettably, I have fainted from hunger, and I remain uncertain whether my junior martial uncle has successfully ascended the Wuchong Jiantian, reached the divine sword pool, and drawn the legendary sword. Indeed, it is exasperating. When my junior martial uncle emerged empty-handed, it is hard to believe he left without acquiring anything. This is implausible. He must have at least obtained a celestial sword. Shall we follow him to see? Never mind. I cannot withstand the aura of the esteemed ancestors. It is better to wait for Qingshan to return and inquire." "You are right. How could one faint from hunger?" "Nonsense. Try staying in the foundation building realm for 4 months. You might not even endure 2. Fortunately, it was only hunger that caused the fainting. Everyone disperse. Let us return." After months of vigilance, all was lost in a single moment. though he awaited answers until the end. Entering the sword tomb for 4 months ensured that whether Su Xian drew the divine sword or reached the divine sword pool, the records of the Wen Dao sect would still honor him with a separate entry. It states, Su Xian, in his youth, established his foundation in October, entering the sword tomb in search of the sword, and emerged 4 months later. Recorded herein, those who came before are now absent. Whether future generations can surpass him, we can only leave it to time to determine. As daylight broke, Zhu Jian Peak returned to its former tranquility. Within the celestial residence atop Wen Jian Peak, Su Xian lay upon Yi Xianyu's couch, deep in slumber. Before him, 6 figures gathered around a massive heavy sword, examining it intently and occasionally expressing their thoughts. My junior martial brother, delicate in appearance, has chosen such a heavy sword, which is quite a contrast. Didn't Tishao you mention that he was born in an isolated village, raised in the mountains, accustomed to hunting and fishing? It is only natural for him to possess a rugged demeanor. Indeed, my 6th senior brother speaks truthfully. I recall this sword. I saw it when I took the Zhu Quebec. Although it appears somewhat unattractive, it is the foremost among swords. I have some recollection. What a pity it would be if my junior martial brother could draw the divine sword. Perhaps the divine sword pool does not even exist. To draw the foremost celestial sword already surpasses us. Indeed, it is time. As Su Xian remained asleep and his well-being assured, the 5 departed, leaving behind their concerns that Su Xian might feel pressured upon awakening. They reminded Yi Xianyu to take good care of him when he awoke. Regarding the sword tomb matters, if my junior martial brother wishes to speak, it shall be recorded for future reference. If he prefers silence, we shall not pry or interfere. The Wen Dao sect is founded on the sword, and it is also rooted in humanity. We respect each disciple's privacy, especially concerning matters of fortune, and must proceed with utmost caution. Yi Xianyu readily agreed. Once the 5 left, Li Qingshan dared to enter, first assessing Su Xian's condition. His face filled with worry. Why is he not yet awakened? Yi Xianyu smiled and replied, he has just consumed the Yu Yi Xian Lu and has yet to fully absorb it. It will take time. Li Qingshan was taken aback and teased. Yu Ye Vin Lu, I recall you had but a drop. You wouldn't even allow your own brother a whiff. Why the generosity this time? Ye Lin Yu, seated at the bed's edge, lazily squinted. What do you think? Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. How would I know? Yi Xianyu gestured toward the heavy sword on the table, reminding him, look, that is the sword your junior martial uncle brought back. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshan noticed the heavy sword on the table, stepped forward to examine it closely, and, as he reached out to touch it, he felt the sword's spirit and the pressure it emanated. He could not help but commend. What a domineering sword aura. Yi Xianyu smiled. Even if it is domineering, it is merely a celestial sword. Li Qingshan retorted, just a celestial sword? You speak so lightly of it. In the entire world, how many celestial swords can there be? This sword, once revealed, will surely be renowned. Yi Xianyu extended her small hand. Don't play dumb. Hand it over. What? I won. My 100,000 points. Li Qingshan grimaced, but remained undeterred. How about we gamble again? Yi Xianyu, taking the initiative, refused. No gambling. It was agreed this is the last time. Li Qingshan turned his head away. Yi Xianyu urged, hurry up. Reluctantly, Li Qingshan produced the Dao Yu. I owe you this. Yi Xianyu, having received the points, was in high spirits and did not forget to tease. Humph, a man must accept defeat gracefully. Can you not bear to lose? Gazing at the empty Dao Yu, Li Qingshan felt a pang in his heart. Though it was not his first time, it still stung. Yi Xianyu, having achieved her goal, issued a dismissal. All right, I've seen the person, the sword, and settled the score. You may leave. Li Qingshan cast a lingering glance at the peacefully slumbering Su Xian, filled with resentment as he returned to the Zhijian Peak. Days later, Su Xian awakened. His mind clouded, feeling a severe headache. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld the red silk curtains and the intricately carved jade mirror, leaving him bewildered. A ludicrous thought suddenly crossed his mind. Did I lose my virginity? Chapter 56. The care from senior sister in the courtyard. The fairy with pointed ears stirred slightly, her brows furrowing and her cheeks twitched. Come see me in the courtyard. The voice, though clearly emanating from outside, felt ethereal as if whispering in his ear. Senior sister? Su Xian scanned the room but saw no one. He slapped his drowsy head and rose to his feet, observing the heavy sword on the table. He flicked his sleeve to stow it away, took up the teapot, drank half, and gradually regained his clarity. With a swipe of his sleeve across his lips, he proceeded outside. As he walked, memories began to resurface. Su Xian recalled his time in the Sword Tomb, where he had spent 4 months. After leaving the Sword Tomb, the energy source that had nourished him from the sword's intent was severed, leaving him empty and faint from hunger. After that, there was nothing more to recall. It must have been Yi Xianyu who brought him back, but the source of his lingering inebriation remained a mystery. Following the sound, he arrived at the small courtyard, where spring had just begun and the mountain flowers bloomed for the first time. He spotted a fairy in white, sitting alone among the blossoms, a breathtaking sight. "Senior sister, did you call for me?" Yi Xianyu turned to glance at him, scrutinizing him before uttering a single word. "Sit." Su Xian did not hesitate and stepped forward to take a seat at the table. Yi Xianyu inquired, "How do you feel?" Su Xian ziplit gandili. "I don't know what's wrong. I feel groggy, as if I had drunk heavily all night." Yi Xianyu shot him a reproachful glance and said disdainfully, "The celestial liquid is a superior essence derived from celestial treasures, originating from the ancient celestial tomb. You can hardly find 10 drops in the entire realm. How can you compare it to mere wine? You are taking advantage and then pretending to be innocent." The classifications of flora in the Songming realm are mortal, spiritual, celestial, and divine. Mortal plants are ordinary herbs, while spiritual plants are those that consume spiritual energy to grow. Celestial plants, imbued with a trace of celestial energy, are extremely rare and invaluable. As for divine plants, they are mentioned in texts, yet none have ever been seen. The celestial liquid is recorded to be produced within the ancient celestial tomb, brewed by celestial beings, preserved through the passage of time. It grants opportunities to those who enter the celestial tomb. For mortals, it cures lovesickness and enhances physical vitality, prolonging life. For cultivators, it opens meridians, restores energy, and heals wounds, an exceedingly precious elixir. Su Xian chuckled. "No wonder I feel so dizzy." "Thank you, senior sister." Yi Xianyu teased, "What good is a mere thank you? If you truly wish to express your gratitude, you might as well be practical." Su Xian, bewildered, asked, "Practical in what way?" "Ye wen you suintet herius. Perhaps you could write an IOU and repay me later." Su Xian rolled his eyes. "I think we could discuss something else." Yi Xianyu poked his forehead with a finger, looking down on him. "You finish your meal and then deny your debts. All men are the same." Su Xian was at a loss for words. Her comment felt odd, as if it had escalated to a gender conflict. "All right, let us get to the point. Do you know how long you've been in the Sword Tomb?" Su Xian answered without hesitation, "For months, right? What's the matter?" Yi Xianyu's face turned stern as she admonished. "What's the matter? You understand it's 4 months. Yet you lingered in the divine sword pool for so long after having ascended. Did I not tell you to stay only 2 months?" Su Xian felt embarrassed, momentarily unsure how to respond. The path to immortality is not measured by who runs the fastest or farthest, but by who lives the longest. It requires steadiness and understanding. Do you comprehend? Yi Xianyu continued her lecture, yet Su Xian found no offense in her words. In her eyes, perhaps he was merely an inexperienced youth. "All right, I will take note of it and be more cautious in the future," Su Xian earnestly replied. Yi Xianyu lifted the steaming tea from the table, gently blowing at it, and caught a glimpse of his sincere demeanor from the corner of her eye. Thus, she declared that it would not be held against him this time. "Understood." Taking a sip of the hot tea, she set her empty cup down and poured herself another. Glancing at the young man, she asked, "Would you like some?" "I'll serve myself." "Oh." Yi Xianyu savored her tea slowly and returned to the topic at hand. "Is your sword the renowned heavy sword that ranks first among the 100 swords?" Su Xian instinctively glanced at his sleeve, nodding in affirmation. "Yes." Yi Xianyu set her cup down, her fingers tracing a circle at her side, and in an instant, a celestial sword materialized, hovering beside her. The blade was pure white and translucent, in stark contrast to Su Xian's heavy sword. This sword was delicate, just like Yi Xianyu herself, embodying beauty among swords. "This is my sword, named Xianyu, and it ranks 88th in the sequence." Su Xian gazed at the sword inadvertently, feeling an indescribable connection as though he could communicate with Xianyu with just a thought. In turn, Xianyu responded warmly to her master's presence. It seemed to be related to his role as the master of the Sword Tomb. "A fine sword," he remarked nonchalantly. "Ye ian puset herlips, filikut herfingers," and retracted the sword. With a glance at Su Xian's sleeve, she inquired, "What about yours?" Have you named it? Of course. What is it called? Wait. Why are you hesitating? Yi Xinyu paused with her cup, taken aback, before finally realizing Su Xian's intention, her brows furrowing as she retorted, "You're quite the trickster." Su Xian remained silent, knowing that only children would explain themselves. The two sat across from each other, sipping tea and basking in the gentle spring breeze. The silence lingering for quite a while. "Don't you have anything to say to me? What should I say?" Su Xian feigen in godan, remembering her senior brother's advice. Yi Xinyu gently replied, "If you have nothing to say, then don't. If there is nothing else, you should return to your training and not linger here." Su Xian, understanding her hint, stood up and bowed respectfully. "Then I shall not disturb you any longer, senior sister." Yi Xinyu absent-mindedly twirled her cup, replying, "Ahem." Su Xian turned to leave. "Junior brother." Su Xian halted, glancing back. "What is it?" Yi Xinyu, still focused on her cup, quietly asked, "Does the sword pool truly exist?" Su Xian pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed. Yi Xinyu's expression grew serious. "I see." Su Xian cast a glance at her, before turning to leave the small courtyard and descending the high peak. After Su Xian departed, Yi Xinyu drained her cup of tea, propped her chin on one hand, and absent-mindedly played with her long hair, gazing wistfully at the blossoming peach tree before her, muttering to herself, though young, "The heart is not shallow." Chapter 57. The Celestial Abode, Yet Wait. Su Xian strode forward, welcoming the breeze, the verdant peaks fading into the distance. And he was filled with the vibrancy of spring. Ha ha! Finally, I no longer need to launch flying swords. Overlooking the mountains. A shift in his consciousness revealed the multitude of sword auras within the mountains, spiritual swords, earthly swords, and heavenly swords all within his sight, hidden in any corner. Upon arriving at the sword peak, he sought a celestial sword. Within the gorge there were 3 celestial swords, and in the distant ancestral peak, 5 celestial swords were present. Peering into the depths of the clouds, Su Xian sensed the faint presence of 5 additional celestial swords, undeniably existent, yet extremely subtle. Su Xian frowned slightly. There were a total of 100 celestial swords in the sword pool. Aside from his own named Qianman, the empty stone platform had exactly 14, and the ones he had discovered also amounted to 14. 14 celestial swords, all hidden within the mountains. Su Xian attempted to extend his consciousness further, but he encountered resistance, nearly facing a backlash and destabilizing his mind. Retracting his thoughts, he steadied himself and contemplated a certain spot within the mountains, muttering, "It appears that there are deeper mysteries beneath the teachings of the Wendazong." He recalled the rumors surrounding the sect upon his entry. It was said universally that the mountain gate of the Wendazong suppressed the fate of foreign tribes in the mortal realm. Su Xian suspected this was related, and the rumors seemed to hold some truth. Upon returning to his residence, he encountered one Qing Xue, exchanged pleasantries, and briefly discussed the sword tomb before shifting to serious matters. Su Xian expressed his desire to apply for a residence. One Qing Xue did not elaborate and informed him that he could apply at the miscellaneous hall with the Dao Jade. Without further ado, Su Xian eagerly made his way to the miscellaneous hall at the Sword Peak. The miscellaneous hall, one of the 13 halls of Wendazong, managed a wide array of affairs, hence its name. Su Xian entered the office of the hall with great enthusiasm. The attending disciple recognized him immediately and greeted him warmly. "Little ancestor, what brings you here?" Su Xian stated his intention. "I wish to apply for a residence." The disciple welcomed him enthusiastically. "Of course. May I ask if you prefer a spiritual residence or a celestial residence? Do you have any location preferences? How many courtyards? Do you require spiritual fields? Or need a spiritual well?" Su Xian was taken aback by the inquiries, exclaiming, "Is it that intricate?" The disciple smiled. As a newcomer to the sect, you might not be aware of the details. Shall I explain them to you? Su Xian took a seat and nodded. Very well. With Su Xian's consent, the disciple began to elaborate. Our Wendazong has 4 types of spiritual residences. The first-class spiritual residence is unlit and has no amenities. The second-class spiritual residence faces south and comes with a 1-acre spiritual herb field. The third-class spiritual residence is a refined small courtyard in an excellent location with great views, featuring a 3-acre spiritual herb field and a spiritual well with a temperate climate. As for the celestial residence, it is a top-tier luxury abode, extremely scarce. Su Xian felt increasingly as though the young man was a real estate agent. But he had to admit, the explanation was quite professional and thorough. Su Xian cleared his throat and asked, "Given my current status, can I obtain a celestial residence?" The disciple quickly replied, "As a first-generation disciple, according to the rules of Wendazong, you are entitled to the treatment of an elder. Within the entire sect, your status is only second to a few ancestors. You're more than qualified." Su Xian felt quite pleased, his vanity receiving a small boost. However, the disciple then shifted his tone, somewhat apologetically stating, "But little ancestor, the number of celestial residences is extremely limited and are currently all occupied. You'll have to wait for one to become available." Su Xian frowned slightly. "What do you mean by available?" The disciple chuckled. "The annual contribution for celestial residence starts at 300,000, and some people are reluctant to give it up." Su Xian nearly spat out his tea. "Rent?" The disciple patiently explained, "The annual rent for a first-class spiritual residence is 10,000, for second-class spiritual residence, 30,000. For a third-class spiritual residence, 50,000, and celestial residences start at 300,000. Su Xian felt overwhelmed. Techniques, weapons, foundational pills, all cost nothing. Who would have thought that residing in a dwelling would require contribution points? This Wendazong must be situated in a remote area and not sociable, thus unable to engage in foreign trade, only stimulating internal demand. What was it called? Managing internal circulation. He miscalculated. Little ancestor. Little ancestor. Su Xian returned to his senses. "What do you think?" Su Xian silently glanced at the jade token at his waist, which had less than 1,000 points. However, as an ancestor, he still wished to maintain his dignity. "I just wanted to ask if renting is mandatory. Can I purchase directly? It seems not at the moment." "Very well." Su Xian stood up. The tea was delightful. Then, without looking back, he left. "Aren't you going to rent?" Su Xian waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I'll wait until a celestial residence becomes available. I'll keep an eye out for you and notify you if any become available." "All right." It was only after Su Xian had walked far away that the disciple turned back to the office, clicking his tongue. "Tiske tiske. Little ancestor truly possesses strength." Chapter 58. The task hall. After leaving the miscellaneous hall, Su Xian returned to Wen Qingshue's courtyard. He sat in the courtyard for half a day until the evening breeze blew and the stars appeared. After a long day of work, Wen Qingxue returned to the courtyard. Seeing the young man sitting in silence with a troubled expression, she approached and asked, "Little ancestor, what troubles you?" Su Xian remained silent, gazing at the sky. Wen Qingxue sat before him, her gaze drifting as she inquired, "Little Shizu, when do you plan to move out?" Su Xian felt as though his heart had been pierced anew, casting a desolate glance at the icy maiden before him. Wen Qingxue did not flinch. She met his eyes directly and asked again, "Little Shizu, do you lack funds?" Su Xian clicked his tongue, responding, "Why do you even need to ask? Well, have I ever had money?" Wen Qingxue paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, the more Su Xian pondered, the more perplexed he became. Unable to restrain his frustration, he remarked, "Shaowen, why is cultivating immortality so arduous? Can't we just focus on our training? What does the sect intend? We must contribute for meals, for spirit stones, and even for the spirit mansion. Why can't we pursue immortality and purity, seeking longevity together? Must we be forced to fight and kill outside? Is that reasonable?" Wen Qingxue understood his sentiment, but chose not to respond. What was the point of provoking Su Xian's sighs? After a moment of contemplation, she softly said, "Little Shizu, some things must be undertaken by someone, don't you think?" Su Xian paused, raising his eyes to meet hers. Wen Qingxue continued, "In the past, when the sword ancestor wielded his sword to vanquish demons, someone once asked him, 'Isn't it better to roam freely in the world and be a transcendent being? Why risk danger and offend those from other races?' Do you know how the sword ancestor replied?" Su Xian shifted slightly, sitting up straighter, shaking his head. Wen Qingxue's tone grew more intense. "The sword ancestor said that some things must be done by someone, so why can't that someone be me?" Su Xian silently lowered his gaze, then lifted it to smile at Wen Qingxue. "Are you lecturing me, your Shizu?" Wen Qingxue chuckled and shook her head, explaining, "No, I merely wish to convey to you that while we may not understand, we ought to respect. Since rules exist, there must be a reason for their existence. Self-interest is not a derogatory term. It is the inherent nature of all living beings. We cannot guarantee that everyone can be as selfless as the sword ancestor, daring to act for the greater good. Thus, the One Tao sect was established, taking millennia to create the current order and rules, operating through rewards and punishments to maintain the sect and protect the vast northern lands. After a brief pause, she advised perhaps little Shizu should venture out, complete some tasks, and witness the mountains and rivers of the mortal realm, experiencing the myriad of human affairs while earning contribution points. Would that not be killing two birds with one stone? Cultivating immortality cannot solely consist of arduous practice. Walking 1,000 miles and reading countless books is also a form of cultivation. Perhaps then, little Shizu will understand why it must be so. Su Xian nodded thoughtfully, refraining from rebuttal. For indeed, when Qingshue's words bore truth, albeit somewhat jarring in their tone, a typical 18-year-old native might struggle to grasp the deeper meaning she sought to impart. However, Su Xian, as a transmigrator, was uniquely equipped to comprehend the nuances of her message. When Qingxue noticed his silence and asked, "Little Shizu, does this mean you agree?" Su Xian cast a lazy glance at her and replied, "I wish to be alone." One Qingxue tilted her head, her expression flickering between light and shadow. Ultimately, she chose to remain silent, unwilling to disturb Su Xian's thoughts, and left to return to her room. Having spoken her piece, she felt it was sufficient. The choice of action should indeed rest with little Shizu himself. She believed in his excellence and had faith that he would come to understand. Gradually, just as she had in the past, she urged time to take its course, allowing flowers to bloom and trees to grow. However, when Qingxue murmured quietly, "Who is Jing Jing, anyway?" As the night deepened, the moonlight shimmered softly. Su Xian sat alone in the courtyard, suddenly smiling with a hint of self-mockery, muttering, "The Tao of the Wen Dao sect is the Tao of reason. Oh, Wen Dao sect, you truly are a paradox." Nevertheless, he acknowledged that this was the only way to earn a living for now. He stood up and returned to his room to meditate and cultivate, practicing his heart technique. With no startup capital for entrepreneurship, he had no choice but to toil for a living. The more Su Xian pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. Living this second life seemed no different than the first. Only the focus had shifted from studying to cultivating immortality, from tightening screws to battling monsters. Indeed, life is fraught with worries. Even in cultivating immortality, there are troubles, and the spring breeze does not alleviate his concerns. Look, isn't that little Shizu? He has established his foundation so quickly. Who would have thought that little Shizu also has to work? That makes me feel so much better. Of course, even the sect leader has to work. The principle of the Wen Dao sect is that everyone must labor. As long as they can endure, they must strive. In the task hall, Su Xian donned a new azure robe, immaculate and unblemished, his eyes gleaming with determination as he squeezed into the crowd, perusing the dense array of tasks before him, ignoring the noisy discussions around him. Over the past year, his reputation had soared within the Wen Dao sect, drawing attention from all sides, which was only to be expected given his striking appearance. As Su Xian scanned the tasks, he encountered a myriad of options, many of which captivated him, unveiling new perspectives. There were tasks to slay demons, eliminate evil, and vanquish malevolence. These were within the realm of the ordinary. However, what surprised Su Xian were the tasks related to disaster relief, requesting rain, and healing. These were quite unexpected. For instance, one task he was examining stated that in a place called Linjiang City, located 3,000 miles in the northern region, a catastrophic flood had occurred, requiring a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage to redirect the river permanently. The reward was substantial, an entire 100,000 contribution points. Just as he became absorbed in the task, a hand unexpectedly reached out from behind him, snatching it away. "I will take this task." Su Xian turned to see his stern face. "Oh, isn't this Li Qingshan? You're here at work too?" Li Qingshan cast a disinterested glance at him, pointing toward a corner, and said coldly, "Tasks for those below the nascent soul stage are over there. What are you doing here making a fuss? Do you not know your own weight?" With that, he turned away without a backward glance. Su Xian was speechless, calling out in vain, "Hey, that is not fair." Clearly, he received no response. With a sigh, he headed toward the corner, muttering to himself, "No wonder everything feels so extreme. I must have misjudged him. How can he speak to me like that? Well, this task looks decent, but the reward is a bit low. No good." Chapter 59. New Disciple Assistance Program Spirit Level Task. It is suspected that individuals from the demon race have crossed the border in the Western region. The task recommends that cultivators at the Golden Core stage or above investigate, with a reward of 4,000 points. Type B Task. Elder Su Feng from the Miscellaneous Hall lost a storage bag near Tianchuang City. This task has no limit on the number of claims. Returning the storage bag will yield a reward of 500 points. Su Xian clicked his tongue. How stingy. Type A Task. A water monster has been causing trouble in the Luo River, disturbing passing ships and instilling panic among the villagers. The village chief has burned spiritual incense to request assistance, with a base reward of 4,000 points, and additional rewards depending on the monster's strength, suggesting disciples at the Golden Core stage or above should respond. Spiritual incense is a communication tool used by immortals. When mortals burn spiritual incense, they convey their requests, and a trace of thought within the incense will float back to the One Tao sect. It may not be high-tech, but it certainly facilitates communication between the mortal realm and the realm of immortals, akin to a celestial version of carrier pigeons. This task is quite appealing. Too bad I'm not skilled in water battles. Let me keep looking. Type A. A small mountain village in Linfeng City requires the construction of an irrigation canal across the mountains for crop irrigation. The village chief has burned incense to request assistance, offering a reward of 500 points. Su Xian pondered for a moment, scanning his surroundings once more. He intended to accept this task. He had already perused a good portion of the task hall, and suitable tasks for those at the foundation establishment stage were few and far between. After all, within the One Tao sect, one could easily find Golden Core cultivators in abundance, and the so-called nascent soul masters were everywhere. Among the scant tasks suitable for him, either the rewards were meager or the risks were high. Although Su Xian possesses the innate talent of a sword spirit, a sword body, and a celestial sword, he lacks any experience in combat. He believes it is wise to proceed cautiously and take his time. Thus, he decides to undertake a simple task to hone his skills and familiarize himself with the processes involved. Moreover, engaging in excavation and canal construction is a noble endeavor that benefits the nation and its people, bestowing a sense of significance to one's existence. With a celestial sword at his disposal, he is certain that the work will be accomplished swiftly and deeply. He raises his hand to retrieve the task list, and, just as he prepares to register at the front desk, he encounters a young man approaching him, who greets him with a respectful bow. Greetings, little master ancestor. Su Xian takes a closer look at the youth, who appears refined and elegant, reminiscent of a scholar, yet bears a long sword at his waist, adorned with a conspicuous red tassel, somewhat matching Su Xian's own appearance. A line of text is inscribed on his forehead, indicating late stage of Jinan realm. Who are you? The young man introduces himself. My name is Song Qing Shu, a disciple of Luo Yunfeng. Su Xian raises an eyebrow at the name, finding it less than pleasing. Nevertheless, adhering to the old adage that one should not judge a person by their name, he responds honestly, I have not heard of you. Song Qing Shu awkwardly chuckles and explains, with over 100,000 disciples in the Windazong, it is not surprising that you haven't heard of me. I see you are here to accept the task as well. Yes, and what of it? Song Qing Shu elaborates. I have accepted a team task that can be shared among 4 individuals, and we are in need of 1 more member. Would you be interested in joining us? Su Xian pauses, considering the unexpected opportunity, and casually inquires, what is the task? Song Qing Shu presents the task list with both hands. Please take a look, little master ancestor. Su Xian instinctively takes it, unfolds it, and quietly reads aloud. Spirit level task. In recent years, there have been numerous unexplained disappearances of infants in Yi City of the Southern Territory. Investigations have been obstructed, and it is suspected that a malevolent cultivator at the Yuan Ing stage is active in this area. Due to insufficient manpower, the Yi City Supervisory Hall requests the sect to dispatch strong individuals to investigate this matter. The task requires 4 individuals, with at least 1 member of Yuan Ing realm or above. The reward for each participant is 5,000 contribution points. The task rating system of the Windazong ranges from low to high, C, B, A, Spirit, Celestial, and Divine levels. Generally, minor tasks within the sect are C level, such as finding lost pets or watering spirit fields. Higher risk tasks are classified as A level, while those with lesser risk, like Su Xian's canal excavation, are mostly B level. Tasks that involve slaying malevolent spirits or demons typically require Yuan-Ing realm cultivators and are often spirit level. Upon reviewing the task, Su Xian muses, "This is quite a significant undertaking." Song Qingshu smiles, "Are you interested, little master ancestor? We can set off tomorrow. And both of my other teammates are at the Yuan-Ing stage, ensuring your safety." Su Xian candidly expresses his concern. "I am very interested, but I do not understand why you seek me. I am merely at the foundation establishment stage. Are you not worried that I will be a burden?" Song Qingshu replies calmly, "To be honest, I do have my own motives." Su Xian thinks to himself that even within the righteous Wendazong, the pursuit of personal gain is inevitable. After all, why would they bring along someone they perceive as a liability? While he acknowledges his extraordinary talent, he also realizes that in the presence of these senior disciples, he is still unremarkable, with little to offer aside from his looks. However, Song Qingshu's honesty alleviates some of Su Xian's concerns, prompting him to lean in and ask, "What motives might those be?" Song Qingshu smiles, "Perhaps you are unaware, but our sect has a fixed task known as the New Disciple Assistance Program. In team tasks with 3 or more members, 2 disciples of Jindan Realm or above can take 1 new disciple of Jindan Realm or below. When submitting the task, they receive an additional 30 of the task reward, which I believe you understand." Su Xian, still skeptical, replies, "Is that so? I had no idea." Indeed, Song Qingshu continues, "The sect's intention is to provide new disciples with more opportunities for experience while encouraging senior disciples to assist them, fostering rapid growth and creating a virtuous cycle." Su Xian nods slightly, acknowledging that this aligns with the values of the Wendazong. Helping others and mutual benefit lead to a situation where new disciples receive necessary care, while senior disciples do not return empty-handed. Now I understand. So, would you like to join us, little master ancestor? Su Xian smiles and replies, "I find it difficult to refuse." Song Qingshu beams, "Let us collaborate happily." After completing the registration with Song Qingshu, they agree to meet at the Wendajuan at the Hour of the Snake on the following day and bid farewell. Song Qingshu returns to his Luo Yunfeng, while Su Xian makes a detour to accept the B-level task for canal excavation. One must not be complacent in earning money. It is a sign of foolishness. The next morning, Su Xian, fully prepared, bids farewell to Wen Qingxue, informing her of his departure for a challenging and honorable task. He instructs her to tell anyone seeking him that he is away. Wen Qingxue seems to have been aware of this beforehand and merely advises him to be cautious and prudent while outside. Arriving early at the Wendajuan, Su Xian is surprised to find that Song Qingshu and the others have arrived even earlier and are waiting for him. "Little master ancestor, over here." Su Xian lands his heavy sword steadily and, with a flick of his sleeve, sheaths the sword back, joking, "I thought I had arrived early enough. But it seems you all beat me to it." Song Qingshu replies with a laugh, "We just arrived as well. We cannot have you waiting, little master ancestor." Su Xian waves his hand dismissively. "No need for formality. We are beyond such trivialities." Su Xian is naturally sociable, understanding the art of socializing better than most. He believes in being tolerant and amicable towards juniors, fostering a sense of camaraderie. His gaze shifts to the 2 individuals behind Song Qingshu, 1 male and 1 female. The male is burly, with a muscular physique and short hair, resembling a robust warrior with sharp features that exude authority. His forehead displays the inscription, "Early stage of Yuaning." The female is tall, with skin as smooth as jade, lips adorned with vermilion, and captivating phoenix eyes that draw attention without being overly seductive. She is a classic beauty, fitting conventional standards. Her forehead reads, "Mid-stage of Yuaning." Notably, all 3 were the same white sword attire of the Wendazong, exuding vigor and elegance, while Su Xian, dressed in a blue robe, appears somewhat out of place. Su Xian pauses to observe them before asking, "Who are these 2? Upon hearing his question, they clasp their fists in greeting and introduce themselves. "I am Ruanchong from the Zhu Jian Peak. Honored to meet you, little master ancestor." "I am Nangong Ning from Luo Yunfeng. Honored to meet you, little master ancestor." Su Xian reciprocates the bow and, out of courtesy, introduces himself, Su Xian from Zhi Jian Peak. After a brief introduction, Song Qingshu inquires, "Shall we set off now, little master ancestor?" Su Xian, recognizing the cue, responds, "I am ready. I will follow your lead." The 4 of them depart together, soaring away from the Wendajuan and crossing the Jian Gorge. As Su Xian gazes at the Changsheng Bridge after 5 years, he is deeply moved. From this vantage point, The bridge spans majestically, shrouded in mist, while the Jian Gorge below remains unfathomably deep, truly deserving its reputation as a formidable natural barrier. As they ride the wind, the three deliberately slow their pace to match Su Xian's, engaging in casual conversation. Little Master Ancestor, you have been a disciple of the sect for 5 years now, haven't you? Su Xian sighed. Indeed, it has been 5 years, though I have only truly experienced 4 of them. It hardly feels significant. Wan Chong, with a somber tone, remarked, Little Shizu spent 4 years deciphering the sword monument, and after 10 months, established his foundation. Such speed is unparalleled within the entire Windazong. Su Xian Hamba Zipli, ha ha. It is nothing to mention. Nan Gong's gaze fell upon the heavy sword beneath Su Xian's feet, and with curiosity, she inquired, Little Shizu, if I am not mistaken, this sword must be the fateful sword taken from the sword tomb, correct? Indeed, Su Xian affirmed. But what is its grade? Su Xian Gasu Zetponde. I just picked it up from the mortal sword pool. The three were taken aback, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. As they gazed at the seemingly unremarkable heavy sword, envy flickered in their eyes. Immortal swords are a rarity within Windazong, and most individuals might never lay eyes on one in their entire lifetime. Yet, here stood someone who possessed one beneath his feet, making it all the more extraordinary. However, their feelings were purely of admiration, devoid of jealousy or thoughts of coveting it. After all, disciples of Windazong understood that the swords from the sword tomb choose only one master in their lifetime. In Su Xian's hands, it was an immortal sword, while in theirs, it would merely be an iron sword, unwieldable, and perhaps even harmful to them. Little Shizuzu is indeed formidable, managing to obtain an immortal sword without a fuss. No wonder I cannot see through it, they mused. Little Shizuzu is truly low-key. Such a significant event as drawing an immortal sword has not even created a whisper within the sect. Truly worthy of being our role model. The trio did not hesitate to shower him with praise. Su Xian relished the admiration, recognizing that communication is pivotal between individuals. Compliments, even if they border on flattery, are pleasing to the ear. Feigning modesty, he waved his hand dismissively. This mere immortal sword is nothing to mention. In their eyes, admiration deepened, as they thought it was no wonder that someone so young could hold the title of Little Shizuzu. With such composure and nonchalance, even they, who had entered the Yuan Ing stage, felt inferior. Little Shizuzu, how did you achieve this? It must be difficult, right? When I climbed the heavenly sword pool, I could barely manage halfway, Wan Chong confessed. Su Xian took a deep breath, and amid their eager anticipation, he stated solemnly, to be honest, I found it rather easy. Climbing was quite effortless. For drawing the immortal sword, one only needs hands. The trio was momentarily stunned, their expressions varied, lips twitching, and their gazes lowered. In an instant, they felt disenchanted with the ground sword beneath them. What did this signify? It implied they lacked hands and could only draw the earth sword. A sense of inexplicable frustration washed over them. Their light-hearted conversation dwindled, and they fell into a silence, fearing that continuing would only lead to their own disappointment. Unbeknownst to Su Xian, he strode forward confidently, full of vigor. After traversing a narrow gorge, they flew eastward for several miles, led by Nangong, before landing at a harbor at the foot of the mountain. Though Su Xian was puzzled, he refrained from asking and followed suit. Soon, they arrived at a port bustling with ships. Though these vessels did not sail upon water, the port was not an ordinary one, but rather an airport. The various sizes of ships before them were flying vessels, known as Yinzhou. These were large, functional, magical artifacts powered by spirit stones, capable of soaring freely through the skies. Noticing Su Xian's puzzled expression, Song Qingshu explained, Little Shizuzu, the city of Yi is located in the south, adjacent to the central plains of Fanzhou. It is quite distant. Flying there would consume a great deal of spiritual energy. Therefore, we'll take a wind-favored ship. These Yinzhou belong to the commercial hall of Windazong, which facilitates trade between the northern border and various regions of the Central Plains. They procure essential supplies for our sect and sell our goods, generating a substantial amount of spirit stones to sustain the sect's operations. Su Xian not that Tao Gu Fun, recalling that he had heard from Zhou Pongzi about the commercial hall during his visits to the Ling Shifang. Rare ingredients were indeed procured through the commercial hall. Zhou Pongzi had also mentioned that if one needed something not available within the sect, they could commission the commercial hall to procure it. but payment was required. That sounds quite beneficial, Su Xian mused. As the first-generation disciple in Little Shizu, he regarded the disciples in the mountain as if they were his own children, and he viewed the Yunzhou similarly. He thought to himself, this must be what my senior sister meant when she said, with great power comes great responsibility. Curiously, he asked, will we need to contribute points to the commercial hall for taking this Yunzhou? Chapter 61. One sword, one tower, one realm. Song Qingshu smiled. Of course not. All disciples of Windazong can ride the commercial hall's Yunzhou for free, as it is a sect benefit. After all, most trips to Windazong are for executing tasks, rather than personal matters. Su Xian expressed his contentment. That is quite good. Ruanchong interjected unexpectedly. If one is not a disciple of Windazong, they would need to pay spirit stones to ride the Yunzhou, and it is not cheap. I heard from the commercial hall disciples that there are dedicated Yunzhou in the Central Plains for transporting people, and they earn quite a bit each year. Naturally, this business is not exclusive to the commercial hall. There are similar enterprises among the sects in the Central Plains, the most renowned being the Xianming Merchant Association, which is said to have interests spanning the entire Fanzhou, covering all aspects of life. Su Xian Guili note that, recognizing that the Xianming Merchant Association sounded like a significant enterprise. Before long, the four arrived at a Yunzhou that was in the process of loading cargo. Nan Gong was seen conversing amicably with an elder from the commercial hall, and upon turning to the trio, she announced, the captain says we will set off in half an hour, so we must wait a little. Then let us board the ship, they agreed. Upon boarding the Yunzhou, Su Xian observed the busy commercial hall disciples using spirit manipulation techniques to load and unload cargo, finding it quite fascinating. He mused that this must be the art of effortlessly lifting heavy objects, allowing one to control the weight of items using spiritual energy. While this technique may not be of high grade, its practicality is undeniable, an essential skill for moving goods. He thought that upon returning, he might as well learn it at the Dao Pavilion, as currently his only expertise was the Qinglian sword song, and he could only use one of the 13 swords, rendering his skills rather thin. In the realm of wandering the Jianghu, possessing a broader array of skills would ensure greater stability. Soon, the loading and unloading concluded, and the Yunzhou set sail. The array inscribed beneath the vessel activated under the power of spirit stones, lifting the massive ship into the clouds, heading toward the heavens. Standing upon the deck, Su Xian gazed into the vast sky and remarked, this is indeed faster than my flying. I wonder how much spirit stones it consumes. Once I have the means, I shall procure a Yunzhou for myself. The Yunzhou, akin to an aircraft from his past life, may be slightly slower, yet its cargo capacity and stability far surpass that of airplanes. Moreover, it could hover in midair, unbothered by wind, frost, snow, or rain. When necessary, it could unleash spiritual energy rays for distant strikes, combining functionalities of helicopters, transport aircraft, and fighter jets. During the journey, the three companions sat cross-legged, diligently cultivating. Their dedication formidable. Su Xian, too, remained occupied, perusing the task details while studying the map of the northern border. He pondered that although he was here to blend in, he should not do so too conspicuously, as he was still a junior. He needed to maintain some semblance of dignity. Their destination was Yi City, located in the southern region of Windazong, one of the closest cities to the Central Plains in the northern border. It was a staggering 4,000 miles from the mountain gate of Windazong. If Su Xian were to fly alone, not accounting for any rests, it would likely take him nearly 2 days. However, riding the Yunzhou, they would arrive by the next morning. Though the route would require him to fly a short distance at the end, the journey was much shorter. On the map of the northern border, there were 108 cities scattered among the mountains that undulated for thousands of miles. The further south one ventured, the denser the cities became, with the terrain relatively flat. In contrast, the north was increasingly sparse, with fewer inhabitants, leading Su Xian to boldly speculate that his home must lie in the northern region. However, the smallest landmarks on the map were counties. After searching for a considerable time, Su Xian could not locate Hodao village. He noticed a disciple bustling about on the deck and approached him with an inquiry. Young man, may I ask you something? The disciple from the Shangtong glanced at Su Xian with an odd expression, somewhat indifferent, and replied, What do you wish to know, little brother? Su Xian furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that this disciple likely did not recognize him. It was indeed a first for him to be addressed as little brother by a disciple of the sect. However, it was not entirely surprising. Disciples from Shangtong, Yingtang, and Jiansha often spent long periods outside, returning to the sect only occasionally, so it was understandable that they did not recognize this rising star. Holding the map, he asked, "Have you heard of Hodao Village?" "I do not see it on this map." The disciple replied, "Hodao Village? No, I haven't heard of it." Su Xian continued, "Is it your hometown?" The disciple scrutinized him for a moment and explained, "The map of the northern region only includes counties. Places with a population of less than 10,000 are not depicted." Su Xian nodded in understanding, quietly putting away the map, not forgetting to express his gratitude. "I see. Thank you." The disciple, with newfound interest, asked, "Missing home?" Su Xian sighed, "I suppose so." The disciple pulled out a wine pouch from his waist, shook it in front of Su Xian, and invited, "Care for a sip?" Su Xian declined, "I don't drink." The disciple clicked his tongue and remarked, "This wine is called Wanyu Jun. A sip will wash away your troubles. When I missed home, I used to drink this." He uncorked the wine and took a hearty swig, his face reflecting sheer enjoyment. Glancing at Su Xian, he commented, "What a spirited young man, yet you don't drink. Your future seems limited." Su Xian stood. It was true that Wanyu Jun was indeed a remedy for worries. Yet he knew well that attempting to drown one's sorrows often led to deeper despair. Not wishing to linger, he decided to return to the cabin. "You carry on. I shall take my leave." The disciple resealed the wine pouch and hung it back at his waist, calling out to Su Xian, "Hey, where are you headed?" Su Xian paused and turned back, stating calmly, "Yecheng." The disciple pondered for a moment and said, "Yecheng, you'll only arrive by tomorrow morning." "All right. I'll ask around to see if anyone knows." Su Xian was taken aback and responded gratefully, "Thank you." The disciple waved dismissively, "No need to thank me. It's a simple matter. We are all brothers here." After saying this, he returned to his tasks. Su Xian smiled as he walked away, reflecting on the kindness and warmth of the disciples of the Wendazong. However, after Su Xian left, the disciple shook his head with a smile and muttered, "This young man is quite handsome, yet his eyes are not sharp. Calling me young man at my age, such a lack of respect." Returning to the cabin, Su Xian quietly sat down and began to cultivate the heart method of the Qinglian sword song. Xiao Shuling had mentioned that he needed to reach the Jindan realm before he could begin constructing the Baiyu Jing sword tower. At that point, he would be able to cultivate in a completely different manner. According to Xiao Shuling, he would build a celestial Baiyu Jing based on himself as the foundation. Each floor represented a realm, with each realm corresponding to a floor. What did this mean? It meant that once he broke through to the Jindan realm, for every successful level of the sword tower he constructed and every divine sword he unsealed, he could use the power of the sword tower and divine sword to transcend the constraints of heaven and earth and directly break through a major realm. Simply put, he would no longer need to painstakingly meditate on understanding the Tao. He would merely have to build the tower. Theoretically, reaching the 6th floor would allow him to ascend to immortality in the mortal realm. To simplify further, in the future, his cultivation would no longer require a toll on his life. He would only need to invest resources. This was undoubtedly good news for Su Xian. However, he was also aware that constructing this tower would not be an easy task. Nevertheless, brick by brick, he could steadily build it up. It might not be quick, but it would certainly be stable. After all, those who cultivate the path knew that human effort has its limits. Some realms could impede one for a lifetime, leaving one with no way forward, no way back, in a state of half-life. Yet Su Xian was different. He could break through realms by building the tower, which provided a minimum guarantee. Thus, he found this method of cultivation quite acceptable. As night fell, feeling somewhat bored, Su Xian went to the deck to enjoy the evening breeze and gaze at the starry sky. The moonlight was like molten silver, and the surroundings were bathed in a serene glow. In ancient times, without heavy industry or exhaust, the night sky was pristine, brightened by fireflies. Little master ancestor. He turned to see a lovely face and asked curiously, "What brings you out here?" Nangong Ning replied gently, "It was a bit stuffy, so I came out for some fresh air." As the wind turned cool, Su Xian gazed at the starry pool above. Nangong Ning, glancing at him, inquired with curiosity, "What is little master ancestor thinking about?" Su Xian looked at the Milky Way and replied, "Nothing in particular. I just think the sky is vast and the moon is bright." Nangong Ning furrowed her brows slightly, casting a glance at the heavens. If she were to be honest, she would certainly not believe him. She did not think the night sky here surpassed that of the Wendazong. Taking a deep breath, she softly said, "When I first went on a mission, I was quite nervous." Su Xian was taken aback, looking at Nangong Ning with newfound intrigue. The latter casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and continued, "In truth, it's nothing. Everyone has their first time. You'll gradually get used to it. Don't be fooled by the fact that our current mission seems to involve dealing with demonic cultivators. There's nothing to fear. Demonic cultivators are still human. They are simply more malicious and unscrupulous, resorting to any means to achieve their goals." Su Xian tilted his head. Nangong Ning continued, "Furthermore, demonic cultivators are aware that they follow the demonic path, and they know they are on a crooked road. So why do they persist? Because they cannot walk the righteous path. Either they lack talent, have inherent flaws, or their resolve is not strong enough, which drives them to stray. Such individuals are inherently weak and can easily be subdued." Su Xian's pupils dilated slightly, a glimmer of light in his eyes. It was the first time he heard such a novel perspective. Demonic cultivators following the demonic path due to weakness? Indeed, there was some truth to it. Nangong Ning leaned against the railing, her lips slightly upturned, stating, "That is the reality. If one could walk the great path, the righteous way, who would willingly endure hardship and risk everything to take the small path? People believe that practicing the demonic path is a shortcut and that progress is swift, claiming that as the Tao rises, so does the demonic. In truth, that is merely a deception by the demonic sect. Cultivation is about cause and effect, about connections. It relies on comprehension and the essence of the Tao. Those who are inherently deficient in talent forcibly seize the fortunes and destinies of others to compensate for their own shortcomings. Yet, since these are acquired through external means, they will inevitably have deficiencies and bear the karmic consequences of others, leading to irreversible bottlenecks. Advancing beyond a certain point becomes exceedingly difficult. Little Master Ancestor, consider this. If the demonic path were truly as advantageous as they claimed, why would it always be suppressed by the righteous path?" Su Xian could not hide his agreement, nodding repeatedly. "Yes, I think so too. Great minds think alike." Nangong Ning continued, "For millennia, the Windazong has guarded the northern region, not to mention the demonic path. Even the true demon race does not dare to show its face. In our Windazong, the term demonic cultivator is quite obscure. It has long since faded into silence. I have read in books about the battles waged by our predecessors against the demons, where the northern borders were cleansed in an instant, with demonic layers and sects reduced to ashes. Within a month, those who fled and those who perished left no trace behind. Those demonic cultivators not only possess poor talent, but are also cowardly. Otherwise, why would they constantly hide? In recent years, even when there have been tasks to eradicate demonic cultivators, they have all occurred in the southern region, near the Central Plains. In the realm of demonic cultivators, our Windazong's northern region is a forbidden zone. When it comes to the Windazong, they regard it with the utmost fear, as if it were a tiger. It can be said that demonic cultivators have suffered under the Windazong for quite some time." Su Xian sincerely reflected on this, feeling a sense of pity for the demonic cultivators. Nangong Ning smiled and inquired, "Little Shizu, do you understand why? Despite the treacherous terrain and sparse population of our northern frontier, which would be the most suitable for hiding, the demonic cultivators choose instead to abandon their roots and seek refuge in the flourishing lands of the Central Plains?" This question was one that Su Xian did not need to ponder. It was clear that the Daozong was too righteous to tolerate the presence of such chaotic entities. Yet, he refrained from speaking, eager to hear Nangong Ning's response, for her voice was melodious. Propping her chin in her hand, she shook her head and replied, "I do not know." With a sparkle in her eyes, Nangong Ning continued, "Across the vast expanse of the world, throughout the entire Fanzhou, there are not merely 1,000, but at least 8,000 sects that proclaim themselves as righteous. Yet only our Daozong stands as the epitome of righteousness." Su Xian chose not to respond, but inwardly he agreed wholeheartedly. Indeed, they were so righteous that they had become unreasonably so. Nangong Ning's voice was laced with a sense of revelation as she expounded, "The world is vast, akin to the starry river above, boundless and infinite. Fanzhou is merely a name we humans use. It stretches from the eastern sea to the northern wilderness, from the southern Weakwater to the western ocean's glaciers. This is the known realm of humanity, surrounded by seas on 3 sides, with only the northern territory named Fanzhou by our ancestors who braved the sandy desert. Though it is the land of mortals, Fanzhou does not encompass the entirety of the world. Its vastness reaches hundreds of thousands of miles, and the Northern Territory is but a fraction of that. We refer to the area beyond as the Central Plains, while they call themselves the Zhongzhou and refer to our region as the Northern Wilderness. The Central Plains is immense, boasting endless plains, mighty rivers, towering mountains, meandering streams, dense forests, deep valleys, and the renowned Jiangnan, a place of prosperity, abundant population, and thriving commerce. It is a realm where dynasties rise and fall, engaging in conflicts and intrigues, with countless sects representing Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, all vying for supremacy. Confucianism advocates for benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness, cultivating a righteous spirit to govern the state and harmonize the family. Taoism embraces the natural way, promoting effortless governance and adherence to the Tao, with its myriad of principles allowing for the understanding of yin and yang, led by esteemed masters who refuse to bow to anyone. Buddhism, with its monks, spreads the teachings of compassion and the belief that all sentient beings suffer, striving for salvation. Of course, it is not limited to these three teachings. There are also the moists, the agriculturalists, and the yin-yang scholars, culminating in a vibrant discourse among 100 schools of thought. They argue endlessly, each seeking to emerge as the leader, proclaiming their righteousness while decrying the demonic as their adversaries, loudly proclaiming their superiority. Yet they can hardly rival our Daozong in this regard. However, their proclamations are mere words. Outwardly, they present themselves as gentlemen, each harboring a deep-seated animosity toward evil. Yet behind closed doors, they engage in schemes against one another. Those esteemed individuals, seemingly ethereal and detached from worldly affairs, in truth harbor ulterior motives, viewing the common populace as mere fodder and justifying their actions by stating that heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as mere grass dogs. In the face of demonic cultivators, they send their younger disciples to engage in relentless battles, turning a blind eye while secretly condoning their actions, all in pursuit of a delicate balance to maintain their cherished order and rules. If they truly sought to eradicate the demons, their strength would rival that of our Daozong. And within a year, there would be no demonic cultivators left in the world. As she elaborated, her voice softened, and Nangong Ning spoke deliberately. In contrast, our Daozong, with its sword standing firm in the world, remains resolutely isolated, choosing not to contend with the world, and thus becomes an outlier, often subjected to exclusion. Were it not for our strength, we might have already been schemed against and divided. They fail to consider that if our Daozong did not stand firm in the Northern Territory, would the Central Plains enjoy such tranquility? Su Xian Listen Intenti. Captivated by her words, he could not deny the clarity of Nangong Ning's insights, and he found himself in agreement with her perspective. In his previous life, he had pondered similar questions. Throughout history, righteousness and wickedness have never coexisted peacefully. Where there is light, shadows inevitably follow, and every human harbors selfish desires. The realm of cultivation is inescapably entwined with competition. Thus, he often remarked that the Daozong was too righteous, to the point of provoking self-doubt within him. Conversely, the Zhongzhou that Nangong Ning described resonated more with his understanding of the world. He slowly articulated, in a world tainted by corruption, I alone remain untainted. Nangong Ning responded with a hint of surprise. Su Xian shrugged and replied, when corruption becomes the norm, purity is perceived as a transgression. On the eve of their departure, one Qing Xue, having received news from an unknown source, visited late at night, earnestly reminding Nangong Ning to take good care of the little Shizu. If possible, she encouraged her to engage in meaningful dialogue with him during their journey. Essentially, she wanted Nangong Ning to impart wisdom to the little Shizu, discussing values and perspectives. As he came from a secluded mountain village, innocent and inexperienced, having never encountered the true world, Nangong Ning readily accepted this task, recognizing it as a fundamental lesson for every disciple of the Daozong. It was essential to understand the world, to comprehend oneself, to grasp the significance of the Daozong's existence, and to recognize one's own value. The practice of the Daozong extended beyond mere realms. Cultivating the heart and self was equally paramount. She recalled her own journey, which began with misunderstanding, then disdain, and eventually growth through countless battles, leading to a profound awakening. She gradually came to respect and understand the teachings until the day she would willingly sacrifice her life for them. She distinctly remembered her master's words. The principles reside within books, but to be human is to walk the path beneath our feet. Knowing the principles and truly understanding them are two entirely different matters. To discuss principles and to embody them are also worlds apart. The differences are vast, akin to the glow of fireflies against the brilliance of the full moon. The little Shizu before her may not yet be someone who embodies reason, but he certainly possesses the ability to articulate principles. When corruption becomes the norm, purity is indeed a transgression. Indeed, she mused, in a world rife with corruption, only our Daozong remains untainted, thus making it an outlier in the eyes of Fanzhou. Slander, rejection, and rumors may not manifest openly, yet they persist in the shadows. This is the reality I wish to convey to Su Xian, the current predicament of the Daozong and the role it plays within the entirety of Fanzhou. After a lengthy discourse, the core message was simple. The Daozong is distinctly different from the outside world, and thus, being a disciple of the Daozong requires one to be unlike the practitioners of the outside world. One must be psychologically prepared and hold oneself to a higher standard. Su Xian understood this deeply. She did not believe that a child from a small mountain village could articulate such thoughts. It was important to note that Su Xian was only 18 years old, having spent 4 years at the Sword Steel without ever stepping beyond the Daozong, and thus had never witnessed the cruelty of the outside world, where the strong prey upon the weak and self-interest reign supreme. Despite having a more privileged upbringing than Su Xian, it took her years to grasp these truths. She gazed at Su Xian, momentarily a loss for words. Su Xian, feeling uneasy under her gaze, leaned closer and questioned, "Why do you look at me like that? Do you disagree with what I said? Is that not your intended meaning?" Nangongning snapped back to reality, instinctively retreating slightly, averting her gaze and smiling as she waved her hand. No, I simply did not expect that the little Shizu, at such a tender age, could perceive things so clearly. Su Xian smiled and recited, "The matters of life and decay over a century, fleeting as a dream." Nangongning tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, and asked knowingly, "What do you mean?" With a mischievous smile, Su Xian replied, "It means that I once dreamt a dream in which I experienced a century of growth and decay. Thus I have long since seen through the illusions of the world." Nangongning smiled lightly, for she was not foolish and understood the underlying intention. However, she chose not to expose the youth, considering that after 4 years of enlightenment, her little Shizu must have experienced the passage of time in the dreamlike realm of comprehension, thus perceiving matters more clearly than an ordinary person. This explanation was quite reasonable and at least served to convince her own conscience. She offered some perfunctory praise, saying, "I see. It seems that little Shizu possesses not only exceptional talent, but also a wealth of experience and knowledge." Su Xian, with a playful demeanor, responded, "To be honest, I thought you were lecturing me, your Shizu." Nangongning firmly denied. "How could that be? Absolutely not. Little Shizu is an elder. How can a junior lecture an elder?" Su Xian leisurely retorted, "Then why did you say so much?" Nangongning quickly clarified, "Little Shizu misunderstood. I said all that merely to reassure you not to be too tense. The so-called demonic cultivators are like paper tigers before our Wendao zone, easily defeated. It is the demonic cultivators who should truly be afraid. That is what I meant." Su Xian Duka. Hee. Nangongning took the initiative and teased, "Does little Shizu not trust me?" Su Xian, with a knowing glance, inquired, "Someone has approached you, hasn't she?" Nangong Ning noted, her eyes blinking with a hint of guilt, feigning innocence, her captivating gaze reflecting the light of the stars and moon, clear and gentle. Su Xian leaned against the railing. "Speaking softly, that sounds quite intriguing. I am genuinely interested in what you shared. The thirst for knowledge is an innate human trait, especially in such a dreamlike world." Su Xian was eager to learn everything about Wendao Zone. The more he learned, the more he felt it was too surreal, too beautiful, akin to a dream. He feared that it might shatter with a mere poke, or that he might awaken from this dream. After a moment of contemplation, Nangongning confessed, "All right, I admit that Xiao Shui visited me last night." "Oh," she continued to reveal. "She urged me to take good care of you and also to share some wisdom with you." "Oh, Those words I just said were intentionally directed at you. Xiao Shui mentioned that little Shizu seems somewhat reluctant to fulfill the sex tasks. Oh, non gong ning botet blaishuli dasing. Little Shizu shouldn't be so petty as to hold a grudge against me, right? Su Xian, however, diverted the topic. You call her Xiao Wen and Xiao Shui. You seem quite familiar with each other. His eyes sparkled with curiosity. Nan Gongning candidly replied, Yes, Xiao Shui and I share a close bond. We are disciples of the same year, though her talent slightly surpasses mine, thus placing her at a higher level. I am at the 5th stage of Yuan Ying, while she reached the 7th stage decades ago. Su Xian, unable to contain his surprise, queried boldly, May I ask how old you are this year? Nan Gongning's expression darkened as she admonished, Little Shizu, that is quite impolite. I was merely asking. If you prefer not to answer, that's fine. After a moment's hesitation, Nan Gongning took a deep breath and admitted, I am over 200 years old, though I cannot recall the exact age. Su Xian did not find this revelation shocking. A 200-year-old in the mid-stage of Yuan Ying could be considered rather youthful, although the standard for foundation establishment is 10 years. And reaching Jindan is merely average. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, where even a single realm's difference is akin to climbing a mountain. Even geniuses find it easy to attain Jindan, but struggle to achieve Yuan Ying. He remarked, that doesn't seem quite right. What do you mean? Su Xian replied earnestly, I perceive you to be merely 18, thus of the same age as I. Nan Gongning was taken aback for a moment, before bursting into laughter. I didn't expect little Shizu to be so eloquent. Women are peculiar creatures. Regardless of age or status, a compliment on youth or beauty, even if insincere, never fails to bring them joy. Xiaoning, he called. What is it, Shizu? With time on their hands, he continued, Why not enlighten me about the affairs of Wendao Zone and the Northern Realm? Certainly, as long as Shizu does not find it tedious. Not all, he assured. Let us begin with how Wendao Zone oversees the Northern Realm. Chapter 64. His name is Su Xian. Amidst the romantic starlit sky and gentle evening breeze, the young lady spoke softly while the boy listened attentively. She began recounting a tale from the past before addressing the present. The relationship between Wendao Zone and the entire Northern Realm resembled two merchants engaged in business, complementing and achieving mutual benefits. Spanning thousands of miles, there were a total of 108 cities, each governed by a city lord and monitored by an inspection hall. One Jianzong did not directly interfere with the mundane world, but wielded the name of the people to balance the power of the city lords, executing tyrants and punishing those who harmed the populace. Similar to a modern disciplinary committee, they held the sword of authority, ready to strike down corrupt officials. The city lords, in turn, governed in the name of power, establishing rules, maintaining order, stimulating the economy, and caring for the people. Each of the 108 cities had its own lord, akin to feudal lords, hereditary in nature, selecting wise individuals to lead, while remaining under the checks of Wendao Zone, avoiding armed conflict. Even when disputes arose, Wendao Zone intervened to mediate. Throughout this vast territory, all mortals were sheltered by Wendao Zone. In times of disaster, they offered aid, and when demons and monsters attacked, they struck back. In return, the people of the 100 cities, particularly those with exceptional talent, would later seek out Wendao Zone to participate in assessments. And those who passed would become disciples of the sect. Through cultivation and enlightenment within Wendao Zone, they would give back to the mortal realm, creating a virtuous cycle. Thus, Wendao Zone has stood strong for millennia, while the Northern Realm has transformed from a desolate land into a thriving human domain. Nan Gongning mentioned that Wendao Zone has always faced significant pressure. After the disappearance of the Sword Ancestor, as time passed, various otherworldly beings, demons, spirits, and malevolent entities began to stir, frequently causing disturbances and provocations in the mortal world. The Southern Realm, composed of the human race, has never been peaceful either. The three teachings, numerous schools, and even the secular dynasties bordering the Southern Realm have cast covetous eyes upon this land, already scheming in the shadows, both overtly and covertly, with intentions to encroach and dismantle. Although Wendao Zone remains steadfast, relying solely on its own strength is ultimately insufficient. Moreover, Wendao Zone has always held a disdain for cunning schemes, and thus often finds itself at a disadvantage. As she spoke, Nan Gongning's tone grew increasingly fervent. Her eyes, imbued with the fury of a Yuan-ing powerhouse, simmered with righteous indignation. She declared, had it not been for the sect's higher-ups wishing to avoid chaos due to the sect's temporary setbacks, bringing suffering to the common people and dragging the sect into turmoil, we might have already clashed with the Central Plains. But with continual forbearance, we have only received further provocations. She continued, especially in recent years. The Zhongwu Empire along the borders, under the secret instigation and support of the three teachings and various schools, has frequently tested our limits, illegally encroaching upon the Northern Realm's territory by over 100 miles, resulting in bloodshed. Yet both sides have tacitly chosen to remain silent. She added that her last mission involved expelling a battalion of armored cavalry from the Zhongwu Empire at the border. As she spoke, Nan Gongning struck the railing forcefully, exclaiming, this incident in Yicheng might very well be connected to the Zhongwu Empire. Perhaps they are colluding with the demonic cultivators to harm the people of the Northern Realm. If I had the final say, I would certainly sound the war drums, leading 100,000 sword cultivators southward to crush the Zhongwu Imperial City, to send a warning to the world, declaring who truly holds dominion over the Northern Realm. The swords of Wendao Zone are never to be underestimated. Su Xian remained silent, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He understood the anger that Nan Gongning felt. Yet he also recognized that the blatant provocations aimed at Wendao Zone were likely intended to incite a rash response. There were undoubtedly many twists and turns hidden within the situation. It was a classic case of intrigue. Should a conflict erupt, they might unwittingly fall into the trap set by their adversaries. Of course, this was merely his conjecture. In the present moment, possessing merely the foundational realm, despite being the disciple of the ancestral master, he ultimately remains an idle individual, unburdened by the weight of significant matters. He offered a few soothing words to Nan Gongning, adopting the demeanor of a rugged countrywoman, and vehemently criticized the world outside. Nan Gongning laughed sweetly. The most effective means of communication is through emotional resonance. She denounced that world. Xu Xian joined in her condemnation, and she found him quite commendable. Should he indeed inherit the position of the sect leader, she believed he would accomplish great deeds. Unbeknownst to them, this interaction drew their relationship significantly closer. The two engaged in laughter and conversation until the late hours of the night, while Song Qingshu and Ruan Zhong in the cabin observed this exchange in silence. Ruan Zhong was utterly astonished. It was the first time he had witnessed Nan Gongning so talkative and cheerful, a stark contrast to the image of his senior sister he had always held. Brother Song, am I mistaken? Is this truly our senior sister? Song Qingshu, squinting slightly, replied gently, it seems our little master is quite adept at engaging with others. Ruan Zhong clicked his tongue, uncertain, speculating that it might be an infatuation. Song Qingshu chuckled. From what I know, the little master is not that kind of person. Ruan Zhong insisted, I did not refer to the little master. Song Qingshu was momentarily perplexed, then realized, covering his forehead, he refuted, senior sister Nangong is also not that kind of person. How can you be so sure? Song Qingshu confidently stated, if senior sister were truly inclined by appearance, she would have made her move on me long ago. Ruan Zhong remained silent, merely shaking his head in disbelief. What do you mean? Am I not handsome? You are indeed handsome, but you lack a certain masculine vigor. Such a woman would not be drawn to you. Song Qingshu lowered his gaze, unfazed, and simply remarked, this conversation is futile. Their exchange was overheard by Nan Gongning, whose brows furrowed in annoyance, her fair cheeks twitching. Xu Xian, perceptibly noticing, inquired, what troubles you? Nan Gongning, with a strand of hair falling gracefully, smiled slightly. It's nothing. I simply feel a bit restless after so long without a fight. Xu Xian found this perplexing, sensing a strange aura in her smile, unsure of how to respond. Nan Gongning stated, it is getting late. Little master, you should rest early. We will soon reach the borders of Yecheng, where we will certainly have much to attend to. Xu Xian readily agreed. All right. In the morning, as the cloud boat passed Yecheng, the disciples of the Shangtong struck the bronze gong, calling out as per usual, we are passing Yecheng. Those wishing to disembark should hurry. Besides Xu Xian and his companions, several disciples exited the cabin, expressing their gratitude to the Shangtong brothers before departing on their swords, likely also tasked with missions in Yecheng. Nan Gongning exchanged a few pleasantries with the boat captain from that day, and just as the four were about to take their leave, a disciple from Shangtong rushed over and handed Xu Xian a rolled-up scroll. "Little brother, this is for you." Xu Xian paused momentarily, surprised at the burly man before him. "What is this?" The man chuckled. "This is a map I drew. There is a village called Hodao Village, located to the east of a sect. I had to ask many people to find it. I must say, your village is truly remote. Joining the Wendao sect must be a source of pride for your village." Xu Xian felt a surge of joy and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." He then inquired about the man's name. The burly man waved his hand dismissively, humorously stating, "Oh, it was a mere trifling task, nothing to speak of. Just call me Goodman." Xu Xian did not press further, offering his thanks once more before departing with his companions. The man watched them leave, squinting. "This young man is quite impressive. I remember being the only cultivator in my village, and I was quite the figure." The captain suddenly appeared behind him, ominously asking, "Do you know who that young man is? You seem rather familiar." "I don't know, but within the sect, we are all brothers. It is not easy to cultivate outside, so if I can lend a hand, I will." The captain nodded slightly, hesitating before finally stating, "His name is Xu Xian." The name rang a bell for the burly man. He suddenly realized, incredulously exclaiming, "Little Master Xu Xian." The captain cast a deep glance at him, saying nothing further as he walked away. The man stood there in shock, recalling that he had referred to the young master as little brother and even playfully punched his chest, feeling utterly embarrassed as he slapped his thigh. What a disgrace this is. The Wendao sect places great importance on hierarchy and respect. Chapter 65. Yecheng, located south of the northern frontier, borders the Kangwu Empire. After the four departed the cloud boat, they headed directly towards the city of Yecheng. This mission involved demonic cultivators, so certain details needed to be gathered from the inspection hall in Yecheng to avoid unnecessary detours. At dawn, amidst the clouds and sea, they spotted a massive city from a distance. The four landed in an uninhabited area outside the city. They stowed away their celestial swords and donned more practical attire, stepping onto the main road as if they were ordinary merchants. According to the three disciples of the Wendao sect, when conducting affairs outside, strive to adhere to the customs of the mortal realm to avoid unnecessary commotion, refraining from flaunting their identities in public. Xu Xian expressed his understanding, emphasizing a low-profile approach. Though it was still early morning, the main road outside the city bustled with people, with many vehicles and travelers coming and going. Yecheng is one of the few cities in the northern region closely connected to the Central Plains, engaging in frequent trade. Compared to other cities, it is relatively prosperous, and thus, the city is a melting pot of diverse individuals. Even now, one could see a variety of people on the main road, including those in peculiar attire. The four blended into the crowd, and due to their striking appearances and remarkable demeanor, they frequently attracted glances from passers-by. Many whispered among themselves, commenting on their looks and charm. However, the four were accustomed to such attention, remaining unfazed as they continued their lively conversation. Xu Xian walked with his hands behind his back, speaking animatedly. "There are indeed nuances to the roads beneath our feet. Paths that allow only one person are called qi, while a road that can accommodate a unicycle is known as jing. A winding path that leads to a secluded area is termed chu, inspiring the phrase to take an alternative path. A route that can fit a horse cart is called tu, which gives rise to the saying an old horse knows the way. If a path can accommodate two carts, it is called dao, leading to the expression parting ways. Should a small side path appear beside the main road, it is called qi, and if one were to wander into it, it would be termed straying from the right path. The path we tread now, wide enough for 3 carts to pass side by side, is indeed a road. Just look at how spacious it is. It seems Yecheng is quite prosperous." Xu Xian spoke with such articulation that his companions were momentarily taken aback. Is it just a road? How can it conceal so many intricacies? Especially Ruanzhong, whose life revolved around forging and cultivation, found Xu Xian's insights novel and intriguing, exclaiming, "Little master, how do you know so much?" Xu Xian, leaning back casually, replied, "I have a rather unfortunate habit of enjoying reading, almost obsessively. A day without reading leaves me restless. I cannot help it." Ruanzhong nodded repeatedly, understanding why Xu Xian possessed such knowledge. "I, on the other hand, struggle. Reading gives me a headache." Xu Xian humbly remarked, "We are merely at the beginning. Spend more time with me, and you will see I possess vast knowledge." "MHM good?" Song Qingshu shook his head helplessly, while Nangongning found the situation amusing. However, it must be noted that their little master is indeed not a person devoid of insight. Although his words contained some embellishment, there was a genuine depth of knowledge beneath. Upon reaching the city, the towering walls stood proud, flags fluttering in the wind. The city opened 3 gates, guarded by lightly armored soldiers who inspected incoming vehicles. Each gate was designated for specific purposes, one for goods, one for carts, and one for pedestrians. The orderly separation of people and goods ensured a smooth process. As they entered the city, a young soldier stopped the 4 for a routine inquiry. The 4 individuals, having changed their attire, concealed their identities as disciples of Windazong, yet their exceptional demeanor was undeniable. The young guard stationed at the gate, having encountered countless people of various backgrounds, immediately sensed their extraordinary presence and thus spoke with deference. "May I inquire where you hail from and the purpose of your visit to the city?" Song Qingshu, with an air of elegance, opened his palm to reveal the Taoist talisman, which gradually unveiled its true form. At the mere sight of it, the guard's expression shifted in astonishment. Song Qingshu smiled warmly and advised, "Do not make a fuss." The guard understood, stepped aside, and bowed slightly in respect. "Please, thank you. It is my duty. Allow you to pass." With a grand gesture, the armored soldiers cleared the way, and the 4 strode confidently into the city. A curious soldier, unable to contain his inquisitiveness, casually asked, "Captain, who are these individuals?" The usually good-natured captain, however, suddenly adopted a stern demeanor, casting a sharp glance and admonishing, "Focus on your work. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you." The chastened soldier could only retreat in frustration. Upon crossing the city gate, they were greeted by a breathtaking panorama, as if an exquisite painting of a prosperous era was slowly unfurling before their eyes. Their gaze was met with a wide thoroughfare, densely packed buildings, winding alleys, and a bustling crowd. The sounds of commotion filled the air, with vendors hawking their wares and performers showcasing their talents. With a flicker of thought, they glanced further afield, where pavilions and towers soared, lanterns hung high, scholars danced with fans, poets recited verses, and beautiful women waved silk handkerchiefs, luring patrons to their windows. The aroma of freshly baked flatbreads wafted through the air, enticing passers-by with cries of "Do not miss out on these exquisite silks, sold at a bargain." Those with wealth support the affluent, while those without money support the camaraderie, a voice jested. As for the storytellers and performers, heed their words, for the paths ahead are yet to unfold, and stay tuned for the next episode. Good sir, come and enjoy. Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying the vibrant scene before him, overwhelmed by the dazzling sights and sounds. The cries of flower sellers echoed in his ears, prompting him to murmur, "How interesting, truly fascinating." Song Qingshu, wielding a folding fan, strolled leisurely and inquired, "Is this your first encounter with such a spectacle, little master ancestor?" Su Xian replied nonchalantly, "Not at all. I have seen plenty on television before." The 3 companions exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mixture of confusion and curiosity. "Television? What is that?" Realizing he had inadvertently let slip an unfamiliar term, Su Xian shrugged it off, his gaze wandering to a nearby flower shop. "Not important, but I must say, Yeching is quite liberal. Just look at those ladies, their skirts barely cover their thighs." As he paused, he caught the peculiar looks from the 3 and quickly adjusted his demeanor, standing upright and admonishing, "How can they wear so little? It is unbecoming and shameless." Ruan Zhong scratched his head, thinking to himself, "Didn't you seem quite captivated just a moment ago? Why the sudden reprimand? Something feels off." Nangong Ning remained silent, letting out a soft sigh, reflecting on how youthful the little master ancestor still was, lacking resistance to the allure of the worldly pleasures. Song Qingshu, however, teased, "They are merely striving for a livelihood. It is nothing to be concerned about. If little master ancestor ever visits the Central Plains, you must see Jiangnan, the true birthplace of brothels and entertainment, where scholars and poets, talented youths and beautiful maidens gather, indulging in music and poetry, and even immortal beings linger, reluctant to depart." Oh, Su Xian's interest was piqued, and he chuckled. "If that is the case, I must indeed go and witness this seemingly sinful place where one can still find peace." Song Qingshu smiled silently. Ruan Zhong, with sincere honesty, remarked, "Little master ancestor, There is no need to feign decorum. We are all men here. Nangong's sister is also experienced. She would not mock you. Su Xian cast a sly glance at Nangong Ning, who wore an expression of surprise and retorted defiantly, I do not understand what you mean. Little Zhong. The three responded with a collective, eh. Su Xian chose to feign ignorance. After a while, they arrived at a courtyard adorned with a sign reading Windazong Supervision Hall. We have arrived. Chapter 66, The Unwritten Scroll. The courtyard was quite grand, yet upon entering, it felt unusually desolate. Shortly after their arrival, a figure emerged from the back courtyard, his realm at the early stage of Jindan. He scrutinized the four with a vigilant gaze and inquired seriously, Who are you looking for? Nangong Ning threw the Taoist talisman into the air, which soared and was caught effortlessly by the newcomer, who then examined it with his spiritual sense. Luo Yinfeng, Nangong Ning, third-generation disciple. He hurried forward, cupping his hands in a respectful bow. I am Li Feng from the Supervision Hall. It is an honor to meet you, Master Ancestor Nangong. Evidently, this young man was a fifth-generation disciple of Windazong, considered quite young among the ranks. Although Windazong had been established for a millennium, the disciples only spanned 8 generations. According to the sect's tradition, exceptionally gifted new disciples would be taken under the wing of second-generation disciples, while those of commendable aptitude would join third-generation disciples, leaving the remaining to be distributed amongst the fourth generation. Moreover, the trend within Windazong favored masters taking on apprentices, making it rare for fifth-generation disciples to accept students. There is no need for formalities. Li Feng arose and returned the Taoist talisman with both hands. After receiving it, Nangong Ning inquired nonchalantly, Is it just you? Li Feng replied, Yes, the others are occupied elsewhere. If Master Ancestor has any matters, feel free to convey them to me. Nangong Ning directly addressed the issue. Are you aware of the incident regarding the missing infants in Yecheng? Upon hearing this, Li Feng's expression noticeably hardened, and he replied in a grave tone, Esteemed seniors, please follow me. He led the way toward the back hall. The group exchanged glances, not overthinking it, and followed. As they walked, Su Xian lamented to Song Qingshu. Is there really such a shortage of personnel in the Supervision Hall? Song Qingshu chuckled. Little Master Ancestor may not know this, but the Supervision Hall of Windazong consists of 108 branches, each assigned a maximum of 5 disciples to oversee a city. Most of them are at the Jindan stage, and if it were not for this arrangement, we would not be entrusted with tasks such as ours. Su Xian grumbled about the insufficient number of personnel, feeling it was rather precarious. Ruan Zhong interjected, 5 is not a small number in a place like Yecheng. Jindan stage cultivators are quite formidable. 5 of them are enough to devastate the city. Su Xian rolled his eyes and lectured. Do you not realize that there are always greater beings beyond our own? Do not underestimate this world. In such a chaotic place, hidden talents abound, and one can never tell when a powerful master may emerge from some obscure corner. Since Su Xian set foot in Yecheng and moved through the crowd, he had already spotted at least 10 Jindan cultivators mingling among the throngs. However, he did not wish to voice this, knowing that 9 out of 10 were disciples of Windazong, identifiable by the sword light emanating from them. Only those affiliated with Windazong could possess the fated sword from the sword tomb. Ruan Zhong scratched his head, naively saying, Little Master Ancestor is correct. I will take note of that. They traversed through the back courtyard and entered a room. After inviting the 4 to sit, Li Feng served them tea. Then, with an air of mystery, he retrieved a scroll from a hidden alcove and handed it to Nangong Ning with gravity. This was entrusted to me by the Hall Master before his departure, specifically instructing that if anyone from the sect inquires about the missing infants, it should be passed on to them. Nangong Ning unfurled the scroll, glancing at it briefly before furrowing her brow and asking, Did your Hall Master say anything else? Li Feng pondered for a moment before shaking his head, his gaze fixed on the scroll in Nangong Ning's hand. To be candid, we originally had 5 members, but one mysteriously vanished 3 months ago, and we have searched extensively with no leads. Half a month ago, the Hall Master inadvertently followed a lead on the missing disciple and discovered that in recent years, Yecheng has inexplicably lost a significant number of female infants, all under a month old. The Hall Master suspects this may be related to demonic cultivators and reported it to the sect. He left this scroll and instructed us to guard the hall, but he has yet to return and has not revealed his whereabouts. Upon hearing this, the group fell into contemplation. Nangong Ning closed the scroll and nodded slightly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your efforts. She then turned to the three, signaling them. The three understood the cue, rising in unison to depart. Li Feng stood to see them off. As they reached the door, Su Xian suddenly halted and turned to look back at Li Feng, who welcomed him with a friendly smile. Su Xian asked abruptly, "Your name is Li Feng, correct?" Li Feng chuckled. "Indeed, Mu Zi Li the Fengyan Dao Feng." Su Xian nodded, casting a deep glance at his companion, and inexplicably remarked, "I will remember you. Do your best." Li Feng was taken aback, smiling foolishly. Certainly. Upon exiting the supervision hall, Su Xian's brow remained furrowed. Meanwhile, Song Qing-shu and Ruan Chong approached Nangong Ning, fixating on the scroll in her hand, inquiring, "Senior sister, what is contained within?" Nangong Ning casually handed it to Song Qing-shu. "You take a look." Song Qing-shu accepted it, gradually unfurling it in his hands. Ruan Chong craned his neck, leaning in from behind. The scroll, made of yellowed rice paper, bore no inscription. However, in the corner, a few dark red drops remained, resembling the unintentional spillage of vermilion. Ruan Chong was bewildered, asking, "But there's nothing written here?" Skeptical. He even employed his Yuan-ing divine sense to probe, but ultimately found nothing. Even the astute Song Qing-shu furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with confusion, absent-mindedly rubbing the crimson spots on the paper with his long fingers and bringing it to his nose. "Blood?" Nangong Ning replied coolly, "Yes. And it is the blood of a female infant, not yet a month old." Song Qing-shu pondered deeply. "Let me see." Ruan Chong snatched the scroll, examining it closely and leaning in to smell it, confirming her words. He then looked to the others, still perplexed, asking, "What does he intend to convey?" Song Qing-shu, resting his elbow on his hand and stroking his chin, analyzed. The matter of the demon cultivators originated from the theft of a female infant. The Hall Master deliberately left this scroll stained with the infant's blood, indicating a connection. If I'm not mistaken, the blood here is likely from one of the stolen infants. Ruan Chong nodded, somewhat understanding, agreeing, "That makes sense. I feel the same." Song Qing-shu slightly furrowed his brows, quickly shifting the topic. "However, based solely on this bloodstain, we cannot deduce much. There is more than one stolen infant, making it impossible to verify. Furthermore, the color of the blood suggests it has been some time. The essence has long dissipated, rendering it ineffective for tracing techniques. However, if the infant were still alive, we could attempt a divination using feng shui techniques. Unfortunately, none of us specialize in that." Nangong Ning lowered her gaze, lost in thought. Ruan Chong said nonchalantly, "That's not difficult. We can find someone skilled when we return to the sect." Song Qing-shu remained silent. Nangong Ning gently remarked, "The round trip would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. If that infant is dead, even the ancestors could not divine the outcome. This bloodstain is at least half a month old. If our conjectures are correct, a female infant in the hands of demon cultivators for less than a month has a very low chance of survival." Song Qing-shu nodded in agreement. Ruan Chong, who typically disliked deep thinking, shrugged. "So what do we do?" Nangong Ning deliberately slowed her pace, glancing at Su Xian, asking, "Little Master Ancestor, do you have any thoughts?" Su Xian had been looking down, but upon regaining his senses, he raised his gaze, somewhat dazed. Song Qing-shu noticed something was off with Su Xian, inquiring, "Little Master Ancestor, are you feeling unwell?" He had observed Su Xian's worried demeanor since leaving the supervision hall. Su Xian hesitated, saying it's nothing. Nangong Ning tilted her head slightly, gently asking, "Does Little Master Ancestor think we are mistaken in our discussion?" Su Xian glanced back at the now-vanished supervision hall at the end of the long street. He answered tangentially, "Did any of you find Li Feng to be somewhat peculiar just now?" Chapter 67. Tianju Jun. The three were taken aback, their eyes shifting. "What was odd?" Su Xian struggled to articulate, "I can't quite pinpoint it. It's just a feeling. You know what I mean." Song Qing-shu shook his head. "I don't understand." Ruan Chong stroked his chin. "I understand a bit, but not much." This earned him a few eye rolls. Ruan Chong added, "I just felt that kid was rather shifty, which made me uncomfortable. As the saying goes, one's appearance reflects the heart. Look at the disciples of our sect, who among them isn't like me, with sharp brows and bright eyes, full of righteousness?" Nangong Ning ignored Ruan Chong and said slowly, "Actually, I also find it a bit strange. He seemed too calm. Think about it. 5 people in a sub-hall, 1 missing, and the hall master silent. yet he appears unfazed. This perspective resonated with Song Qing-shu. Ruanchong, however, dismissed it, saying, "You're overthinking it. Perhaps he simply has a steady personality, just like me, unfazed even when facing calamity." Nangong Ning expressed her disdain, stating, "Enough of that." Song Qing-shu frowned. "Can you not boast for once?" Ruanchong muttered, "Am I not allowed to speak the truth?" Su Xian remained silent, his thoughts diverging from the group. Nevertheless, Ruanchong had a point. Perhaps he was overthinking. Recalling his thoughts, he glanced at the scroll in Ruanchong's hand, inexplicably uttering a word: paper. The three halted their argument, looking at him in confusion. Su Xian calmly suggested, "Let us ask someone if this paper is produced in Yicheng." Nangong Ning and Song Qing-shu were momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Nangong Ning noted alrigit. Song Qing-shu gave a thumbs up, praising, as expected of Little Master Ancestor. "Your words awakened the dreamer, a brilliant insight." Su Xian smiled modestly, saying, "Let us inquire first." Only Ruanchong remained bewildered, glancing between Song Qing-shu and Nangong Ning. Then finally turning to Su Xian, feeling utterly perplexed. "Are you all playing riddles?" Nangong Ning mercilessly snatched the scroll from his hand. Song Qing-shu shot him a knowing glance. Ruanchong looked at Su Xian, Little Master Ancestor. Su Xian smiled, interrupting, "You will find out soon." Ruanchong was left in a fog. "You all are quite amusing. Are we not on the same team? Wait for me." Moments later, at a location in Yicheng, they found out. Yunxian Garden, 200 miles north of the city, Tianjujun. "Let us go." "All right." The four exited the city, flying north on their swords. Su Xian flew south, thus sharing a sword with Ruanchong. On the way, Ruanchong, having come to a realization, could not help but ask Little Master Ancestor, "How did you connect this paper to its place of origin?" Su Xian smiled. "I was merely guessing." "How did you guess?" "It was so accurate. Teach me." Ruanchong pressed on, determined to get to the bottom of it. Su Xian replied calmly, "When I arrived, I noticed many bamboo groves within Yicheng. Once inside the city, the busiest main street had a paper shop every few hundred meters. It seems that Yicheng's paper is quite renowned, with many in the paper trade. The hall master specifically left this item for us, surely intending to convey some information. The blood stains the paper, yet it bears no words, leading me to guess that he wanted to indicate that there is an issue with the place of paper production. Of course, this remains a conjecture." Ruanchong expressed deep admiration, feeling that Su Xian's analysis was impeccable, albeit lacking in education. He simply exclaimed, "Awesome." Song Qing-shu chuckled. Little Master Ancestor is not only gifted, but also possesses such keen insight. Nangong Ning remained silent, but she wholeheartedly agreed with their observations. The enigma that had troubled her was succinctly unraveled, filled with intricate details. This Little Master Ancestor was not only handsome, but also clever and observant. Simultaneously, she concurred with Su Xian's speculation, believing that the scroll in her hand indeed conveyed this message. After Su Xian finished speaking, he began to doubt himself, however. "I still can't comprehend why. If my conjecture is correct, he did not simply write it on the paper or send the information back to the sect. Why go through such a roundabout way to make us guess?" Nangong Ning replied, "That is not strange. He might be worried that the news would leak, fearing it would alarm the snake." Su Xian nodded perhaps. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, so he chose to dismiss the thoughts. His purpose for coming along was merely to broaden his horizons and accumulate points. With 2 Yuan Ying and 1 Jindan cultivator, traversing Yicheng would be effortless. Why overthink? As the old saying goes, in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is but a paper tiger, hardly worth mentioning. Soon, the 4 individuals arrived within the confines of Tianjujun, where bamboo flourished abundantly amidst the mountains and ravines. Towering stalks reached skyward, creating an illusion of piercing through the clouds. The bamboo here was notably large and standing on the ground. One felt as if the stalks were indeed reaching for the heavens, their tops obscured from view. The Zhulongzhu, a species capable of growing up to 30 meters tall, is recognized as the tallest variety among known bamboos. The bamboo groves of Tianjujun are both lofty and expansive, leading the locals to affectionately refer to them as Tianju, which in turn inspired the name of the region. As they traversed through the county, they encountered an elderly man in the mountains and approached him with an inquiry. "Excuse me, sir, could you direct us to Yinshan Yuan?" The old man scrutinized the group with a peculiar expression and retorted, "Are you from out of town seeking to buy paper?" "Indeed," they replied. The elder responded, then turned back. The four were momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend the reason. The old man lowered his voice and explained, "Yin Xian Yuan has long since shut its doors. The workers departed well before the new year, so there is no paper to be sold. Visiting would be futile. Closed down?" The four were bewildered by this unexpected revelation and hastily inquired, "Why? It was doing well. How could it have closed? It doesn't make sense," they murmured. The old man's gaze wandered, shrouded in mystery as he remarked, "You are unaware, but that place has been haunted. I've heard it said that in the bamboo grove behind Yin Xian Yuan, one can hear the cries of infants at night, said to be the ghosts of babies. Several people have perished there, and the workers fled in terror, leaving no one willing to work. The owner, left with no options, had no choice but to close." Song Qingshu probed further. "How could it be haunted in the first place?" The old man rambled, "I wouldn't know. I'm just an old soul, merely sharing what I've heard. The tale has spread like wildfire, known throughout the 10-mile radius." The four exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. If it were indeed spirits causing the disturbance, why had the one Tao sect not caught wind of it? They had just arrived and might not know. But surely Li Feng from the inspection hall could not be oblivious. Su Xian, intrigued, remarked, "If people have died, why hasn't it been reported to the authorities?" "Why report? I've seen the officials come by several times, but it's all ghosts. The officials can't do anything." Everyone is spreading rumors that the owner of Yin Xian Yuan buried his female worker alive after she became pregnant, fearing others would find out. The child in her womb has come back to claim a life. These wealthy people are often wicked, capable of anything. They have sown calamity, and now they reap retribution. Clearly, from the old man's tone, the subsequent tales were mere hearsay. After a brief exchange of gossip, Su Xian refrained from delving deeper into the details and asked, "Could you kindly point us in the right direction?" The old man, unaware of any ulterior motives, replied, "Just over there, follow this road straight ahead. Turn left at the first intersection and continue forward." "Thank you," they expressed gratefully. "Be cautious as it gets dark early in these mountains and the humidity is heavy. You should return quickly, lest you provoke misfortune." "Understood." They bid farewell to the woodcutter, who hummed a folk tune as he departed. The four remained solemn, exchanging knowing glances. Ruanchong confidently asserted, "There is indeed something amiss with Yin Xian Yuan. Infant cries, hauntings, and the authorities have come. Yet the one Tao sect has not intervened to exorcise the spirits." The more they pondered, the more disconcerting it felt, especially in light of the clues left by the head of the inspection hall. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. "It seems we have come to the right place." Nangong Ning added, "Let us move quickly before darkness falls. We must get to work." Chapter 68. The abandoned bamboo grove. Green bamboo lines the secluded path, while blue vines brush against our garments. As dusk descended, the road ahead became overgrown with weeds, and withered leaves blanketed the ground. Yet, faint traces of cart tracks remained, indicating recent traffic, likely heavy loads. Following the elder's directions, the four opted to suppress their presence, skimming along the bamboo forest. They soon arrived at an open area where the bamboo was sparse, with more bamboo shoots and fewer towering stalks, revealing a cluster of buildings unmistakably belonging to a papermaking workshop. The three alighted silently, observing bamboo baskets and woven items scattered at the entrance. The main door was tightly shut, adorned with a yellowing seal from the Yi City authorities, and showed signs of wear. The wooden door was mottled, and the signboard hung askew. A chill ran down their spines as the evening breeze stirred the bamboo leaves, creating a haunting sound as the sign swayed, creaking ominously. Nangong Ning spoke in a low voice. "This is indeed Yin Xian Yuan." Ruanchong expanded his senses, enveloping the estate with his divine awareness, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light, stating, "There is no trace of life." Song Qingshu suggested, "Let us take a look inside." "Agreed." Nangong Ning cautioned, "Little master ancestor, stay close to me." Su Xian readily complied without a second thought. They leapt over a several-meter-high wall effortlessly. After all, cultivators need not use the door. Upon entering the courtyard, they found it in disarray, clearly having been abandoned for a long time. "Split up and search," Song Qingshu instructed, veering left while Ruanchong headed to the rear. Their figures flickered and vanished, while Su Xian followed Nangong Ning into the main courtyard. As twilight deepened, The eerie cries of owls from the bamboo forest added to the unsettling ambience of the desolate garden. Su Xian couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. After a thorough search, they found broken doors, scattered tiles, half-finished paper, rotting bamboo, soaking in lime, and foul-smelling water, yet no useful clues emerged. Su Xian frequently scanned his surroundings, cautiously stating, "Little Ning, do you not feel that this place is unclean?" Nangong Ning furrowed her brow, waved her sleeve to brush away a spiderweb, and remarked with distaste, "It is indeed quite filthy." After a brief pause, she added, "And it also smells terrible." Su Xian was left speechless. Evidently, their definitions of dirtiness differed entirely. Little Master Ancestor. Nangong Ning, usually composed, teased with a playful glint in her eyes. "Are you afraid of ghosts?" Su Xian replied earnestly. "How could that be?" Nangong Ning, skeptical, questioned, "Really not afraid?" Su Xian shrugged and scoffed. "Ghosts and deities. They are indistinguishable. I have never encountered a deity, let alone a ghost. There aren't that many ghosts in the world. However, there are certainly many who feign the supernatural. In Fanzhou, there are humans, demons, spirits, and malevolent entities, all of which can cultivate to immortality. As for ghosts, according to the knowledge I have gathered, they do not exist. Those so-called drowned ghosts and vengeful spirits are merely manifestations of energies that have cultivated into anomalies, or they are lingering attachments of powerful souls that remain on Earth after death. Theoretically, they are not ghosts, but if one insists on calling them ghosts, that is also acceptable, for that is how the world perceives them." Su Xian, focused on his cultivation of immortality, approached the matter with rigor. Rather than believing in the tales of vengeful spirits, he preferred the notion that someone was orchestrating the supernatural occurrences from shadows. Following Su Xian's line of reasoning, Nangong Ning inquired, "Little Master Ancestor, do you also suspect that the ghostly disturbances are suspicious?" Su Xian shook his head, responding nonchalantly, "I cannot ascertain if the hauntings are truly problematic, but I am certain that the individuals involved are questionable." Nangong Ning slowed her pace, feigning ignorance. "Oh? What do you mean?" Su Xian analyzed. Although many engage in the paper-making business in Yi City, the absence of one or two would hardly be noticed. Yet, as you can see, the scale of Yunxian Yuan is significant. There are dozens of pools for soaking bamboo alone. How could such a large enterprise close simply due to ghostly rumors? Furthermore, the idea of a haunting is merely speculative. With such a vast operation, could they not afford to hire a few Taoists to exorcise the spirits? Is it not often said that money can make even ghosts work? Moreover, let us not forget that this is the territory of the One Tao sect, where exorcising spirits and vanquishing demons is a customary duty, performed without charge. This free labor, would you not utilize it if you were in their position? Additionally, if I recall correctly, local authorities are permitted to burn incense for spirits when faced with matters beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. Once the intelligence hall receives such reports, they assess the risks based on the incense's content and subsequently relay the information to the task hall for the dispatch of sect members to resolve the issue. The elder remarked that the incident occurred around the year's end, yet several months have passed, and there is no mention of it in the mission hall or the posted tasks of Yeching. Su Xian articulated his analysis with clarity and substantiation. Nangong Ning occasionally cast her gaze downward, her brow furrowed. She found herself in agreement with many of Su Xian's thoughts, yet one aspect eluded her understanding. Prompting her curiosity to inquire, how does the little master determine that there is no such task in the mission hall? Su Xian Tuka Hakwadili. Didn't Ti-Ching Shu come to me the other day, inquiring if I wanted to form a team? I agreed and thought since I was here, I might as well check if I could tackle something else. So I perused all the tasks related to Yeching in the mission hall. Unfortunately, none were suitable. Nangong Ning paused briefly before responding, "Little master, you truly are diligent." Su Xian shrugged lazily. "I have no choice. I am impoverished." Nangong Ning smilet kuyetli. Not only was Su Xian a newcomer to the sect, having just established his foundation, but even Nangong Ning, now in the Yuaning stage, shared the same plight of poverty, ending each year with empty hands. Many like her existed within the One Tao sect, referring to themselves as the Nianguangzu. Returning to the topic, Nangong Ning stated, "If that is the case, then the owner of Yunxian Yuan and the local government of Tianzhu County must also have issues. What do you propose we do next, little master?" Su Xian pondered before replying. "What else can we do but follow the clues? If a person is problematic, We investigate the person, if an event is dubious. We scrutinize the event. In this world, every occurrence leaves traces. For now, we must pursue these leads. Nan Gongning smiled. Great minds think alike. I share your sentiment. It seems Little Master possesses a knack for solving cases. Su Xian rolled his eyes. Please refrain from jesting. I am quite aware of my own limitations. Nan Gongning chose not to dwell on this topic and turned to leave. Let us seek them out and see if they have made any discoveries. Su Xian hurriedly followed. After a moment, the four congregated. As their gazes met, two of them subtly shook their heads, indicating they had found nothing. Ruan Chong complained. I also visited that bamboo grove. There was nothing, not a single clue. Do you think we might have guessed wrong? Song Qing Shu pondered. It is not impossible. Ruan Chong asked, so what do we do? Should we revert to the old method of waiting for a rabbit by the stump? Chapter 69. The Bamboo Grove Ghost Child. Song Qing Shu's cheek twitched slightly at the mention of waiting for a rabbit. It was absurd to think they could wait indefinitely in such a vast yetching. Ruan Chong shrugged. So what should we do? Junior sister, you're the one with the most ideas. Nan Gongning furrowed her brow, reiterating Su Xian's line of thought in her own words. To ensure Ruan Chong grasped the concept fully, her analysis was more profound and specific, unveiling many details. Ruan Chong quickly understood, and as for Song Qing Shu, he merely wished to echo Nan Gongning's earlier remark, great minds think alike. The four reached a consensus to continue pursuing the current clues. To enhance efficiency, Nan Gongning proposed splitting into 3 groups and assigning tasks. Qing Shu, you have a keen mind. You will investigate the background of Yun Xian Yuan, uncovering the true owner behind it. The more detailed, the better. See if you can find out the real reason for Yun Xian Yuan's closure. Song Qing Shu nodded in agreement. Leave it to me. Ruan Chong, you will visit the local government in Tianzhu County. Review the case files to ascertain when this notice was posted. Since it involves hauntings, why was there no incense burned for communication? Locate the official responsible for this matter and inquire thoroughly. Ruan Chong patted his chest confidently. No problem. Nan Gongning emphasized. Remember to speak courteously. Do not resort to violence. Ruan Chong assured her. Sister, you should know me better. I may appear rugged, but I am quite gentle. Moreover, as a swordsmith, I am well aware of the importance of detail. My eyes are like a ruler. No schemes can escape my discerning gaze. I promise to investigate thoroughly and clearly. The 3 exchanged glances, bemused by the only credible aspect of his statement being the lack of a blush on his face. Nan Gongning interrupted his rambling. Enough. Let's depart. Regardless of the outcome, we shall reconvene outside Tianzhu County at noon tomorrow. The others nodded in agreement. Song Qing Shu casually asked, Sister, what about you and the Little Master? Ruan Chong chimed in eagerly. Yes, why not have the Little Master accompany me? I am full of details. He can learn a thing or two. Su Xian fell silent, bemused. As for details, he suspected only his concealed younger brother could be considered meticulous. Everything else was far too coarse. Nan Gongning disregarded Ruan Chong's comment, glancing back at the tranquil bamboo grove enveloped in nighttime shadows, squinting as she recalled. Did not the local informant say that the bamboo grove behind Yun Xian Yuan is haunted at midnight? It is now dark. I will remain to see if there are indeed ghosts or merely someone playing tricks. Casting a sidelong glance at Su Xian, she added with a smile, Little Master, you are not afraid of ghosts, so stay to protect me. Su Xian was taken aback, retorting, I can do it. Ruan Chong and Song Qing Shu exchanged knowing glances, sharing smirks, and even mischievously nudged Su Xian, displaying expressions of understanding. After offering a cautionary be careful, they vanished into the enveloping darkness. Confused, Su Xian pondered whether the wind had clouded their vision. Little Master, shall we go? Huh? Where to? Nan Gongning's gaze sparkled with mischief as she tossed him a flirtatious glance, her tone soft. Where else could we go but the small bamboo grove? Su Xian Saiva, retorting, cut it out, be serious. Nan Gongning feigned a frown. Or am I being unserious? Su Xian replied nonchalantly, not you. I meant the small bamboo grove is not serious. Nan Gongning grinned mischievously. It is fine if the bamboo grove is unserious, as long as the person is serious. As night deepened, the wind grew stronger, and the full moon hung high in the sky, casting a bright glow amidst the sparse stars. In the vast bamboo grove, moonlight occasionally filtered through the gaps in the leaves, swaying with the breeze, creating a dappled pattern on the ground. The whispering wind accompanied the rustling of bamboo leaves. while the occasional snapping of bamboo startled the nightingale into flight. Su Xian and Nan Gongning concealed their presence, merging with the darkness. Leaning against a giant bamboo, Su Xian closed his eyes to rest. As midnight approached, the moon floated high, the night darkened. The already dim bamboo grove became pitch black. Suddenly, a strong wind surged through the grove, causing the bamboo to sway noisily, startling countless nightingales into the air, chirping incessantly. Instinctively tightening his arms around himself, Su Xian slowly opened his eyes to see Nan Gongning sitting cross-legged before him, her beautiful eyes gleaming like an owl's, radiating a ghostly light. The sudden change rendered the atmosphere even more eerie, and Su Xian's throat instinctively tightened with anxiety as he softly called, Xiaoning. Nan Gongning raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Shu. Su Xian fell silent, scanning his surroundings. Although it was pitch black, a foundational realm cultivator requires only minimal light to perceive their environment, possessing night vision capabilities. Thus, within his line of sight, he could discern bamboo, leaves, and dust clearly within 10 meters. Beyond that distance, it became somewhat blurred. Nan Gongning whispered, "Little master, listen." Su Xian felt perplexed, but decided not to overthink it. Focusing on the sound around him, the wind rustled, and the bamboo clattered. Yet amidst the cacophony, he faintly discerned the sound of a baby's cries. His entire being became alert. Nan Gongning pointed toward the depths of the bamboo grove, uttering a single word, "There." They exchanged glances, and Su Xian understood, quietly drawing his heavy sword from his sleeve and resting it on his shoulder. Nan Gongning paused, staring at the glinting blade. "Little master, what are you doing?" Su Xian hushed his voice. "Do not mind the details. Let us investigate what is happening." Nan Gongning, already inclined to do so, nodded in agreement. "All right." As I traverse through the darkness of the night, I glide like a lingering shadow. The wind whispers softly, but the cries of an infant grow increasingly heavy and clearer. The sound resonates, wah wah wah, wah 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 wah, wah 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 wah, ethereal and piercing. It evokes a sense of despair that no child of such tender age should bear. It resembles not a human child, but rather that of a ghostly infant. Su Xian's heart raced with unease. Could there truly be a spirit? Gripping his heavy sword tightly, he masked the sound of his hurried footsteps with the wind, closely trailing behind Nan Gongning. Before long, they stumbled upon a clearing deep within the bamboo grove, a stark contrast to the surrounding foliage. The infant's cries emanated from this very spot. The two instinctively halted, gazing intently as the clouds above parted, allowing the moonlight to cascade down, illuminating the clearing perfectly. As their vision sharpened, a vivid splash of crimson stood out in the moonlight. It appeared to be a child, clad in a bright red garment, sitting motionless with its back turned towards them. They held their breath, hesitant to approach. Such a small child sitting so upright was undeniably suspicious. With the moon now shining bright and the wind stilled, the wailing ceased abruptly. Just as they contemplated their next move, the child in red slowly turned its head, seemingly aware of their presence. In that instant, Su Xian's heart leaped into his throat, as if facing a formidable foe. The pale face, reddened eyes, and cracked lips gazed at them before breaking into a sudden laugh. Hee 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 hee. Can you play with me? Chapter 70. Blood Puppet. The laughter was jarring and eerie, causing the temperature to plummet, a chilling sensation enveloping them. Hee 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 hee. Can you play with me? Nan Gongning felt a gust of wind rise beside her, zipping past. She lifted her gaze to see Su Xian darting forward, wielding a 2-meter-long giant sword, carving a perfect arc in the moonlight before delivering a decisive strike. Boom! The heavy sword crashed into the ground, unleashing the might of its foundational power, creating a deep pit in the clearing. Earth and stones flew, leaves scattered chaotically. Nan Gongning was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, "So fierce." Initially, when Su Xian claimed to fear no ghost, she had dismissed it as bravado. Who could truly be unafraid of spirits? Now, her belief was solidified. Without further ado, she swung her sword. Alas, it ultimately struck air. Amidst the dust, the ghostly infant hovered in midair, its face twisted, oscillating between laughter and cries, exhibiting manic behavior. Hee hee hee. Hoo hoo hoo. Why did you hit the baby? The baby is so small. Daddy doesn't tee like the baby? Daddy is bad. Daddy deserves to die. The baby will eat Daddy. Ha ha ha. Su Xian instinctively swung his sword, missing his target. Raising his gaze just in time to see the ghostly infant lunging towards him with its toothless, bloodied mouth. He swung his sword again, cursing, "What nonsense! I'm not even married yet. Who are you calling daddy? Take this." The sword swung wide, but the ghostly infant, despite lacking any cultivation, moved with astonishing speed, flitting about like the wind. Su Xian struck thrice in vain, not even brushing against its clothing. Cursing softly, he muttered, "This is absurd." Nan Gongning formed her fingers into a sword shape, a flick of her wrist conjuring a blade of sword energy that surged towards the ghostly infant. With a single sword strike of her nascent soul, albeit not her full power, it sped like the wind, and the ghostly infant could not evade it, letting out a chilling scream as it was pierced. With a twist of her wrist, Nan Gongning raised her fingers, softly uttering a word. Bind. The howling sword energy abruptly halted in midair before swiftly retracting, transforming into a binding cord that ensnared the ghostly infant. The infant thrashed desperately, attempting to break free, emitting sharp, menacing cries. "Boo-hoo-hoo! It hurts! Mommy is bad too. Mommy hits the baby. The baby will eat both daddy and mommy. Eat them all." Su Xian sheathed his sword into the ground, gazing up at the ghostly infant suspended in midair, exhaling a breath of frustration, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "This truly is a ghost." Nan Gongning emerged from the bamboo grove, approaching Su Xian's side, her expression calm as she regarded the ghostly infant and then glanced at him, saying, "Little master, your child bears no resemblance to you." Su Xian fell silent, pondering. "Your child." Nan Gongning furrowed her brows, insisting, "It called you daddy." Su Xian scoffed, "It called you mommy too." After a moment of silence, Nan Gongning conceded, "All right, I admit this joke isn't funny at all." Su Xian agreed, "It truly is not amusing." They exchanged glances before bursting into laughter, the once eerie atmosphere taking on a new, albeit strange, quality. The little ghostly infant continued its struggles, grinning and grimacing, caught in a fit of madness. Su Xian, still shaken, inquired, "What on earth is this creature, calling everyone daddy and mommy?" Nan Gongning smiled silently, snapping her fingers. With a resounding crack, the previously wailing ghostly infant fell silent, its head drooping as if a marionette's strings had been severed, crashing to the ground in disarray, leaving a pool of crimson blood beneath it. Su Xian was left utterly stunned. "A puppet," Nan Gongning stated coolly. It seems Little Master's guess was correct. There are no spirits in this world, merely humans masquerading as ghosts. Su Xian, gathering himself, retorted, "You gave me quite a scare, I must admit. It was rather convincing." Nan Gongning gazed at the blood-soaked ground, speaking slowly. "This is a blood puppet. Its realism stems from the fact that it is crafted from a living person." "A living person?" Su Xian gasped, his eyes darting. "Indeed, a living person." Upon hearing this, Su Xian looked at the remnants of the ghostly infant on the ground, his entire being feeling numb as anger surged within him. This child appeared no more than a month old. To transform an infant of such youth into a puppet, regardless of the process or principle involved, was enough to send chills down his spine. How could such a thing be done by a human? "Monsters," he muttered. Nan Gongning lifted her gaze to the moon, her demeanor imposing yet calm. Speaking in a deep voice, "Wretched beings, do not delay in surrendering. I can grant you a complete corpse." Her voice resonated with the power of her nascent soul, echoing like a thunderous bell, traveling far and wide. In the midst of this, the bamboo grove stirred, the moonlight dimming. Su Xian felt a sense of bewilderment, glancing around before instinctively stepping back, positioning himself protectively in front of Nan Gongning. Cackling echoed eerily. The little girl from the Taoist sect certainly has a grandiose tone. A chilling laugh emerged from the void, resonating from afar, yet it felt as if it were at their very ears. Even Su Xian, at the foundation establishment stage, could not discern from which direction it originated nor whether it belonged to a man or a woman. In an instant, alarm bells rang in his mind. He understood clearly. This was an expert. Nan Gongning maintained her composure, her sword sleeves sweeping, dispelling the chilling aura, as she shouted, "If you dare to play tricks, show yourself." The figure responded with a cold laugh, mocking, "Ah, if you wish to see me, then let us see if you possess the ability." As the figure descended, the surrounding bamboo leaves trembled violently. Laughter and cries echoed anew. "Hee hee hee! Boo hoo hoo! Can you play with me? Can you play with me?" Blood-red eyes flickered to life like crimson fireflies in the dead of night, illuminating the bamboo grove, dense and numerous. One by one, ghostly infants in red garments began to drift out from the bamboo grove, drawing near from all directions. Surrounded? Trapped? Was this a scheme? Such thoughts flashed through Su Xian's mind in unison. Confirmed. They had indeed been ensnared. He gripped his sword once more, bracing himself against Nangong Ning, tension mounting as he prepared for a desperate fight. My goodness, how many are there? Xiao Ning, what should we do? Nangong Ning remained silent, summoning her earth sword, tracing a circle at Su Xian's feet. In the blink of an eye, a milky white sword light emanated, a sword hovering ominously above Su Xian's head, glinting coldly. Su Xian was momentarily dazed. What is happening? Nangong Ning instructed, Little Shizuzu, before I return, you must not take a single step outside. Su Xian, in a state of bewilderment, nodded in agreement. All right. Nangong Ning drew a sword, holding it aloft as she slowly raised it and then slashed downward through the air. With a resonant sound, the sword sang, and a fierce wind surged. Within 100 meters, the overwhelming sword intent ravaged everything in its path, causing the crimson-eyed blood puppets fashioned from infants to instantly dim and fall to the ground in unison. The sword's edge twisted, and she unleashed another strike. A beam of sword light, cold as the moonlight, shattered a bamboo grove to dust wherever it passed. Nangong Ning then charged forth like a meteor in the darkest night, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Su Xian stood frozen in place, dumbfounded, his throat dry. Impressive. The Yuaning realm is truly formidable. Chapter 71. A scheme unfolded. The moonlight, like molten silver, flowed gently. As the sword energy gradually faded and the mournful wind ceased, dust settled around Su Xian. Before him lay a broad avenue, 10 zhang wide, stretching straight ahead into the depths of the forest, where it disappeared from view. The power of the Yuaning was indeed extraordinary. With the 9th realm approaching tribulation, Su Xian could hardly fathom it. No wonder Li Qingshan, at the 8th realm's completion, dared to alter the course of the great river. Scattered around were the ghostly infants, enveloped by swirling dust and fallen bamboo leaves, while beneath his feet, the sword-formed circle remained sharp and unaffected. The sword, Yueming, still hovered above Su Xian's head, refracting a gentle moonlight, creating a serene atmosphere. Standing within the circle, Su Xian felt an overwhelming sense of security. He mumbled to himself, feeling akin to Tang Sung, shaking his head with a smile. The tension that had previously gripped him began to dissolve. He sat down heavily on the ground, resting the heavy sword across his knees, gazing into the direction where Nangong Ning had vanished. The area was vast and desolate, with towering mountains and deep forests. Su Xian could not see clearly, but he could occasionally hear distant sounds of battle and roaring echoes, interspersed with flashes of colorful lights in the night. Whether they were sword lights or other forms of magic, he could not discern. However, the commotion indicated that the two were engaged in a fierce struggle, seemingly evenly matched. While Su Xian understood that Nangong Ning was formidable, he was oblivious to her true level of strength, and thus felt a sense of unease for her safety, his brow furrowing with concern. Nangong Ning was indeed a remarkable child. Upon their first meeting, she appeared somewhat aloof and proud, akin to a rose with thorns. One felt compelled to draw near, yet feared the prick. However, as they spent time together, it became evident that her thorns were not harmful. Her age and experience rendered her empathetic, blending intelligence with sensitivity, and at times, she would tease others with a hint of youthful charm. Traveling alongside her instilled a profound sense of security. In summary, she was more passionate than when Qing Xue and more mature than Lin Qianqian. Su Xian genuinely liked this child, and thus he wished for her safety. Naturally, if she were truly in peril, he too would likely be in grave danger. However, he was acutely aware of his own limitations and felt powerless to assist, opting instead to remain quietly in place, not wanting to cause any trouble. There's a saying that emphasizes the importance of self-awareness. The distant sounds gradually faded away, and the youth's thoughts became increasingly chaotic. He spoke to the moon above. Are you worried for your master too? It's all right. She is quite capable. Should you go, what will happen to me? You should stay put. He lamented that the situation was partly his fault, acknowledging that he had not been sufficiently cautious and had acted too hastily. He reflected that, as a Shizuzu, He bore a responsibility. As he murmured to himself, a surge of bloodlight erupted in the distance, instantly staining much of the sky red. The moonlight dimmed, and suddenly the earth shook as a wave of energy swept through, bending the bamboo grove and whipping the leaves into sharp blades, surging towards him. The wind roared like a furious mountain, and dust raged like a torrent. The sword energy of the moon condensed, and a protective array emerged beneath Su Xian's feet. Shielding him, Su Xian held his breath, concentrating, trying to quell the restlessness in his knees. Moments later, the wind subsided, the dust settled, leaves fell, and the moonlight gracefully shifted. The distant crimson light remained unextinguished, and the roaring sounds faded away. His gaze sharpened as he peered into the night, and he felt a profound seriousness. Above him, the moon sword vibrated violently, its energy restless and anxious. It seemed to sense its master in danger, yearning to intervene, but unable to do so. Su Xian swallowed hard, his brow furrowing deeply. How could this be? After a chaotic wave, the darkness before him appeared to shed its disguise. In the depths of the night, among the mountains, 5 beams of sword light flickered in and out of sight. With the ability to perceive the realm and the essence of life within a radius of a mile, his insightful eyes allowed Su Xian to discern the presence of others. Though the small book spirit could venture beyond its 3-mile radius, sharing vision with Su Xian as the master of the sword tomb, Su Xian could sense the swords of the sword tomb within 100 miles. The higher the quality of the sword, the stronger the sensation and the greater the distance. If it were a celestial sword, even from 1,000 miles away, he could sense its energy. At this moment, Su Xian could detect the presence of 7 swords from the sword tomb, excluding the moon above and the heavy sword across his knees. 5 of them were situated beyond the distant mountains, precisely where the crimson light had just soared. The distance was less than 100 miles. What did this prove? It indicated that, apart from Nangong Ning, there were at least 5 disciples from the Windazong. Yet there had been nothing there just moments ago. Su Xian's brows knitted tighter as his mind raced, piecing together the information. They had been lured to this location by a piece of paper stained with infant blood, only to encounter blood infants and an unknown, formidable opponent. It was evident that this was a trap designed to draw them to Yun Xianyuan. Now, with the appearance of the 5 swords of the Windazong, it was clear that Li Feng, who had no spiritual sword, was suspiciously present among the 5 members of the Yeching Supervision Hall. The missing disciples and the absent hall master all aligned, gradually gaining clarity. Su Xian instinctively clenched his fists and cursed. Damn it, Li Feng is indeed problematic. He understood that they had fallen into a trap. Earlier, he had sensed something amiss with Li Feng. Every disciple of the Windazong possessed a personal sword. Even if it was hidden in a storage bag, Su Xian could sense its presence. Yet Li Feng had none. At that moment, he had dismissed it as a mere coincidence, thinking the other might have simply forgotten it. Now, reflecting back, it seemed that Li Feng might not even be a disciple of the Windazong. Furthermore, the missing disciples were not just one, but all of them. The very 5 sword lights before him. They had been lured here, and Nangong Ning was likely in grave danger. Additionally, Song Qing Shu and Ruanchong were probably also under the control of the hidden assailants. As he contemplated these unsettling thoughts, Su Xian felt a rush of anxiety. On his first mission, he had encountered such immense trouble. He truly was unfortunate. Just as he pondered what to do, his insightful eyes detected movement. A cold glint flashed in his vision, and he shared sight with his essence. Behind him, unbeknownst to him, a figure emerged, standing atop a bamboo shoot. Gazing down upon him, Su Xian focused intently, his mind shifting, the iron sword from his novice gift pack silently gripped in his hand. He hesitated not a moment before drawing it, rising and throwing it forward. With a whoosh, the sword flew through the air like a blade unleashed from the heavens. The figure merely tilted her head slightly as the sword's edge grazed her cheek, stirring a few strands of hair. She tilted her head back and suddenly gazed at the young man, murmuring, "You actually noticed me?" Su Xian raised his heavy sword with one hand, pointing at the tip of the bamboo shoot, and inquired, "Are you human or ghost?" Chapter 72. A test that may lead to your demise under the moonlight. A figure stood alone atop a bamboo shoot, enveloped in a gray robe, completely concealed from head to toe. Shadows obscured her face, rendering her visage indistinguishable, save for a few strands of long hair cascading gently over her chest. She lightly stepped forward, the robe floating gracefully as she approached. Su Xian lowered his sword, bringing it to a level with his arms. She halted within 5 meters of Su Xian, revealing her slender, snow-white hands beneath the moonlight as she removed her hood, unveiling her true appearance. Su Xian's expression deepened. Before her stood a maiden, petite at a mere 4.5 feet in height, illuminated by the moonlight. Her long hair, a disheveled shade of ashen yellow, suggested malnutrition, while her face, pale as snow, bore the marks of lingering illness. Her slender eyebrows framed eyes that were cold and vacant, exuding a sense of fragility and emptiness that stirred a deep melancholy within the observer. A frail creature, indeed, one who seemed to belong to the realm of demonic arts. With a sigh escaping her lips, a faint wisp of breath visible in the chill night air, she weakly replied, "Neither human nor ghost." Su Xian tightened his grip on the heavy sword, a sardonic laugh escaping him. "What sorcery is this? Who are you really?" The corners of her mouth twisted into a chilling smile as she replied, "Ah, it matters not. You shall meet your demise regardless." Su Xian plunged his sword into the ground, narrowing his eyes in defiance. "Is it you who will bring about my end? A mere golden core cultivator? What can you possibly do to me?" She furrowed her brow, acknowledging the truth in his words. Indeed, she was a golden core cultivator, inconsequential in the realm of Fanzhou. Yet, the audacity of such a statement from one at the early stage of Foundation establishment was astonishing. How naive the disciples of the One Dao sect were. Pointing at the sword hovering above the young man's head, she coldly declared, "Its master has already lost and has been captured. Soon, it shall fall. We need only wait." Su Xian cast a sidelong glance, instinctively checking behind him, where a tense silence lingered. Above, the sword, Lingyu, seemed restless, as if it sensed something amiss. "Do not waste your breath. No one will come to your aid. You shall all be turned into blood puppets." Su Xian casually inquired, "Who is he?" She looked at him as if he were a fool, remaining silent. Su Xian collected his thoughts, moistening his lips to ease his tension. They had indeed fallen into an ambush. Yet one thing was certain. Nan Gongning and the master of the 5 sword lights were, for the moment, not in mortal danger. It was widely known that if a disciple of the Wen Dao sect were harmed, even the mightiest would be called forth to retrieve the sword. Thus, these captors, though unknown in strength, clearly feared the Wen Dao sect. Even if they had captured them, they would not dare to kill them, at least not until their objectives were met. Therefore, Su Xian understood that his task was not to rescue, but to escape swiftly and summon reinforcements. He did not believe himself capable of confronting an entity that even Nangong Ning could not handle. However, dealing with the girl before him was a different matter altogether. "You choose silence? Then I shall compel you to speak." Tilting her head in disbelief, she asked what. Su Xian mentally communicated with Lingyu, "Go, find your master." Lingyu hesitated momentarily, then, with a swift turn of the blade, vanished into the night like a fleeting firefly, leaving Su Xian exposed before the frail maiden. Her expression remained blank as she recognized Su Xian's intent and muttered, "You are quite bold." Su Xian scoffed, retorting, "Not only bold but also strong. Care to test that?" After a moment's contemplation, she agreed, "Very well, let's see." With that, she moved, energy surging from her palms as she charged at Su Xian. "Hold on," he shouted, causing her to falter. To her surprise, a heavy sword soared from the ground, striking swiftly. It was a celestial sword, its proximity and unexpectedness rendering her unable to evade. She was struck squarely in the chest. Though it did not pierce through, the sword shattered her protective aura, sending her careening backwards. She tumbled for several dozen meters before stabilizing, her breath ragged, a crimson droplet escaping the corner of her mouth. "Damn it!" she exclaimed, lifting her gaze to Su Xian, her eyes reflecting shock, but more prominently, fury. Without hesitation, Su Xian seized the moment, darting forward like a shadow in the night. As she raised her head, he was upon her, gripping the heavy sword tightly. In a mere few strides, he closed the distance, his eyes glinting with cold determination as a sly smile crept across his face. He executed a seamless motion, sheath the sword, draw it, and strike. Qing Lian appears. She gasped as her pupils constricted, gathering her energy to defend. Yet, Su Xian had the advantage, the azure light erupting forth, overwhelming her defenses. She screamed in agony as she was once more flung away, crashing into a thicket of bamboo, spewing forth more blood. her once pallid visage now resembling one touched by frost. Su Xian leapt into action, the ground sinking beneath his feet as he soared into the air, both hands gripping the heavy sword, descending with a powerful strike. The girl, hazy and disoriented, glimpsed a glimmering light beneath the moon. She attempted to evade, but having sustained multiple injuries, her consciousness wavered, and before she could react, the shadow descended upon her. With immense force, she was driven into the earth, her insides roiling. Her mind blank, ears ringing with a deafening buzz. Pain coursed through her, an overwhelming urge to weep. Su Xian, however, remained undeterred, wielding his sword with ferocity. Executing horizontal and vertical slashes, his strikes relentless. In an instant, chaos erupted, dirt and stones flying as he shattered her protective barrier, disrupting her breath, and ultimately severing her energy channels. Only when he confirmed her inability to retaliate did he cease his assault. Su Xian exhaled a breath of exhaustion, his gaze falling upon the girl, now a broken figure, her body twisted, her face marred with blood and wounds, even her chest caved in. It was undeniable. Golden Core cultivators were difficult to kill. His inexperience in this first bout was evident. You sought to test me, and now you shall meet your end. The nearly lifeless girl, devoid of hope, stared at the young man before her, summoning her last vestiges of strength, blood spilling forth as she uttered two ambiguous words. Despicable. Never had she imagined that she would be defeated by a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, and worse still, without even a semblance of resistance. A single command, a flash of sword light, and countless strikes had rendered her powerless. Despair, anger, resentment, and pain flooded her mind, her inner turmoil far surpassing the physical agony of her battered body. It was true that the sword held a mysterious power, yet this boy was genuinely treacherous. Su Xian paid her no heed, spitting to the side, "All's fair in love and war. You know nothing." "Kill me," she urged, but he ignored her, retrieving a length of rope to bind her, glancing around before dragging her toward the bamboo grove's edge. Chapter 73. In a perilous predicament, Su Xian chose not to fly, but to sprint through the bamboo forest, deliberately altering his path rather than retracing his steps. He had no intention of killing her. She was a practitioner of the dark arts, and he could not ascertain whether there existed any means of communication among her kind, perhaps something akin to a soul lantern that would alert others upon her death. There were surely multiple assailants, a cadre, rather than a single adversary. Furthermore, these individuals had long been entrenched in Yi City, likely with connections to the local authorities. To ensure his safety, he needed to spare her life until he was well beyond the confines of this wilderness. The night wind howled, and the bamboo swayed chaotically. After a time, Su Xian's perceptive gaze caught sight of a wall of bloodlight deep within the bamboo thicket. What in the world? He gritted his teeth, halting his swift pace. The little book spirit appeared without a known time, sitting there, gazing up at the summit of the bamboo forest, solemnly stating, "This is a barrier of isolation, spanning a full 100 miles. Can it be broken?" "Yes," the little book spirit asserted confidently, then shifted the conversation. However what? The little book spirit continued. "Breaking the formation will alert the one who set it up. Given the speed of the master, they will catch up quickly. It is not a prudent course of action. Though this formation is a mundane contrivance, the one who arranged it invested considerable effort and possesses formidable strength. At the very least, they must be a practitioner of the fifth realm." Su Xian fell silent. His original plan had been to distance himself from this location, burn the spirit incense, and relay the message back to the sect. Within a day, the sect would receive the news. Now, it seemed that this plan was no longer viable. Burning the spirit incense would produce spirit smoke, which he had refrained from igniting. Firstly, he feared that the enemy would discover he had burned the incense and resort to desperate measures, killing the owners of those sword intents. Secondly, he was uncertain of the enemy's strength and feared being intercepted. Burning the incense would be in vain. In retrospect, it appeared these individuals had already blocked off this route from the very beginning, sending out Golden Core experts to intercept a mere Foundation establishment practitioner was not merely a precaution. They had set up this isolation barrier, deliberately luring them here, intending to make them vanish without a trace. These individuals were not simple. While demonic cultivators might be weak, they were certainly not foolish. This was a challenging situation. He pondered in his heart how to navigate this predicament. Could it be that he truly had to face his end here? Behind him, a feeble voice emerged. Useless. You cannot escape. I told you. No one will come to save you. Su Xian squatted down, looking down at the bloodied figure before him with a chilling tone. Before I die, you shall not live either. She writhed like a maggot in a toilet, struggling to prop herself up against a massive pillar, her murky eyes gazing at Su Xian, mocking him. Whether I live or die is inconsequential. I only desire your demise. Su Xian frowned and, with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap across her face. She was taken aback, her cloudy eyes clearing slightly. You? Su Xian replied calmly. What are you pretending for? Speak, who are you? What do you intend to do? How many of you are there? Huh. A spray of blood splattered across Su Xian's face. Taking a deep breath, he wiped it away. She grinned, her bloodied mouth filled with defiance. Su Xian lowered his voice. You are not afraid of death, so I will make you wish for it. I have 100 methods. Do you wish to try? She laughed defiantly. I haven't returned on time. They will come looking for me soon. Your time is running out. Su Xian hesitated for a moment, then lifted her with one hand and enveloped her body with his foundation establishment spiritual energy to prevent her blood from leaving traces before retreating into the bamboo forest. Since escaping was not an option for now, he needed to prioritize preserving his life. He asked the book spirit, Can I also conceal my presence? The little book spirit replied, Yes, I mentioned to the master before that the insightful I can launch a mental attack, killing someone with a gaze. The master cannot achieve that now, but conversely, using the insightful eye to block other spiritual perception is possible. However, it consumes a significant amount of mental energy and can only be maintained for 12 hours, provided there are no beings of the sixth realm present. Su Xian thought, since they had gone to such lengths to lure them here and waited until nightfall to act, they were likely more concerned about their ability to relay information back to the sect than anything else. Nangong Ning was in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Thus, he surmised that the strongest among them was likely of similar nascent soul strength. The disparity between realms is significant and should not be taken lightly. The reason he had been able to overcome Golden Core practitioners was fundamentally due to his insightful eye, which allowed him to discern their weaknesses, and, of course, the possession of a celestial sword. Otherwise, as a Foundation Establishment practitioner, he could not possibly breach the defenses of the Golden Core realm. However, he would never divulge this if someone asked him. Do not inquire. It is simply a matter of innate talent. A Foundation Establishment practitioner defeating a Golden Core practitioner. As long as one has hands, it suffices. Then do not linger. Use it quickly, or you shall be discovered. Understood, Master. They share the insightful eye, sacrificing mental energy to conceal his presence. Su Xian vanished into the night with a severely injured woman in gray robes. Shortly after Su Xian concealed his presence, several shadowy figures emerged from the bamboo forest. They approached the formation barrier where Su Xian had lingered, and the leader slowly crouched down, reaching out to touch the bloodstains on the ground. Twisting it between his fingers, he raised his head, his eyes glinting coldly beneath his black hat. His voice was hoarse as he commanded, Search. Alive. The shadows bowed in acknowledgement. Yes. They scattered and disappeared, leaving only the rustling of leaves deep within the bamboo forest. The leader in black robes slowly stood up, cursing in frustration. What a waste. A Golden Core practitioner unable to deal with a mere Foundation establishment, allowing them to escape and sustaining injuries. To him, what else could this be but incompetence? Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, by a stream, under the hazy moonlight, Su Xian was employing methods on the girl to make her wish for death. He was aware of at least 9 ways to inflict such torment. Thus, he sought to test whether her resolve was stronger than his own. Following the guidance of the book spirit, he utilized subtle techniques to seal her dantian, rendering her temporarily a mere mortal. Then, he retrieved a spirit energy pill he had taken from her pocket earlier and administered it to her. He realigned her dislocated limbs and infused them with spiritual energy, effectively reviving her. Next, he began to employ his methods. He tore a piece of cloth from his clothing and placed it over her mouth and nose, using spiritual energy to channel water into her. The cruelty of his methods was unbearable for the little book spirit to witness. The already frail girl finally experienced the meaning of Su Xian's words, a fate worse than death. Fear, suffocation, despair. She felt as if she were plummeting into hell. Will you speak now? You will not have a good death. Oh, still so defiant? Then let us continue. Chapter 74. Jiang Ying, your brain knows you are on land, and that this is merely a piece of cloth, yet with your dantian sealed and reduced to immortal. Adrenaline causes your heart to race, consuming more air, while your nervous system tells you that you are drowning. Su Xian watched the girl struggle before him, controlling the stream of water to flood back, all the while lecturing her. After a considerable time, he withdrew the water and tore away the cloth covering her mouth and nose. The gray-robed girl's eyes rolled back, her pale face contorted as she gasped for air. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The most primal fear compelled her body to tremble uncontrollably. Su Xian spoke calmly and unhurriedly. Do you know the 3 most painful ways to die? The first is starving to death, the second is dying from pain, and the third is suffocating. You are currently experiencing the third. I have 2 more methods. But do not fear. You are a practitioner, strong-willed. I am also a practitioner, and I will save you, so you will not die immediately. You can only wish for life while being unable to seek death. If you do not speak, I will slowly carve your flesh piece by piece, allowing you to experience the second method, pain, and then I will leave you in the mountains to starve to death. The boy's words were piercing, constantly pricking her nerves. He resembled a demon, instilling fear in her. She asked, "You're not a disciple of the Wendao sect. Who exactly are you? How can you tell?" A disciple of the Wendao sect would never be so despicable. What is reputation? This is reputation. Even demonic cultivators recognized the Wendao sect, illustrating its esteemed position in Fanzhou, a rightful righteous path. Su Xian leaned in closer, ominously stating, I have even more despicable experiences for you to slowly endure. Let's see whether they find me first, or I drive you insane first. She lowered her gaze, conceding, What do you wish to know? What do you think? She stared blankly at Su Xian for a moment before weakly inquiring, If I reveal what you desire to know, can you grant me a swift end? Su Xian zipped. Of course, I understand that the disciples of the Wendao sect are known for their integrity. Jiang Ying, she said, that is my name. And then, Su Xian continued, sitting down by the stream bank. Jiang Ying cast her eyes downward, slowly stating, I was trained in the Blood Demon Cave. You cannot contend with them. There are 2 peak Yuanying stage masters there, not to mention more than 10 Jinan stage cultivators and over 100 at the foundation establishment level, just like you. Su Xian felt a surge of fear within. Jiang Ying went on, Even within Yi City, we have our people. Is that so? Are you afraid? Jiang Ying asked, a hint of mockery in her tone. Su Xian remained calm. Continue. Under the effects of a spirit elixir, Jiang Ying's complexion improved somewhat, and her speech regained some vigor. She said, The infants were taken by us beginning 3 years ago. We are from the demon sect of Kangwu. Months ago, we received news that we were being monitored by your Wendao sect inspection hall, so we captured them all. Unfortunately, the information has already circulated back, and we anticipated your arrival, preparing in advance. Since you stepped into Yi City, we have kept track of your every move. Your other 2 companions will soon be captured as well. None will escape. Su Xian pondered, finding his assumptions confirmed. Kangwu, Yi City. The implications of this were significant, far beyond the simple task of capturing infants for cultivation as mentioned in the mission briefing. So they're still alive? Su Xian asked, voicing the information he most wished to know. Jiang Ying scoffed, of course. When a person dies, their sword returns. No one can stop it. When the time comes, the swords of Wendao sect will surely descend upon us. We cannot bear such tremendous trouble, especially here in the Northern Territory, until our master succeeds. You will not die, but it will be no better than death. What is the purpose behind your actions? Jiang Ying's eyes darkened, and she slowly shook her head. I do not know. This is all I can tell you. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Su Xian remained skeptical, asking, What do you intend to do with the infants? Why only the female infants? Do you not see? Jiang Ying replied indifferently. They have all been turned into blood puppets. Is that all? Su Xian questioned. Jiang Ying hesitated, self-deprecatingly stating, This is what I know. Do not think too highly of me. Even if there were more, the 2 masters would not allow a mere pawn like me to know. She slowly turned her head, gazing into the depths of the night, and said, If you wish to understand the truth, you may seek it for yourself. Su Xian, deep in thought, probed, Is there nothing else? For instance, who are your accomplices in Yi City? I have told you everything I know, Jiang Ying replied. Su Xian fell silent, his thoughts momentarily deeper than the moonlight here. As one approaches death, their words become sincere. He thought that perhaps she truly did not know, as this matter had been shrouded in secrecy for 3 years before leaking. The measures taken to maintain confidentiality must have been stringent. However, it was not difficult to speculate. Kangwoo, Yi City, demon cultivators. These connections clearly indicate that someone intends to stir up trouble in Yi City. The possibility of rebellion was exceedingly high. Naturally, regardless of the process, the ultimate goal must be aimed at the One Dao sect. The depths of this situation were profound, and what she spoke of was likely merely the surface. Now, can you grant me a swift end? Jiang Ying inquired. Su Xian answered without hesitation, very well. Jiang Ying's delicate brows relaxed, as if she had finally found relief. Su Xian rose, quietly gripping his sword, looking down upon Jiang Ying. In your next life, remember to be a good person. Jiang Ying gazed up at the youth, sneering. How easy it is for you to say. If given a choice, who would engage in such precarious and filthy deeds? Unfortunately, fate is not in my hands. Su Xian pondered briefly before responding, travel well. The heavy sword soared through the air, its cold light flashing as a head was neatly severed, rolling into the stream. The dismembered body fell motionless to the ground. Earlier, Jiang Ying's blood had run dry. At this moment, with her head severed, blood did not splatter or gush as one might expect. Su Xian flicked the sword's edge, allowing it to return to his sleeve. He did not cast a single glance at the corpse on the ground, but instead walked upstream to the stream, washed his face, and then vanished into the night. This was Su Xian's first act of murder. Yet, he did not experience the discomfort or revulsion that others often described as accompanying their first kill. He found it quite ordinary, even feeling a sense of exhilaration. Firstly, after traversing into this realm and growing up amid the mountains, he had never taken a human life. He had slain pigs, dogs, cattle, sheep, fish, and fowl, and in essence they were all the same. Secondly, he had killed those he deemed wicked and malevolent deep within his heart, especially after witnessing the blood infants transformed into blood puppets. He had long regarded this group as beasts, eager to eliminate them swiftly. Thus, after the act, he felt a thrill. What do you mean by having no choice? What do you mean by fate being beyond one's control? It is all nonsense. Those who could commit such atrocities against newborn infants and continue for 3 years have transgressed the bounds of morality. Very well. Even if you have your reasons and must act thus, Su Xian expressed understanding. But do not complain. I have ended your life because you deserved it. Racing through the woods, Su Xian muttered to himself, killing one breaks even, killing two is a profit. You block my path and leave me no way out, so do not blame me for being ruthless. No one should expect to fare well. Chapter 75. Life and Death Decisions in Tianzhu Township. Within a certain underground cave of Shigu, a dim light emanated without fire, bathed in a crimson glow, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. A seasoned general clad in black armor and a red robe casually tossed a dazed man to the ground. I have brought him to you. A few meters in front of him stood a stone platform, shrouded in blood mist that churned occasionally. Upon the platform sat a young man, meditating and regulating his breath. He had a delicate appearance, with thin lips like blades, his long hair slightly disheveled, and a prominent wound extending from his jaw down to his chest, staining his red garment crimson. It appeared as though he had been cut open by a sword, and upon closer inspection, remnants of sword intent lingered faintly. Upon hearing the commotion, the young man slowly lifted his gaze, revealing cold eyes that were devoid of warmth, reminiscent of serpent's gaze. Glancing at the man who lay unconscious on the ground, he then turned his attention to the seasoned general with a beard like a spear, and with a slight upward curve of his lips, he rasped, "Old general, your blade is indeed as sharp as ever, your valor undiminished from your youth." The general pondered for a moment, then asked, "What of your injuries?" The young man chuckled, "I will not die." The general remained unmoved, gravely inquiring, "Have the other 3 been dealt with?" The young man replied slowly, "The girl of the Yuanying stage is suppressed beneath the blood infant pool. In the Jindan stage, old ghost has personally intervened, so there will be no mishaps." The general's expression darkened, exuding an aura of authority. "And the young boy?" The young man exhaled a breath, speaking lightly. "There was a minor accident, but it is no concern. A mere foundation establishment cultivator cannot escape." The general's killing intent surged, the air within the cave growing tense and turbulent, as he sternly admonished, "You should understand, if there is any error, we both shall perish." The young man spoke earnestly. "I am well aware. You need not worry, old general. The general's murderous intent retracted, the atmosphere calming, as he warned, "It better be so." The young man forced a smile. The general's demeanor became solemn. "Though the individuals have been captured, the one Dao sect has been alarmed. We have little time left. The plan must be expedited. Our master wishes to inquire, how soon can it be?" 3 days hence, on the day of the full moon. "Provided I have enough female infants," the young man responded. The general pondered briefly, asking, "How many?" The young man raised 3 fingers, a hint of madness in his tone. 3,000, not one less. I need them by midnight tomorrow." 3,000? Do you truly think this is a market transaction? The young man let out a cold laugh, defiantly proclaiming, "If we cannot capture them, we shall all die together, or we can wait until next month if the Wendao sect's rabble do not arrive." Heh. The seasoned general raised his hand, gesturing towards the youth, and warned, "If you fail again in 3 days, your head will be presented to the sovereign." The young man squinted, smiling without uttering a word. The general turned to leave, his voice echoing within the cave. "Someone will deliver it to you tomorrow. You had better keep your word." The youth watched him depart, murmuring softly, "Safe travels, General." He glanced down at the wound on his chest, which continued to bleed despite being nourished by his yuaning power, and he chuckled darkly. "Indeed, it is a rose with thorns. Come forth." A shadow emerged from the darkness, fist clasped to the chest, slightly bowing. "Esteemed one." The youth gazed at the burly man on the ground and commanded, "Throw him into the blood pool as well." "As you command." The youth coldly remarked, "Be gentle. If you kill him, we both perish, do you understand?" The cloaked figure shuddered, replying respectfully, "Understood." Outside the Snake Valley, Su Xian utilized his insightful eye to conceal his presence, blending into the night. At this moment, the vast sky was awash with moonlight, and streaks of light flitted about. No fewer than several dozen individuals were scouring the area. Su Xian could deduce with certainty that they were searching for him. Through his insightful eye, it was evident that among them were a few Golden Core experts, while a majority were at the Foundation establishment stage. In a one-on-one confrontation, Su Xian felt confident of a complete victory. However, it was clear that they would not engage him in a fair duel. Fortunately, he remained hidden while the enemy was exposed, allowing him to execute a surprise attack. Currently, his insightful eye could only be maintained for 12 hours, meaning he would be vulnerable to the Yuan-ing expert's divine consciousness after that time. To survive, he must resolve this predicament within 12 hours. Escape? With the sealed Great Formation in place, fleeing was out of the question. Breaking the formation was not a task to be accomplished swiftly. Even if he could manage it, the enemy would have already descended upon him during that time. Although his insightful eye could mask his presence, others were not blind. Reinforcements? No one had sent word. It was likely that no one would discover their plight for months. By the time they realized something was amiss and came to rescue him, it would be too late. At this moment, the only viable plan was to venture into the lion's den, stealthily rescue Ningong Ning and the others, and then break free together. Though it was a perilous endeavor, he remained entirely uninformed about the circumstances within. However, this truly was the only opportunity at hand. Waiting idly was not part of Su Xian's character. If they viewed him as prey, why could he not view them as such? No one understood the art of hunting better than he did. To save others, he must first incite chaos among them. The greater the turmoil, the better. Drawing the snake from its lair, he would then take advantage of the confusion to rescue the captives. The most effective method was to eliminate them one by one. If he could not take on the powerful, he would target the weaker ones. Confronting a Yuan-ing was futile. Battling a Golden Core was arduous. However, slaying those at the Foundation establishment stage was as simple as butchering pigs and dogs. It merely required some effort. Without hesitation, Su Xian transformed into a predator, infiltrating the night, seeking his targets, tracking them down, setting traps, and dispatching his prey. "Who dares to face me?" The sound of cold steel echoed, followed by anguished cries and blood staining the dense forest. 1, 2, 3, 4, one after another, companions fell, sending the group of black-clad individuals into a state of panic. The leader roared in fury, "You bastard! If I catch you, I will skin you alive." Hidden in the shadows, Su Xian could not help but scoff internally at their lack of composure. As time passed, the number of lives Su Xian claimed increased, as did the number of pursuers. In a fleeting glance, he even spotted a Yuan-ing elder. Meanwhile, within the Snake Valley, a group of individuals had already lost their minds with rage. even the two Yuan Ing experts becoming exceedingly irritable. One Foundation establishment individual had, in a single night, slain one of their Golden Core members and over 20 of their Foundation establishment comrades, yet they had not even caught a glimpse of him. He was like a wraith in the night, a harbinger of death, appearing without a trace and vanishing just as swiftly. They could not see him, yet they knew he was there, lurking in some dark corner, watching them, suddenly emerging to take them away with a single strike. This caused immense psychological pressure, leaving them in a state of unease. The hunted had become the bloodthirsty predators, a sudden reversal of roles that caught them off guard. The Yuan Ing were furious, and those below began to band together. Keep searching. He must possess a treasure that conceals his presence. Turn over every stone to find him. Rest assured, esteemed one, dawn is approaching. He cannot hide for long. As the first light of dawn began to break, Su Xian observed the enemy gathering in groups, leaving him with no opportunity to strike. Seizing the moment while they were preoccupied searching for him, he took advantage of the remaining moonlight to approach the stronghold at Jiang Ying's entrance. The Snake Valley was a gorge, with denser bamboo groves and a deep green pool within, showing signs of battle. Su Xian looked towards the depths of the pool, where 7 sword lights flickered. 3 of them were familiar to him. Without a doubt, Song Qing-shu and Ruanchong had also fallen. It seemed there was more to this water than met the eye. Chapter 76, Blood Pool Cave. Master, beneath the lake lies a natural cave, and the people are within. Su Xian mused. Indeed, as he noticed the sky brightening, he inquired, "Where's the entrance?" Xiao Shuling pointed to the opposite bank of the deep pool at the corner of the mountains. Su Xian focused his gaze, and with the shared power of his insightful eye, the dense thicket and bamboo forest transformed into an open space, revealing its true form. Illusion? Indeed, and there is no one guarding it. Su Xian contemplated for a moment, having spent the night in the forest. Most of the group was likely searching for him on the perimeter, presuming that a mere Foundation establishment would not dare to venture into such a treacherous den. Thus, within the area enveloped by their divine consciousness, the deep pool was utterly devoid of life. However, Su Xian did not intend to enter through the main entrance. Given that they had set up a great formation within a 100-mile radius, it was clear that this group operated with caution, and the entrance could not be devoid of other mechanisms or traps besides mere illusions. To be prudent, he decided to seek an alternative route, gazing into the lake. He asked, "Is there an entrance at the bottom of the pool?" Xiao Shuling's eyes gleamed with a white light, and after a moment, she nodded, "Yes." "Then we shall take the water route." Su Xian made a swift decision. With the last remnants of twilight as cover, he took a deep breath, sealing his 7 orifices, and quietly submerged into the water. Xiao Shuling perched on his shoulder, continually guiding him. The lake was deep, with hidden currents that chilled his body. Fortunately, as a Foundation establishment cultivator with a sword body for protection, traversing the water felt as effortless as walking on solid ground. Soon, he discovered a hidden current at the bottom of the cold pool, swimming against the flow. The surroundings were pitch black. After a considerable time, the world before him gradually brightened, revealing a faint red glow. Moments latte, Shushiang quietly surfaça. The sound of flowing water filled his ears, and he could hear the gentle trickling of spring water. Before him lay an underground cave, with crimson ice crystals hanging from the surrounding stone walls and the vaulted ceiling. Casting an eerie hue, Su Xian emerged onto the shore, shivering. What in the world? Why is it so cold here? It was said that caves were warm in winter and cool in summer. Yet even before summer, this place was bone-chillingly cold. Even his sword body shivered. Upon reaching the shore, a light breeze brushed through his sleeves, intensifying the cold. This chill was not merely due to the temperature, but an indescribable coldness. Devoid of frost, yet piercing to the bone. It was ominous, and combined with the red glow of the blood crystals surrounding him, it added an unsettling atmosphere, as if he had stepped into the netherworld. He could not help but internally critique. No wonder they are practitioners of dark arts. They truly know how to choose their locations. Xiao Shuling pointed deeper into the cave, indicating, "Go that way." Understood. Su Xian cautiously advanced, weaving through the narrow crevices of the mountain, gradually approaching the 7 sword lights. The 7 swords were positioned mere meters apart. It was evident that they were confined in the same location, which was, for Su Xian, rather encouraging news. As he drew nearer, the cavern before him gradually expanded, as if the entire mountain had been hollowed out from beneath. The air was laden not only with a chilling breeze, but also with a pungent scent of blood, mingled with an indescribable stench of decay that provoked an overwhelming sense of nausea. Moments later, the passage opened up into a scene bathed in a crimson haze, swirling ominously as he approached. Before him lay a chasm, vast, wide, and profoundly deep. Leaning over to peer down into the abyss, Su Xian beheld a pool of blood below, the very mist that filled the air emanating from this sinister pool. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the blood within the pool occasionally bubbling, releasing blood bubbles. And amidst the turbulent liquid, the ghostly remains of bones became visible. In the center of the blood pool, a stone altar was suspended, its arrangement suggesting it served as a sacrificial platform. Above the altar, a massive blood crystal hung, ensnared by countless iron chains, the other ends of which were embedded within the surrounding rock. At this moment, the blood crystal incessantly absorbed the sanguine essence rising from the pool. Su Xian furrowed his brow, as he seemed to have uncovered the reason behind the abduction of infants, not to create blood children, but rather to construct this blood pool, undoubtedly for the sake of the blood crystal. However, at this moment, Su Xian's attention was drawn to a corner of the blood pool where the stone wall stood. There lay 7 individuals submerged in the blood pool, iron chains piercing their palms, shoulders, and even through their dantian, firmly affixed to the stone wall. Their cultivation was sealed, their bodies restrained, reduced to mere mortals, barely clinging to life. The sight was not only distressing, but also unbearable to behold. Nan Gongning, Song Qing Shu, and Ruan Chong were among them. As for the remaining 5 figures, Su Xian had no doubt they belonged to the 5 members of the Yi Cheng Supervision Hall. Are you out of your mind? Have you forgotten what the master said? What are you afraid of? The master cannot see us. I advise you to behave, or we will both suffer the consequences. Look at you. What kind of trouble could you possibly cause? Are they going to fly away? Do not underestimate the situation. Do not forget, there is still a disciple from the One Dao sect unaccounted for. We have already lost over 20 brothers. Serves them right, a bunch of useless fools. A mere foundation establishment cultivator, and they couldn't capture him after a whole night. It's easy for you to say, that kid isn't an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. What difference does that make? Does he dare to come in here? Even if he did, what could he possibly stir up? The chains binding these people are forged from deep-sea meteorite iron. Not even a nascent soul could sever them. Even if he comes, all he can do is stare unless he possesses an immortal sword. Huh. The speakers were 2 men clad in black, one tall and thin. The latter appearing like a little old man with a stooped back, nursing a drink. The other remained obscured, his features unclear, though his voice suggested he was middle-aged. Both were late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Listening to their conversation, Su Xian, concealed in the shadows, cast a glance at the sword in his hand, realizing the irony of the situation. He indeed possessed an immortal sword. Where would he find justification for this? Little Shu Ling whispered, "These 2 look rather simple-minded. They shouldn't be too difficult to deal with." Su Xian's mind responded, "Do not underestimate them. We must proceed with caution." Yes, you are right, master. So how do you plan to act?" Su Xian replied solemnly, "We charge in. Give them 2 seconds. Isn't that a bit hasty?" Su Xian licked his lips, casting a sidelong glance at little Shu Ling. "Just watch my moves." Little Shu Ling protested. What happened to being cautious? Silently, Su Xian drew forth a sword he had acquired, took aim from above, and then hurled it with all his might. The sword sliced through the air. Su Xian quickly unsheathed his sword, leaped from his height, harnessing both his speed and the gravitational pull to launch his attack. The 2 men, engaged in casual conversation, perked up at the sound of the sword slicing through the air. "Someone's coming," they exclaimed. One of them raised his hand and unleashed a spell to sever the advancing sword. As they looked up, they saw a figure descending from above. "Be careful." In an instant, Su Xian swung his sword, targeting the 2 men. They barely managed to evade the blade, but were still caught by the ensuing shockwave. Amidst the splintering stones, Su Xian unleashed his deadly move. Azure Lotus Manifest. A blue lotus blossomed amidst the smoke and dust, its sword intent surging forth. The frail old man, who had been drinking, was instantly cleaved in 2, his dantian brutally torn apart, unable to emit even a scream. The other man, gravely injured, attempted to flee but was met with a heavy sword that pierced through him, disregarding the spiritual defenses of a foundation establishment cultivator. A gaping wound opened in his chest. his organs spilling forth as blood flowed profusely. He turned to Su Xian with a dazed expression, his pupils dilating, before collapsing to the ground. He was not yet dead, but convulsed violently, eventually succumbing to his wounds, never understanding how he had met his end. It was all too swift. Su Xian called back his sword, remaining vigilant as he surveyed the surroundings. Little Shu Ling raised her thumb in approval. Chapter 77. Rescue of 8 Su Xian. Anxious to save the others, rushed towards the 7 individuals, neglecting his own wounds as he soared towards them. The stench of blood was overwhelming, a sensation difficult to articulate. Not only was it a sensory assault on his olfactory senses, but the visual impact was equally jarring. The blood pool was not only filled with bones, but also teeming with white, grotesque creatures, densely packed and grotesquely large. Su Xian felt his stomach churn violently, nearly retching. Reaching Nan Gongning, he plunged a sword deep into the stone wall, gripping the hilt with one hand while hoisting his heavy sword with the other. Hovering above the blood pool, calling out, Nan Gongning, Nan Gongning. Covered in blood, Nan Gongning's fingers stirred slightly, as if she had heard the call. Slowly lifting her head, her disheveled hair fell to the sides, revealing a pale face, devoid of color, her eyes filled with despair. Little Master Ancestor. Upon recognizing Su Xian, Nan Gongning, her voice barely a whisper, urged, Little Master Ancestor, you must run. This is a trap. Su Xian, furrowing his brow, his eyes betraying his pain, replied softly, I know. Hold on, I will sever the chains binding you. We can discuss the details later. Nan Gongning fatigued blinked slowly, her throat moving but no sound escaping her lips, merely nodding in agreement. Without delay, Su Xian cast a glance at his sword. Go! The sword, seemingly attuned to his will, flew forth, severing the 18 iron chains that bound Nan Gongning. The cold iron was remarkably sturdy, yet the immortal sword sliced through it as if it were mere clay. After a cacophony of metallic clashing, Nan Gongning, biting her lip in agony, fell into the blood pool. Su Xian reacted swiftly, catching her securely and calling back his sword as they ascended back to the ground. He retrieved a medicinal pill, offering it to her. Here, take this. With the chains severed, her sealed dantian began to circulate once more. The power of her nascent soul, initiating the repair of her body and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to restore her energy reserves. Nan Gongning's complexion visibly improved, and upon receiving the pill from Su Xian, she exclaimed in astonishment, Yinling Dan, how do you possess such a treasure? Yinling Dan and Yangling Dan both belong to the category of spiritual medicines. However, one was a first grade, while the other was a third grade. A significant difference in their rankings and a price disparity that multiplied by 10. It was exceedingly costly. Given Su Xian's status, he should not have access to such a rarity. Naturally, Su Xian could not disclose that it had been pilfered from another, as that would be ill-fated. Instead, he smiled and said, Your master ancestor still has some resources. Quickly eat it and focus on your recovery. I will rescue the others. Nan Gongning did not hesitate. All right. She swallowed the pill whole, sitting cross-legged to meditate and cultivate her energy. Su Xian, as steadfast as ever, turned to rescue Ruansheng. Master Ancestor, how did you end up here? That will be discussed later. Hold on, I'll get you out first. All right. After rescuing Ruansheng, another effort was made to save Song Qing Shu, who was gravely injured. His arm had been severed at the shoulder, and his internal organs were severely damaged. Throughout the ordeal, he had not uttered a single word, and even when attempting to swallow a pill, it took considerable effort. However, as he broke free from the restraints that hindered his cultivation, his innate resilience as a cultivator began to manifest. Disciples of the One Tao sect possess exceptional qualities. Not only are their physical bodies robust, but their sensitivity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is also extraordinary. They assimilate the medicinal properties of pills far more swiftly than ordinary individuals, and soon, the three regained the ability to move, their cultivation slowly recovering. As for the remaining 5, no amount of calling by Su Xian could rouse them. They were mere shadows of their former selves, barely clinging to life. After successfully bringing the 5 up, Su Xian felt overwhelmed. Glancing at the pills in his hand, he turned to the 3 for guidance, uncertain of what to do. Nan Gongning, whose wounds had healed significantly, stood and declared, Leave it to me. With that, She forcefully channeled her Yuanying power to lift the five's bodies, healing their injuries with spiritual energy while simultaneously administering 5 pills into their stomachs. Gradually, the five's vitality began to strengthen, akin to withered grass awakening in spring, with tender shoots breaking through the earth. Their breaths were faint, and they appeared disoriented. "Who are you?" they murmured. Nan Gongning suppressed the turmoil in her dantian and replied hoarsely, "Do not speak. Focus on healing." The five, albeit unsteadily, managed to rise and sit cross-legged to cultivate. Meanwhile, Su Xian seized the opportunity to rummage through the 2 corpses nearby, discarding them into a blood pool before using spiritual energy to cover the bloodstains and erase the sword marks on the ground. His method was exceedingly proficient. Witnessing this, Nan Gongning, Ruanzhong, and Song Qing-shu exchanged glances, realizing the origin of the Yuling pills Su Xian had provided. A flicker of astonishment passed through their eyes. It was Su Xian's first mission. He had never taken a life before, nor had he ever engaged in combat. Yet, observing his demeanor, it seemed as though he were a seasoned killer. Their astonishment deepened as they considered Su Xian's unexpected presence in this perilous situation. It was difficult to fathom that while they had been captured, he, the one with the lowest cultivation level, had managed to escape and, even more astonishingly, had infiltrated the enemy stronghold to rescue them. Such bravery was indeed impressive. After completing his tasks, Su Xian returned to find the 3 regarding him with a mixture of awe and curiosity. "Well, I couldn't just let them be. They were hardly virtuous individuals," he explained. The 3 appeared perplexed, seemingly not having posed any questions. Ruanzhong inquired, "Did you kill them, little master ancestor?" Su Xian settled down on the ground, his perceptive gaze scanning his surroundings. With a calm smile, he replied, "Just 2 late-stage Foundation establishment weaklings, easily dispatched. It is of no consequence." The 3 remained silent, taking a deep breath. To deem late-stage Foundation establishment practitioners as weaklings is one thing, but to hear it from someone at the early-stage Foundation establishment was quite another. However, it was not surprising given that the little master ancestor wielded a celestial sword, rendering him invincible among his peers. Meanwhile, the 5 from the inspection hall, gradually regaining their senses, bore expressions of disbelief. Nan Gongning, suppressing her voice, reproached him gently, "Little master ancestor, you should not have ventured in here. If anything had happened to you, we would have failed our sect." Su Xian felt helpless. He had wished for a different outcome, but circumstances had dictated otherwise. Nonetheless, he bore no resentment towards her admonishment, recognizing it as concern and feeling touched by it. He shared the situation outside with them and relayed the intelligence he had obtained from Jiangyang. Upon learning the truth, Nan Gongning lowered her gaze, softly saying, "Little master ancestor, I apologize for misunderstanding you." Su Xian waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned, and inquired about what they knew to exchange information. As Song Qing-shu cultivated, he spoke. "After I left, I found out that the mastermind behind Yinxian Garden is the Li family of Yi City. When I arrived at the Li residence, I discovered it had been massacred. Sensing something was amiss, I attempted to flee, but was confronted by a Yuanying elder, likely one of those you mentioned. Nan Gongning, in a weak voice, added, "I must have encountered the other one. Initially, I was more powerful, but I was too overconfident and fell into his trap, becoming ensnared in the blood soul formation." As she spoke, her eyes darkened, and the veins on her hands stood out, filled with frustration and regret. Su Xian comforted her, saying, "It is not your fault. From the very beginning, we were ensnared in their scheme." Ruanzhong furrowed his brows, barely concealing his anger. "The one who attacked me was also a Yuanying strongman, and you all know him." Nan Gongning asked who. Ruanzhong hesitated briefly before spitting out 2 words. "Minzhan." "Minzhan? How could it be?" Upon hearing that name, both Song Qing-shu and Nan Gongning were visibly shocked, their eyes wide with disbelief. Su Xian, puzzled, asked, "Are you familiar with him?" Song Qing-shu lowered his gaze and explained, "Minzhan, late-stage Yuanying, the strongest in Yi City, the deputy city lord, and the grand marshal of the army. He established the invincible Xian Tai cavalry of Yi City, guarding the borders and serving 3 generations of city lords. 20 years ago, when the Kangwu army invaded Gaofeng Valley, our Wendao sect received a distress signal. When we arrived, the valley was a river of blood, and countless corpses were strewn about. I later heard that he single-handedly held back thousands of cavalry charges with a single blade, a hero in his twilight years. Yet his spirit remains unbroken. He is a great hero in the hearts of the people of Yi City. How could it be? Nan Gongning remained silent, while Ruan Zhong spat in disdain. What a load of nonsense! If it weren't for his treachery, I would never have fallen into the hands of that old thief. At the time, I was in the Tianzhu County Court reviewing documents when he suddenly appeared, claiming he had been secretly investigating this matter. He said you were in danger and offered to accompany me to rescue you. I respected him as a person of stature and had no defenses up. On the way, he suddenly attacked, injuring me grievously. Such a despicable act. If I ever get out of here, I will tear him apart. It was evident that Ruan Zhong was furious. The entire situation had unraveled due to the machinations of others, leading them to this dire strait. This only served to corroborate Su Xian's suspicions that those involved in Yi City held significant power. Su Xian Muto. It is easy to detect the malice of a petty person, but difficult to guard against a gentleman. There is no blame attached to you. Non gong ning ponderet alod. Kangwu, demonic cultivators, blood pools, Yi City. What do these people truly seek to accomplish? Without hesitation, Ruan Zhong replied, a rebellion, of course. Nan Gongning shook her head, offering no rebuttal, merely remarking thoughtfully, it cannot be that simple. Xiao Shi, came a hoarse voice suddenly. The four turned in unison to see the highest ranking among the five. A mid-stage Jindan cultivator, gazing warily at the blood pool before them. The man slowly turned his head, his gaze falling upon the four of them in succession. He nodded weakly and said, I am Feng Shi-san, the head of the inspection hall. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed seniors, and the little master ancestor. Su Xian casually inquired, at a time like this, there's no need for formalities. You just mentioned Xiaoxi, what is that? With great effort, he raised his frail hand, pointing at the blood pool. That red crystal core is the inner core of the ancient demon Xiaoxi. They intend to resurrect Xiaoxi to wreak havoc in our northern border. It must be so. I should have realized it earlier. Upon hearing this, the four turned their gazes toward the suspended crystal core, all furrowing their brows. Resurrection? Such an absurd notion. How could the dead return to life? Yet, this was the Songming realm, where the impossible might not be so far-fetched. Legends of the phoenix's rebirth and the emperor butterfly spinning its cocoon abound. Tales of withered trees blossoming again are plentiful. Upon first hearing of the Xiaoxi, Su Xian's mind began to race, followed by a sudden emergence of memories that did not belong to him. The Dahuang Yishou Lu records. Xiaoxi, one of the 10 ancient fierce serpents, possesses a body as dark as ebony, with azure fangs and an orange-yellow underbelly. Its massive form stretches several thousand meters, capable of devouring all. With a temperament marked by brutality and a particular taste for human flesh, especially that of infants. Noticing the horror reflected in the eyes of the three companions, Su Xian confirmed, that object is indeed a demonic beast's inner core. However, whether it belongs to the Xiaoxi, I cannot ascertain. Upon his initial arrival here, Su Xian had scrutinized this crystal core with his discerning gaze, recognizing it as a demonic beast's inner core. Yet, due to his insufficient cultivation level, he could not discern the specific type of beast it belonged to. Nan Gongning fixed her gaze on the beast core, swallowing hard as she spoke hoarsely. If that is truly the case, we must destroy it. Otherwise, she did not finish her sentence, but her wary expression conveyed everything. Ruan Zhong expressed skepticism. Even if it is a demonic beast's inner core, it may not necessarily belong to the Xiaoxi. Could it be something else? Nan Gongning fell silent, for she too could not discern the nature of the inner core, turning her attention to Feng Shi-san and asking, Master Feng, how do you know this is the inner core of the Xiaoxi? Feng Shi-san swallowed a lump in his throat, lowering his gaze as he replied in a hoarse voice, I once heard a rumor in the marketplace. In ancient times, a great serpent wreaked havoc among humans, feeding on human infants. There were times when the celestial gates opened and immortals descended to slay it. The great serpent fell, transforming into Shigu, where giant bamboos grew. The serpent in the legend is said to be the Xiaoxi, and the place of its downfall should be here. A centipede may die, but not stiffen, and a serpent that has lived for 1,000 years gives rise to a demonic core. Initially, I merely speculated. However, when I was trapped in this blood pool, I faintly overheard a conversation between two individuals, and I recall them mentioning the Serpent Lord. I believe the serpent lord they referred to must indeed be the Xiao Shi. I once stumbled upon records of the Xiao Shi in the Zhongshugu of our sect. It is one of the 10 ancient fierce serpents and possesses formidable regenerative abilities. If one were to obtain its serpent core and nourish it with extreme yin blood, it could restore its essence and regenerate its physical form. The blood of a female infant, being the purest form of extreme yin blood, is particularly suitable for this purpose, especially since we are in the place of the Xiao Shi's demise, where the mountains and rivers still retain the essence of the Xiao Shi. He paused, emphasizing, if they truly intend to resurrect a being, I can only surmise it must be the great fierce Xiao Shi. The four nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his analysis. Nan Gongning stated, regardless of whether it is the Xiao Shi or not, we must destroy it. Song Qing-shu and Ruan Chong concurred, as this was indeed their mission. Su Xian, however, interjected, the pressing matter is not to destroy this serpent core. Even if they could resurrect it, it would not be an immediate affair. To be prudent, I believe we should contemplate how to escape before anything else. Completing the mission is undoubtedly important, yet survival is paramount to undertaking further endeavors. Ruan Chong agreed. What the young master said is entirely correct. Song Qing-shu also chimed in. I think the young master has a point. If this is truly the demon core of the great fierce Xiao Shi, we may not be able to obliterate it entirely, and we could inadvertently provoke these demonic cultivators. At that time, we may fear that this sinister entity remains intact while the news of our failure spreads. Nan Gongning inadvertently cast a resolute glance at Su Xian. The matter of the Xiao Shi is indeed significant, and the situation in Yicheng is undeniably precarious. Yet, nothing supersedes the importance of Su Xian at this moment. He is the young master of the One Dao sect, the one who comprehended the sword steel, the possessor of the immortal sword and a natural sword spirit root. Although the One Dao sect traditionally advocates for equality among all lives, the reality is such that Su Xian's importance cannot be overstated. After spending several days together, her understanding of Su Xian's potential deepened. In the future, he alone will bear the 1,000-year fortune of the One Dao sect. Before departing, Wen Qing Shui specifically instructed to ensure the safety of the young master. Su Xian is too vital to the One Dao sect. As she had previously stated, if anything were to happen to him, they would have no face to lay their heads to rest beneath the sword burial peak. Very well. Let us heed the young master's counsel and break through. Chapter 79. The choice Song Qing-shu surveyed the surroundings and then glanced at his severed arm, offering a bitter smile. Breaking through will likely not be as simple as it sounds. According to what Su Xian just mentioned, within a 100-mile radius, there are at least 2 Yuaning-level experts, 10 Jinan cultivators, along with numerous foundation builders, in addition to a blood-weeping grand formation sealing the way. The fact that Su Xian was able to stealthily arrive here is due to his ability to evade detection by Yuaning-level beings. The specifics, they did not inquire further. However, Su Xian also mentioned that his skills could not be applied to them. Su Xian will not be detected. Yet, as soon as they leave this place, they will undoubtedly be sensed by the powerful Yuaning experts. This is why, even after Su Xian rescued them, they did not immediately flee but chose to heal in place. The conflicts among cultivators differ greatly from mortal brawls. Invisibility equates to true invisibility. Divine sense, perception, spiritual energy. These elements serve a crucial role akin to radar in modern warfare, capable of swaying the tides of battle with ease. Additionally, to prevent any leaks of information, this group has laid down a grand formation on the periphery. To exit, they must break the formation. Even if they miraculously escape detection, breaking the formation will certainly alert the enemy. They will become targets hunted down. Under normal circumstances, 6 Jinan cultivators, 2 Yuaning experts, plus Su Xian, who possesses strength equivalent to that of a solid Jinan foundation builder, would not be daunted. Not to mention sweeping through. Escaping would pose no problem. However, in the current situation, the combat capability of the 5 from the Jianshatang is virtually zero, and Song Qing-shu is not in much better shape. Ruan Chong and Nan Gongning have sustained severe injuries, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness, facing multiple foes. A direct breakthrough would lead only to death. Fleeing separately? That is certainly not an option. The group fell silent, and Nan Gongning spoke solemnly. Qing-shu is correct. While a full retreat may be impossible, there may yet be a chance if we stake our lives in a desperate fight. The others turned their hopeful gazes toward her. Nan Gongning looked at Su Xian and slowly added, "Among us, only the young master remains unharmed and possesses the means to evade the divine sense of the Yuanying. If we charge out and desperately tear a hole in the formation, we can send the young master out amidst the chaos. Once he escapes this grand formation, he will be like a fish returning to the sea. As long as the message can reach the sect, the elders will arrive within half a day. And the schemes of the Kangwu and these remnants of the demon clan will collapse without a fight." Wanchong showed no hesitation. "I have no objections." Song Qing Shu nodded earnestly. "It is feasible." Feng Shi San immediately represented the five from the Jiancha Tang, stating resolutely, "We five have failed in our duty to monitor Yi Cheng, bringing shame to the sect. If we can make amends, death is not a regret." Su Xian remained silent, his gaze lowered. He remained unmoved despite the multitude of glances directed at him. Whether driven by selfishness or fear of death, it is undeniable that Nan Gongning's proposal is indeed the most viable and rational plan at present. If only one person can escape, it must be himself. Even if he were to sacrifice himself for the sake of righteousness, allowing one among them to survive, given their current state, they could not flee far and would still meet their demise. Yet, he found himself in turmoil. His instincts told him to act this way, as he was not ready to die. Reason dictated that this course of action was the most rational. However, emotion urged him to reconsider, faced with such a life-and-death choice. A voice deep within his consciousness kept telling him, "Do not do this." While survival might be possible, one would be condemned to a lifetime of guilt. The moral line within him became an insurmountable chasm at this moment. The education and experiences he had undergone were like an immovable mountain. Weakness? Incompetence? Overflowing compassion? Whatever the case, it mattered not. The distinction between idle chatter and reality is indeed profound. Although he was unfamiliar with the five from Jiancha Tang, and even though Nan Gongning, Song Qing Shu, and Ruanchong were merely acquaintances rather than close friends, they shared a common origin in Wendazong. Despite being forcibly brought back, and feeling no particular debt to the sect, nor harboring deep emotional ties, there existed an unexplainable sense of belonging. Perhaps even he himself was unaware of when he began to acknowledge Wendazong as his home, his nation. At this very moment, vivid scenes from Wendazong played out in his mind. The stingy Zhou Tao, the aloof Wen Qing Shui, the ever-avoidingly Qing Shan, the principal spouting senior sister, the taciturn Zhang Yang, the generous Yao Xiao Xiao, and the righteous Lin Qian Qian, along with those unfamiliar yet familiar faces. Wendazong was righteous, it was splendid, and the people within were even better, passionate, kind, and sincere. Upon reflection, not a single individual evoked disdain or dislike within him. The echoes of Little Master Ancestor and Little Master Uncle incessantly reverberated, relentlessly admonishing Su Xian while also conveying a message. You cannot act thus, you cannot run away. You cannot abandon them. They are your comrades, your family, your juniors. As he slowly raised his gaze, Su Xian's eyes swept over them one by one. In his mind, he recalled the words of Yi Xianyu. With great power comes great responsibility. Gazing at them, he posed a question to himself. Su Xian, can you truly forsake them? Do you wish for them to perish for your sake? The answer was a resounding no. He spoke with unwavering conviction. No. Nan Gongning interjected, Little Master Ancestor. This is not the time for your recklessness. The others quickly chimed in, urging him, indeed, Little Master Ancestor, there are priorities. They did not forget to reason with him, weighing the pros and cons. How could Su Xian not understand the rationale? However, if he were to acquiesce, no one in the world would blame him. Yet he could not surmount that mental barrier. In the realm of cultivation, this is termed a heart demon or obsession. He had no intention of negotiating with them. Instead, he altered his usual amiability and adopted a firm stance. What kind of elder would send their juniors to their deaths? I know not if such a principle exists in the world, but in Wendazong, it does not. My cultivation may be lowly, yet I possess my dignity. I cannot afford to lose face. If you truly recognize me as your Little Master Ancestor, it must be more than mere words. You must heed my command. If death is inevitable today, I shall be the first to fall. If we must leave, we will do so together. As long as I draw breath, I will not abandon a single one of you. Su Xian's inexplicable fervor led him to utter a barrage of youthful declarations, leaving his companions momentarily stunned. In that instant, His petite figure seemed to amplify, filling their eyes with newfound respect. He appeared taller, more imposing, embodying the spirit of a fearless swordsman, an esteemed gentleman. A valiant warrior. At least for this moment, Su Xian was indeed that. Ruan Chong swallowed hard and pointed behind Su Xian, exclaiming, "Little Master Ancestor." Ruan Chong continued earnestly, "There's something behind you." Su Xian turned back in confusion, asking, "What is it?" "There's nothing there. There truly is, it's golden light." Su Xian, bewildered, replied, "Are you joking with me?" His enthusiasm rapidly deflated. At such a critical juncture, jesting was an extravagance. The others, too, found themselves involuntarily amused, albeit tinged with a sense of helplessness. However, the earlier tension and disputes began to ease. After casting Ruan Chong a sidelong glance, Su Xian returned to the matter at hand, stating, "I have a plan." "What plan?" Su Xian picked up a stone and drew a small circle on the ground, followed by a larger one, explaining, "You see, we are here. This is the range of the formation. I estimated last night that the scope of this great array spans nearly 100 miles. To prevent any leaks of information, they will undoubtedly employ every means to locate me. Until they find me, their focus will remain outward, granting you ample time to heal. My thought is this: we cannot defeat them head-on, and the chances of breaking through are slim. Therefore, let us adopt their cunning and conduct a surprise attack." The group exchanged glances, each pondering the feasibility of this strategy. How do we execute a stealthy approach? A glint of mischief flickered in Su Xian's eyes as he grinned mischievously. "Here's the plan. You will immerse yourselves in that blood pool, as if I had never arrived and nothing had transpired. As long as one of those two Yuaning-level demonic cultivators appears alone here, we will seize the moment, overwhelming them before they are aware. And if we can eliminate one, the remaining adversary will be considerably easier to handle. As for the mentioned Minjian, we can only gamble on his absence." The others stared at Su Xian, their expressions shifting between uncertainty and intrigue. Su Xian prompted, "Don't just stand there. Give me a clear response. Is this feasible?" They exchanged glances once more before replying in unison. Ruan Chong exclaimed, "What a cunning plan." Song Qingshu added, "What a brilliant strategy." Nan Gongning affirmed, "I believe it can work." Su Xian, bemused, turned to Feng Shi San, asking symbolically, "What about you? Do you have any objections?" Feng Shi San initially appeared dazed, but then nodded emphatically, "No, I will follow Little Master Ancestor's lead." He had long heard tales of the burgeoning Little Master Ancestor within the sect, noted for his prowess, wisdom, and extraordinary talent. Yet upon seeing him today, the rumors proved true. However, he discerned not the slightest trace of youthful naivety in Su Xian. Rather, he exuded the demeanor of a seasoned veteran, composed, resolute, and resourceful. What he had initially perceived as impulsive bravado now revealed itself as a meticulously crafted strategy. Given their current predicament, escaping was indeed perilous. Yet, feigning normalcy and remaining behind would afford them the opportunity to recuperate and prepare. Should their plan unfold successfully, they stood a significant chance of severely injuring one of the two Yuaning-level foes, all while potentially demolishing the blood pool amidst the chaos. If no reinforcements arrived, they might indeed escape unscathed. Even if unexpected variables arose, the likelihood of Su Xian's safe passage or the ability to relay information would be greatly enhanced. Such a plan warranted no objections. Their momentary hesitation stemmed solely from their Windazong upbringing, which instilled a sense of righteousness. Thus, they felt some aversion to underhanded tactics. However, the current circumstances left no room for sentimentality. With no dissent, the plan was unanimously approved, and Su Xian decisively declared, "Let us proceed without delay." Nan Gongning and Ruan Chong first assisted the other 4 disciples of Jiansha Tang in their healing, ensuring they could move freely. Subsequently, they returned to the blood pool, utilizing the methods of cultivators to reattach the severed iron chains to themselves, while employing some sleight of hand to ensure everything appeared unchanged. Centered around them, they harnessed the potent blood essence of the pool to establish a small ceiling formation, ensuring their opponents would not immediately detect their restored abilities. In summary, all actions taken are aimed at executing a sudden and unexpected strike, catching the opponent off guard. Under normal circumstances, such tactics would easily be detected by a Yuaning realm cultivator. However, immersed in the blood pool and cloaked by the aura of the demonic core, and given this is the enemy's stronghold, they would undoubtedly let their guard down. Su Xian gambled on the notion that the adversaries would not anticipate their escape, believing they would choose to remain within the blood pool. He also wagered on their assumption that they would not dare to intrude. The 7 individuals stared at the foul-smelling blood pool, racing against time to heal their injuries. Upon returning to the pool's edge, Su Xian meticulously cleared any remaining traces, confirming that no flaws were left behind before joining the others. He drove a dagger into the stone wall and perched himself upon it for 2 reasons: to facilitate communication with his companions while simultaneously preparing for an ambush, and to harness the illusionary techniques to obscure himself from sight. Possessing the divine insight of the eye of perception, he was concealed within the array of illusions, rendering him invisible to others. Although there were numerous places to hide around the blood pool, one could never be too cautious. After all, one might encounter unforeseen dangers. As the saying goes, the most perilous locations can often be the safest. He aimed to create confusion within the enemy ranks, even if the stench was unbearable. In life-and-death situations, such trivialities pale in comparison. Thus began a prolonged wait, akin to hunters in the deep mountains, silently anticipating the appearance of their prey. During this time, Su Xian generously offered all the elixirs he had scavenged: first-grade spirit recovery pills, second-grade qi nourishing pills, and third-grade spirit cultivation pills, encouraging them to consume to their heart's content. He himself partook of 2 to restore his vitality. Having exerted himself through the night, his condition was not much better than that of the others. Were it not for the sword body he acquired at the sword tomb, he would have likely exhausted his energy long ago. Qing Shu, is your hand all right? It's nothing. I won't die. The sword intent in my left hand is not without its advantages. If we survive, I will gather my senior brothers to procure a blood spirit ginseng from the merchant hall for you to regrow your hand. Song Qing Shu smiled slightly. That's what you said. Don't go back on your word. Ruan Chong boldly proclaimed. Do you think I am that kind of person? A promise is a promise. Nan Gong Ning suddenly interjected. I have 50,000 points. I will give them all to you. Really? How touching, Song Qing Shu replied. The members of the inspection hall expressed their willingness to contribute as well. We can pitch in. A few thousand points shouldn't be an issue. Song Qing Shu grinned widely, unable to contain his excitement. Ruan Chong teased. Little master ancestor, aren't you going to show your appreciation? Su Xian replied with a wry smile. I have no money. This was the truth. The others regarded him with meaningful expressions. Su Xian felt a surge of determination and declared, I will find someone to borrow from. The group burst into laughter, finding the little master ancestor quite endearing. Suddenly, they heard a noise, and everyone immediately fell silent, concealing their amusement as they prepared for action. Shu, someone is coming. Seal your cultivation. Chapter 81. The infant girl of the blood pool was desolate. The sound of footsteps echoing as 2 figures clad in black entered from the entrance. Who were those 2? Who knows? 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, they were not missing. Perhaps they had left early. What a chaotic mess. There's no discipline at all. Don't they see what time it is? The outside world is in disarray. When I report this to the master, I will certainly admonish them. Never mind, as long as nothing happened, it's best not to provoke anyone. It's a thankless task. Provoke someone? I have already turned to darkness. Why would I fear offending anyone? Do as you wish. I'll go explore over there. Below the blood pool, Ruan Chong quietly asked, what is the situation? Song Qing Shu replied softly, they should be changing shifts. The little spirit book boldly perched on a protruding rock on the cliff, resting her chin on her hands, swinging her short legs, providing Su Xian with a shared view of the entire blood pool. Su Xian whispered, just like the previous 2, both are at the foundation establishment stage. Ruan Chong quietly unsheathed his sword a few inches, his eyes filled with murderous intent. What now? Don't rush. Remain calm to avoid startling the snake. 2 foundation establishment cultivators. Killing them isn't worth it. Let them relax their guard while we wait for Su Xian to speak. Ruan Chong sheathed his sword, slightly impatient. How long must we wait? If we wait until nightfall, those 2 won't bail on us, will they? It was evident that as their injuries healed, the group was becoming increasingly restless. After all, the blood pool was truly no place for a human to linger. Su Xian frowned slightly. It was now the hour of the dog, or more accurately, night had already fallen. The entire day had passed without a single soul appearing in the blood pool apart from the 2 who were changing shifts. As he watched the effectiveness of his eye of perception dwindle, with less than 3 hours remaining, he felt an increasing sense of urgency. Su Xian was acutely aware that those outside were frantically searching for him. Once the eye of perception failed, his aura would swiftly be locked onto by them. At that point, it would be a miracle if he wasn't suddenly ambushed. Nan Gongning reassured him, "Be a bit more patient. I believe they will show up." Upon hearing Nan Gongning's words, Ruanchong refrained from further comments, holding back his complaints. Su Xian turned to Nan Gongning and asked Xiaoning, "How is your recovery?" Nan Gongning lowered her gaze. "If I push myself, I can exert 70% of my strength. That is the limit." Ruanchong interjected, "I am about the same." Song Qing Shu remarked calmly, "Facing a golden core cultivator, even with one hand, I am not concerned." Su Xian contemplated for a moment, calculating, then stated, "All right, we will wait for 2 more hours. If they have not shown by the hour of the rat, we will not wait any longer. You two will unleash your full power and cleave a path through here. Amidst the chaos, we will band together and break through." Nan Gongning hesitated before finally nodding. Although she did not understand why it had to be at the hour of the rat, she trusted Su Xian enough to know there must be a compelling reason behind it. Su Xian did not elaborate, and she did not press further. The others nodded in agreement, with Ruanchong already beginning to flex his muscles. This mission had been marred by surprise attacks, leaving him thrown into the blood pool. He had never engaged in such a frustrating battle in his life, and had been harboring a belly full of anger without an outlet. Previously, his cultivation was sealed, and he was heavily injured, feeling powerless. Now that he had the strength to fight, how could he not seize the opportunity? The waiting continued, a tedious affair. The boiling blood pool, the acrid air, and the sporadic flickers of the demonic core's crimson light, coupled with the incessant chatter between the two cultivators, filled the atmosphere. I wonder if that kid managed to catch anyone? Catch? Where? Like a rat, searching all day without a trace. Damn, what a ruthless move. They killed more than 20 of our brothers in one night and claimed to be at the Foundation establishment stage. Who would believe that? Those are disciples of the Tao-seeking sect. They have all sorts of tricks. Nonsense. Can a disciple of the Tao-seeking sect be as sinister and ruthless as he is? You should have seen how cleanly stripped our brothers were. It was like being attacked by bandits. What you say is true. While the Tao-seeking sect disciples are righteous, they're not fools. If there is something to take, why wouldn't they? All eyes turned to Su Xian. He looked bewildered. "Why are you all looking at me?" Nan Gongning swallowed hard and weakly asked, "Little Master Ancestor, is what they said true? What is true or false? Did you really kill over 20 people?" Su Xian replied softly, "What is the fuss? If they hadn't banded together, I could have wiped them out." Half of the group felt astonished, while the other half regarded him with admiration. Feng Shi-san quietly asked, "Is it true that you stripped them naked?" Su Xian denied without hesitation. "That's false. It's slander. The little master ancestor of the Tao-seeking sect, could never be that kind of person. Besides, with my background, do I lack for trifles?" Nan Gongning and the others exchanged knowing glances, their expressions revealing much. The 5 from the inspection hall, perhaps in their stupor, had not witnessed the truth, but the trio certainly had. Xu Xian, in their presence, stripped the 2 individuals bare before tossing them into the blood pool. It is only fitting to say that he lives up to his title as a young master. His face did not betray a hint of shame while telling lies. "What expressions do you 3 wear? Do you not believe me?" The trio shook their heads fervently. Xu Xian merely gestured with his lips and said nothing further. After a brief interval, as the hour of high was about to pass, a commotion arose once more outside the blood pool, this time significantly louder and more chaotic. The 2 guarding cultivators adopted an unusually serious demeanor. Ruanzhong, with a grave expression, declared, "Someone is coming." From Xu Xian's perspective, he observed several Jindan realm cultivators emerge from the entrance of the blood pool, followed by a regiment of armored soldiers who marched in unison. In their arms, one soldier carried 2 swaddled bundles. Were they female infants? The soldiers proceeded to arrange the swaddled infants on the ground beside the blood pool, following the instructions of the Jindan cultivators. The sight was overwhelming. One of the late-stage Jindan cultivators, seemingly the leader, approached the edge of the blood pool and looked towards Xu Xian and the others, beckoning to the 2 guards stationed nearby. "You 2, come here." The 2 hurriedly approached and bowed in haste. "We pay our respects, elder. We pay our respects, elder." The man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his entire form concealed beneath a black robe, and coldly inquired, "Have you discovered anything unusual?" One of them, In a sycophantic tone, responded, "Elder, rest assured with my brother and I here, not even a fly could enter without us noticing. There won't be any mistakes. Indeed, good. Once this is accomplished, I shall commend you." The two immediately beamed with joy, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. One of them, glancing at the sea of infants and the soldiers coming and going, curiously asked, "Elder, what is happening today? Why are so many children suddenly brought here? There must be thousands." The elder's lips curled slightly beneath his hood, a hint of excitement in his voice as he replied, "A grand event is about to unfold. You shall soon have the opportunity to rise alongside the esteemed one." "That is splendid. Is that truly the case?" The two, momentarily overcome with exhilaration, edged closer, attempting to curry favor. "Elder, has that lad from Wendao Zone been captured?" Upon hearing this, the black-robed elder shot them a cold glare, his expression shifting dramatically. "You too. Your words carry too much weight." The two were taken aback and quickly acknowledged their mistake. The black-robed elder ominously ordered, "Get out and guard the entrance." "Understood. We obey." They lowered their heads and hurriedly departed. "If you wish to die, do not drag me down with you." "How could you mention that? Do you not know that his disciple has been killed 4 times over?" "This was not my intention." The black-robed elder instinctively clenched his fists, his anger boiling over at the mere thought of that individual. His own disciple had met a tragic end. His sister had also perished. All of it was at the hands of this person. The blood debt could only be repaid in blood. "Should I capture you? I will surely peel your skin off alive." At this moment, near the blood pool, within the obscured formation, a group of Wendao Zone disciples bore grim expressions, their fists tightly clenched. If the blood pool beneath them was filled with countless bones, igniting their fury, the sight of thousands of slumbering infants before them stirred a murderous intent even greater. The deceased could not be helped. All they could do was lament and feel helpless. But the living were different. It was not difficult to deduce their intentions, nor the fate that awaited these infants. They were to be cast alive into the pool, to fester and rot, ultimately leaving behind nothing but skeletal remains barely longer than an arm. These are all newborns. Feng Shusan bit down hard, his cracked lips stained red. These beasts, as the hall master, overseeing Yecheng, he felt a deep sense of shame. These children were from Yecheng, and during his tenure, such a tragedy had occurred without his knowledge. He felt he had betrayed the sect and the people of Yecheng, failing to uphold his past vows. Song Qingshu furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting between Xu Xian and Nangongning as he pondered. "What shall we do now?" Xu Xian remained silent. The sudden turn of events had rendered their situation more perilous. They could, of course, proceed with their original plan, but that would mean watching these children perish before their very eyes. One must ask, who among the ordinary could remain indifferent to the lives of thousands of children? Certainly, those raised within Wendao Zone could not. As for Xu Xian, how could he abandon his fellow disciples and turn a blind eye to the lives of these infants? Yet if they intervened, how could they possibly do so? His thoughts raced, a silent battle raging within his mind. Nangongning, however, exhibited no hesitation, resolutely declaring, "We must save the children." No one objected. The question remained, how to accomplish this? Nangongning continued, "The original plan remains unchanged. When the Yuaning realm experts arrive, we will launch our assault. Xu Xian, take the opportunity to flee the way you came. We will hold off the Yuaning and the opposing Jin Dawn cultivators, giving you enough time to break the formation. Once you are out, do not head to Yecheng. Go to Linfeng to seek reinforcements." Xu Xian did not oppose, knowingly asking, "What about you?" Nangongning's gaze was resolute. They were determined to protect these children at all costs. Xu Xian smiled bitterly. "How can we protect them? This is not just 1 or 2, but thousands of infants. In the realm of mortal cultivation, treasures capable of containing living beings and extracting them alive were exceedingly rare. Each was a legendary artifact, well known in their own right. Yet, not a single one could be found within Wendao Zone, nor could they possibly be in the possession of individuals like them. 8 individuals would have to face not only 2 Yuan cultivators, but also over a dozen Jin Dawn and nearly 100 Foundation cultivators. Now, with over 1,000 armored soldiers arriving, who could say if Min Zhan had also come? In such circumstances, the only path to saving these children was through a desperate fight. They would either eliminate the enemy or be annihilated alongside the children. As long as they chose to save the innocents, there would be no retreat. Yet, judging by their demeanor, it was clear that saving these lives was non-negotiable. Nangongning urged, Xu Xian, do not overthink it. We have no choice but to proceed as such. Xu Xian regained his composure and nodded slightly. He refrained from dissent, for he understood that they had their reasons for this course of action. He could empathize and resonate with their resolve. He merely stated ambiguously, plans seldom survive the unexpected. We shall act when the time is right. Xu Xian's lack of opposition was taken as agreement by the others. They ceased their discussion, focusing their energy and attention on the movements above the blood pool. Once the 1,000 soldiers had set down the slumbering infants, they departed the area. A burly general of the Foundation realm, wielding a long blade, approached the black-robed Jindan cultivators, clasping his fists in respect as he spoke. The Grand Marshal has sent word. We have brought you the people. 3,000, not a single one missing. The Grand Marshal asked me to convey a message to your esteemed one. In 3 days, it will either be success or death. Let him take heed. After delivering his message, he clasped his fists once more and strode away without hesitation. The 4 or 5 black-robed Jindan elders exchanged cold laughs. A mere Foundation realm dog dares to speak to us in such a manner? I would love to dispose of him. Enough. Our esteemed Minda Yuan Shui cannot even provoke your esteemed one. Do not stir trouble. One left to seek the esteemed one while the others remained vigilant. For Xu Xian and his companions, however, 2 pieces of good news had arrived. The first, Minzhan had not come. The second, the Yuaning realm esteemed one was about to make an appearance. Nangongning prayed silently, hoping the individual who arrived would be that blood-soaked elder she had encountered earlier. Although she had been defeated, she had likewise managed to wound him with a strike. The frost sword aura she wielded would not heal easily. If it was him, she had an 80% chance of eliminating him outright. At that point, only one would remain. Even if she and Ruanzhong could not win, they should be able to hold him off without issue. Approximately half an hour later, as the hour of Z approached, a breath drew near the blood pool, and Su Xian's discerning gaze absorbed everything in sight. Before him stood a man, his complexion somewhat pallid, seemingly sharing a lineage with Jiang Ying, both bearing an air of delicate fragility. Yet, despite the languorous aura that surrounded him, the sinister presence emanating from his eyes could not be concealed. He wore his hair loosely, clad in a flowing red robe, exposing his bare chest, which bore a prominent, unhealed sword wound. This was the blood infant ancestor, a disciple of the blood demon cave, marked by the insignia of the late-stage Yuan Ying realm upon his forehead. Su Xian dared not utter a sound, while those around him sensed the encroaching aura and instinctively held their breath, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The late-stage Yuan Ying realm was far different from those in the Golden Core or Foundation establishment stages. Even the faintest disturbance could be detected. Should they reveal any hint of anomaly, their concealment spells would be effortlessly unraveled. This final moment of lurking before the hunt was crucial, determining the success or failure of their endeavor. We have seen the esteemed one. For countless years, the red-robed man spoke softly. Rise. Thank you, esteemed one. He continued, sweeping past the onlookers without hesitation. Let's commence. Understanding the directive, several Golden Core cultivators retreated to the entrance. The red-robed figure approached the blood pool, but did not pause. Instead, he advanced, walking as if on solid ground, until he reached the stone platform at the center of the blood pool. There he stood, gazing up at the blood crystal above, his pale visage taking on an eerie glow in its crimson light. He spread his arms wide, his thin lips curling into a blade-like smile, his eyes resembling those of a serpent, malevolent and sinister. Great Serpent Master, I shall offer you the final batch of tributes. Soon, you will descend upon the mortal realm once more, and I shall devote everything to you until you transform into a dragon. A cacophony of laughter erupted, echoing through the air until Nangongning issued a command. Now strike. The long sword was summoned, the frost shackles fell away, and they charged forth. The laughter of the blood infant ancestor abruptly ceased as he turned sharply. Who? Yet in the blink of an eye, Ruanchong and Nangongning had already closed the distance. Ruanchong bellowed, Abomination, meet your end. Chapter 83. Chaos of Battle. Nangongning and Ruanchong surged forward, their respective swords, Ningyue and Zhuhan, slicing through the air simultaneously. The blood infant ancestor hastily responded, and in an instant, the altar and half the blood pool were engulfed in a tempest of sword intent and bloodlight. This sudden spectacle alarmed the 5 Golden Core elders stationed at the entrance, who rushed towards the blood pool, unleashing their Golden Core powers. This is bad. Protect the esteemed one. The remaining 6 members of the Windazong struck back simultaneously, bursting forth from the blood pool, summoning their own swords to ambush the 5. Where do you think you're going? You, scum of the Blood Demon Cave, shall perish. The 5 reacted hastily, cursing. What the hell? How could this happen? Eliminate them. Song Qing-shu, wielding a sword with one arm, was the fastest, piercing one of the attacker's chests and creating a gaping wound. Severely injured, a cry of despair echoed as the 5 members of the inspection hall engaged the remaining 4, resulting in a stalemate of sword intent, spiritual power, and magical techniques clashing violently. Seizing the chaos, Su Xian concealed himself, utilizing his insightful gaze to identify vulnerabilities in their defenses, and struck from behind once more. Receive my sword. Qing Lian appears. With a chilling flash, the sword, though lacking sharpness, was imbued with the might of celestial techniques, instantly disrupting the formation of the 4 opponents. One of them, recognizing Su Xian's sword intent, erupted in fury. So you were here. I shall slay you. Su Xian paid no heed, pressing forward, targeting the weakest among the Golden Core cultivators. Hold still. The sword intent howled, and with the assistance of Feng Shishan, he aimed for the foe's brow. Senior brother, save me. Yet before the words could fully escape, a swift flash of cold light severed the air, blood splattering across the expanse. A head parted from its body in an instant. The morale of the Windazong surged. The little Grandmaster is truly formidable, although they were outnumbering their foes, and had seized the initiative. The fact that a mere Foundation Establishment cultivator could tear through their defenses and eliminate an enemy in such short order was astonishing. It was a rare talent to strike boldly and astutely, identifying weaknesses in the blink of an eye. One among them could not restrain his excitement, exclaiming, "Little Grandmaster, splendid work." Su Xian remained indifferent, evading an attack, his foot poised to charge towards Song Qing-shu. Hold on, little Song. Song Qing-shu understood immediately, blocking the opponent's path. The already severely injured assailant, faced with the one-armed swordsman, found himself at a disadvantage. With Su Xian suddenly appearing, panic ensued, leaving him helpless and overwhelmed. You all truly deserve death. He, in his Golden Core power, conjured a blood-red barrier, attempting to deflect Su Xian's lethal strike. Yet, he was unprepared for the heavy sword, which pierced through his defensive energy as effortlessly as chopsticks through tofu, penetrating his dantian. With a sickening sound, the blade emerged through his abdomen. He looked down in disbelief at the sword, then back at Su Xian, his face contorted in agony as he uttered, "A splendid sword." Before he could raise his head, Song Qing-shu had already closed in, his sword descending upon another enemy. The battlefield by the blood pool shifted dramatically. It had been 5 against 7, but now it was 7 against 3. The remaining 3, witnessing this turn of events, no longer considered the esteemed one being besieged above the blood pool. Their only thought was to flee. To flee was to survive. The world knew that to contest with the disciples of the Windazong, one must either possess a significant cultivation advantage or outnumber them twofold. In any case where one's realm fell short or their numbers were fewer, retreat was the only option. Retreat. We must call for reinforcements. Su Xian withdrew his heavy sword, shaking it in his grip, coldly regarding the 3 attempting to escape. He would not let a single one of them pass. The 5 from the inspection hall continued their assault, with Song Qing-shu following closely. Su Xian surged forth once more, unleashing his singular killing move, well aware that time was not on their side. The commotion they had stirred had already attracted attention from those outside the cave. Soon, reinforcements would arrive, and they would be the ones overwhelmed. They needed to inflict maximum damage upon their adversaries in the shortest time possible without suffering losses themselves. The disturbances at the blood pool grew increasingly tumultuous. The chaotic clash among the 3 Yuan-ing cultivators persisted. Though all 3 had sustained injuries, their strength was undeniably diminished. Yet, even with the element of surprise, Nangong Ning and her companions struggled to subdue them swiftly. The adversaries continued to resist fiercely, though their plight was dire. You wretched ants of the Windazong, how despicable you are to dare ambush me. You shall meet a miserable end. His words dripped with irony. I may ambush and scheme against you because I am a demon cultivator, but you cannot do the same to me, for you are righteous." Such was his reasoning, a furious outburst of impotent rage. The two remained silent, wholly focused on the battle, exerting their utmost effort as the conflict raged on. In the realm of demonic cultivation, two figures of the Jindan stage fell, their blood staining the ground, while only one managed to escape at the cost of their life. The battle among the cultivators awoke the infants, who had been previously entranced, filling the air with their cries amidst the roaring winds. The six did not pursue further. Song Qingshu glanced back at the three still entangled above the blood pool and immediately declared, "We must take the children away first." Without hesitation, they infused their spirit energy into their swords, causing them to swell and transform into colossal blades. In their haste, they transferred all the children onto the sword bodies. Su Xian joined them, wielding the immortal sword. After its transformation, its magnitude was unparalleled compared to the other six. They managed to save several hundred infants, yet even so, the seven of them had only managed to carry away a fraction. There were simply too many children. What were they to do? Meanwhile, within the cave, a powerful aura rapidly approached. The space rippled, revealing a swirling mass of black mist charging into the blood pool, concealing a dark figure within. Late-stage Yuan Ying, this was dire. Alarm bells rang in the minds of the group as another Yuan Ying cultivator arrived. The blood infant ancestor sensed their companion's presence and shouted, "Old ghost, save me." The black mist thickened, howling as it nearly enveloped half of the blood pool's space, a sinister voice echoing. "You hold them off for a moment while I deal with these children." Ruan Chong turned to Nangong Ning, senior sister. The latter understood the intent. "All right." Ruan Chong broke free from the fray and charged towards the black mist, declaring, "Your opponent is me. Taste my sword." Arrogance. Nangong Ning addressed the blood infant ancestor while Ruan Chong faced the ghost mist ancestor. The four engaged in a fierce conflict, igniting the entire blood pool into chaos. The clashing of cold steel producing piercing metallic sounds. Rocks continually fell from above, shaking the mountain itself, creating utter disarray. Amidst the battle, Nangong Ning called out to the others, "Take the children and leave." Chapter 84. The breakout. The six instinctively turned their gazes to Su Xian. Observing the crumbling walls and the occasionally collapsing ceiling, Su Xian gritted his teeth and said, "Listen to Xiao Ning, we must exit first." Agreed. Little master ancestor. There are too many children. We cannot carry them all. Su Xian furrowed his brow and decisively instructed, "Stack them up, wrap those we cannot carry, and hang them. It's better than leaving them here to be buried." Understood. Let's do it. The seven began gathering the infants from the ground. 3,000 baby girls littered the area. The swords were piled high with them. They used their magical treasures to wrap the children, carrying them in their arms while employing their Jindan strength to manage to bring them all aboard. "Let us go. Take advantage of the chaos." Guided by Xiao Shuling, Su Xian led the way while the immortal sword, Qian Man, followed closely behind, carrying the infants. This underground cave had numerous pathways, large and small, intricately intertwined. However, given the current situation, their swords had expanded to such dimensions that they could carry more infants than a cart, especially Qian Man, which extended over 10 meters, resembling a massive mountain-splitting sword. Thus, they could only traverse the main passageway. "Hurry, keep up. Be cautious. Do not fall into an ambush." A fleeting shadow darted by, and a figure arriving to assist shouted, "Watch out." In the blink of an eye, Su Xian drew his blade, a blue lotus blossoming forth, radiating with brilliant azure light. Alas, the blade in his hand, though formidable, was not Qian Man. It could not breach the opponent's spirit energy shield, failing to deliver the anticipated fatal blow. Fortunately, the confined space allowed his sword energy to erupt, sending many adversaries flying. Su Xian deliberately revealed his true form, not forgetting to taunt, "A bunch of trash. Come and kill me if you dare." Although none among them had seen Su Xian, his foundational cultivation, youth, and the recent azure sword energy had already revealed his identity. After all, they had spent an entire day and night searching for him, suffering greatly. They were eager to flay him alive. Now that he had presented himself, they would not let this opportunity slip away. They surged forward. "It's him. We finally found you. You little pest from the One Dao sect. There's nowhere left to run this time. Get him." Su Xian charged through, making for the cave's exit, unwilling to linger. Engaging in combat was futile. Should he accidentally collapse the passageway, they would all be buried alive. The cultivators were unafraid. They could always carve their way out. But for the infants, survival would be impossible. His immediate goal was to lure out both those who had already entered and those yet to follow. In the dim passage, torches flickered on the walls, the wind howling through. Su Xian found himself besieged. Even with the enhancement of his insightful eye, he could not evade all attacks, sustaining multiple injuries and appearing quite disheveled. Fortunately, most of his attackers were foundational cultivators, and their strikes, even when he faced them head-on, posed no mortal threat. After all, his sword body had been tempered for 4 months in the sword tomb. It was no exaggeration to say his flesh was tougher than that of most magical weapons. "Block him," a group of inept foes shouted. "Elder, this kid is too tough." My blade shattered against his head, and he remains unscathed. What manner of creature is this? Do not panic. The net is already laid outside. He cannot escape. Soon, Su Xian reached the cave's entrance, where the moonlight danced mischievously, illuminating the surface of the exit pool with shimmering waves. Xiao Shu Ling, disregarding everything, had already soared out of the cave ahead of them, sharing the surrounding information with Su Xian. In the tranquil, moonlit bamboo grove, 6 Jindan cultivators and several foundational ones lay in wait, ready to strike as soon as he revealed himself. Among them was the one who had previously escaped severely injured. It was evident they had received intelligence from this individual and chosen to ambush them in advance. After all, the 7 from Wendao sect were not weak. They might not gain the upper hand in a direct confrontation. Su Xian quickly grasped the situation. No wonder, aside from the 2 Jinan cultivators inside the cave, the rest were foundational cultivators. These were merely pawns. Su Xian's mind raced, silently calculating, ignoring the 2 Yuan Ing elders entangled with Nangong Ning and Ruanchong. The opponents they faced now comprised 8 Jinan cultivators and dozens of foundational cultivators. If Nangong Ning and Ruanchong could suppress the 2 elders, even at a cost, perhaps they could all escape unscathed tonight. There seemed to be a glimmer of hope. Su Xian, who had never considered surrender, despite his wounds, felt a surge of confidence. He took a medicinal pill and, with a swift motion, grasped a foundational cultivator by the neck, squeezing tightly. A sickening crack echoed as the latter screamed in agony. With a powerful throw, he hurled it out of the cave. As his foot pressed down, his entire being soared out, concealed beneath the corpse, moving along the ground. He emerged. Act swiftly. Such a mere illusion could deceive a practitioner of the Foundation establishment stage. Yet it was no match for the discerning eyes of the Golden Core realm. They surged forward, unleashing a torrent of lethal strikes like a rainstorm, dense and relentless. What a predicament! With an ambush in front and pursuers behind, every direction led to a dead end. A wretched mouse, hidden from the light. How will you escape this time? A moment of thunderous chaos ensued, startling the surroundings as bamboo splintered and leaves shattered. The waters of the deep pool erupted to heights of 100 meters. At this moment within the cave, they urged caution, nearly causing the infant above to tumble down. The 6 individuals exchanged grave expressions. In the Windazong, whenever a master faced imminent peril, their life sword, regardless of its rank, would stir restlessly. The reaction of the immortal sword was unmistakable. This is bad. The junior master is in danger. We must hasten. Charge out. Chapter 85. Rampant slaughter outside Shegu. Amidst the dark night mountains, cold armor gleamed ominously. The clash of weapons resounded, and war horses occasionally reared, emitting low whinnies. On a mountain peak, an aged general with a grizzled beard sat firmly in a general's chair, eyes closed in meditation, seemingly oblivious to the distant commotion. Beside him stood 4 or 5 heavily armored soldiers, either wielding swords, holding spears, or carrying swords, each imposing and steadfast like a mountain. Suddenly, a silver-armored young officer darted up the mountain like the wind, kneeling on one knee to report. "Commander, there's a battle among the Blood Demon Cave in Shegu." The old general remained unmoved, slowly uttering 2 words. "Investigate further." "Yes." After the young officer departed, the general gestured to the armored soldiers beside him, who understood his intent. "What are the forces that entered?" "According to your orders, 2,000 troops are positioned at the forefront of the formation." The old general gradually opened his eyes, gazing into the vast darkness, where the distant Shegu occasionally flickered with cold light. His voice turned somber. Inform the men below to be vigilant. Not a mosquito must enter, nor a fly escape. Understood. The old general waved his hand, murmuring, "You may all withdraw. I wish to be alone for a while." The heavily armored soldiers melted into the darkness, leaving the old general solitary atop the mountain. Min Zhan clasped his hands into fists, propping his chin, his brows sharp as blades, his deep gaze peering into the distance, a chill radiating from him. Suddenly, he chuckled coldly. Rebirth? Ha! Only a fool like you would believe it. Even if it were true, what could mere rabble from the Blood Demon cave possibly achieve? Ridiculous. Min Zhan, Grand Marshal of Yeqing, had served 3 generations of Yeqing rulers and was a participant in all of this. However, from beginning to end, he was merely an executor, tasked with assisting the two. He had always held great disdain for the notion of using the blood of an infant girl to awaken the ancient demon known as She, thereby disrupting the northern borders. Furthermore, he had reported to his superiors more than once, advising caution. Alas, his young lord, ambitious yet naive, blindly trusted the two, hoping to expand territory and reign supreme. How laughable. The Wen Dezong had dominated Fanzhou for millennia. Even if the sword ancestor had vanished, how could these individuals hope to challenge it? Not to mention whether she could be resurrected. Even if she were, what would it matter? Within the Wen Dezong, there were precisely 5 ancestors in the transcending tribulation stage. In an instant, they could obliterate She as easily as crushing a withered flower. He knew well that in this conspiracy, regardless of success or failure, Yeqing would be his sacrificial piece, and he could not sit idly by. Now, with the Wen Dezong dispatching nascent soul practitioners to investigate this matter, exposure was inevitable. Since his lord was foolish and did not heed his words, all he could do was minimize the losses. Within 3 days, regardless of whether she lived or died, he would ensure that not a blade of grass would grow in the 100 miles of Shegu. The members of the Wen Dezong must perish, and the rabble from the Blood Demon Cave should not expect to survive. Since ancient times, history has been written by the victors. The words of the living become the truth. He aimed to cleanse himself and his lord of this debacle, a plan he had conceived from the outset. 30,000 Xian iron cavalry had completely encircled the area, making it impossible for those inside to escape. Within Shegu, Su Xian, besieged and with no way out, plunged into the cold pool. Still wishing to flee, he was forced out. The myriad of demonic practitioners surrounded the cold pool, their lethal strikes targeting the depths, indulging in wanton slaughter. Soon, the shore was submerged, and the innocent fish and shrimp suffered. Seizing the moment when Su Xian attracted everyone's attention, Song Qingshu and the 5 from the inspection hall controlled their flying swords, rushing forth with the infant, heading straight for outside Shegu, with Qianslo following closely behind. This is bad. There are still people. Hurry, intercept them. Do not let them escape. A portion of the opposing force diverted to block their path. Elder, they have taken the infant. Quickly retrieve the child. Faced with the pursuit, the few could not spare a hand to obstruct them. Fortunately, the enemy feared harming the infants and refrained from employing lethal techniques, seeking only to impede their escape. After retreating 10 miles from the cold pool, Song Qingshu gazed below, unleashing a sword strike that felled a giant bamboo with a resounding crash. In the dense bamboo forest, an area the size of a playground appeared almost instantly. Place the child down. Good. The group controlled their flying swords, gently setting the crying infants onto the open ground. Qianslo, as if gaining sentience, landed and then returned to its original size. Once on the ground, the infants did not hesitate for a moment, turning and fleeing directly toward the deep pool. The immortal sword, possessing spirit, rushed to protect its master. Song Qingshu and the others followed suit, after placing the bundled infants on the ground. He summoned the Qing foam sword with one hand, gripping it tightly before plunging it into the earth. Formation. The sword energy surged. In an instant, a sword array coalesced, shielding 3,000 infants and forcefully barring the pursuing demonic practitioners from entering. However, due to overexertion, Song Qingshu's severed arm wound burst open, and he spat a mouthful of warm blood onto the ground, his complexion as pale as snow. Song Shirshu, are you all right? Song Qingshu gripped the sword hilt tightly, gritting his teeth. This place is under my protection. You must go support the junior master. Understood. Feng Shisan recalled his life spirit sword, gripping it firmly. Let us go. The remaining 4 followed suit, resolutely charging forward to confront the oncoming demonic practitioners. Charge! Eliminate these wretches. Though the 5 were still recovering from their injuries, their spirits burned with fervor as they rampaged through the battlefield. Several Foundation establishment practitioners, caught off guard, were swiftly dispatched. Let us all attack together. A few pursuing Golden Core cultivators stepped forward, employing all their might to entangle them. One among them commanded, "We will hold them off. You go retrieve the infant." Understood. The demonic practitioners moved with discipline. Some continued to encircle Su Xian above the cold pool, while the ones that emerged faced off against the 5. With the Foundation establishment practitioners charging towards Song Qingshu's sword array. Break the sword barrier first. He is severely injured and cannot hold out much longer. All together now. Unleash your full strength. Song Qingshu gritted his teeth, unwilling to hesitate, burning his essence to fuel the sword array, whispering, "With your meager strength, do you think you can break the formation? Dream on." In an instant, the moonlit bamboo forest descended into chaos. The clash of swords and blades echoed like thunder. The battle within the cave intensified, shaking the entire mountain. In the cold pool, Su Xian, having chosen to evade their blade's edge, gripped Qian Slow tightly, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. "Now, it is your turn to avoid my might." He surged forth from beneath the water. A single sword strike, cleaving through a demonic practitioner's defenses, splitting him in two. Blood splattered under the moonlight. Su Xian soared back into battle. All of you, perish." Among the demonic practitioners, some with vast experience quickly discerned that Su Xian's sword was an immortal weapon and shouted loudly, "Caution! For the sword in his hand is a celestial blade." Instantly, the surroundings were filled with astonishment. A celestial sword? How many could there possibly be beneath the heavens? The might of such a sword is formidable enough to effortlessly shatter the defenses of one's vital energy, even in the hands of a mere mortal. It could sever the heads of those at the foundational stage of cultivation. They finally understood why this individual, despite being at the foundational stage himself, was able to slay so many of their fellow disciples. However, rather than retreating in fear, the group grew increasingly exhilarated. With a celestial sword in hand, this young man must surely be the progeny of divine fortune from the Wendazong. The opportunity for fame and glory has arrived. Brothers, let us capture him alive.